In the 39th year of Konoha, the sun shone brightly and the sky was clear. At the Ninja Academy, in a spacious classroom, the Chunin instructor was orchestrating a practical examination for the students. Once the previous candidate concluded, he glanced down at the roster. Next, Uchiha Shiny A.S. The instructor's words resonated. A boy with tousled black hair stood up and gradually approached the podium, his fingers dancing with remarkable speed to complete the hand seals. Asiyin, Shadow Kron Technique. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted, and a figure emerged beside Uchiha Shiny, mirroring his appearance and demeanor almost perfectly. Wow! This spectacle immediately drew gasps of admiration from several female students in the classroom, not solely due to the flawless execution of the shadow clone technique, but also because of Shiny's strikingly handsome features, which ranked among the finest in the class. 100-point splendid performance. The Chunin instructor scrutinized the clone before smiling and nodding at Shiny, recording the score in the roster. Achieving success on the first attempt without any discernible flaws, and considering he was merely a first-year student, the instructor felt compelled to admire his talent, if not for the fear of inflating the boy's ego. The illustrious Uchiha clan certainly lived up to its reputation. His cohort's accolades were assured. Shinny-kun, so handsome, scoring full marks, as expected of Shinny-kun. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Shiny returned to his seat. Shiny has once again claimed the top spot. Beside him sat a girl with raven hair and crimson eyes. As he returned to his seat, she turned to look at him, her enchanting gaze blinking gently, her cherubic face radiating with joy. The technique of the shadow clone is not exceedingly difficult. With a bit more practice, even you, Hong, will master it. Jinyang took his seat and offered encouragement to the girl beside him. I only scored 90 this time. There are still many areas that require improvement, Hong replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Yai Kurinai, who would later become a jonin of Konohagakure, was currently Zenyang's desk mate at school. Even now, her beauty was evident, and Zenyang's gaze lingered on Kurinai, prompting thoughts of her future graceful figure. When he finally snapped back to reality, he noticed that her cheeks had flushed a shade of red, which compelled him to feign indifference and change the subject. It's no problem, you did remarkably well. Zenyangkin, the girl pretended to be annoyed, shyly turning her head away. Seeing this, Jinyang smiled and surveyed the classroom, filled with familiar faces. There was Konohamaru's future mentor, Ebisu, Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Then there was the interrogation chief, Marino Abiki, alongside members of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard, including Rado and others. Oh, and the privileged son, Asuma Surtobi, who was glaring at him. Familiar faces surrounded him, serving as constant reminders that Jinyang was not dreaming. He had truly crossed over. He had traversed into the world of Naruto. Upon realizing the gravity of his situation, Zenyang's heart sank. Was this a joke? LOL, while it may be entertaining to watch as an anime, the reality is that this world is fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. However, a semblance of solace comes from the fact that he has transcended into a member of the Uchiha clan. Before the infamous night of the massacre orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi, remaining within the Uchiha's confines offers a relatively higher degree of safety, sparing him from the battlefield at such a tender age. It is widely acknowledged that the Uchiha clan boasts remarkable beauty, and Jinyang is no exception. Additionally, being a reincarnator fulfills a particular principle. Typically, attractive reincarnators possess a unique advantage. Thus, like many of his predecessors, Jinyang, as a future paragon of beauty in Konoha, is endowed with a significant talent. His unique gift is an extraordinary ability that allows his mental strength to grow automatically each day. Prior to his reincarnation, Jinyang was engrossed in a newly released mobile game, and in his quest to enhance his combat prowess, he made an initial investment of $6 to acquire this strength talent. However, before he could savor the joys of his expenditure, he awoke in the world of Naruto. Upon his first attempt at chakra extraction, he serendipitously discovered that he had brought this talent along with him. Consequently, since embarking on his training, Zenyang's mental fortitude has improved incrementally each day. The enhancement of mental strength brings forth numerous advantages. Presently, Zenyang's memory has remarkably strengthened, enabling him to effortlessly retain various theoretical knowledge from school. Moreover, With an increase in chakra quantition amalgamation of mental and physical energy, his augmented mental prowess further contributes to an above-average chakra reserve. How regrettable had I known earlier. I should have invested a little more, perhaps even gone for the 648 package. In retrospect, Xinjiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He remembered the game store was brimming with enticing offerings, from SS-level talents to options for purchasing a battle pass straight to level 90. Alas, he had been overly prudent at the time, primarily due to financial constraints, only investing a mere $6 for a fleeting taste. Had he been more generous, then he might very well be discussing matters of the heart with Kagai on the moon by now. What a pity! What do you mean by regret, Xinjiang? What are you talking about? Yu Hong leaned in, her large red eyes brimming with curiosity. After a moment, the girl, her earlier shyness dissipating, heard Xinjiang mumbling to himself. Xinyankin, I brought 2 bento boxes today. Would you like to share one later? Just as Xinjiang contemplated how to respond to Hong's inquiry, a girl approached, holding a bento box. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Her words instantly captured the attention of the surrounding girls, and Hong, seated beside Xinjiang, momentarily forgot her previous question, her gaze fixated on the newcomer. An air of tension enveloped the room, causing the chatter within the classroom to noticeably diminish. Such palpable tension, Xinjiang could only manage a wry smile. In his earlier days of indulging in anime, he had envisioned such scenarios countless times, yet experiencing it firsthand was not as joyous as he had imagined. The elevated mortality rate within the Naruto world, particularly during the Warring States period when the average lifespan barely reached 30 years, precipitated an accelerated maturation among its inhabitants. The sight of 7 or 8-year-olds already vying for romantic affections and asserting claims over boyfriends was a source of considerable astonishment for Xinjiang. This precociousness, however, was not confined to the female population. The males exhibited a similar pattern of early development. The coterie of adoring girls surrounding Xinjiang evoked a mixture of envy and resentment from many of his male classmates, with some individuals visibly simmering with barely suppressed rage. That scoundrel! It's outrageous. All the girls are flocking to him. I'd love to pummel him, but he's the top student in the class. You wouldn't stand a chance. Just be quiet. Asuma was among those gnashing their teeth, particularly incensed because the object of his affection, Yuhi Kurenai, was currently embroiled in a contest of favor with others for Xinjiang's attention. Observing this spectacle, Xinjiang felt a wave of vexation. His class was the school's elite cohort, filled with students poised to attain the rank of Jonin in the future, becoming the stalwarts of Konoha. However, in terms of physical attractiveness, the male students were rather unremarkable. Kakashi possessed undeniable good looks, but he was a year behind them, having only just enrolled. Consequently, the attention of nearly all the girls in the class was fixated on Xinjiang. Such overwhelming popularity was proving to be a source of consternation. Thank you, Kurenai, and I haven't eaten yet. So 2 portions will be perfect. Xinjiang glanced at Kurenai, whose cheeks were puffed out in a slight pout, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. The girl who brought the bento box. Wah, Xinjiang is so unfair. The girl clutched her lunchbox and fled with her face covered. The surrounding girls, upon hearing this, instinctively dispersed. Observing this, Xinjiang nodded in satisfaction. His previous gentle approach had proven ineffective, prompting him to adopt a more ruthless and direct rejection this time. He had no desire to engage in frivolous romantic games with a group of young girls. It was preferable to leave no lingering thoughts in their minds. Xinjiang. Zyra's face was flushed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding. Chapter 2. Am I the cousin of the still water? Home is indeed the most comfortable place. After school, Xinjiang returned home, unable to suppress his reflections. After leveraging the name of Hong to persuade the girls in his class to withdraw, the results were undeniably effective, as the number of those who pursued him throughout the afternoon dwindled significantly. However, in shedding a multitude of ordinary admirers, he found himself with a singularly more clingy one. Recalling Hong's insistence on sharing her bento with him during lunch, Xinjiang couldn't help but smile, unconcerned by it all. He despised the constant attention from a throng of children. As for Hong, he held no particular grievances, thinking of the beautiful, mature woman she would eventually become. Xinjiang felt entirely accepting. After all, growth takes time, and maturity will inevitably follow. Xinjiang, come and eat. He had not lingered long at home when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared downstairs, calling for him. The man, named Uchiha Chuan, was Xinjiang's uncle and his sole remaining family. In a world where 3 ninjas could not muster a pair of parents, Xinjiang was no exception. Since he learned to walk, it had been Uchiha Chuan who raised and cared for him, as his biological parents had tragically perished during a mission long ago. "All right, uncle," Xinjiang promptly replied, tidying up before descending the stairs. The house he resided in was one of the few possessions left by his parents. Situated adjacent to his uncle's home, a deliberate choice made by the 2 brothers for future convenience and mutual support. Soon, Xinjiang arrived at Uchiha Chuan's house, where a sumptuous array of dishes had already been laid out on the table, enticing his appetite. "Go ahead and eat if you're hungry. How have you been feeling at school lately?" Uchiha Chuan remarked with a smile, observing Xinjiang's drooling expression. Quite well. I ranked first in the recent class test," Xinjiang mumbled, his mouth full of food. Uchiha Chuan regarded him with the warmth of a father, always concerned about his academic performance. "First place again? Your father would surely be delighted to hear that," Uchiha Chuan mused, reflecting on his elder brother's past aspirations to nurture a genius, only to have fate intervene and prevent him from witnessing this day. "Chuan, what are you discussing with Xinjiang?" A woman approached the dining area, carrying a plate of food, her curiosity piqued. This woman, named Uchiha Yanghua, was Uchiha Chuan's wife and Xinjiang's aunt. "Xinjiang has maintained his first position in class tests. I'm quite pleased," Chuan responded. "That's impressive. In the future, Xinjiang will be the one teaching his younger brother," Uchiha Yanghua said with a gentle smile, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Absolutely," Xinjiang replied without a second thought, flattered by his aunt's praise. However, a moment later, his eyes widened in surprise, joy flooding his heart. "A younger brother?" "Yes, perhaps even a younger sister," Uchiha Yanghua replied, tenderly touching her belly. "It's about 2 months along now, and we've already chosen names for the child. If it's a boy, he will be named Uchiha Shisui. If it's a girl..." Xinjiang became lost in astonishment, unable to hear the remainder of his aunt's words. "Uchiha Shisui." In a moment of bewilderment, Xinjiang found his thoughts in disarray. "Wait. Let me sort this out. From memory, Uchiha Chuan and my adoptive father seem to be the children of Uchiha Kagami, though I had not paid heed to this matter before. If that is the case, am I the cousin of Shisui?" "Xinjiang." Uchiha Chuan waved his hand before him. "Why are you in a daze? Do you think it's a younger brother or sister?" "It must be a younger brother," Xinjiang replied with conviction. Although the identities of Shisui's parents are unknown in the anime, upon deliberation, it appears only my uncle's family aligns with this requirement. After all, Uchiha Kagami has but 2 children, and his parents passed away early. It cannot possibly be him who bore them, can it? Bang, bang, bang. After dinner, Xinjiang returned home and proceeded to train in the backyard. His small fist struck the wooden post repeatedly, producing a dull thud, and the training post bore the marks of his efforts. He was engaged in physical training. Xinjiang, of the same age as Hinata and others, was born in the 33rd year of Konoha and is now merely 6 years old, despite his formidable mental strength, granting him a chakra greater than his peers. His youth limits his rapid growth potential. Moreover, excessive training could hinder his future development, so Xinjiang was not in a hurry. Therefore, at this stage, he primarily focused on practicing physical techniques, having only mastered the body flicker technique and the fire style, grand fireball technique. Yet, this already positioned him among the foremost in his school. The reason lies in the fact that the only ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy is the body replacement technique. All other techniques are imparted post-graduation by assigned instructors or exchange for merits. It can be said that the ninjutsu is monopolized quite rigorously. One might even jest that even an ordinary civilian ninja can ascend to greatness through relentless effort. Surely, no one genuinely believes such commonplace promotional rhetoric. To speak of other matters, simply wishing to learn a C-rank ninjutsu necessitates waiting until after graduation, let alone B or A-rank techniques. If the guiding instructor does not perceive your potential, they will not impart such advanced techniques. Conversely, those born into prestigious clans often acquire basic ninjutsu in their youth. It merely depends on their willingness to learn. Those with exceptional talent may even directly study A-rank techniques. How can one compare? The destination is Rome, yet some are born at its doorstep. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent like that of Minato Namikaze, it is exceedingly difficult to rival the ninjas from esteemed families throughout one's life. Fortunately, His lineage is not lacking. He is a member of the Uchiha clan and will not encounter such hardships. However, he never anticipated that he would be the elder brother of Shursui. After completing today's training, reflecting on the earlier dining scene, Shinya still felt a sense of unreality. That was Uchiha Shursui, who, at a tender age, had already forged a formidable reputation as the Shunshin Shursui, a ruthless figure who wreaked havoc upon the Mist Ninja. The powers of his Manjiki Sharingan are nothing short of monstrous. His most potent illusion, Kodo Amatsukami, can directly alter the thoughts of others. The sole drawback is that he has been indoctrinated by the so-called will of fire. Otherwise, had he unleashed it upon figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, would the night of the Uchiha massacre have unfolded as it did? However, since he has traversed into this realm, matters have become quite straightforward. With the experience of being immersed in the ideology of the Crimson Thoughts, is it not a simple task to train this future cousin into a capable companion? One might even gain an additional shadow-level aid, which is rather delightful. Yet, this matter is still in its infancy. The foremost priority now is to elevate one's strength, so as to establish an imposing presence before the still waters in the future. Having become proficient in physical techniques, it is time to contemplate the acquisition of additional ninjutsu. Jinyang reflects on his current situation. He has mastered the fundamental physical techniques and now simply awaits his body's gradual development. As he does not intend to pursue the path of a taijutsu ninja, his unique ability enhances his mental fortitude and concurrently increases his chakra reserves. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he is not oblivious. It is only logical for him to embark on the paths of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. With a clear vision of his future trajectory, it is imperative to devise a robust plan. Jinyang ponders thoughtfully, stroking his chin. What should he learn first? Chapter 3. Asuma's challenge time passes swiftly. Before long, it is time for the school's monthly assessment. The boys and girls scatter across a spacious corner of the school, joyfully chatting with their friends. After a month of tedious sitting in class, this rare opportunity to be outdoors ignites their excitement. After all, they are merely 6 or 7 years old. The outdoor assessment is far more engaging than the monotonous lectures of their teachers. Before long, the middle-ranking ninja instructor calls everyone to assemble. The assessment process at school is quite straightforward, comprising merely 2 steps. First, students are evaluated on their proficiency in throwing ninja tools. Following that, they engage in paired sparring matches, with the teacher grading them based on the circumstances. Relax. Throwing ninja tools is quite simple, Jinyang remarked, noticing that Hong appeared somewhat anxious. In response, Hong cast him an exasperated glance and retorted, "It's not simple at all. There's always 1 or 2 that fail to hit the center." Truth be told, she found it perplexing that Jinyang, who often appeared either dazed or napping at school, managed to achieve such excellent results. Perhaps this is the essence of genius. Next, Uchiha Jinyang. As the two conversed in a corner, the teacher's voice soon resonated throughout the room. "Go for it, Jinyang." Hong cheered, her face alight with encouragement as she waved her arms. Jinyang nodded and approached the field. The sky was a brilliant blue, with a gentle breeze wafting through. As he prepared to throw in front of the target, his classmates gathered around. Jinyang grasped several shurikens in each hand and launched them forward with precision. When the onlookers finally reacted, they beheld the shurikens embedded deeply at the center of each target. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Uchiha Jinyang, full marks. As the teacher's voice echoed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, Jinyang-kun is so cool. No wonder he is an Uchiha. He is incredibly strong. His clean and deft technique in throwing the ninja tools elicited cheers from many girls, while simultaneously igniting complaints from the boys. That Uchiha Jinyang again, stealing all the glory. How am I supposed to shine? They grumbled. Indeed. I shall teach him a lesson in the upcoming combat segment. Indeed, while the art of throwing ninja tools is undeniably impressive, one must ponder whether it will lead to all the girls being captivated, leaving us to remain solitary after 6 years, returning home to be the subject of ridicule. The freckled boy beside him sighed genuinely. The other boys exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting. You are merely bolstering others' esteem while undermining your own ambition. Isn't it all too obvious? I shall also put on a performance shortly, lest he monopolize the spotlight, Morinaya Biki retorted, his competitive spirit still ablaze in youth. The Biki is right. We stand in support of you. Just as the boys unified in solidarity, an unsettling voice pierced through the camaraderie. Might I suggest that the popularity of Uchiha Jinyang primarily stems from his looks? This remark landed like a whisper from Garen, shattering the moment of silence. A minute later, The freckled boy who spoke out found himself expelled from the group. Meanwhile, the assessment instructor continued to summon individuals for testing. As an elite class within the school, many future Jonin were present, and it was not only Xinjiang who excelled in the throwing event. However, the others did not appear as effortless nor possess striking looks, thus failing to create a ripple. The performance of the remaining participants hovered around a commendable level. Soon, the ninja tool throwing test concluded, and it was time for the practical combat exercises. The boys, eager and restless, glanced around at their classmates, completely forgetting their earlier intentions to reprimand someone. It was merely talk for amusement. Surely, no one would take it to heart. Although they are indeed displeased with Uchiha Xinjiang consistently stealing the spotlight and attracting the attention of the girls, it is undeniable that this individual possesses formidable strength. In all the time they have been classmates, no one has managed to defeat him. Facing an inevitable loss, especially with a multitude of girls watching, who would willingly assume the role of a mere backdrop? Do they not care about their dignity? Instead of wasting time, it would be wiser to select an easier opponent to showcase their abilities, perhaps even sparking their own romantic endeavors. In the designated area, the teacher observed the group of youngsters and spoke with a smile. The rules remain unchanged. Each student may choose their opponent, and the battles will take place within the defined boundaries. Who wishes to step forward first? The crowd exchanged glances, all opting to bide their time and assess the situation. I challenge Uchiha Xinjiang. At that moment, a boy with a cigarette dangling from his mouth raised his hand, causing an uproar among the onlookers. A daring challenger had indeed emerged. Very well, the teacher nodded in approval, pleased that someone had taken the initiative. Otherwise, he would have resorted to calling names. However, upon turning to look, his expression darkened immediately. Asuma, how many times must I remind you? No smoking. It turned out to be Asuma, the class's notorious smoker. At such a young age, he had taken up the habit. One wonders from whom he learned this behavior. The Ch-Nin teacher shook his head in dismay, realizing he could not dwell on it further. Asuma, upon hearing the reprimand, remained unfazed. After all, the teacher's admonitions were merely perfunctory, given his unique status. How cool it is to smoke, he mused, believing that when challenging Uchiha Xinjiang, he must do so in the most stylish manner possible to reclaim his own glory. Indeed, from the very first glance at the color red, he found himself captivated by the girl with ebony hair and crimson eyes. Regrettably, Hong was perpetually by Xinjiang's side, which served as the catalyst for his challenge. He aimed to triumph over Uchiha Xinjiang in a fair contest, to seize the right to pursue Hong. With a determined spirit, Asuma steeled himself and surveyed his surroundings. Where is my Hong? It was then he noticed that Shiyu Hong was engaged in an intimate conversation with Uchiha Xinjiang, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. How infuriating. Asuma's eyes widened, and his anger surged to its peak. Xinjiang, upon hearing someone choose him as a combat opponent, felt a wave of surprise. It had been quite some time since anyone had boldly challenged him. However, when he looked up, he exclaimed, "Ah, is this not the son of the third Hokage?" Yet, what could this expression mean? He was certain he had not wronged him. Observing Asuma's furious demeanor, Xinjiang felt a moment of confusion. Due to his popularity among the girls, he had little interaction with the boys in his class, merely knowing their names. Unable to fathom the source of this conflict, Xinjiang stepped into the arena. The two stood in opposition, forming their respective hand seals. Asuma gripped a kunai, leaning slightly forward. His gaze fixated on Xinjiang, clearly having entered a combat-ready state. Is he not wielding his chakra blades? Xinjiang pondered, noticing the absence of his signature weapon. Sarutobi Asuma possessed a pair of chakra blades, custom-made for him by his father, and it seemed they were yet to be completed. Truly, he was the son of the Hokage. Judging by his stance, it was evident he had undergone specialized training. The opponent's performance took him by surprise. He seemed to embody the essence of a ninja. Come on, Xinjiang stated calmly, a smile gracing his lips. It's not a significant issue. Chapter 4. Asuma. You wouldn't want to leave Hong all alone, would you? Whoosh. The moment the words left his mouth, Asuma sprang into action. Several shurikens whistled through the air, hurtling towards him. Xinjiang did not draw his kunai. Instead, he moved leisurely from side to side, effortlessly evading each projectile. At that moment, Asuma lunged forward, a kunai in hand, launching a fierce assault towards Xinjiang. With deft maneuvers, Xinjiang countered each strike, successfully parrying Asuma's onslaught. After a few seconds, Asuma's gaze flickered, and his kunai suddenly shifted its trajectory, aiming for Xinjiang's side, clearly too late to be blocked. Success! A surge of excitement washed over Asuma's face. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he froze in horror. To his astonishment, the kunai passed right through Xinjiang's form, devoid of any tangible sensation. Xinjiang's figure began to dissipate. A shadow clone technique. In the next instant, Asuma heard a sound behind him. He turned to find Xinjiang's kick hurtling towards him. With no time to evade, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom! A tremendous force struck, propelling Asuma backward until he crashed to the ground. How is this possible? Asuma marveled at Xinjiang in disbelief. When had he utilized the shadow clone technique? Gazing at Xinjiang's serene expression, he suddenly grasped the vast chasm that lay between them. Ordinary tactics were no longer effective. It seems that it is necessary to employ that particular technique. Asuma's gaze sharpened. The formidable prowess of Uchiha Masaya was an undeniable reality. His audacity to issue a challenge clearly indicated he possessed hidden aces. This technique had been imparted to him personally by the elder not long ago. Although the elder had cautioned him against employing it against others, Asuma, now fervently focused on vanquishing Masu, had entirely forgotten the so-called admonition. Rising once more, Asuma cast aside the kunai in his hand and began to form hand seals. Masayo, being the charismatic focal point of the class, naturally drew considerable attention to their duel. At this moment, Asuma's actions elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. He was utilizing ninjutsu. Asuma had astonishingly mastered the art of ninjutsu. For students of their age, the ability to perform techniques beyond the basic body flicker was indeed a rare phenomenon. The contemporaneous geniuses, such as Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, were either newly enrolled this year or had yet to be born. This group consisted entirely of ordinary ninjas. The assessment instructor had also set aside his roster, vigilantly observing the unfolding events within the arena. The peril associated with battles involving ninjutsu was markedly different. As a profession characterized by high offense and low defense, any engagement with ninjutsu could lead to significant complications. Anxiety crept into his heart, despite his confidence in ensuring the safety of both students. However, the unique identities of these two students were noteworthy, one hailing from the Uchiha clan, the other being the youngest son of the current Hokage. In the event of an unfortunate incident during the lesson, the loss of a bonus would pale in comparison to the potential threat to his position. Ah, no wonder you have come to challenge me. Xinjiang gazed with keen interest at Asuma, who was forming hand seals. Let me see, it appears to be the hand sign for the great fireball technique. Playing with fire in front of a Uchiha, with hands clasped together, Xinjiang began to form seals as well, his speed surpassing that of Asuma. Fire release, great fireball technique. At that moment, Asuma finally completed his hand seals, unleashing the ninjutsu he had diligently practiced for weeks. A fireball hurtled toward Xinjiang. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Almost simultaneously, Xinjiang completed his seals, gathering chakra to his throat and releasing it in a powerful burst. The two fireballs collided, radiating a searing heat in all directions. However, the fireball unleashed by Xinjiang was vastly larger, clearly holding the advantage. Are you joking? How is this possible? Asuma stood frozen in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The ninjutsu he had painstakingly honed could not surpass that of his opponent, causing his mentality to fray. It is not wise to become distracted in battle. A voice in his ear snapped Asuma back to reality, but before he could fully react, a chilling sensation graced his neck. During the clash of ninjutsu, Xinjiang had soared towards him, placing a kunai against Asuma's throat, thereby signaling the end of this confrontation. I concede. Asuma reluctantly admitted defeat. Though he was loath to acknowledge it, the truth was evident. He was currently incapable of vanquishing his rival. Observing this, the teacher beside them let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing went awry. Do not become complacent. I shall. Even in defeat. Asuma was resolute not to give up, leaving behind a fierce declaration. Upon returning, he sought the elder for further instruction in formidable ninjutsu, convinced he could prevail against Uchiha Masui. Ultimately, victory was destined to be his, for he was the most influential figure in Konoha. Previously, Asuma regarded this identity as a constraint, but now it seemed advantageous, at least in aiding his pursuit of love. Masi, are you tired? Have some water. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Kurenai approaching briskly, eagerly offering a cup of water to Masi, leaving him momentarily speechless. How infuriating. It appeared he had already lost. In an instant, Asuma's expression darkened, and he even forgot the sign of reconciliation, turning to leave. Thank you, Kurenai. Masi accepted the cup. Observing the retreating figures of Kurenai and Asuma, it dawned on him why Asuma would dare to challenge him. Was it truly so absurd? At such a young age, was he already entwined in romantic entanglements? Masi, why do you keep staring at me? Kurenai's cheeks flushed, her demeanor somewhat awkward. So many eyes were upon them, and Masi continued to gaze intently at her. Today, Kurenai looked exceptionally beautiful. Witnessing her flustered state, Masui felt a mischievous urge arise within him. You, I'm going to engage in battle. After a prolonged moment of silence, Kurenai ultimately opted to fabricate an excuse and flee in haste. He. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Masui's lips. Since he had traversed into this world, Kurenai would be his to cherish. Following Asuma held no promise for the future. Asuma, surely you wouldn't want the young and vibrant Kurenai to live a solitary life, would you? With the initial battle concluded, the subsequent matches proceeded with much greater ease as a group of young contenders took the stage one after another. The victors beamed with joy, returning home unperturbed by their parents' inquiries and relishing a few days of blissful respite. Conversely, the defeated wore long faces, enveloped in silence, contemplating strategies for future triumphs. The opponent faced by Sunset Red was a girl from the class. After an intense close-quarters confrontation, Red ultimately emerged victorious. Yet, she remained shy, avoiding him post-assessment and hastily retreating home as soon as school ended, making me feel like a fearsome adversary. Jinyang could only shake his head in exasperation, humming a tune as he made his way home. Meanwhile, at the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the village leader, was immersed in administrative duties. The situation in the ninja world had once again grown tense, marked by a significant surge in matters requiring his attention. After a considerable time, he finally completed his tasks for the day. It was now time for his customary patrol. Taking a deep drag of his smoke, Hiruzen revealed a contented smile as he retrieved a crystal ball from his drawer, eager to see the results of the recent renovations at the bathhouse. Chapter 5. Entering the third Hokage's perspective. Old man, teach me ninjutsu quickly. As evening approached, many ninjas settled into their rest, lending an air of tranquility to the Hokage office. However, this serenity was soon disrupted by a loud commotion. Bang! Asuma burst through the doors of the Hokage's office, ready to voice his grievances, but the sight of his grandfather immediately captured his attention. Old man, why are you bleeding? Recently, the climate has been rather arid, leaving one feeling somewhat irritable. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped his nose and discreetly placed the crystal ball into the drawer beneath the table. Today's bathhouse was quite refreshing. As he tidied away his tools of the trade, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, casting a suspicious glance at Asuma. What brings you to the office today, and why the sudden eagerness to learn ninjutsu? Have you taken leave of your senses? His son, known for his lethargy, had yet to master any of his numerous advantages, opting instead to indulge in smoking and backtalk. Even the instruction of a single ninjutsu required daily reminders. What had prompted this change today? He nearly exposed his covert observations to this impudent lad. Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly lamented, lifting a teacup beside him. Oh, I engaged in combat with someone today. Asuma, noticing his father's inquiry, momentarily set aside earlier concerns and began to pour out his grievances, elaborating on the day's events as a prelude to requesting instruction in ninjutsu. Asuma was not one to easily concede defeat. You fought someone today and employed ninjutsu? Just as Asuma was animatedly recounting his tale, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words chilled him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Disaster. He had forgotten this critical detail. The hand holding the teacup faltered, and he furrowed his brow. Do you remember what I told you? One must not use ninjutsu against others. What if someone gets hurt? Goodness, he had assumed his son had changed for the better, only to realize it was due to losing a fight. If you teach me ninjutsu but forbid its use, then what is the point of learning it? Asuma retorted defiantly. It is advised that during this period, you refrain from using your abilities on your classmates. As my son, your prowess and cultivation will undoubtedly surpass that of most peers, which could inadvertently harm others. Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly explained the duality inherent in all things. While enjoying superior training resources, one must also endure certain corresponding constraints. As the son of the Hokage, Asuma represents more than just himself. The students in the elite class are either exceptionally gifted or supported by influential families, forming an extensive network of relationships throughout Konoha. Thus, he admonished Asuma to refrain from recklessly wielding power and to foster good relations with his peers. However, observing Asuma's defiant expression, Hiruzen realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. Return home for now. When I finish work, I shall teach you ninjutsu. It was only after Asuma's stubborn figure vanished from sight that he sighed in resignation. Raising a child is no easy task. He always seems to oppose me. A bit of hardship is beneficial. It prevents him from being perpetually rebellious and allows him to focus on his training. Picking up his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed thoughtfully out the window before speaking. Please compile the events that occurred at the ninja school today. Shortly thereafter, a masked ninja appeared in the vacant office, placing the documents on the desk before vanishing once more. After perusing the materials before him, Hiruzen grasped the pertinent details. Uchiha Masayoshi, a 6-year-old capable of utilizing C-rank ninjutsu. The students in the elite class are all selected, and he had, of course, reviewed the files of each. The descendant of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Izashi nodded thoughtfully, realizing why Asuma had been defeated. Uchiha Kagami was one of the few members of the Uchiha clan who had earned the trust of Senju Tobarama. They were both disciples of the second Hokage, comrades and allies. Unfortunately, Kagami had sacrificed himself to protect their escape from the village hidden in the clouds. However, his grandson is indeed a promising talent. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught the attention of the third Hokage. Upon returning home, Jinyang first enjoyed dinner at his uncle's house before commencing his training for the day. In the backyard, his fingers danced rapidly, forming one hand seal after another as he silently chanted within his mind. Shadow clone technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted at his feet. When it dissipated, Jinyang beheld a figure beside him, identical in appearance and equally handsome, and a smile could not help but spread across his face. This ninjutsu was the fruit of his recent endeavors. If one were to speak of the strongest auxiliary training technique in the world of Naruto, it would undoubtedly be the shadow clone technique. Aside from physical training, all other aspects of cultivation could be facilitated through this method. Mastering the shadow clone technique would undoubtedly propel his training efficiency to unprecedented heights. It is crucial to note that the essence of the Naruto world lies in swiftness. Aside from certain matters, everything must be executed with alacrity. If one does not act promptly, the only alternative is to be reborn swiftly, especially with the Third Great Ninja War looming just a few years ahead. If his memory served him correctly, the Third Ninja War would erupt in the 42nd year of Konoha, leaving him with less than 3 years to hone his skills. In such circumstances, the speed of cultivation is undoubtedly linked to survival rates. The strength one can attain before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War will determine their chances of enduring this conflict. One must at least reach a level close to that of a high-ranking ninja. Contemplating the events of the years to come, Jinyang's smile gradually faded. During the Third Ninja War, Konoha found itself engaged in simultaneous battles with the 4 major ninja villages at one point, compelling even students from the Ninja Academy to graduate early and take to the battlefield, which underscores the dire shortage of personnel in Konoha. At that time, the lower and middle-ranking ninjas would essentially become cannon fodder. Only those with elite middle ninja or near-high ninja strength would possess the means for self-preservation. This scenario presupposes the rise of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Otherwise, Konoha might not withstand the onslaught. After a moment of reflection, acutely aware of the urgency of time, Jinyang directed his shadow clones to practice ninjutsu while he prepared to embark on his own training. For his inaugural use of the shadow clone technique, he prudently refrained from creating too many clones. After all, when the shadow clones dissipate, their memories are transferred back to the original. If an excess of memories is absorbed, it could lead to a state of utter foolishness. Observing this side effect, Jinyang couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. In the anime, Naruto frequently disperses dozens, even hundreds, of shadow clones. One must possess quite a robust constitution to withstand such an experience. Is this the effect of the protagonist's halo? As he watched the clones commence their training, Jinyang took out a scroll to review. This scroll was indeed a valuable artifact. It belonged to his somewhat distant ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, and contained many advanced ninjutsu techniques he had mastered, along with relevant annotations and insights on cultivation. Upon discovering his relation to Shursui, Masayu immediately contemplated that Uchiha Kagami must have left behind some training scrolls. It is well known that the Uchiha clan possesses some of the most exceptional jinjutsu techniques. Shursui excelled at such a young age, achieving unparalleled mastery within his clan, relying not on self-invented ninjutsu but rather on inherited resources. While basic clan techniques are readily accessible, the acquisition of advanced ninjutsu is highly regulated, necessitating both exceptional talent and significant contributions to the clan. Thus, one day after dinner, Masayu inquired with Uchiha Kawa, and as anticipated, Uchiha Kagami had indeed left behind training scrolls. Following his passing, the The Uchiha brothers made copies, ensuring that both possessed a scroll. Upon receiving this information, Masaya conducted a thorough search at home and successfully located the training scroll. Chapter 6. Training encounter with Marahoshi Kogai. The following morning, as the alarm clock chimed, Masayu, still nestled in bed, abruptly began performing hand seals. Shadow clone technique. You shall attend school while I engage in training. With that, Masayu turned over, clutching his blanket. Clone? Hiki, allowing the clone to attend class while I secretly train, I shall overwhelm them with my prowess. By a small river behind Hokage Rock. Masaya skewered fish with a branch, roasting them over a fire. Previously, attending school was obligatory, but now that he could send a clone in his stead, there was no need to remain confined within a classroom. Having already mastered all the knowledge imparted at school, attending merely resulted in idleness. Instead, it was far more beneficial to find a secluded spot to practice a few ninjutsu techniques. Grandfather truly lives up to being the disciple of the second Hokage, leaving behind nothing but valuable treasures, albeit difficult to master. My uncle has been quite busy lately, leaving me to ponder on my own. Never mind. I shall have my meal first. It is utterly delightful. Shaking his head, Xinjiang sprinkled the seasoning he carried with him, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. A true devotee of dining, with a spirit dedicated to feasting. Whatever matters arise can wait until after the meal. Just as he was about to indulge heartily, his gaze suddenly shifted, and he turned abruptly. Who's there? Step forward. A voice of surprise echoed as a middle-aged man emerged from the woods behind him. The man's eyes were filled with astonishment. How could this little fellow of such tender age have detected his presence? Is this not Marahoshi Kokai? At that moment, Xinjiang was equally astonished. The middle-aged man, adorned with a pan and cooking utensils, had his hair tied back, unmistakably resembling the youthful Marahoshi Kokai. Regaining his composure, Xinjiang maintained a facade of curiosity and inquired, Uncle, who might you be? It was crucial not to reveal any recognition, lest it arouse suspicion. This individual was a ninja from the same era as his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. Hihi, I am Marahoshi Kokai. And what is your name, little one? For a child of 5 or 6, as long as they are not mischievous, they are deemed quite endearing by adults. Marahoshi Kokai was no exception, responding with a smile. I am Uchiha Xinjiang. Xinjiang innocently uttered his name, but the quick movement of his eyes seemed to betray that this was not his true demeanor. Ah, young scion of the Uchiha clan, what brings you here? Where are your parents? Maru, intrigued, refrained from inquiring about the absence of schooling. In such prominent families, it is not uncommon for numerous children to remain uneducated in formal institutions. Instead, they are nurtured under the guidance of their elders. The lineage of cultivation practices naturally aligns more closely with one's kin, fostering a deep sense of familial honor. This phenomenon is not rare in Konoha. However, he found it peculiar to encounter a child in this setting. Although the woods posed minimal danger, they were not devoid of risks. Wild beasts lurked within, presenting potential hazards for the young. How careless could this child's parents be? My parents have long since passed away. And now I am under the care of my uncle, Uchiha Kawa, Xinjiang replied, his expression momentarily dimming before he rallied himself, feigning nonchalance. The transitions of his facial expressions flowed seamlessly, yielding a notable effect. Maru's gaze softened considerably upon him. In the original narrative, Maru embodied the indomitable will of fire, dedicating his life to the village of Konoha. His disposition was genial and benevolent, exhibiting kindness to all within the community. Upon hearing Xinjiang's words, a sigh escaped his lips. Another unfortunate child. Yet, the name Uchiha Kawa resonated with familiarity. Could it be the child of Q? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Maru suddenly inquired. As if seeking confirmation, who is your grandfather? The moment had finally arrived. In the heart of Xinjiang, a wave of joy washed over him, his face reflecting a look of innocent bewilderment. My grandfather's name is Uchiha Kagami, he said. His uncle had once told him that his grandfather was a formidable ninja, urging him to follow in Kagami's footsteps. Indeed, it was true. Recognizing the descendant of his old friend, Marahoshi Kashin gazed fondly at the little one before him. Kagami. Who would have thought? Though you have departed, your descendants have inherited the will of fire. I am Marahoshi Kashin, a dear friend of your grandfather. You may call me Grandpa Kashin. Ah, are you truly a friend of my grandfather, Grandpa Kashin? Xinjiang feigned shock, inwardly stifling a laugh. His earlier display had been a deliberate act, intended to subtly reveal his lineage as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami to Marahoshi Kashin. Although Marahoshi Kashin was merely a low-ranking ninja, His prowess in the anime was undeniably that of a J-nin, not to mention that in his current middle age, his strength had not waned, and he had sustained no injuries. He likely possessed the capability of an elite J-nin. Perfectly aware of his own limited understanding of the ninjutsu scrolls left by Uchiha Kagami, Xinjiang saw in Kashin an ideal mentor. In contrast to the clan's elite J-nin, who might only offer 2 or 3 lessons per month due to their myriad responsibilities, Maruhoshi Kashin's low-ranking status afforded him ample free time. If Xinjiang could cultivate a favorable relationship with him, he would have a constant source of guidance to illuminate his inquiries. Thus, from the moment he laid eyes on Kashin, this thought had taken root in his mind, bolstered by the confidence derived from his identity as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Mariboshi Kogen and Uchiha Kagami are of similar age and both embody the will of fire. Additionally, they have both been mentored by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, which likely means they are acquainted, perhaps even friends. From Kogen's reaction, it appears his assumption is indeed correct. At this moment, Kogen also addressed Xinjiang's curiosity. Of course, your grandfather and I fought on the battlefield together back then. Really? That's amazing. Xinjiang exclaimed. So that's how it is, Grandpa Kogen. Let's eat some fish. Initially, Kogen intended to prove the authenticity of his words to Xinjiang. However, amidst Xinjiang's continuous praise, Kogen found himself lost in the flattery. As he reminisced about past experiences, he regarded Xinjiang as an attentive listener, eagerly recounting various intriguing tales. Unbeknownst to them, evening had descended. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting radiant beams of light that enveloped the vast earth in a golden hue. I apologize, little Xinjiang, Kogen said, sheepishly ruffling his hair. With emotions running high, he had spoken at length. It's quite all right, Grandpa Kogen. What you share is truly captivating. After listening to stories for an entire afternoon, Xinjiang did not find it tiresome. As a figure of strength just beneath the level of a Hokage, Kogen's experiences are undoubtedly rich, exemplified by his past missions alongside the third Hokage. The narratives of such an esteemed individual broadened Xinjiang's horizons, leaving no room for complaints. Moreover, this exchange has fostered a greater familiarity between them, and Xinjiang eagerly wished for Kogen to share even more. The hour is late. It would be wise to return home early. Come here tomorrow, and I shall teach you the ways of cultivation, smiled the kind-hearted Gujia. His politeness and self-discipline made his grandson increasingly endearing. Very well, Grandfather Gu. See you tomorrow. As the day waned, it was indeed inappropriate to linger any longer. Otherwise, uncle and aunt would grow anxious. Regrettably, Xinjiang had no choice but to head home, his heart filled with anticipation for the morrow. He eagerly pushed open his uncle's door. Ready for dinner. To his surprise, an unexpected guest had arrived. Ah, Xinjiang, you're back? Upon entering, the caring voice of his uncle, Uchiha Chuan, greeted him. In the living room, aside from the familiar faces of his uncle and aunt, there stood an unforeseen visitor. Observing the man before him, short black hair and clad in a deep blue robe, Xinjiang was engulfed in confusion. Uchiha Fugaku, what brings him here? This must be Xinjiang, right? Yes. Indeed. Xinjiang, come and meet the young clan leader, said Uchiha Chuan, nodding in acknowledgement as Fugaku spoke. Young clan leader, Xinjiang said politely as he approached his uncle. Indeed. Another young genius has emerged from our clan, Uchiha Fugaku remarked with a smile, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Chuan. Well, I shall take my leave now. My apologies for the intrusion. Only after Fugaku had departed did Xinjiang's curiosity become uncontainable. Uncle, what was the young clan leader doing here? It appears that you have heard about the battles I engaged in at school, yet you have kept this a secret from me, my dear boy. Uchiha Chuan playfully ruffled Xinjiang's hair, chiding him with a smile. I simply hadn't had the chance to mention it. Yesterday, Xinjiang hurriedly explained, clarifying that he had not intended to conceal anything from Uchiha Chuan. He had merely been so engrossed in the joy of mastering the shadow clone technique that he had forgotten to bring it up. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Chuan tossed something towards him, prompting him to instinctively reach out and catch it. It was a small booklet. I was merely teasing you earlier. This is a training manual the young clan leader specifically sent for you upon hearing of your achievement. It contains the signature techniques of the Uchiha clan. He specifically came to deliver me ninjutsu? It feels somewhat surreal, Xinjiang thought, gazing skeptically at his uncle. At merely 6 years of age, he had managed to wield C-rank ninjutsu. While this indeed indicated remarkable talent, it was not unheard of among the Uchiha. Why would the young clan leader personally bestow such techniques? Uchiha Chuan offered little further explanation, brushing off the matter before urging him to commence his training. Reluctantly, Xinjiang departed for his training session, having enjoyed a rare late morning and spent the afternoon listening to stories. He realized he had yet to train that day. Consistency in practice was paramount. He could not afford to be negligent. Something felt amiss. What was Fugaku's true intention? After completing his training, Xinjiang picked up the small booklet. Deep in thought, he had already perused its contents, which aligned perfectly with what his uncle Uchiha Chuan had described. The techniques of the Phoenix Flower Fire Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, and the art of wielding shuriken are all foundational ninjutsu renowned within the Uchiha clan, meticulously documented within. To be candid, these insights are immensely beneficial to him, as the scrolls left behind by Uchiha Kagami encompass specialized and refined content, with scant records on such basic ninjutsu. The booklet sent by Fugaku is similarly replete with annotations, evidently penned by a certain elder of the clan, which indeed facilitates his training. Yet, the more he delves into this, the more perplexed Shinwai becomes. Is it due to his exceptional talent? If he were merely a 6-year-old child, he might have been swayed by such assertions. However, within his youthful physique resides the soul of an adult, and naturally, he cannot accept such claims. After all, if one were to speak candidly, while Shinwai's talent is commendable, it still falls short of being deemed extraordinary. The assistance from his golden finger increases with the passage of time. Were he in Fugaku's position, he would find it far more prudent to cultivate his reputation within the clan, especially with less than 2 years remaining until he ascends to the role of clan leader. There is little leisure to attend to the needs of an ordinary prodigy like him. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Shinwai's mind, and clarity ensued. Uchiha Fugaku, now the young clan leader, primarily engages in actions that will enable him to better govern the family when he ascends to power. Viewed through this lens, today's events begin to unravel with greater understanding. He has come for Uchiha Kawaguchi. After all, Uchiha Kagami was the foremost master within the clan. The Uchiha clan, being one that venerates strength, has naturally amassed a loyal following over time. After the passing of Uchiha Kagami and his father, the representative of their clan naturally became Uchiha Kawa. Furthermore, he appeared amiable, yet he was indeed a jonin who had awakened the Sharingan. The worth of a jonin from the Uchiha clan who possesses the Sharingan is well understood by those who are knowledgeable. He is valued at least as much as 2 or 3 ordinary jonin. Securing the support of Uchiha Kawa would equate to obtaining the backing of all the clan members from Uchiha Kagami's line, thereby facilitating Fyake's ascent to leadership and garnering greater public support. Thus, presenting him with a training manual was merely a secondary gesture, aimed at cultivating goodwill in front of Uchiha Kawa. With this thought in mind, Xinjiang felt considerably more at ease. While he could not guarantee the accuracy of his deductions, the general idea seemed plausible. Previously, he had perceived this unexpected opportunity as a potential trap, causing him internal unease. The unsolicited kindness was likely a form of calculation against him. Now that he comprehended the other party's intentions, he received the manual with a sense of entitlement. In the forest, Marahoshi Kokai awaited on a clearing. Utilizing the magical netherworld technique, Xinjiang concealed himself behind a tree and quietly unleashed an illusion. Seizing the moment when Kokai fell into a daze, he swiftly hurled several shurikens and charged forward wielding a kunai. The illusion was soon dispelled, and Kokai's gaze instantly cleared. He drew his sword from behind and swung it vigorously, deflecting the oncoming shurikens. Subsequently, he engaged in close combat with the approaching Xinjiang. The clash of Xinjiang's kunai against Kokai's long sword resonated in the sunlight, accompanied by the spark of flying embers and the metallic symphony of their confrontation. In a brief span of time, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of moves. It was only when Xinjiang visibly began to falter that Gu Jie seized upon a moment of error, thrusting his sword directly towards Xinjiang's chest, holding it suspended in the air without movement. Indeed, he had managed to endure a full minute longer than yesterday, despite having witnessed this several times. Gu Jie could not suppress his astonishment. This young boy exhibits remarkable progress. Initially, he could easily be toppled within mere moves, yet now, he was able to hold his ground, matching Gu Jie with the strength of a lower ninja. At this moment, Xinjiang was too preoccupied with catching his breath to heed Gu Jie's commendation. The intensity of such combative training demanded an extraordinary toll on both stamina and energy, especially considering he was still but a child. Young Xinjiang, your talent in illusion techniques is quite formidable. Perhaps you should focus primarily on that. Having regained his composure, Xinjiang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, due to his potent mental fortitude, The efficacy of his illusion techniques was surprisingly impressive, even leaving Gujie momentarily perplexed. Moreover, the energy expenditure for illusion techniques was comparatively lesser, making it well-suited for his youthful self. After all, at this tender age, it was unrealistic to possess an abundance of chakra. Currently, he likely possessed only the chakra capacity of a lower ninja, not even reaching the strength of a single card. Grandfather Gujie, I have recovered. Let us engage once more. During this period, nothing unexpected transpired, and Xinjiang led a remarkably structured life. Each day, he sent his shadow clones to attend school while he dedicated himself to rigorous training. With the esteemed Gujie as his sparring partner, he had the opportunity to inquire about any uncertainties. Each day passed with immense fulfillment, even witnessing a slight growth in his height. Notably, Gujie utilized chakra paper to assist him in discerning his chakra attributes. Like most members of the Uchiha clan, Xinjiang possesses both lightning and fire attributes. Consequently, the fire release ninjutsu detailed in the training manual is particularly well-suited for him. During his leisure time, he has also learned a few illusion techniques from the esteemed Gyuk. Chapter 8. The Devoted Eater, the soul of a devotee in the classroom. Xinjiang, what brings you to school today? Hong exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she gazed at the person slumped beside her. Is he afraid of making me angry? What if he ignores me later? No, that won't happen. Xinjiang, amused by the girl's earnest attempts to explain, couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek. At this age, her face still bore a hint of baby fat, and the gesture was quite delightful. The ensuing reaction was predictable, flustered and embarrassed. Hong swatted his hand away and turned her head in the opposite direction. Oh, the sensation of nurturing is truly delightful. A smile crept onto Xinjiang's face as he noticed Hong burying her head in her arms like an ostrich. It has now been 2 months since Fuyue gifted him the training manual. During this period, he has been rigorously training under the guidance of Gyuk, resulting in a remarkable transformation in his abilities. Firstly, with Gyuk's mentorship and his own formidable mental strength, Xinjiang has made astounding progress in illusion techniques. According to Gyuk, he is more than capable of handling lower-ranked shinobi and can even exert influence over mid-ranked ones. Secondly, he has thoroughly mastered the fundamental fire release ninjutsu outlined in the manual. Although his chakra reserves are insufficient to utilize all of them simultaneously, he has significantly broadened his offensive repertoire. For a ninja, possessing a diverse array of techniques is of paramount importance, enabling one to maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness in various complex situations. Furthermore, frequent sparring sessions with Gyuk have honed his battle skills to a level of proficiency. At present, Xinjiang's prowess appears to be at the level of an elite lower ninja, capable of easily handling lower-ranked opponents. However, he still falls slightly short when faced with middle ninjas. Given this trajectory, he should be able to attain sufficient strength for self-preservation before the impending war. Just as he prepared to redouble his efforts, Gujie departed on a mission. Although Marahoshi Gujie is classified as a lower ninja, he is, in fact, an elite upper ninja, second only to those of the shadow level. It is improbable that Konoha would neglect such a significant asset, especially in these tense times within the ninja world. Gujie is deeply committed to his village and has only refrained from accepting the position of upper ninja due to past mistakes. Nevertheless, when the village is in need, he will invariably rise to the occasion. Consequently, this period has left Xinjiang to his own devices. Before his departure, Gujie advised him to take some time to relax, so as not to hinder his physical development. In light of these circumstances, Xinjiang resolved to focus on his studies during this time. After all, he has a budding relationship with a certain little cabbage at school that requires careful nurturing. Should he inadvertently allow someone to steal her away, he would be left in a state of utter despair. Previously, Xinjiang would attend school for a day or 2 each week, primarily because his body could not withstand the daily rigors of intense training. Additionally, there was the matter of his cultivation plan. It would be impractical to rely solely on his shadow clones to foster emotional connections. Despite being his own creations, Xinjiang still felt a certain discomfort in that regard. Long live the pure-hearted warrior. Furthermore, as Yuhi Kurenai brings him homemade lunches daily, and his clones do not require sustenance, Xinjiang decided to confide in her one day. After spending considerable time together, he had come to understand Kurenai's character well enough not to fear the exposure of his secret. Upon hearing the news, Hong initially felt a pang of disappointment. After all, she had finally become a desk mate of Xinjiang this semester, only to find that he was no longer attending school. However, as she came to accept this reality, her affection for Xinjiang only deepened. In contrast to the boys at school who boast about trivial matters, Jinyang's mature demeanor was undeniably more alluring. Moreover, he had confided the truth to her alone. In short, after this series of events, Jinyang's personal charm had nearly reached its zenith in her eyes. Ah, such days are truly delightful. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the little ones confined to their seats could no longer contain themselves and began to playfully tussle. Jinyang, too, found a rare moment of solace, immersing himself in the carefree, pressure-free school days. This was, in fact, the life he yearned for the most. Alas, in such a world, it seemed utterly unattainable. Throughout the entire history of Naruto, there has been no prolonged period of stability. To lead such a life, one must cultivate strength sufficient to remain unaffected. Stretching in his chair, Jinyang playfully patted a certain someone who was still burying their head in the sand. Hong, I am so hungry. I feel as though I might perish from starvation. Upon witnessing Jinyang's amusing antics, Hong couldn't help but laugh, casting aside her earlier shyness. She quickly retrieved her lunch, a pink bento box that exuded feminine charm. Is it meatballs today? They look so appetizing. Inside the bento, the tricolored meatballs were neatly arranged, and the delicate, smooth glutinous rice dumplings were sure to whet anyone's appetite. Red, you secretly want to buy dango. Just after consuming 2 pieces, Jinyang heard a girl's voice behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a little girl clad in brown attire. Hongdo, what brings you here? Red was equally startled, her confusion evident. Upon hearing this, Yusho Washi Hongdo's face broke into a self-satisfied smile. I am a connoisseur of dango. As long as there are dumplings nearby, I can effortlessly detect their aroma. As she spoke, she cast a reproachful glance at Red. How could you indulge in dango without informing me? Such betrayal of friendship. Is that so impressive? Jinyang gazed at the girl in astonishment, surprised by her remarkable ability. Is this the power of a foodie? Well, all right, next time I buy some, I'll take you with me, Red said, feeling embarrassed as she quickly covered Hongdo's mouth. Then, she leaned in to whisper a few words. What followed was a rather astonishing scene for Jinyang. Once Red released her hand, Hongdo appeared remarkably calm. Is this the essence of friendship among girls? How impressive, Jinyang. This is my dear friend, Hongdo, Red introduced, holding Hongdo's hand. Hello, Jinyang. I am Yusho Washi Hongdo. I look forward to your kindness. Hongdo introduced herself. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the dango and the bento box. Hello, Jinyang replied, feigning unfamiliarity to avoid arousing suspicion from either of them. How absurd. To think such a small girl could grow into an orb of a person, it was simply unimaginable. At that moment, Hongdo suddenly felt a bit bashful. Gathering her courage, she finally spoke. May I have a few meatballs? Hong. Ignoring the tugging from behind, Hongdo earnestly gazed at Jinyang. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, she was remarkably clever. Hongdo understood that speaking to Hong would be futile. It was GB Jinyang who held the key. Please. I beg you. Seeing Hongdo's pitiful appearance, Jinyang could hardly suppress a chuckle. Given her shameless determination for food, it was no wonder she'd eventually become quite plump. All right. Go ahead and eat, he said, pushing the bento box towards her. Initially, he had merely been teasing Hong, as he wasn't particularly hungry, having eaten a few himself. It was no trouble to share with Hongdo. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled, and she immediately grabbed the meatballs to devour them. However, Hong was oblivious to this. She glared fiercely at Hongdo, yet the latter completely disregarded her gaze, adopting a nonchalant attitude as she rapidly stuffed the meatballs into her mouth. Regardless, the most important thing was to enjoy the meatballs. Wow, this is so delicious. Ugh, it's worth dying for. In no time at all, Hongdo had decimated the meatballs in the bento box, leaning back against the chair, rubbing her belly with a look of sheer bliss. Why has it suddenly grown dark? Hongdo. Hongdo instinctively lifted her head, only to find Hong towering over her, solemnly enunciating her name, with an inscrutable expression on her face. At this sight, Hongdo felt a pang of guilt and flashed a conciliatory smile. Chapter 9, Kakashi's early graduation. What's the matter? Are you still upset with Hongdo? It's rare to see Hong with such a serious expression. It's rather endearing, evoking a delightful contrast of a little adult. However, it's time to cheer her up. He is nurturing the future of his beloved and cannot allow her to remain sulking. No. It's just that Hongdo finished all the dumplings. Hong indignantly exclaimed. Haha, it seems she truly relishes dumplings, Jinyang thought, unable to suppress his laughter at Hongdo's earlier antics. While devouring the dumplings, she appeared utterly unbothered, but afterwards, she began to act all pitiful. You're still laughing. Upon hearing his laughter, Hong's little face puffed up, clearly irked. I can't believe Hongdo ate all the dumplings I prepared for you, Jinyang Kuan. I worked so hard for that. If Xinjiang were not present, she might have acted more rudely, but she restrained herself. It's all right. Since Hongdo has finished them, it indicates that you prepared them well. Otherwise, how could she have eaten them so quickly? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xinjiang's voice rang out, and he playfully pinched her cheek. Hey, I think I'm not angry anymore. In an instant, Hong felt a wave of calm wash over her, even a hint of joy. What is this feeling? Nurturing Plan 1. Gazing at the rosy hue on Hong's cheeks, Xinjiang knew he had succeeded in cheering her up. Little girls are indeed easy to please. Xinjiang, why are there so many people over there? Suddenly, Hong tilted his head and pointed in a direction. Oh? Xinjiang's gaze followed where Hong was indicating, his eyes narrowing instinctively. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves walking together to the open space in front of the teaching building. The spot Hong pointed to was the school's training ground, where their previous assessment had taken place. However, today, the crowd was even larger. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 people gathered there. Not only was the number substantial, but their positions were also quite haphazard, resembling more of a spectacle than a training session. Let us go take a look, Xinjiang suggested. His curiosity piqued as he pulled Hong along. Such scenes were rare at school. He had only just enrolled this year, and now someone was preparing to graduate? At merely 5 years of age, it seemed utterly absurd. What do you know? Kakashi is the child of Lord Whitefang. It's peculiar for us, but not for him. So, he was indeed the offspring of Lord Whitefang. With such innate talent, he could very well become the next incarnation of Lord Whitefang. As they drew closer to the crowd, Xinjiang finally grasped the situation after overhearing the discussions around him. It turned out that Kakashi was set to graduate early. Calculating the timeline, it indeed seemed to align with this moment. Entering the Ninja Academy at 5, applying for early graduation within the same year, and instantly gaining renown in Konoha. The subsequent years would be a showcase of Kakashi's prodigious abilities, a Genin at 5, a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12. Xinjiang endeavored to recall the plot. Fortunately, prior to his transmigration, he had indulged in several replays of Naruto out of boredom, or else he would be utterly lost now. Kakashi is slightly younger than Asuma and his peers, placing him a grade below them. Just a few months ago, he enrolled in the academy, and according to the storyline, he graduated at the tender age of 5, precisely in the 39th year of Konoha. Within less than a year, he completed his studies at the ninja school and ascended to the rank of Nin at 6, his exceptional talent earning him renown throughout Konoha. To many, Kakashi embodies the next generation of the legendary Konoha Whitefang. At times, he ponders what his life would have been like had he not acquired Obito's Sharingan. Without being a member of the Uchiha clan, one is unable to deactivate the Sharingan. The burden of wielding such power at such a young age is considerable, as evidenced by his status as an elite Jonin in his 20s. Had he devoted those years to honing his own swordsmanship, he might have attained the level of a Kage by now. After all, his innate talent is nothing short of extraordinary, setting aside the matter of his bloodline limit. The only individual who could rival Kakashi is his future mentor, Minato Namikaze. This situation serves well, with Kakashi setting such a high bar. Uchiha Shinya appears rather ordinary by comparison. Although Shinya consistently ranks first in class and demonstrates remarkable proficiency in ninjutsu and tool usage, his displayed prowess pales when juxtaposed with Kakashi's. Throughout his time at the ninja school, he has adhered to a steady learning pace, earning him the title of an ordinary genius without revealing any breathtaking talents. In truth, when compared directly, Shinya's abilities at this stage are unlikely to fall short of Kakashi's. He even believes he could effortlessly contend with his junior. However, his strategy is to bide his time until graduation. The reason is quite simple. He possesses a remarkable ability. The stronger his mental prowess, the mightier his illusions become. Even if he merely idles away his days at school, his strength continues to grow steadily. There is no need for an early graduation. Isn't it more delightful to develop at a comfortable pace? Moreover, the risks associated with early graduation are significant. In times of peace, a low-ranking ninja typically engages in simple tasks, such as combating bandits, and rarely undertakes missions involving other ninjas. However, given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, particularly with the impending outbreak of a major war, even a low-ranking ninja may be assigned perilous missions. A reed sways with the current, while a ship navigates according to its own will. Entrusting one's life to mere fortune is not the habit of a true warrior, especially when one has the capacity to make informed decisions. Furthermore, there is another crucial reason. His surname, Uchiha. It is somewhat absurd. When a genius emerges in other ninja villages, they are treated as treasures, safeguarded from assassination attempts by rival villages. Yet, in Konoha, the situation is starkly different. Displaying talent attracts the attention of one's own village, and the likes of Danzo will immediately take notice. As depicted in the anime, Danzo's root organization comprises numerous skilled individuals from various ninja clans, all of whom have been indoctrinated to become emotionless pawns. With such a figure looming overhead, without sufficient strength, Xinjiang will not dare to reveal himself. He distinctly remembers that beneath Danzo's bandages lies a Sharingan. The assessment begins. At this moment, a voice pulls Xinjiang back to reality. Gazing towards the center, a silver-haired youth stood in the arena, a short blade resting against his back. Upon witnessing this, Xinjiang cast aside his previous thoughts and focused on the impending battle. There exists a distinction between graduating early and graduating on schedule, as the former entails an assessment against a seasoned lower ninja, requiring one to endure for a certain duration under their prowess. This method undoubtedly presents a greater challenge than the conventional graduation process. Such an evaluation not only demands the strength of a lower ninja, but also necessitates a degree of combat experience to succeed. Xinjiang felt a twinge of curiosity, especially since he was about to witness the renowned battle of Kakashi and the formidable Yuki. They moved. With a sudden gasp from Hong, the youth on the field unsheathed his short blade and charged forward. Chapter 10. If I propose to open a door and you disagree, surely opening a window would be acceptable. At the moment Kakashi departed from his position, several glimmers flickered in the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the void. A few shuriken flew precisely towards Mikawa Ichiki, effectively sealing off all avenues for evasion. Mikawa Ichiki was indeed the lower ninja undergoing this early graduation assessment. Are you approaching me? That shall not succeed. Upon observing Kakashi's movements, Mikawa Ichiki grinned widely, his fingers beginning to weave hand signs. Given that his opponent was the son of the White Fang, he resolved not to engage in close combat. Wind release, great breakthrough. With the final hand sign completed, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind, roaring forward. Clang, clang. The shuriken in the air, propelled by the wind, suddenly lost its inherent force and fell feebly to the ground, obstructing Kakashi's advance. Binding technique. In swift succession, Mikawa Ikemoku unleashed a second ninjutsu. The binding technique, a D-rank ninjutsu, served to immobilize the opponent in place. This should conclude the encounter. After all, children ought to focus on their studies. With Kakashi ensnared, he cast a kunai without a moment's hesitation, awaiting the referee's verdict. When an attack possesses adequate lethality, the referee intervenes to halt the action and declare the outcome. This regulation ensures that both combatants can unleash their full potential. Of course, malicious harm is excluded from this allowance and will be met with punishment. Noticing the referee's lack of action, Mikawa Ikemoku sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he observed the kunai piercing Kakashi's neck, only to explode into a cloud of smoke. It was an illusionary clone. When did that happen? Indeed, a ninja with lineage is distinctly different. He had long coveted the shadow clone technique. Yet it was a B-rank ninjutsu, not something an ordinary genin could access. Damn it, the privileged elite. Internally fuming, yet sensing movement behind him, Mikawa Ikemoku did not falter in his actions. After all, should he perform poorly as an examiner, he would become the subject of ridicule. If others were to question him about deliberately going easy, it would negatively impact both him and Kakashi, leaving him caught between two unfavorable outcomes. Behind him, Kakashi wielded a short blade and struck fiercely. Mikawa Ikemoku's body was cleaved in two, transforming into a severed wooden stump. A substitution technique. With a keen glance, Kakashi immediately became vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the earth beneath him cracked open, and a hand emerged, seeking to grasp him. Earth release, part decapitation technique. Caught off guard, Kakashi was seized by the right leg, and as he was about to be pulled into the ground, he swiftly redirected his dagger. Hataki blade technique. White frost. The flash of the blade dazzled the onlookers, most of whom failed to comprehend what transpired. Hataki Kakashi emerged victorious. Before he could fully assess the situation, the referee's voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. What? Is it over already? Wasn't Kakashi at a disadvantage? How did he suddenly win? The spectators erupted in astonishment, buzzing with questions. Did you see what happened, Xinjiang? Red, unable to discern the events clearly, tugged at Xinjiang's hand. Kakashi's final strike was sufficient to inflict severe injury on the assessing ninja, prompting the referee to intervene and declare the outcome. Xinjiang, observing the arena, recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Red nodded in understanding. At that moment, the scene became clearer. In accordance with Xinjiang's description, the referee had seized the hand wielding the dagger, while Mikawa Ichiki below wore a face of utter horror. had it not been for the intervention. He felt he had narrowly escaped death. Is this truly the son of the legendary White Fang? Just how formidable must White Fang's strength be? Witnessing such a spectacle, the crowd fell into a momentary silence before erupting into even louder cheers. Observing this, Red tilted her head, her curious eyes examining the young boy beside her, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Exactly as the youth just mentioned, the prowess of the true Sun Lord is indeed intriguing. The news of Kakashi's successful graduation spread swiftly like a bird with wings, reaching every corner of Konoha. Naturally, the first to receive this news was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen was diligently attending to various matters when suddenly, a masked ninja appeared. Hokage-sama, Hatake Kakashi has passed the examination, the ninja reported. The speed of the news was astonishing. It seemed that Kakashi had scarcely triumphed before the information had already reached this place. After attentively listening to the Umbu's detailed account, Hiruzen smiled and waved his hand. Well done, you may leave. The masked ninja bowed slightly and promptly vanished from the office. Kakashi, the son of SHM. Hiruzen mused, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the desk. Suddenly, the office door burst open, startling Hiruzen, who furrowed his brow at the intrusion. However, upon seeing the visitor, his expression softened somewhat. Danzo, what brings you here? He inquired, resuming his perusal of the documents. As the leader of the village, he wielded the greatest power within. And correspondingly, he was the busiest. With such authority comes a multitude of responsibilities. Thus the role of Hokage was not as enviable as it might seem. While it indeed held prestige, it was accompanied by relentless demands. However, in the daily ebb and flow of myriad affairs, one's time can easily be consumed. Not to mention the unforeseen calamities akin to the Ninetales incident, which can confine individuals within the office towers, laboring ceaselessly day and night. Recently, several villages have begun to stir with subtle movements, and the personnel within the root organization are insufficient. I hereby request an expansion of its scale. As a long-standing confidant, when Danzo speaks, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly perceives his intentions. He gazes at his esteemed partner and comrade and promptly dismisses the proposal. The current manpower of Root is adequate, and the major ninja clans have voiced their discontent regarding this matter. It should not be broached again. Yet, what does it matter? The advantages of strengthening Root for the village are manifest. Their opinions are inconsequential as long as it benefits the village. Danzo remains unfazed by this, asserting that his motives are for the greater good of Konoha. Furthermore, with Hiruzen Sarutobi standing at the forefront, the descent from these ninja clans shall pose no threat to him. Hiruzen shakes his head, refraining from further discourse, and continues to tend to the day's official duties. It is a rare occasion that Asuma can find tranquility to cultivate his skills. He now strives to leave work on time each day, eager to return home to teach his son. After all, in his later years, he shall rely on Asuma to uphold the Sarutobi clan. As for Danzo's request, he would never acquiesce. Though he may be somewhat indecisive by nature, he is by no means foolish. He is acutely aware of the current size of the Root organization. Allowing Danzo to incessantly expand its ranks would encroach upon his own authority. The purpose of establishing Root was to forge a sharp blade against adversaries, but certainly not to pierce oneself. Humph. As Sarutobi Hiruzen began to disregard others, Danzo realized that this time he was likely to return empty-handed. It was at this moment that he revealed his true intentions. Hand over Kakashi Hitaki to me. I will cultivate him into a sharp blade for Konoha. In a dim room, most opposed the idea of opening a window, but if one were to propose removing the roof instead, the consensus would shift towards allowing a window. Although he had not perused the great works of Lu Xun, Danzo indeed harbored such thoughts. Danzo was malicious, yet not foolish. He understood that even with his connection to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the size of Root had reached its limit. At this juncture, further expansion could only be achieved through quality, by recruiting prodigies. Kakashi, emerging at this moment, was an excellent choice. Chapter 11. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The Hokage's advisor, Danzo, leaned on his cane, standing before the desk as he urged Sarutobi Hiruzen, since you have yet to determine how to place Kakashi, why not entrust him to me? Such talent is best suited for Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, cast a sharp glance at him. Are you preparing to mold Shikaku's child into an emotionless tool? Danzo, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, Kakashi's talent has the potential to become the next Shikaku. I can help him realize his full potential, and this would be most beneficial for the village. With a resounding thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table and rose to meet his friend's gaze. This matter is impossible, Kakashi cannot infiltrate the route. If SHMO were to discover this, how do you think he would react? Recently, Danzo has indeed become rather audacious. Although his strength has begun to wane, he is not yet old. At least for now, he remains the renowned hero of the ninja world. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute rejection, Danzo's expression abruptly soured. Hiruzen, you have changed. You were never like this before. Oh, no, that is not right. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Fuming, Danzo strode toward the door, leaving behind a harsh remark. Remember, Danzo, I am the Hokage. To this, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally retorted fiercely. Meanwhile, Kakashi was blissfully unaware that he had caught Danzo's attention. After passing the graduation examination, a group of peers gathered around him in celebration. Kakashi, I truly did not misjudge you. Fool, how could you? Kakashi-kun, you're amazing. This is youth. I must strive harder. Today I shall do 1,000 push-ups. From a distance, Xinjiang observed the playful antics of the group and chuckled. Among them, aside from the unfortunate Rin who had become a mere pawn, the others would later emerge as significant supporting characters. Kakashi, who possesses a 50-50 chance against anyone, Uchiha Obito, whose dark transformation has exponentially increased his power, and Guy, who nearly kicked the ending into existence. They're all still mere 5-year-olds, appearing more innocent than ever, which is rather amusing. Let us go, Hong. It's time to return. After satisfying his curiosity, Xinjiang prepared to return to the classroom. Upon checking the time, he realized that it was nearly time for class. As for Kakashi and the others, Xinjiang merely encountered them by chance today and had no intention of forging new connections that would feel too contrived at this moment. Furthermore, he did not seek anything from others. It would be more prudent to dedicate this time to training, as strengthening oneself is of utmost importance. Being from the same ninja village, there would inevitably be opportunities for interaction in the future. Now, let us commence the class, everyone. Please turn to page 142 of your textbooks. This afternoon, we will discuss the techniques of throwing ninja tools, particularly the relationship between the movement of shuriken during the throwing process and the initial force applied. In the classroom, the CHNIN instructor tirelessly scribbled on the blackboard, endeavoring to impart the tedious knowledge into the minds of the students. However, judging by the drowsy atmosphere permeating the room, the effectiveness of his efforts appeared rather dismal. Seizing a moment while the teacher was absorbed in writing, Hong discreetly poked the pale hand of the individual beside her. Xinjiang cast a glance at the instructor at the podium before curiously observing the girl beside him. Unlike his own lethargy, Hong was diligent in class, always attentive and serious. What could possibly be amiss today? Had he somehow influenced her? As if deciphering the question in Xinjiang's eyes, Hong shot him a glare before furtively glancing at the teacher. Upon confirming that he was still writing, she whispered, "We have a holiday the day after tomorrow. Shall we go for a barbecue in the wilderness? I'll bring the seasoning, and you can do the grilling." Ah, so that was it. As a connoisseur of culinary delights in the Grand Celestial Empire, and having honed my barbecue skills during my student days of diligent work and study, I resolved to indulge myself in this new world. Occasionally, after training, I would reward myself with a delightful barbecue feast. To my surprise, once Red experienced it, she became utterly captivated. Whenever she had the opportunity, she would prepare a sumptuous meal for me. Very well, let us proceed with the lesson. I nodded in agreement. After all, I would be training in the woods over the weekend, and if Red joined, it would enhance her skills as well. Not to mention, after receiving guidance from Gujie, my proficiency in illusion techniques had certainly distinguished me among my peers. Naturally, I must nurture my little cabbage with care. Time always seems to fly by when one is asleep. When Red shook me awake, school had already concluded. As evening fell, I meandered alone through the streets, leisurely making my way home. My attention was drawn to two figures clad in striking green bodysuits by the roadside, impossible to overlook. Dad, I have failed my plan of 1,000 push-ups. It's all right, Akai. As long as you confront yourself, you shall grow stronger. Dad, my guy was momentarily taken aback, but then tears welled up in his eyes. Ah, the essence of youth. The two men, one tall and one small, shouted words of encouragement to one another before embracing tightly, weeping profusely. I was left utterly astonished. Did they not feel any embarrassment? They resembled individuals with social anxiety. Come, let us dine. After our meal, we shall run 50 laps around the playground as a supplementary exercise for the unfinished push-ups. Youth is meant to be a blaze of passion. All right, father. As Might Guy led Might Guy forward, his expression suddenly changed. Oh, I seem to have forgotten my money. The originally departing Shinny halted upon hearing this and contemplated for a moment before approaching the two. Allow me to treat you. Uchiha Shinny, what brings you here? Before Might Date could respond, Might Guy could no longer contain himself. AKA, do you know him? It was only then that Might Date realized, inquiring about his son. No, I just know him. As a prodigy from the Ninja Academy before Kakashi gained fame, Shinny was not particularly remarkable. Yet his strikingly handsome appearance rendered him quite well known in the school. After a brief explanation, Might Date understood that his son and Shinny were not friends. Shinny, thank you, but we'll manage dinner at home. Might Date declined Shinny's offer. After all, he was merely a child, and since Kai was not friends with him, Date felt it inappropriate to let him bear the expense. It's all right, uncle. I am actually quite curious about your martial arts and wish to learn more. Oh? At the mention of this, Might Date became instantly animated. Finally, someone recognized his ninja way. Although he was merely a child. Kai, did you hear that? Yes, father. We have received recognition. This is youth. The two, having just parted, embraced once more, shedding tears. Observing this scene again, Shinny could only think how extraordinarily eccentric they were. However, Xinjiang held a rather favorable impression of the father-son duo, Might Guy and his son. Although this peculiar pair of ninjas was utterly indifferent to the peculiar gazes they attracted wherever they went, Xinjiang harbored no thoughts of mockery. In truth, the Might Guy duo epitomized the triumph of ordinary ninjas, having cultivated their formidable strength through decades of relentless physical training. Xinjiang acknowledged that he could not replicate their rigorous training methods, yet he maintained a profound respect for them. Such individuals deserved no derision. Chapter 12. The commotion at the school gate master. Please bring me 2 more bowls of char siu ramen. Observing the pile of bowls on the table and the lingering expressions of satisfaction on the faces of the Might Guy duo, Xinjiang called out to the proprietor with a flourish. Certainly, young Xinjiang, it will be ready shortly. Indeed, the establishment they found themselves in was the famed Ichiraka Ramen. Though at this moment it was merely a humble roadside stall, having just commenced operations. The proprietor, a young lad, was still in the early stages of his culinary journey. Xinjiang, you're too generous. Even Might Guy felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. He had already consumed his usual portion, but found it insufficient. Primarily because the ramen was simply exquisite. We should make it a point to return more often. It's nothing, Uncle Dai. Eating heartily only indicates that one's physical training is commendable. Please indulge yourself. I look forward to learning from you in the future. Xinjiang, unfazed by the quantity of his consumption, feasted with abandon. Despite his tender age of 6, his financial reserves were quite substantial. His parents in this world were formidable in their own right. His father was a high-ranking jonin, and his mother a chunin. Aside from the house, he was also bequeathed a substantial inheritance, sufficient for him to live carefree until adulthood. Furthermore, as the child of a jonin from the Uchiha clan, Xinjiang received a monthly pension from the family, ensuring his financial security. Indeed, young Xinjiang was quite affluent and had no cause for concern. At that moment, Dai emerged, balancing 2 bowls of ramen, alleviating the psychological burden for both him and Xinjiang. It should be noted that Xinjiang was a loyal patron of his establishment, having frequented it since its inception, and they had developed a strong friendship. Naturally, Dai felt inclined to offer his support. Then we shall not be polite, said Xinjiang, joining his hands in gratitude. Dai, no longer hesitant, beckoned the eager Kai to engage in battle with the ramen before them. Given the encouragement, he felt it inappropriate to decline, and he resolved to impart his insights to Xinjiang with utmost dedication. For those who recognized his worth, Dai was always willing to share generously. In truth, Dai's philosophy was quite simple. Once he regarded someone as a friend, he would hold nothing back. Observing Dai's willingness to accept his goodwill, Xinjiang realized that their rapport had blossomed. This decision was, however, somewhat spontaneous, as he recalled that Kai's circumstances during childhood were rather challenging. Might Dai, possessing little talent for ninjutsu, was unable to attain the rank of chunin, which relegated him to menial tasks. The considerable demands of training in taijutsu, coupled with the meager rewards from missions, rendered their training unsustainable and detrimental to their health. It was only after Might Dai dispatched several members of the Shinobigatana that Kai's life began to improve. Under such conditions, Kai had nearly achieved a remarkable resolution. Thus, Xinjiang was eager to discover the extent of Kai's potential, had he been afforded optimal training conditions from an early age, transitioning into a world he was intimately familiar with. Understanding the progression of the narrative was secondary. The foremost advantage lay in his clear comprehension of each character's temperament and techniques. On this foundation, discerning allies from adversaries or nefarious individuals became effortless, thus avoiding the treachery of betrayal. Undoubtedly, both Dai and Kai were individuals worthy of friendship, be it in character or strength. The following morning, Xinjiang and Hong set off for school together. Initially, they had planned to return home in each other's company the previous day, but unexpectedly, the vibrant Akahoshi was on break and had come personally to collect his little cotton-padded jacket after watching Kakashi's assessment. As a result, Xinjiang found himself alone. Hong. I encountered two intriguing individuals yesterday. Oh? Hong turned to Xinjiang, her gaze revealing a hint of curiosity mixed with caution. You met interesting people, Xinjiang? They aren't girls. Are they? How fortuitous. Are you also taking this route to school? Before he could respond, a figure unexpectedly emerged from behind, keeping pace with them. It was none other than Mike Guy, who appeared quite peculiar as he walked on his hands. Xinjiang couldn't help but chuckle, just as he mentioned the subject. He had arrived. Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have encountered you yesterday? With one hand propped on the ground, Kai scratched his head, seemingly acknowledging the truth in Xinjiang's words. Observing Kai's unusual posture, Xinjiang inquired curiously, have you begun your training this early? Of course. After breakfast. One must walk on their hands to school to digest and adjust one's state. This is what youth is all about. Upon mentioning this, Kai ceased his handstand, stood upright, and raised a thumbs up, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Are you certain that performing a handstand after a meal aids digestion? It seems more likely that what goes in must come out, he quipped. Shaking his head, Xinjiang silently scoffed at the lack of scientific logic in the world. He then gestured towards Hong, introducing, this is Mike Guy, the individual I spoke of earlier, and his father is an equally formidable practitioner of taijutsu. Upon hearing this, Kai displayed a rare bashfulness, his heart swelling with gratitude. He had not anticipated Xinjiang to hold such a high regard for his father. Although Kai typically appeared unfazed by the opinions of others, he harbored a deep-seated yearning for acknowledgement. Until now, only Kakashi had been willing to befriend him. It seemed he had found another companion. Kai, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. Hello, I am Mike Guy, he replied. After witnessing the exchange between the two, Kurenai graciously introduced herself, revealing herself to be quite an intriguing individual, though her true capabilities remained veiled. Gaining Xinjiang's approval implied considerable strength. Xinjiang, are you introducing me to your friend? Her thoughts whirled as she discreetly glanced at Xinjiang, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Soon, the trio arrived near the school. The time for morning classes had yet to arrive, and a few scattered students were making their way towards the entrance. At that moment, a group of youths gathered nearby caught their attention. They gathered around an individual, engaged in conversation. Is this not someone from our class? Observing the scene, Hong felt a spark of curiosity. What were these individuals doing here at such an hour instead of attending class? Huh? Is this truly someone from our class? This question left Xinjiang somewhat bewildered. Why did he feel such unfamiliarity? Had he encountered these individuals before? Surely, you must recognize them? Hong regarded his somewhat peculiar expression, her eyes glinting with playful mockery. You spend all your time sleeping and yet fail to recognize your classmates. How is that possible? All right, I must admit, I truly do not know them. Xinjiang intended to retort, but under Hong's disbelieving gaze, he was compelled to concede this reality. After over a year of schooling, he indeed could not identify everyone in his class. This merely indicates my dedication to my studies, does it not? Otherwise, with my memory, how could I forget a few faces? After offering himself a slight consolation, Xinjiang resolved to overlook this awkward situation. Nonetheless, there seemed to be something amiss with these classmates. Stealing a glance, Xinjiang discerned the scene before him. Monster, you are nothing but a monster. Go away. We do not welcome you. Indeed, you should cease coming to school. A group of boys, varying in height, surrounded a small girl, discussing her animatedly. The girl in the center appeared quite anxious, her small face turning pale as she unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. At that moment, Hong also noticed the girl, hesitating for a moment. Is that not Amma Shiyun? Chapter 13, Strange Changes, Manipulation of the Five Senses. Amma? That name sounds rather familiar. Isn't this the family of Amma Bayun? She is also a classmate of ours, albeit somewhat introverted and often solitary. Why are there so many people surrounding her today? Observing Xinjiang's bewildered expression, Hong felt compelled to introduce the girl's identity to him. It seems she might be in trouble, as those boys are calling her a monster. With the enhancement of his mental acuity, Xinjiang's sensitivity to his surroundings has also markedly increased, suggesting a promising development towards becoming a perceptive ninja. Thus, even from a distance, he could hear the taunts of those boys. Huh? How could Shiyun be a monster? Hong was taken aback, reaching out to tug at Xinjiang's sleeve, yet hesitating. She felt a desire for Xinjiang's assistance, yet simultaneously wished to shield him from potential trouble. Noticing her inner conflict, Xinjiang offered a reassuring smile and stepped forward. Since this was an encounter involving a classmate, he did not mind intervening. However, it brought him joy to see Hong considering the situation from his perspective. As he approached, the boys also became aware of Xinjiang's movements. Uchiha Xinjiang, do you wish to meddle in our affairs? The leader, Kamimura Ichiro, remarked with a scowl. He certainly recognized the person before him and even felt a twinge of jealousy. For over a year, they had barely exchanged a word with the girls in their class, always surrounding Xinjiang as soon as class ended. What, is that not enough? Now, do you wish to play the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? All you know is to bully girls? Do you only prey on the weak? For those who engage in such actions, Xinjiang certainly exhibits no kindness, immediately resorting to mockery. What do you know? She's merely a monster, exclaimed Shansu and Ichiro in defense. Komamoto Kiyun can manipulate their movements. Is that not monstrous? All I witnessed was a few of you bullying a female classmate. Utterly pathetic. The children, unaccustomed to such derision, flushed crimson, casting unfriendly glances at Xinjiang. You think you're invincible, don't you? One sneered. Let us take him down. So what if he can perform a ninjutsu? We're all elite students. As if anyone can't do that. While it is true that Uchiha Xinjiang possesses strength, we are four, whereas you have merely a boy and a girl as your aides. The boy being a junior. How dare you? They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and charged forward in unison. This time, the advantage lies with us. How could we possibly lose? 10 seconds later, several boys found their heads intimately acquainted with the ground, pleading desperately. I was wrong, Brother Xinjiang. Please spare me. Yes. Dear brother, have mercy. Ouch, it hurts so much. Daddy, I regret it. The three boys turned in shock to Shansu and Ichiro, one of them sniffling. So distraught he even forgot to wipe his nose. No way, you're even going to roll on this? They were taken aback, realizing the true nature of his character. The astonished gazes of the three ignited a flush of embarrassment on Shansu and Ichiro's face, stirring a deep-seated anger within him. What do you little ones know? Don't you understand the art of adaptability? This was the secret of my elder brother's prowess in the Shinobi Academy. Who would have thought that Uchiha Xinjiang could handle them alone without any assistance, effortlessly defeating all four as if it were mere play? How could anyone withstand such a spectacle? Haha. The battle concluded so swiftly that as Hong and Kai approached, they overheard Yusuji Ikaru's words and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Goodness, what a hearty laughter ensued. Get lost, you're being a nuisance here. Xinjiang glanced at Yusuji Ikaru before retracting his foot from the latter's head. This lad, how quickly he changes his demeanor. Just moments ago, he was brimming with arrogance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to provoke Xinjiang in such a manner, and yet, he managed to transform instantly. One could only say he has prospects. Upon hearing this, the others felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hastily made their way back to school. They only paused to catch their breath once Xinjiang's figure was no longer in sight. Ikaru, you were utterly pathetic just now. How could you submit so readily? After regaining their breaths, one boy began to chastise Yusuji Ikaru. What an embarrassment! Moreover, by saying that, don't you think it undermines the sincerity of our apology? Nonsense! If it weren't for me, would you have been so easily let go? That was a strategic retreat. And didn't you claim to have mastered the great fireball technique? Yet just now, you barely managed to spit out a few words. If only you had unleashed a jutsu as you often boast. We wouldn't have found ourselves in such a dire predicament. Faced with his companion's scrutiny, Yusuji Ikaru could no longer tolerate it. Can't you see this is merely a tactical maneuver? If we can't win a fight, what else can we do but seek mercy? So what shall we do next? We can't just endure a beating for nothing, can we? The boy was rendered speechless, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Without his prompting, Kamimura Ikaru had already devised a corresponding plan. Teacher, Uchiha Masayu is attacking us. Thank you, Masayu, Kanuma Kiyun said shyly as she was assisted by Hong. If it weren't for the lack of intervention from others, she wouldn't have known how to respond. Masayu observed her, and like the future Kanuma Bayan, she had a head of orange hair and was quite adorable. It is only natural to help a classmate. Why do they call you a monster? This question piqued Masayu's curiosity. Upon hearing it, Kiyun's face paled instantly. They are right. I am indeed a monster. As she spoke, she buried her head and began to weep. Hey, Kiyun, please don't cry. Hong quickly comforted her, patting her back. Through Kiyun's sobbing explanation, Masayu and the others finally grasped the situation. 2 days prior, Kiyun had undergone a peculiar transformation. Her consciousness would intermittently enter an unfamiliar realm, and crucially, she could not control it, which in turn affected her surroundings. Kamimura Ikaru and his companions were undoubtedly the ones who had discovered this phenomenon recently. being young and inexperienced. They were naturally frightened by such an unknown power, and combined with their mischievous nature, this led to the events of the day. Sister Hong, I am so scared, Kiyun said, trembling like a frightened kitten as she leaned against Hong. In response, Hong found herself at a loss, pondering fruitlessly until her gaze inevitably shifted to Xinjiang. Xinjiang Jun surely must possess a solution. Upon noticing Hong's eager stare directed at him, Xinjiang grasped her unspoken thoughts. This girl regards me as a universal key, capable of resolving any dilemma. Though he silently scoffed at the notion, his spirits were surprisingly buoyant. This merely attested to the success of his nurturing endeavor. Setting aside all else, simply to uphold his image in Hong's eyes, Xinjiang began to contemplate earnestly. Amma Xian, a peculiar transformation that can inflict harm. Viewed from this perspective, it was highly probable that Anma Xian had awakened a bloodline limit. The Anma clan was once a prestigious lineage in Konoha, reputed to rival the Uchiha clan in the realm of illusion techniques. Their prowess stemmed from a bloodline limit associated with Genjutsu, known as five senses manipulation. This ability allowed them to control the five senses of others, ensnaring them within a realm of illusion. Most terrifyingly, injuries sustained within this illusion would manifest in the real world. This signified that dying within the Genjutsu would equate to genuine death. Coupled with the bizarre and unpredictable nature of illusion techniques, the prospect was indeed chilling. Logically, such a formidable ability would evoke trepidation among many. Yet in reality, few now recalled the Anma family's uniqueness, largely due to the instability of this bloodline limit's inheritance. Unlike the more stable Byakugan and Sharingan, the awakening probability of five senses manipulation was lamentably low, often resulting in discontinuities that led the Anma clan to become increasingly obscure. Does this imply that the anomaly within me signifies the awakening of a bloodline limit? Amma Shiyun ceased her sobbing, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently as she gazed intently at Xinjiang. Chapter 14. The slightly clumsy Anma Shiyun awakens the Sharingan. As a member of the Anma clan, are you truly unaware? Xinjiang looked at the little girl before him in astonishment. Although the Anma clan currently maintains a low profile, it seems implausible that its members would be entirely uninformed. If that were the case, he would surmise that the clan was on the brink of disintegration. The manipulation of the five senses was, after all, the very foundation of their existence. I know, my parents often tell me about it, she affirmed confidently under the gaze of the onlookers. As the daughter of the clan leader, she had been instilled with extensive knowledge regarding the bloodline limits, and she was certainly aware of these matters. Then why do you still feel afraid? Xinjiang inquired, genuinely perplexed. When I become frightened, I forget all of it. At this point, Anma Shiyun appeared to feel somewhat embarrassed, her small face flushing a bright crimson, a stark contrast to her earlier pallor. Huh? This revelation left the three observers utterly speechless, their expressions morphing into a peculiar blend of disbelief. The little girl appeared quite endearing, yet there was a sense of clumsiness about her. Why don't you discuss it with your family? Xinjiang suggested. I was planning to clarify things first before speaking with them. Anma Shiyun attempted to salvage her image, but her efforts only seemed to complicate matters further. Goodness. Clumsy and dull-witted. Could such a personality truly become a ninja? Let us go. It's time for school. A troublesome incident has caused a delay, and the time for class is rapidly approaching. Xinjiang calls a few individuals. Within a mere 2 minutes, 3 people enter the classroom. Kai is a lower-grade student, having been separated from them upon entering the school. Xinjiang. The teacher requests your presence in the office. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang immediately comprehends the situation at hand. In the teacher's office, one student exclaims, Teacher, Uchiha Xinjiang assaulted us. Nonsense. You were clearly bullying Shiyun, and Xinjiang acted heroically. Hong, shedding her usual compliant demeanor before Xinjiang, argues fervently. Uchiha Xinjiang? Amma Shiyun? The middle-ranking teacher feels a slight headache upon hearing these names. These 2 students are no ordinary ones. They are descendants of the esteemed clans of Konoha. Matters concerning the offspring of prominent families are typically fraught with complications. Mishandling such situations can lead to significant repercussions. Silence. The middle-ranking teacher glares at Kamimura Ikaru and the others. Although their complaints were embellished with dramatic flair, he is acutely aware of who among them is most unruly in their daily conduct. The origin of this incident undoubtedly stems from these rascals. Even if Xinjiang and his companion erred, they cannot escape accountability. In any case, this is how it stands. Hong, adopting the perspective of an impartial observer, succinctly summarizes the events leading up to this moment. Yes, that is precisely how it unfolded. Nearby, Anma Shiyun nods vigorously, affirming the truth as the victim. Indeed, The middle-ranking teacher glanced at the situation with a hint of difficulty before finally stating, "Engaging in fights at school is no trivial matter, Akamura Aikir. Remember to have your parents come in tomorrow." "Ah, why aren't they required to bring their parents?" A few unruly children protested in discontent. It is important to note that summoning their parents felt like a calamity for them. "You instigated this matter and then chose to come to me to complain. Thinking that the teacher is a fool?" As soon as these words were uttered, Akamura Aikir and his companions immediately retreated into silence, retracting their necks. With the unruly children subdued, the middle-ranking teacher felt a sense of relief. In all fairness, under normal circumstances, Xinjiang, as one of the aggressors, would certainly have to have his parents called in. However, he ultimately dismissed that thought. Xinjiang was not the one who initiated the confrontation. And considering the performance assurances of their academic year, he naturally felt a degree of bias. Moreover, should he actually summon Uchiha Xinjiang's parents? It was uncertain who would end up reprimanding whom. After all, he was merely a civilian Nin. What would happen if a Nin arrived? The Uchiha clan was not known for their amicable nature. "Sister Hong, observing the three engaged in a fervent skirmish. Xinjiang rested his head on the desk in boredom. After understanding the circumstances, the teacher allowed them to return to class. Then, at Hong's request, Xinjiang, after amiably negotiating with a male classmate seated behind him, persuaded him to swap seats with Arima Shiyan. During this period, Ak had also expressed a desire to move over. Ultimately, this led to the current arrangement. One must admit, the camaraderie among girls is indeed remarkable. In the span of a mere morning, the voices of sisters and brothers filled the air. Frankly speaking, upon encountering Anma Shiyan, Xinjiang realized that his mastery over the manipulation of the five senses was a perfect match for his unique abilities. Regrettably, the manipulation of the five senses was a bloodline limit, unattainable through mere study. After concluding a day of lessons, Xinjiang found himself unusually anxious, hastening his steps homeward. Following the enhancement of his mental strength, his body underwent certain transformations. Only after ensuring that no one was around did he approach the mirror, no longer suppressing the peculiarities within his eyes. Before him, Xinjiang's gaze began to shift. His black pupils gradually morphed into crimson, revealing a tomo within. The Sharingan. Upon witnessing his own eyes, Xinjiang was engulfed by an uncontrollable tremor, his mouth agape in astonishment. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming joy surged within him. To enhance his mental strength and, astonishingly, awaken the Sharingan, what an unexpected delight. Calm. After a considerable time, Xinjiang managed to somewhat steady his emotions, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. A 6-year-old with the Tomo Sharingan, this revelation would surely leave others in disbelief. The Sharingan requires certain stimuli to awaken. The Uchiha clan inherently possesses immense love. When a member of the Uchiha clan experiences a profound loss of love, a unique chakra floods their mind, reflecting upon the visual nerves and causing a transformation in their eyes, a phenomenon colloquially known as opening the eyes. Reflecting on his memories regarding the Sharingan, Xinjiang fell into contemplation. This was indeed the standard process of awakening. Yet, his own awakening had not been spurred by any external stimuli. The sole change was the ever-growing strength of his mental faculties. To suggest that the stimulation has enhanced the mental fortitude of the Uchiha clan members implies that upon reaching a certain threshold, they may be able to summon a unique chakra to assist in awakening their eyes. Based on his own experience of awakening, Xinjiang has formulated some conjectures. However, having only a single outcome does not guarantee the validity of these hypotheses. Nevertheless, he feels that his speculations are likely accurate. By patiently observing the circumstances surrounding the activation of the two Tomo, he believes he may draw some conclusions. Unfortunately, Xinjiang was not a scientist in his previous life. He was merely an ordinary individual. Upon his arrival in the world of Naruto, he discovered that his accumulated knowledge seamlessly integrated into the local way of life. Otherwise, he might have been able to conduct preliminary tests. Now, in order to test his theories, he would need to consult the great scientist of the Naruto world, Orochimaru. Whether or not that individual would be willing to assist remains uncertain. Moreover, during this period, Xinjiang is hesitant to approach Orochimaru, who, having experienced the loss of disciples and comrades during the Second Great Ninja War, has likely begun conducting experiments on human subjects. Approaching him now would most likely result in dire consequences, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog vanishing without a trace. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from such an encounter. Chapter 15. Outdoor barbecue. Never mind, it is wiser to proceed cautiously. After all, the speed at which he is awakening his eyes has already exceeded expectations. With his thoughts wandering, Xinjiang ultimately resolves to bide his time. He shall strive quietly and subsequently astonish everyone. It is now time to observe the capabilities of the ultimate bloodline limit, the Sharingan. The crimson orbs, which he had envisioned countless times while watching the anime, now reside within his own eye sockets. Should he not take the opportunity to fully experience and appreciate this phenomenon? He is already well-versed in the functions of the Sharingan. The primary ability of a single Tomo is the power of insight. Those who possess the Sharingan have the remarkable ability to perceive objects moving at high speeds and can accurately predict their opponent's actions, including the techniques of taijutsu and the hand seals of ninjutsu. They can also see through a considerable degree of jinjutsu and discern the intricacies of the chakra network, a skill only slightly inferior to that of the Byakugan. This is indeed a formidable capability. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Xinjiang made his way towards the forest behind the Hokage Rock. It was a holiday, and he had promised Hong a barbecue in the wilderness a couple of days prior. Since his sole responsibility was to grill, he did not bring anything along, setting off empty-handed. On the way, he fortuitously picked up Kai, who was preparing for training. It must be acknowledged that, although Kai lacks talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, his prowess in taijutsu is truly extraordinary. Xinjiang, being a year older than Kai, often refrained from high-intensity training on a daily basis, occasionally allowing himself to rest. However, Kai, at such a young age and with a diet that hardly suffices, somehow manages to train every day with boundless energy. Frankly, it was only after experiencing it firsthand that Xinjiang realized the significant repercussions of exceeding one's physical limits. Therefore, he invited Kai along to improve his nutrition, lest the young lad overexert himself. He even harbored doubts that Kai might remain childless in the future due to potential physical injuries sustained in his youth. Before long, the two arrived in the forest. Xinjiang, is this your usual training ground? Kai inquired, curiously surveying the surroundings. The area appeared quite spacious, with numerous marks from shurikens and kunai on the trees, indicating that it was frequently used for training. Nearby, a small stream meandered through the landscape. How is it? The place I chose is quite satisfactory, isn't it? Xinjiang felt a sense of pride, for this was the perfect training ground he had painstakingly discovered. Can I come here to train in the future? Kai was indeed somewhat tempted. It was undeniably an excellent venue. Of course, you can come anytime. Oh, thank you so much, Xinjiang. I will definitely strive to make the most of my youthful vigor. Just as Xinjiang finished speaking, a green figure rushed over and embraced him. I'm not into that. In the distance, Hong, Hongdo, and Shiyun approached, chatting and laughing. However, upon arriving, they were greeted by this scene. Hong exclaimed, winky face, so her opponent isn't a girl? 2 minutes later, Hong asked, if I were to say this is merely a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Casting a suspicious glance at the two, Hong ultimately nodded. Observing this, Xinjiang realized that she likely didn't believe him, and his mood plummeted into despair. The girls in the Naruto world had an astonishingly profound understanding of such matters. Xinjiang, do you like boys? Reflecting on Hong's earlier words, he felt an overwhelming sense of social death. To make matters worse, Shiyun and Hongdo had also arrived. Now, 3 girls were staring at him with peculiar expressions. Absurd. Utterly absurd. What on earth were they thinking? You've put me in a terrible position. Glancing at Kai, who was still happily admiring the training ground, Xinjiang inwardly lamented. He never anticipated that this staunchly masculine individual would be subjected to such a misunderstanding. Since everyone has arrived, let us commence our preparations. Xinjiang called upon a few individuals to engage in tasks, attempting to divert their attention. Kai went off in pursuit of wild rabbits and pheasants for prey. Hong, why don't you and your companions gather some firewood nearby for the upcoming fire? Is that agreeable? With the responsibilities assigned, Xinjiang sought a shaded spot to rest, readying himself for the forthcoming task of roasting meat. After today, he would once again be able to resume his training. Regular exercise had become his routine. Yet these past few days had merely consisted of fundamental practices, which, to be frank, felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. It was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly. Only then could he truly put the abilities of the Sharingan into practice. Since activating the Sharingan yesterday, he had dedicated considerable time to studying its intricacies. When invoked, his dynamic vision experienced a marked improvement, allowing him to perceive the movement of objects as if they were significantly slowed, greatly augmenting his prowess. However, the opportunity to utilize the Sharingan might not arise until after graduation. Now is not the time to reveal such capabilities. I'm back. Not long after, Ama Shiyun returned, cradling a bundle of firewood, which she placed upon the ground before approaching Xinjiang to rest beside him. Xinjiang-kun, I believe in you. After a brief silence, Ma Xiyun suddenly spoke. Oh. At her words, Xinjiang turned his gaze towards the girl beside him. Ma Xiyun wore a look of sincerity, seemingly not merely offering him comfort. Xinjiang felt his spirits lift considerably. There were indeed normal girls around. As for Hong, that little girl was learning something new every day. It was high time to guide her appropriately. Feeling the unwavering gaze of Xinjiang upon her, Ma Xiyun became increasingly restless, her fair complexion gradually flushing with embarrassment. Such scrutiny felt quite impolite, yet if it were from Xinjiang Jun, it was somewhat more bearable. The mastery over her bloodline limit seemed to be improving. Sensing a watchful eye lingering nearby, Xinjiang confidently inquired. It's better now. With some more time, I will achieve complete control, Xiyun replied, casting a grateful glance at Xinjiang. After Xinjiang informed her of the changes marking her awakening of the bloodline limit, she had eagerly shared the news with her parents upon returning home the previous day. Following a thorough examination, they confirmed the early signs of her awakening of the five-sense manipulation, filling her parents with immense joy. After such a prolonged period, the Anma clan finally witnessed the emergence of another bloodline limit awakener. Since joining Konoha, no one from the clan had managed to awaken the five-sense manipulation, leading to a gradual decline of their lineage. Although they could barely maintain their status through numerous inherited secret techniques, the prospect of revitalization seemed bleak. Thus, Xian's awakening was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Yes, I shall diligently train to master this ability as soon as possible. The power of five-sense manipulation is formidable. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted their conversation, drawing their attention. Looking up, they saw Kai returning, bringing with him 2 wild chickens and 3 hares, all tied together and tossed onto the ground. Xinjiang, is this sufficient? If not, I can procure more. This is fine. Let us take a moment to rest. Hong and the others should be back shortly. The 5 of them were merely children. Even though Kai had a somewhat larger appetite, this abundance was more than sufficient. It was now time for him to get to work. Striding 2 steps to the brook, Xinjiang retrieved a kunai to cleanse as a tool, preparing to process their catch. Once he had finished, the 2 returning figures of Hong had just arrived, skillfully igniting a fire to commence the roasting. Within 2 minutes, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the woods. Gulp. The 4 bystanders could not suppress their salivation, gazing longingly at the sizzling roast. How delightful. This is the essence of youth. Clutching a chicken leg in hand, Kai enthusiastically praised the feast as he savored each bite. Kai's exuberance reflected the deliciousness of the roasted meat in his heart. The other 3 children, though somewhat reserved, could not hide their joy, as evidenced by their ecstatic expressions while indulging in the meal. One could always trust the culinary prowess of the great nation's food enthusiasts. Xinjiang chuckled with pride. However, it seemed that the food was insufficient. Originally anticipated to be ample, with each person expected to have one, it was alarming to find only 2 roasted rabbits remaining. If they did not act swiftly, there would be nothing left. Save some for me. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xinjiang quickly joined the fray. Ultimately, all the wild chickens and rabbits were consumed, along with 3 roasted fish, before the 5 of them finally felt satiated. They leaned against the great tree, contentedly patting their bellies. Chapter 16. Everyone gets involved, Xinjiang. You usually seem to be dozing off in class, yet your skills are remarkably impressive. How do you train? A barbecue brought everyone closer together, and during a moment of casual conversation, Hong Do voiced a deeply buried question. This topic evidently captivated everyone's attention, as the chatting individuals instinctively paused to listen. Do you truly wish to know? Indeed. Several heads nodded fervently in agreement. However, the revelation might prove disheartening. Casting a glance at the curious faces surrounding him, Xinjiang pondered for a moment before gazing into the distance, then made a sudden gesture. Bang! 2 identical Xinjiangs materialized before them. What? Aside from Mike Guy, the others present included Ma Xiyan, a scion of a prominent family, and Hong Do, whose father was a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru. Their statuses and strengths were not to be underestimated. Thus, they were well acquainted with this ninjutsu, a standard technique among the formidable warriors of Konoha. Their astonishment was palpable. B-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. It was astonishing to note that Xinjiang was merely 6 years old. How could this be? Yet the undeniable reality before them was irrefutable. As they emerged from their shock and disbelief, the emotions of Hong Do and her companions became exceedingly complex. Although they acknowledged that Xinjiang was the strongest in their class, the disparity felt surreal, especially since they had yet to master ninjutsu while their classmate had already acquired a B-rank technique. The sudden gap was overwhelming. Given their personalities, jealousy and resentment were unlikely. Yet feelings of disappointment and frustration were inevitable. After all, they were all peers. At that moment, among the three who were unaware of the impending revelation, only Guy maintained his fighting spirit, having already placed Xinjiang on par with Kakashi, with aspirations to surpass those I admire. A new goal ignites the flames of my youth. Mike Kai raised his fist, his eyes brimming with determination. Beside him, Hong tugged at Xinjiang's arm, her face radiant with joy. She was among the first to know. Typically, I allow my clones to attend classes while I train here, before everyone could settle down. Xinjiang added, "Are you saying that your usual absence from class is a mere facade?" Hong's face was a portrait of disbelief, followed by a glare directed at him. Little did he know, during moments when she wished to evade training, she had used Xinjiang as a source of consolation, telling herself that exerting effort was futile compared to others achieving strength in their slumber. Thus, she justified indulging in a treat of meatballs. Now, to learn that it was all a ruse left her utterly bewildered. I never imagined that you, with your pronounced brows and large eyes, were secretly honing your skills. When did you master this ninjutsu? Hong pondered, tentatively questioning. Not long ago, perhaps during the last assessment, Xinjiang replied. The last assessment? That was just over a month ago. A wave of unease washed over her. Upon realizing the timeline of Xinjiang's acquisition of the shadow clone technique, the group found it difficult to remain composed. Even the grilled meat they had just enjoyed seemed less appetizing. Why did it feel as though they had been outsmarted? Observing their expressions, Xinjiang recognized that he had successfully achieved his aim. Announcing this revelation was a decision he made after careful consideration. Confident that his understanding of Hong and the others' characters would prevent the disclosure of his true capabilities. Displaying one's prowess before a select few serves the advantageous purpose of instilling a sense of urgency within them. In essence, it compels everyone to exert themselves. The rationale is straightforward. Had the narrative unfolded as anticipated, most of these individuals would likely survive the Third Ninja War. However, with the emergence of Xinjiang, the outcome may very well differ. Engaging with him implies that each person's life trajectory has been altered to some extent. Xinjiang is akin to a delicate butterfly, uncertain of the magnitude of the influence he may wield, nor can he ascertain whether Hong and others would endure the trials of the war. The individuals present are friends of either him or Hong, and Xinjiang naturally wishes to avert witnessing anyone perish during future missions. Currently, he lacks the capacity to safeguard so many, thus the most prudent course of action is to impose a certain degree of pressure, enabling their abilities to surpass those depicted in the original narrative. Each of them possesses the resources at home. Should they desire to learn, attaining strength would pose no challenge. As for Kai, Xinjiang intends to provide financial support to facilitate better training for him and his son. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Arima clan, near the Hokage Rock, a somewhat youthful man is reporting to a middle-aged individual seated in the center. Adorned in a vest, he is evidently a Chunin, Arima Takahara. The chief of the Arima clan listens with keen interest to his subordinate's account. After a moment of contemplation, he issues a directive. There is no need for interference. You two are solely responsible for ensuring the safety of Shiyun. He dispatches 2 Chunin from the clan to discreetly monitor, not for the purpose of scrutinizing his daughter. It was only yesterday that Arma Shiyun mentioned the bullying incident, and it dawned on him that his daughter seemed somewhat naive. Without a few watchful eyes, she was likely to be easily victimized. As the sole beloved daughter of the Arma family, Arma Zhu Yuan cherished her deeply, ensuring she had never faced any hardship since childhood. Otherwise, she would not be so oblivious, failing to inform her family of any matters. However, it was difficult for him. Every time he saw her delicate, innocent demeanor, he found it hard to harden his heart and toughen her up. After much deliberation, he resolved to train Arma Shiyun. But upon learning of her awakening ability to manipulate her 5 senses, her status surged, making her the apple of the Arma clan's eye. The elders of the clan rallied to protect her, leading to a natural progression of circumstances. Well, at least now Shiyun has a few friends to accompany her, which will aid in her growth. Arma Zhu Yuan drummed his fingers on the table, pondering over his daughter's affairs, and cast a glance to find Arma and still present. Is there something else? Clan leader, it seems someone has discovered our whereabouts, specifically Uchiha Xinjiang. After a moment's hesitation, Arma voiced his concerns. While enjoying barbecue, Uchiha Xinjiang had glanced towards their location several times, which led him to suspect that they had been noticed. Are you certain it wasn't mere coincidence? No. He only looked in our direction. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Arma Zhu Yuan expressed surprise. Due to Shiyun's incident the previous night, he had taken the time to learn about Xinjiang and his companions. According to the information, he was merely a student who had been enrolled in the Ninja Academy for just over a year. How could he possibly detect an elite CH Nin? That didn't seem plausible. There is no need for concern. It suffices to refrain from concealing matters from him. Upon reflection, Onma Takehara has made a decision. This approach illustrates that they harbor no malevolence, merely seeking to safeguard Onma Shiyun, given Uchiha Jinyang's age. His choice to conceal his abilities likely stems from directives within his clan. Unlike Kakashi, who openly displayed his talents, Jinyang has chosen to bury his prowess deep within. What is Uchiha plotting? On this front, the thoughts of the Onma clan leader remain a mystery. After Jinyang employed the shadow clone technique, the others clearly exhibited signs of anxiety. Following their meal, they hurried home, with their intentions unmistakable. Leading the unfolding internal competition, Jinyang appears quite content. While the impact of his actions as a butterfly remains minimal, he aims to instill motivation for diligent training among them. This, in turn, maximizes the likelihood that they will survive the Third Great Ninja War. His own strength, however, remains insufficient. Unfortunately, the time allotted for him to demonstrate his capabilities is too limited. In merely a few years, the ambition to dominate the ninja world is evidently unrealistic. As for the Onma clan, Jinyang squinted. Without a doubt, he has detected the presence of 2ch Nin dispatched by Onma Takehara to protect Onma Shiyun. However, as they exhibited no unusual behavior, Jinyang chose to ignore them, understanding their purpose. It is a rare occurrence to have a ninja awakened with sensory manipulation, naturally. They must be well guarded. At most, during his use of the shadow clone technique, he cast a subtle illusion on the two, concealing the matter. Given his current mental prowess, directly controlling the 2ch Nin proves challenging, yet casting such auditory and visual illusions is well within his capabilities. Furthermore, the Onma clan may indeed prove beneficial to him in the future. Chapter 17. The Art of Body Technique Training, the Secret Method of the Headband. A month later, in the familiar training ground, two figures, one clad in blue and the other in green, entwined in a fierce contest, their legs executing rapid kicks that reverberated with a series of dull thuds. After 2 minutes, Kai could not help but breathe heavily. Yet the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. You truly are impressive, Jinyang. Your prowess in body techniques has reached a level that rivals my own. While Kai lacked innate talent in ninjutsu, he possessed an unwavering confidence in his mastery of physical techniques. Remarkably, in the span of just 1 month, Jinyang's skills had surged dramatically. From initially being subdued by Kai, their encounters now stood at a stalemate, a testament to Jinyang's astonishing growth rate. In Kai's eyes, Jinyang had evolved into an adversary with comparable aptitude in body techniques. However, true to Kai's spirited nature, he felt no discouragement. Rather, he was invigorated. The thought alone ignited his passion, making him feel as if his youth was ablaze. This is merely due to my age advantage. In a few years, you will surpass me, he remarked, though Jinyang silently added a caveat in his mind, provided I do not gain any extraordinary enhancements. Yet, at present, it was indeed the case. Jinyang's ability to stand toe-to-toe with Kai stemmed from the intrinsic connection between body techniques and physical prowess. It was a matter of sheer strength overcoming adversity. Without sufficient speed and power, body techniques would be as insubstantial as a leaf adrift on water. In the formative years of physical development, ninjas who trained in body techniques could not compete with their counterparts specializing in ninjutsu, as the inherent properties of ninjutsu allowed for rapid acquisition of combat capabilities. This discrepancy was a consequence of their chosen paths rather than a reflection of individual talent. Moreover, endowed with extraordinary mental fortitude, even in the absence of the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, Jinyang swiftly masters a multitude of techniques. Being a year older than Kai, he barely manages to maintain an equilibrium in their rivalry. However, once Kai begins to mature in the coming years, it will be a time for Jinyang to truly unleash his potential. As soon as his physical attributes align, a ninja's prowess and body techniques will ascend rapidly. Furthermore, Kai is destined to inherit the secret art of the 8 gates from his father. The utilization of the 8 gates demands an exceptionally high level of physical conditioning, necessitating relentless training, and even upon mastering it, one must withstand the adverse effects to harness its full power. Such stringent prerequisites are predominantly achievable only by Kai and his father. Thus, this seemingly ridiculous young man clad in green attire will, in the near future, begin to unveil his unique brilliance, ultimately evolving into the Kai that Jinyang envisions. Well done, Jinyang. You have grasped the fundamentals of the Genki style. At that moment, my guy approached, casting an admiring glance at Jinyang. Such remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Marahoshi Kai was engaged in some task and had yet to return. Consequently, Jinyang found himself without a clear direction for his subsequent training, resulting in slower progress in the realm of illusions. Therefore, this month, he primarily focused on learning physical techniques under the tutelage of Might Guy. In the world of Naruto, there exists no methodology for cultivating mental energy, leading to a significant increase in an individual's chakra only during their growth phase, after which it tends to stabilize in adulthood. Thus, the primary criterion for assessing a person's aptitude as a ninja is the volume of their chakra, as it serves as the foundational requirement for unleashing ninjutsu, unless one is an anomaly like Kai. Observing the quintessential genius Kakashi, one might note that although his chakra levels often serve as a mere unit of measurement, this is primarily due to the burden of the Sharingan. For those not of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan cannot be deactivated, resulting in a continuous chakra drain. According to the Book of Ninja Battles, Kakashi's chakra is rated at an impressive level 6, surpassing that of Itachi Uchiha, thereby indicating that his chakra reservoir is quite substantial. Moreover, his ability to wield Raikiri while engaging in prolonged conversation with Obito suggests he is far from being chakra deficient. On the other hand, Xinjiang represents a unique case. His mental fortitude grows daily, which equates to a constant increase in his spiritual energy. This signifies that as long as his physical energy can keep pace, his chakra could potentially reach the magnitude of a ton. Naturally, the physical energy required to achieve such a feat is daunting, and he has never entertained the notion of reaching such heights. Xinjiang's aspirations remain modest. He merely wishes to attain the level of a Jinra. To realize this ambition, it is imperative to enhance his physical capabilities. Under the guidance of Gujie, Xinjiang has come to appreciate the value of mentorship. The wisdom of an experienced predecessor allows him to navigate the myriad complexities of training with far greater ease than solitary practice could ever afford. This newfound understanding has deterred him from embarking on solitary experimentation. With Gujie absent and a reluctance to revert to his previous training regimen, he resolved to seek another mentor. With this intention in mind, Xinjiang thoughtfully identified a suitable candidate, Might Guy. While Guy may hold the rank of a genin, this is merely due to a lack of ninjutsu talent that has hindered his advancement. Nonetheless, his prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Over the years of rigorous training, Guy has mastered the formidable technique known as the 8 Gates. Under normal circumstances, his strength may only approximate that of a mid-level ninja. Yet upon the activation of the 8 Gates, he can unleash an overwhelming force in an instant. Following the natural course of events, several years hence, he will sacrifice himself to protect the members of Team Guy, decisively vanquishing 4 of the 7 elite ninja from the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen, with 3 fleeing in terror. The ninja swordsmen are a formidable unit comprising 7 of the most skilled jonin from the Mist Village, capable of conquering a small nation overnight. This serves to illustrate the extraordinary prowess of Might Guy. Such strength is more than sufficient to surpass the current capabilities of Xinjiang. Moreover, the mere thought of the 8 Gates technique ignites a fervent anticipation within Xinjiang, though it imposes stringent demands on physical conditioning and incurs significant bodily harm. The technique is undeniably powerful. In a world where titles like Legend of the Eyes and Bloodline Ninja abound, it is remarkable that Kai, an ordinary ninja devoid of any bloodline limit and unrelated to the Otsutsuki clan, nearly fell to 6 pads level Uchiha Madara through the 8 Gates. This alone would pique anyone's interest. Even if one cannot meet the requirements to open the 8 Gates, who wouldn't yearn to attempt it? Xinjiang smiled thoughtfully and remarked, Uncle Dai, I have been diligently practicing my taijutsu lately, yet I feel my progress is becoming increasingly sluggish. What should I do in this situation? Oh, Kai replied, casting a puzzled glance. You have sensed it too? As a specialist in taijutsu, Kai possesses an acute awareness of this matter. His current approach involves relentless training until he surpasses that limiting threshold. At this moment, upon hearing Xinjiang's mention, he turned his gaze towards his father. At that instant, Might Dai's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he spoke with profound reflection. Is this what genius entails? To perceive the existence of shackles in such a brief span of time is not merely a feat achievable through training alone. Shackles? Kai could not restrain his curiosity. This question had troubled him for quite some time. It appeared that his father possessed a solution to this. Might Dai candidly replied, the human body is encumbered by various shackles, such as age, latent injuries, and innate talent. When one's training reaches a certain threshold, one becomes acutely aware of these shackles, and concurrently, the pace of cultivation begins to decelerate. This revelation left both of them astonished. No educator at school had elucidated such concepts, suggesting that it was indeed Dai's own empirical understanding. Does Uncle Dai have a remedy for this? Chapter 18. The obtaining of the 8 Gates of Bypass certainly, Might Dai proclaimed, raising his thumb with confidence. I possess a secret technique known as the 8 Gates of Bypass, which can alleviate this predicament. I had intended to impart it to both of you in due course. 8 gates of bypass? Xinjiang feigned confusion as he regarded Might Dai. In response, Dai exhibited no reservation, laughingly elaborating. This is a technique that liberates the body from the constraints imposed on chakra, allowing the excess energy to be unleashed. Within each individual, there are 8 threshold gates that inhibit one's own chakra. Once these gates are unsealed, one can instantaneously acquire strength severfold greater than their own. As he spoke, Dai bashfully scratched his head. During this period, both Kai and I have received abundant care, a kindness that perhaps cannot be repaid, but can only be regarded as a heartfelt gesture. Previously, Might Guy was relegated to menial tasks for his employer, such as searching for lost cats. High-reward missions, like escorting or eliminating bandits, required a team, and as he lacked any ninjutsu, many viewed Might Guy as a burden, reluctant to partner with him. The meager earnings barely sustained the lives of the father and son, compounded by the necessity of daily training, leaving them in a precarious situation. However, after meeting Xinjiang, their lives improved significantly. Xinjiang, under the pretext of imparting his physical techniques, provided a substantial sum of money to Guy to enhance their living conditions. Yet, deep down, Might Guy understood that this was merely a pretext. Even he, as a low-ranking ninja, recognized that the Uchiha clan possessed ample legacies of physical techniques. It is well known that the Uchiha strength extends beyond the Sharingan, encompassing fire techniques, swordsmanship, and shuriken techniques, among others. In the current ninja world, where power levels are normalized, mastering any of these would grant one a certain degree of renown, showcasing the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan. Why would they seek him out for instruction? Nevertheless, the money was undeniably irresistible for Guy. He had endured a harsh life for many years, and while he could manage a few more hardships, the real concern lay with Kai, who was only 5 years old. After decades of practicing physical techniques, Guy was acutely aware of how the quality of one's early environment could profoundly impact a ninja specializing in physical prowess. The adage of wealth and knowledge, strength in arms, holds true in many realms. Behind the practice of physical techniques lies a series of concerns, such as whether the nutrition can keep pace and whether the equipment is sufficient. If these are lacking, the consequence is a depletion of one's potential. As a father, Dai is naturally reluctant to see his son tread the same path he did, especially when alternatives are available. For someone like him, the future limitations would be glaringly evident. Had it not been for the physical shortcomings caused by past poverty and the haphazard training that led to various hidden injuries, his strength might have been several times greater than it is now. Thus, the funds from Xinjiang hold significant importance for him. Of course, given Dai's character, he would not accept favors without offering something in return. Transmitting the 8 gates of Duinjia to Xinjiang is the solution he has contemplated. Considering his current circumstances, earning money to repay is evidently impractical. The only valuable asset he possesses is this secret technique. Does my father possess such a powerful secret technique? Upon hearing Dai's words, Might Guy was utterly astonished. All this time, he had no inkling that his father possessed a secret technique. Furthermore, from the description, this so-called 8 gates of Duinjia seems even more formidable than the advanced ninjutsu introduced by the teachers at school. How impressive. Naturally, Might Guy felt immense pride. This is the only unique skill I have honed after years of burning my youth. Dai, this might be too precious. Xinjiang hesitated momentarily as the seemingly astonishingly simple 8 gates of Duinjia was presented before him. Although he initially approached the Might Guy father-son duo with the intention of learning the 8 gates of Duinjia, he found himself momentarily unsure. During this period of interaction, Xinjiang has forged a profound friendship with the two individuals. Dai and Kai are both exceptionally genuine souls, and the deliberate nature of their camaraderie has instilled a sense of guilt within him. Is it valuable? In my perspective, it pales in comparison to the assistance you have provided to my son and me. Moreover, this secret technique has remained obscure in my hands for decades. Both you and Kai possess superior talents, and the task of elevating it is now entrusted to you. Do not decline, for it would make us reluctant to accept your generosity. Dai, unusually earnest, spoke extensively. In conclusion, he added a remark that left no room for Xinjiang's refusal. Thus, the matter had reached a point where Xinjiang could not turn it down without appearing to pity the two. No one appreciates the charity of others, especially someone as resolute and self-reliant as Dai. To refuse would be akin to pushing away a friend. Seeing Xinjiang acquiesce to his proposal, Dai finally broke into a smile. In truth, even if Xinjiang had ulterior motives, Dai would still impart the 8 gates of Duinjia to him. He had never entertained the notion of secrecy regarding it. Rather, he owned to ensure the legacy of the 8 gates was preserved. As he articulated, having practiced this secret art for 2 decades, His greater aspiration was to showcase its true might, thereby validating the years of his labor. However, being merely a lower ninja proficient in physical techniques, he found no one willing to learn, save for his son Kai. It is akin to being offered the secret to wealth, only to discover that the promised riches are but an illusion upon closer inspection. Ah, a beggar. Would you believe him? At this moment, Might Guy finds himself confronting this dilemma, unable to unleash even a single jutsu, appearing no different from an ordinary individual in the eyes of other ninjas. The Eight Gates technique only gained prominence during the Third Great Ninja War when Might Guy valiantly battled the 7 ninja swordsmen to rescue his companion, Rock Lee. Prior to that, very few were aware of this secret art, and even among those who did, it was regarded as rather inconsequential. It was only after Guy's demise that Konoha truly recognized the significance of the Eight Gates, classifying it as a forbidden technique. Thus, anyone who acknowledges its worth is more than willing to impart their knowledge. Moreover, Xinjiang had provided substantial assistance to both father and son, enabling Kai to have favorable conditions. Come, allow me to share the key points of mastering the Eight Gates with you. Invoking Xinjiang, Guy generously imparted his insights, elucidating the critical aspects of the training process, allowing Xinjiang to grasp the intricacies of this secret art with ease. Hey, Kai tugged at his father's sleeve, gazing eagerly at him. Father, what about me? I cannot be neglected. I must learn as well, or else Xinjiang will truly surpass me. Kai. In response to his son, Guy rekindled his fiery enthusiasm, giving Kai's shoulder a hearty pat. Your training is still lacking. Come, let us begin with 100 laps. Upon our return, I shall teach you. With that, Might Guy seized Kai's hand, and as they progressed, he began to run, occasionally shouting with exuberance, gradually disappearing from the astonished gazes of onlookers. Xinjiang raised his hand, about to speak, but upon witnessing their figures fade from view, he could only shake his head in resignation. He comprehended the true value of the 8 Gates of Duinjia, realizing that he had indeed gained an advantage. Nonetheless, now that the 8 Gates were in his possession, he could not neglect their study. He felt a twinge of guilt. He would have to repay them in the future. Chapter 19, Training in the Forest, ambushed by the 6th upon returning home. Xinjiang organized the cultivation methods of the 8 Gates based on the insights previously shared by Might Guy. The transmission of techniques among ninjas is primarily preserved in scrolls, which are brought home for gradual practice once the instructor clarifies the situation. Therefore, when Guy conveyed the information verbally, Xinjiang felt a sense of confusion. However, after absorbing the relevant knowledge, he grasped the underlying reasons. The crux of mastering the 8 Gates lies in training to unlock the 8 thresholds within one's body. Aside from the methods of opening the gates, the initial phase of cultivation predominantly involves adaptive exercises aimed at meeting the conditions for unlocking the gates as early as possible. There are no superfluous elements. It is remarkably straightforward. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Within the original narrative, Guy did not engage in particularly complex training. Rather, he dedicated himself to extensive fundamental practice to hone his physique. In the world of Naruto, the ranking of ninjutsu does not denote the magnitude of its power, but rather the actual difficulty of cultivation. The 8 Gates are classified as an A-rank technique. In comparison to its formidable power, it can be considered one of the most accessible top-tier secret arts. However, the uniqueness of the 8 Gates lies in the fact that its potency is contingent upon the physical condition of the practitioner. Depending on the strength of one's physique, the resultant power can vary drastically. For instance, while Guy could only defeat the ninja tool users with the 8 Gates, Might Guy was capable of nearly defeating Uchiha Madara. Thus, the concept of the 8 Gates of Duinjia is not merely about mastery. There exists no shortcut to proficiency. Advancement is solely dependent on diligent practice. One may commence with weighted training. The advantage of having a mentor lies in their prior navigation of the path. One need only follow the established route. According to Dai's experience, initial training can incorporate weights to enhance efficiency. By consistently training under weight, one can distinctly perceive improvements when the weights are removed. Subsequently, Kai taught Rock Lee utilizing this method, which appears to be quite reliable. However, one must consider their current age in the case of Xinjiang, given his situation. He can manage the weights, but the load must be carefully regulated. Xinjiang rummaged through his home for ninja tools and unearthed several somewhat worn weights, seemingly remnants of his parents' training gear. They appear usable, yet upon lifting them, he found them considerably heavy, suitable for future use, but not appropriate for his initial training. Nevertheless, this is not a significant issue. Within the ninja village, as long as one possesses wealth, an array of necessary ninja equipment can be procured, and weights are no exception. Clearly, Xinjiang is not a person short on funds. After investing a substantial sum, Jinyang swiftly became a VIP member at a nearby ninja tool shop, promptly ordering a set of weights. Notably, individuals his age typically do not engage in weighted training, and thus, the shop lacked suitable options for him. The following day, he received the weights tailored to his requirements, akin to those of Shaoli, yet significantly lighter in weight. After all, he is yet to undergo proper development and cannot bear excessive weight. He fears that if he were to carry loads akin to what Shaoli can manage, he might end up stunted, and the prospect of remaining short does not sit well with him. Clad in weights on both legs, Jinyang found walking to be considerably laborious. His movements noticeably slowed, though the burden was not insurmountable. With a couple of days' acclimatization, he should adapt. With a training method in place and the necessary tools at hand, he set forth towards his usual training ground, following his lead in competitive spirit. The area where he typically practiced had become quite lively. During holidays, Hong and others would flock to train together. Recently, the group had been diligently learning the shadow clone technique, preparing to form a little competitive team alongside Jinyang. Once they mastered it, the place would surely buzz with activity. Before long, the sky dimmed. Panting heavily, Jinyang took a rest on a relatively flat rock, having already removed the weights from his legs. His garments were drenched front and back, resembling someone freshly pulled from the depths of water. This marked the umpteenth time he had paused this afternoon. Although the weariness in his body had diminished significantly, he still felt reluctant to rise. One does not realize until they attempt it that this fundamental physical training is far more arduous than learning techniques. And it cannot be hastily accomplished through mere talent. Progress must be made steadily, step by step. He decided to conclude his efforts for the day and return tomorrow. Sensing a tremor in his arms, Jinyang resolved to call it a day, gathered his belongings, and prepared to return home for a restorative sleep. Patience, after all, is essential. The practice of cultivation must be approached gradually. As I ponder the passage of time, it is now the winter of the 39th year of Konoha. During this season, nightfall descends rather early, and as I gather my belongings and embark on my journey home, the gentle moonlight has already draped itself over the earth. The trees, bathed in the silvery glow, exude a unique charm. Yet, at this moment, Jinyang suddenly halts, taken aback, and strives to expand his perception. Lord Suchikage Konoha, the third Hokage, has appeared. Kakashi, relying on the formidable mental acuity bestowed upon him. Jinyang faintly discerns the sound of voices drifting from afar. With night having fully arrived, it is rather unusual for someone to be present at this hour, especially for Jinyang, who is well acquainted with this area due to his frequent training. He has not encountered anyone at night for quite some time. Moreover, the mention of familiar names from the village suggests a high likelihood that something sinister is afoot. Gently placing down his burdens, Jinyang's mind races with thoughts. That Suchikage? It seems he has a vague recollection. It appears that the confidant of the third Raikage is indeed called Suchikage, possessing the unique bloodline limit of lava release, and is a Jonin from Kumogakure. If that is the case, then this individual could be a spy from the Lightning Village. Should this prove true, the situation escalates in severity. Jinyang's brow furrows, and his expression grows increasingly grave. Grasping his training equipment, he cautiously retreats, wishing to avoid an encounter with this suspected spy. A ninja capable of directly communicating with the Raikage confidant undoubtedly possesses considerable strength, likely at least a Chunin, if not stronger. Uncertain of the opponent's true strength, Jinyang harbored no intention of recklessness. With a golden opportunity at hand, he believed that given sufficient time, he could attain great power. He had no desire to fall victim to untimely demise. That would be an unwise fate. Oh, wait. At his age, it would be more aptly termed a tragic early death. With 12 years marking a significant juncture, he had scarcely reached the halfway point. The most prudent course of action was to vacate the area and devise a method to inform the village to handle the situation. It was not yet time for this child to exert himself to the utmost. Furthermore, this place had become perilous. He would need to seek a new training ground. Crisp sounds echoed through the air. What was that? The opponent was beginning to move, and the approaching noise was unmistakably directed toward his location. He needed to depart swiftly, otherwise an encounter was imminent. Realizing this, Jinyang quickened his pace toward the village. The footsteps in the distance remained measured, suggesting he had not yet been detected, alleviating his concerns of an encounter. However, just as Jinyang allowed himself a moment of relaxation, the footsteps suddenly quickened. In the next instant, the night was pierced by several gleaming silver projectiles, hurtling toward his position with precision. Damn. Chapter 20, Confrontation with the Cloud Ninja. The terror of the Sharingan in that moment, Jinyang understood all too well. He had just been deceived. He had been careless, failing to evade. He immediately drew a kunai, gripping it firmly in hand, and deftly deflected the incoming shuriken. Simultaneously, he leaped through the trees, positioning himself advantageously for both offense and defense, and turned to regard the source of the shuriken's emergence. Through the foliage, he could clearly discern a figure slowly making its way forward. Under the moonlight, the delicate silhouette of a figure caught Xinjiang's eye. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, lacking a forehead protector, clad in a long robe, exuding the demeanor of a merchant. Had it not been for the prior noise, Xinjiang might have deemed him an average individual, perhaps merely robust in physique. Yet, the ability to detect his presence revealed that he was far from ordinary. This thought weighed heavily on Xinjiang's heart. It was evident that the man was an elite ninja from Yunin village. "Oh, so it's just a little brat. You are truly unfortunate," Matsuda Jin remarked, his gaze betraying a chilling intensity that belied his appearance. With a slight curl of his lips, he lunged towards Xinjiang, his kunai aimed directly at his throat. As Xinjiang had surmised, Matsuda Jin was a nin affiliated with Yunin village, having distinguished himself with exceptional sensory skills, which enabled him to infiltrate Konoha as a spy. After arriving in Konoha through the village's designated channels, he settled under the guise of a merchant, consistently relaying various intelligence about Konoha back to Yunin village. The information he had just reported concerned the recently renowned Konoha prodigy, Kakashi. He should have sent the message sooner, but with the heightened vigilance in Konoha lately, today was the first opportunity he had found. After delivering his report, he resumed his usual surveillance of the surroundings, only to unexpectedly sense Xinjiang's presence. Initially taken aback, he began contemplating how he would manage during an interrogation. If Xinjiang were indeed a Konoha nin, being this close would leave him with no option for self-destruction. However, upon further scrutiny, Matsuda Jin discovered that only a single individual, Xinjiang, was present. The fluctuations of chakra were not particularly strong, suggesting he was not there to confront him, but rather seemed to be passing by inadvertently. In an instant, Matsuda made his decision. He must eliminate this person. Uncertain whether the individual had overheard his secrets, he realized it was imperative to eradicate any potential threats to his identity. Time was of the essence. They were situated behind the Hokage rock, and even the slightest commotion or prolonged standoff could attract the attention of Konohagakure's ninja. He had no desire to endure the tortures of the Leaf's interrogation department. However, the level of chakra emanating from Xinjiang could only be that of a low-ranked ninja, easily dealt with even by a sensory ninja like himself. Clang. How is this possible? Matsuda's eyes widened in shock as a small child, barely reaching his waist, thwarted his attack. Normally, one would expect to exchange a few harsh words and divulge their plans in such a scenario, yet Xinjiang, with no intention of conversing, launched directly into a lethal strike. Matsuda couldn't help but scoff internally. How could someone be so foolish? Anime had truly distorted perceptions of reality, but fortunately, he had been prepared. Under the cover of night, their figures entwined, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously as they exchanged dozens of blows within a brief span. Boom. After a fierce strike, Xinjiang finally separated from Matsuda. The strength he possessed was remarkable. Shaking his somewhat numb arms, Xinjiang resolved to adopt a different approach to the battle. Previously caught off guard in close quarters, he had been forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But by enduring a blow that marred his arm, he had managed to create some distance. In the recent confrontation, he had gained a slight understanding of the spy's prowess, which was roughly on par with that of a typical nin. Otherwise, he would likely be nursing injuries by now. This realization brought a sense of relief to Xinjiang, who chuckled, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. He clearly discerned that his opponent aimed to hastily conclude the battle, perceiving him as an easy target. Ironically, he too desired a swift resolution. Observing the strangely grinning youth, Matsuda Jin felt an inexplicable chill creep into his core. After a series of exchanges, the initial ease he felt had dissipated, replaced by a grave expression. The young adversary before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated, proving to be rather troublesome. At the very least, relying solely on taijutsu, he was uncertain he could subdue his opponent before the Konoha ninja arrived. Yet, to engage in combat with a fellow nin, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Matsuda Jin's eyes. Although he excelled in sensory techniques, he was still a nin, which implied something significant. This boy was a prodigy from Konoha. With the prospect of gathering intelligence in Konoha now unattainable, he resolved to unleash his full power to eliminate this youth and depart. Such an accomplishment would be a considerable feat, ensuring a favorable reception upon his return to the village, while also averting the emergence of a formidable foe in the future. With this determination, Matsuda Jin decisively sheathed his kunai back into his ninja tool pouch, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk, Jinjutsu, Fox's heart technique. Before the surging lightning could reach the ground, Jinyang almost instantaneously cast a Jinjutsu, albeit slightly delayed. Only a fleeting glimpse of a pair of crimson eyes. And the world before Matsuda Jin underwent a cataclysmic transformation. As he regained his senses, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. The Sharingan. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he cried out in shock, finally comprehending the source of his unease. There had long been whispers within the ninja realm that encountering a member of the Uchiha clan alone was perilous. One should avoid a one-on-one confrontation, for those red eyes could ensnare you in an inescapable dreamscape. Release. Quickly, release me. Matsuda Jin attempted to disrupt the flow of his chakra in a bid to break free from the Genjutsu, but despair gradually took hold of his heart. This was the perverse nature of the Uchiha. The illusion crafted through the Sharingan could only be undone by the interference of others in the chakra flow. Otherwise, one would remain trapped in the depths of the illusion. In the external world, Jin Jinyang leaped backward to evade the attack, casting several shuriken with deft fingers. The shuriken, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, traced bizarre arcs through the air as they hurtled toward Matsuda Jin, who remained oblivious, frozen in his stupor. Allowing the shuriken to close in. Thud, thud, thud. Ah, how could this illusion be possible? The sound of shuriken embedding into flesh was accompanied by the anguished cries of a cloud ninja, who was abruptly yanked from the depths of the illusion. However, he soon found even uttering a sound to be a Herculean task. Jin Jinyang hurled a kunai that pinned his right hand, then placed a foot upon his shoulder, grasped his other arm, and with a forceful tug, heedless of the ominous crack of breaking bones, he dislocated the arm. With a swift motion, his right foot sliced through the air, striking his opponent's temple like a whip. The middle-aged man's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, his eyes wide with disbelief, and his lips murmured indistinct words before falling silent. Once it was clear that his adversary had succumbed, Jinyang's expression relaxed, his features twisting as he wiped his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, that hurts, he grimaced. And to think, you sneak attacked me, didn't your mother teach you not to bully children? With that, he delivered a few more kicks in frustration. Having traversed the world of Naruto for quite some time, it was the first instance Jinyang had sustained injuries during combat, awakening a savage instinct within him. Gazing down at the lifeless body, the scene was brutal, almost beyond description. In Chapter 21, the ensuing turmoil in Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions unfolded. In truth, the situation could have been resolved with ninjutsu. However, Jinyang, fueled by indignation and recognizing that his opponent lacked the capacity to resist, resorted to physical techniques instead. Observing the corpse of the cloud shinobi, grotesquely contorted, he felt neither disgust nor exhilaration. Rather, an unexpected calm washed over him. Perhaps it was a premonition of the harsh realities of the ninja world, or perhaps it was the Uchiha blood coursing through his veins. Regardless, Jinyang remained largely unfazed. In retrospect, this could be seen as a lesson learned. With the knowledge that his strength could steadily improve, Jinyang's greatest concern had been the prospect of such life-and-death confrontations. After all, compared to the years spent in the ninja world, the 20-plus years of peaceful existence in his previous life were undoubtedly more significant. This uncertainty left him questioning whether he could remain unaffected amidst the perils of battle. Yet now, it seemed, such worries were unfounded. He merely aspired to quietly cultivate his abilities to the level of a jonin, striving to survive the Third Great Ninja War. Yet there are those who persist in disrupting such a harmonious existence. You could have simply feigned ignorance of my presence, and all would have been well. Instead, I now pay the ultimate price, gaining an unsettling familiarity with the essence of slaughter. Alas, depart with peace of mind. I shall ensure your affairs are settled. The time is nigh for departure. Reflecting upon the imminent arrival of others from the village, Jinyang silently mourned for this unknown cloud ninja. He swiftly advanced to scavenge the belongings left behind. One ought to honor the good deed, escorting the deceased to their final resting place. Given that this cloud ninja had surrendered his life, it is likely he would not object to relinquishing a few more possessions. In a mere instant, Jinyang had stripped him bare, hastily stowing the items into his own pack. Fire release, great fireball technique. In gratitude for the assistance rendered, Jinyang promptly initiated a series of measures to obliterate any trace of the body, ensuring that the Konoha ninjas would remain oblivious to the identity of the spy, thus preserving the secret indefinitely. Wind release, great breakthrough. Once he confirmed the complete incineration of the battle remnants and the corpse, Jinyang thoughtfully added the supplementary service of reducing bones to ashes. Not only would Konoha's ninjas be misled, but should the individual somehow return to life, he would scarcely recognize the site of his demise. Having resolved all matters, Xinjiang hoisted his spoils and ascended to the branches, enveloping his feet in a layer of chakra as he swiftly made his way into the distance. Mere moments after Xinjiang's departure, a sudden flurry of movement ensued. Several ninjas emerged around him, their faces obscured by a variety of masks, the very members of Konoha Esambu, a special force under the third Hokage. They had arrived too late. Observing the charred surroundings and the oppressive heat waves in the air, the seasoned ninjas instantly grasped that their efforts would likely be in vain. After a brief contemplation, the leader of the group turned to one of his companions. The ninja, under his scrutiny, promptly stepped forward, leaping to the center of the scene. He crouched down, placing his hand on the ground, allowing his chakra to ripple outward like waves. Soon, he rose to inform his comrades of his findings. From the analysis of the scene, it appeared that one of the individuals was a nin, while the other had seemingly only unleashed a low-level jutsu at the end, making it impossible to ascertain their rank. The leader nodded in understanding. The fact that the battle had concluded before their arrival suggested that the other individual possessed greater strength but opted for obliteration, casting a grim shadow over the outcome. A few Umbu ninjas exchanged knowing glances, their expressions turning somber. Indeed, had a Konoha ninja emerged victorious, there would have been no need for such measures. This scenario indicated that if it were Konoha's ninja, they had likely met with misfortune. Such an assessment painted a bleak picture. As members of the Umbu, their primary responsibilities, in times of peace, revolved around safeguarding the Hokage and thwarting external threats to Konohagakure. Allowing spies from other villages to infiltrate was already a failure. Now, with combat occurring within the village and the assailants escaping, it was a profound affront to their duties. They began to search for traces in the vicinity, inquiring whether any nin or genin within the village had gone missing. Furthermore, they resolved to compile their findings and report to the Hokage. Understood. A consensus was reached, and the Umbu dispersed to fulfill their assigned tasks. The Umbu, formerly known as the Assassination Tactical Special Forces, consists entirely of elite ninjas meticulously selected from the village, ensuring unparalleled efficiency in their operations. Within a mere night, a plethora of information was gathered and meticulously organized into comprehensive reports. Upon arriving at the Hokage building early the next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of the events that transpired the previous night. It was reported that 2 foreign ninjas engaged in combat behind the Hokage rock, and by the time the Umbu arrived, the skirmish had already concluded. With the scene cleared and the assailants having fled, examining the documents in his hands, Hiruzen felt a sense of astonishment. According to the reports, one of the combatants was a nin. Hiruzen was well aware of the Umbu's prowess. The swift resolution of the conflict suggested that the adversary had either triumphed through a surprise attack or possessed at least the strength of an elite nin. What could have prompted foreign ninjas to clash within the confines of Konoha? He sensed an underlying anomaly and felt a flicker of indignation. The presence of foreign ninjas engaging in battle within the village, especially in a time that could be deemed relatively peaceful, was no trifling matter. As the foremost ninja village, Konoha could ill afford to tolerate such occurrences. If not addressed appropriately, it could tarnish the village's reputation. Contemplating the potential ramifications, Hiruzen furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although the incident transpired in a secluded corner, the recent flurry of Umbu activity had not been conducted with particular discretion, and the informants lurking within the village were undoubtedly well informed. Thus, he commanded a thorough sweep of the village to eliminate any discovered threats. Taking a deep breath, he issued his orders. Yes, Hokage-sama. The shadowy figure standing nearby responded promptly and vanished. What a tumultuous time. Gazing silently out of the window for an extended moment, Sarutobi Izashi picked up his smoking gun and took a drag. The individual who had escaped was akin to a fish entering the vast ocean. Throughout the night, the shadows failed to capture him, and the difficulty would only escalate thereafter. Consequently, he had no choice but to adopt an alternative method to instill fear. He resolved to cleanse the village of its rodents, yet regrettably, this would entail further expenditure of energy. Dispatching spies to other ninja villages was a common tactic among the major clans, and Konoha was no exception. Understanding the movements of adversaries was essential for timely countermeasures. Moreover, it could be argued that infiltration was easier in larger ninja villages than in smaller ones. This, of course, pertains solely to ordinary information leaks. The measures to safeguard classified information remained paramount. Due to the immense scale of the 5 great ninja villages, coupled with diverse industries and significant personnel movement, it was all too easy for outsiders to blend in. Thus, the eradication of spies was an unattainable goal. In light of this, the shadows altered their strategy. Once the identities of the spies from outside villages were established, they would refrain from hasty elimination, opting instead for covert surveillance and occasionally disseminating misleading information to the opposition. Yet, in light of recent events, there was little to be done. The prestige of the village undoubtedly outweighed all else. The surrounding 4 major ninja villages appeared as docile rabbits, but should Konoha display any signs of weakness, they would swiftly transform into ravenous wolves. Fortunately, in recent years, Konoha had been blessed with a plethora of formidable individuals, deterring any notions of covetousness from others. With this thought, Sarutobi Hizashi's spirits lifted slightly. Chapter 22, The Infiltration Diary of Yoshida Mamura, September 3rd, clear. Today, the Hidden Leaf Village remains vigilant against spies from neighboring villages, with many seemingly apprehended. The fates of our companions remain uncertain, as our false identities are meticulously concealed, leaving us without means of communication to ascertain their conditions. On a brighter note, this could be perceived as a fortunate circumstance, as we need not worry about exposure. Truly, Lord Kazekage possesses remarkable foresight. Yet, one cannot help but ponder how long this cleansing operation in the leaf will persist. I hope for an early conclusion, for these days are indeed arduous. This entry marks the 534th day of my covert stay in the leaf. Yoshida Mamura gazed contentedly at his notes, performing a minor ninjutsu to bury his greatest secret within the earth. He straightened his attire and turned to observe the bustling street outside, where people flowed like a river. What a splendid life it is. This living environment embodies his dreams. During the Second Shinobi World War, the legendary Kakashi Hitaki and the 3 legendary ninjas emerged, becoming luminaries in the shinobi realm. Coupled with the strength of the previous generation, the Leaf Village has garnered universal acclaim as the most formidable of all ninja villages. Consequently, the volume of ninja missions has significantly increased, fostering the village's prosperity. To the villagers, it appears that since the conclusion of the Second War, the Leaf has perpetually exuded a harmonious atmosphere. However, beneath this surface tranquility lies a starkly different reality, a sentiment Yoshida feels acutely. As a sand ninja dispatched to the Leaf as a spy, his days have been fraught with trepidation. The scarcity of resources in the Sand Village is widely recognized. It is an inescapable truth, as the village is situated amidst a vast desert, severely limiting its capacity to diversify its industries. Reflecting on the subsequent 4 generations of Wind Shadows, one cannot help but recognize the extent of their destitution. With a shadow from the village laboring to extract gold from the bloodstained boundaries as a means of funding, it is evident that the disparities among the ninja villages are remarkably pronounced. In the realm of ninjas, the Land of Fire stands as the most prosperous. Strategically positioned as a vital thoroughfare connecting the north and south, its fertile and bountiful lands have attracted a multitude of talents and resources, with the Hidden Leaf Village reaping the greatest benefits. This is precisely what enables Konoha to contend against multiple foes simultaneously. Consequently, the Sand Ninjas harbor intense envy towards the Hidden Leaf Village, eagerly seeking opportunities to strike and consistently dispatching personnel to gather intelligence. As part of yet another contingent of ninjas heading to Konoha, the Third Wind Shadow convened them before their departure, imparting earnest counsel for an extended duration. He emphasized that the hope of conquering Konoha rested upon their shoulders. They were the heroes of the sand. They were charged with the responsibility of promptly informing the village of any anomalies detected in Konoha, positioning themselves as the village's benefactors. After such fervent encouragement, they were filled with zeal, eager to rush to Konoha at once. Upon their arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village, Yoshida Mamura diligently embraced his role, striving to convincingly portray the persona of an outsider. Apart from occasionally relaying intelligence, his days unfolded rather leisurely, allowing him to indulge in the occasional visit to unique izakayas for relaxation. One must admit, the sensation of living in this land is quite enriching. However, this tranquil existence underwent a transformation just a few days prior. It is understood that an unusually audacious scout from another village caused quite a ruckus in Konoha, provoking the ire of its higher-ups. At that moment, he was utterly astonished. He had contemplated observing how Konoha would handle the situation, intending to play the role of a carefree bystander to alleviate the monotony of his undercover existence. To his astonishment, the following day, Konoha apprehended the instigator and commenced a thorough purge. This left Yoshida flabbergasted. How could he possibly become embroiled in the unfolding drama? Which rogue ninja village had failed to grasp the essence of subterfuge? Unable to restrain his murmurs, he pushed his card out into the world. The recent crackdown led to soaring prices, leaving him financially constrained and unable to assist the young ladies daily. Deprived of his own warmth, he pondered whether they, clad in tattered garments, felt the chill of the season. Yoshida-kun, out so early today? The townsfolk greeted him amiably, evidently harboring a favorable impression of the young man. He reciprocated their warmth with courteous replies, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. To blend into the crowd is to remain undetected, upon closer inspection. This is indeed the essence of infiltration. Setting out the sweet rice dumplings he intended to sell, Yoshida Ei sat before his food cart, idly gazing around. Meanwhile, he silently wished for Konoha's operations to conclude swiftly. Truth be told, he held a great deal of confidence in his disguise. Since entering Konoha, he had refrained from revealing any of his abilities, living instead as an ordinary person. His diary succinctly encapsulates his life. Day 299, setting up a stall. Sipping tea at an izakaya. On the 300th day, I set up a stall and enjoyed tea at the izakaya. Today, the young lady displayed an astonishing capacity for kindness, managing to embrace all. Unbelievable. On the 301st day, Yoshida Mamoru, how could you have fallen so low? This cannot continue. Have you forgotten your aspirations? Tomorrow, I shall seek out information, for you are the village's beacon of hope. On the 302nd day, I found myself once again at the izakaya, encountering the same young lady from 2 days prior. Alas, I fear I may be sinking into temptation. On the 501st day, I returned to the izakaya. Today, I felt a twinge of pain in my waist. I had not anticipated that my benevolent assistance to them would result in such harm. Bah! What a dismal place. Never shall I return. On the 502nd day, I found myself once more at the izakaya. The simplicity of daily life has bestowed upon Yoshida Mamoru a sense of confidence. Setting aside all else, he has undoubtedly relayed the least amount of information to the village. The last time was 6 months ago. If he were to be apprehended for this, would it be just? He is not being lazy, rather. He is strategically embedding himself within Konoha. Once those arrogant spies have been apprehended, it shall be his time to shine. Yes, indeed. Akane. Look over there. There's a vendor selling dumplings. Let us buy a few skewers. After a moment of self-affirmation, Yoshida Mamoru instinctively donned a radiant smile, ready to greet his patrons. Alas, another tedious day awaits. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rapped his fingers on the desk, listening intently to the report from his trusted subordinate. Hokage-sama, we have conducted a thorough surveillance of the village during this period. Aside from those listed, the remaining individuals have all been apprehended. Oh? This remark piqued his curiosity. As he perused the documents on the table, the name Yoshida Mamoru caught his eye. Was this individual too inconvenient to handle directly? The formidable strength of ninjas could inadvertently wreak havoc in their surroundings, inciting panic among the residents, a situation that occasionally arose. It was understandable to delay action in the interest of stability. However, that was not the case here. Beneath the mask, the expression of the Umbu ninja was peculiar. This individual was an exception. Since the commencement of surveillance, no intelligence had been disseminated to the outside world. How, then, had he been discovered? This sparked Sarutobi Hizashi's curiosity. Could it be that another genius had emerged within the Umbu ranks? The rationale behind confirming his identity stemmed from the fact that he was an ordinary person. The Umbu ninja presented a series of meticulous deductions, dispelling Hizashi's inquisitive thoughts with a wave of his hand. In that case, you may decide for yourselves. Indeed, Lord Hokage. It was not until they departed from the Hokage building that the Umbu ninja could not help but exhale in relief, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. They had managed to evade scrutiny. In reality, the situation was not as complex as previously suggested. The discovery of Yoshida Mamoru was attributed to a friend of his. Just a couple of days prior, he had visited an izakaya to engage with this friend. During their leisurely time after entertainment, she lamented about a dumpling vendor who persistently compelled her to perform peculiar actions, a daily occurrence. This ignited his curiosity. To visit every day. What remarkable stamina must one possess? Moreover, as an ordinary person, was she spending all her money on tea? Upon investigating further at her residence, he uncovered something unusual. With his formidable abilities, he effortlessly extracted a substantial diary from the surrounding disarray of earth. Upon perusing its contents, he conceded that his horizons had indeed broadened. Chapter 23. The Observed Uchiha. Returning to the village in the tranquility of his own backyard, Xinjiang stood beneath the eaves, gazing at the gentle rain falling outside. Casually casting a shuriken, his movements, though seemingly nonchalant, struck the very center of a wooden post with remarkable precision. Alas, suitable training grounds are elusive. After tossing a few more shurikens, Xinjiang languidly settled before his door, murmuring to himself. While his home offered convenience, many ninjutsu techniques were ill-suited for open practice. Recently, during his visits to the clan's territory, he had sensed subtle gazes fixed upon him. If his suspicions were correct, They belonged to Danzo's route. Though aware of the old man's long-standing interest in the Sharingan, he was taken aback by the audacity with which he monitored the Uchiha clan. If Xinjiang could perceive this scrutiny, it was certain that the clan was already cognizant of such actions. Truly, it was no surprise that a man capable of manipulating Konoha to the point of subservience to the Cloud Village would resort to such tactics. To be frank, Xinjiang often found himself bewildered by the convoluted reasoning of Konoha's higher-ups. He believed that his own decisions would yield better outcomes. With the proud Uchiha, a little kindness would suffice to forge friendships, resulting in steadfast allies on the battlefield. Moreover, with Itachi and Shursui aligned with Konoha, the mastery of 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan would easily eclipse the strength of other villages, ensuring a future devoid of conflict. With so many formidable figures in place, Obito's audacity to disrupt Konoha is surely a path to his demise. Without the encumbrance posed by numerous individuals in Konoha, Minato could easily discipline this wayward apprentice. Is it truly so difficult? Must one resort to confrontation? The circumstances that have driven the Uchiha clan to oppose Konoha, and even contemplate a coup, are not without justification. As a clan that co-founded the village alongside the Senju, the outcome they received was a position that renders them a mere nuisance, relegated to the Konoha police force. Ostensibly tasked with maintaining village security, in reality, they engage in duties akin to those of municipal enforcement, exacerbating the rift between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. As if this were insufficient, Danzo harbors intentions to ensure their complete downfall. Such scenarios would only escalate, culminating in the fateful night of the massacre. Xinjiang reflects on the wisdom of a great leader. Peace sought through struggle may endure, while peace sought through compromise shall perish. At that time, the Uchiha possessed 3 pairs of Sharingan, capable of overwhelming power from the onset, yet 2 of them fell victim to manipulation, leading to their tragic annihilation. It is indeed absurd. However, this time, he shall not permit a recurrence of such events. Having lived within the clan for many years and benefited from the privileges of the Uchiha, Xinjiang cannot bring himself to indulge in hypocrisy. The solution is deceptively simple: prevent those 2 naive youths from being brainwashed. Their youthful musings are merely the product of idleness. Nevertheless, it is better to set aside such frustrations and focus on surviving the 3rd Great Ninja War. If he cannot endure through this conflict, any future will hold little significance for him. He must wait until Konoha concludes this operation. Indeed, Xinjiang is also awaiting the outcome, endowed with remarkable perceptive abilities. He naturally discerned the recent anomalies within Konohagakure. Although the streets remained as bustling as ever, the number of ninjas he sensed daily had surged dramatically, clearly indicating that all was not as tranquil as it appeared. Regarding the emergence of such circumstances, he had foreseen this during the encounter with that Cloud Ninja. Presently, with a multitude of ninjas patrolling the village incessantly, it had become increasingly challenging to find an inconspicuous spot. Consequently, he had been diligently training his taijutsu and a newly acquired ninjutsu at home, preparing to venture out at a later time. He certainly wished to avoid drawing the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed to spend his days peering through a crystal ball. Once noticed, it would indeed be uncomfortable. In the future, he resolved to expose this old pervert. Moreover, these Cloud Ninjas were persistently up to no good, engaging in underhanded tactics. Previously, they had kidnapped Kushina, and now they had set their sights on Hinata. Had it not been for this troubling incident, he would have continued his training in peace, discreetly developing his abilities. Fortunately, the Nin possessed a valuable item, otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. That night, he had managed to acquire a trove of spoils from the encounter, including shuriken, explosive tags, and various other items, along with a ninjutsu technique. While he was indifferent to the shuriken and explosive tags, his home was already replete with such items. The ninjutsu technique proved to be quite unexpected. It was, in fact, the very ninjutsu he had been practicing during this period, the chakra activation technique. This fundamental ninjutsu of the hidden Cloud Village allowed the user to activate their body using chakra, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities. After several trials, the results have proven to be exceptionally favorable, truly befitting the techniques developed by the Cloud Shinobi, who specialize in the art of stealth. It can be asserted that this is currently an ideal ninjutsu for Xinjiang. With the activation technique in play, the time required to unlock the 8 gates will undoubtedly be significantly reduced. It is time to depart. Casting a glance at the sky and estimating the hour, Xinjiang made his way toward the entrance. It was once again the week of vacation, and he had specifically summoned Hong and the others to inform them about the training grounds. He himself was not particularly worried about spies and informants in the village. Jonin are the elite ninjas of the village, integral to high-level decision-making. It is unlikely that the major ninja villages would be so extravagant as to assign such tasks to them. As for Chunin, Xinjiang was confident in his ability to evade any danger and even counterattack if necessary. However, if Hong and her companions were to encounter any unexposed threats, it could lead to complications. Soon, he arrived in front of a barbecue restaurant. In the anime, the most renowned delicacies of Konoha are Ichiraka ramen and barbecue. After sampling them, one cannot help but acknowledge the reason behind their popularity. The flavors are indeed delightful. Upon entering the establishment, he noticed that several of his companions were already seated. "Xinjiang, over here," came Hong's timely voice, waving him over. "Here, rice dumplings." Just as he settled in, Hong handed him a skewer of meatballs. "Hong, that's mine." Before Xinjiang could take a bite, he caught sight of Hongdo's expression, filled with a sense of grievance. Yet, upon receiving a stern glare from Hongdo quickly composed herself, burying her head into her barbecue as if venting her frustrations, tearing into the meat with fervor. Upon witnessing this, Xinjiang could not help but feel a surge of joy. It is essential to understand that the red bean is not one to remain docile at times. It even engages in spirited debates, yet it is invariably subdued by the red. Is this not a case of one thing conquering another? Shifting his gaze, Kai was earnestly devouring his meal, while Anma Shiyun sat quietly, her eyes subtly lingering on him. "Shiyun, how has your mastery over the bloodstained boundary been lately?" Xinjiang inquired, perceiving the girl's bashful thoughts. "Very well, indeed. My father has said that in 2 years, I will be able to fully control the manipulation of the 5 senses." Upon hearing the question, Anma Shiyun's eyes visibly brightened, her tone turning buoyant as she spoke. Xinjiang played the role of an attentive listener, occasionally responding with encouragement, patiently absorbing Shiyun's narrative about her progress. "Keep up the good work. I may need your assistance in the future." I will certainly help you." Xinjiang Kuan Anma Shiyun, being inherently introverted, received Xinjiang's generous words of praise with gratitude. As he consistently encouraged her, having forged a friendship, he felt compelled to support Shiyun, instilling in her the confidence to become an exceptional ninja despite her reserved nature. After finishing their meal, Xinjiang conversed with the red bean for a while before preparing to head home. He had already informed a few individuals not to wander about recklessly and that the training grounds were off limits, relying on his reputation within their small circle. Xinjiang was confident that they would not allow their curiosity to lead them into folly. Hastening toward home, Xinjiang contemplated the possibility of squeezing in a little more training. Suddenly, he paused in his tracks, turning to glance behind him, an overwhelming sense of joy bubbling forth within him. A figure stood upon the tree, adorned with a gentle smile. Grandpa Gujie. Chapter 24. The eve of graduation. Xinjiang, come out for breakfast. In the early morning, Xinjiang, still lingering in the hazy state of waking, heard the voice of his aunt, Uchiha Yanghua, mingled with a hint of background noise. Gradually regaining his senses, he donned the garments at his bedside and stepped out of his room, only to behold 2 figures, one large and one small. "Aunt, there's no need for such formality," Xinjiang remarked with a touch of resignation. After arranging the breakfast she had prepared upon the dining table, Uchiha Yanghua turned with a smile and playfully tapped his forehead. "That simply won't do. Today marks the day young Xinjiang officially becomes a ninja. Chuan has been quite busy lately and specifically entrusted me with this task." Upon hearing this, Yanghua began to offer a plethora of well-meaning admonitions. Very well, Xinjiang thought, choosing to remain silent and savor the warmth of her care. Though his parents had passed away early in his life, the Uchiha couple had seamlessly embraced the role, showering him with affection and treating him as their own. Despite the incessant nagging, this feeling was unexpectedly delightful. "Brother, my brother is going to be a ninja." At that moment, a small figure dashed towards him, clutching a forehead protector, his tiny legs racing with fervor. In his exuberance, he stumbled against a chair and tumbled into Xinjiang's embrace. "Shursui, be careful." Lifting the little one into his arms, Xinjiang offered a gentle admonition, followed by a playful pinch of his chubby cheek. Indeed, this child was Uchiha Chuan and Uchiha Yanghua's son, Uchiha Shursui. After the battle with Yunrin, Xinjiang's life returned to tranquility, devoid of any significant events. His days were spent training alongside Might Dai or engaging with his companions upon returning to the village. Occasionally, when his busy uncle found time to spare, Xinjiang would consult his grandfather's manual. The teachings of the elders, rooted in the same origin, were profound and greatly enriched his understanding of ninjutsu. Unbeknownst to him, over the course of 2 years, time slipped by swiftly, and the brief period at the Ninja Academy was nearing its end. During these 2 years, many occurrences transpired in the ninja world, yet they hardly disrupted Xinjiang's life. Only 2 events had a genuine impact. The first was the birth of Uchiha Shisui, which signified the addition of a new family member and, in the future, a capable ally. However, Jinyang was taken aback by the seemingly naive demeanor of the renowned Shisui, observing the little one with the ninja headband bobbing his head. Jinyang found himself lost in contemplation. The disparity in their temperaments was quite striking. He resolved to purchase a camera in a few days to capture the moment. A sly smile crept across his face as he imagined Shisui's reaction upon seeing the photograph. After all, a child serves little purpose if not for playful moments. The second event was considerably more somber. Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo, had recently taken his own life. The news sent shockwaves through the community. Hatake Tsukumo, a figure of immense renown in the ninja world, whose very name instilled fear across various ninja villages, had met such a tragic fate. Such is the decision-making of the higher-ups in Konoha. Upon receiving this news, Jinyang could only let out a long sigh, realizing that the time until the outbreak of war was drawing near. He recalled that the very year of White Fang's suicide, the third Hokage would also go missing, followed by the declaration of war against Konoha by Tsunagakure, igniting the flames of the Third Ninja War. What is this? Even our little genius has moments of concern? A teasing remark jolted Jinyang back to reality as his aunt wore a playful expression. Unlike other children, Jinyang had always exhibited a remarkable maturity, requiring little guidance. Especially after Shizumi's birth, the Uchiha couple realized just how worry-free Jinyang truly was. Thus, they regarded him as an adult, allowing him to make his own decisions. While this certainly alleviated their concerns, it rendered them almost incapable of witnessing any struggles he faced, which left them feeling quite unaccomplished. Therefore, when Uchiha Hanaka noticed Jinyang's furrowed brow, her initial reaction was, surprisingly, one of delight, soon followed by an eager curiosity to witness the unfolding events. With a silent glance at his aunt, Jinyang began to focus on his meal. His uncle and aunt were wonderful in every way, yet they seemed to revel in his moments of embarrassment or when he encountered insurmountable challenges. If it weren't for their genuine care, he might have thought they had been possessed by another spirit. Unaware of their thoughts, Jinyang quickly finished his breakfast and began to gather his gear, the ninja tool pouch, storage scrolls, and short sword. And the ninja headband. After receiving the headband from Shizumi's small, pudgy hands and tying it around his forehead, Jinyang prepared to step outside. Today marks the graduation ceremony and class division event. Auntie, I am heading out now. Jishui, I'll see you tonight. All right, please be careful. After exchanging greetings with Uchiha Izumi, who was holding Jishui, Jinyang made his way towards the ninja academy. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the school. Ever since mastering the shadow clone technique, Jinyang had not personally visited the school. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, the clones had always been limited to the vicinity of the classroom. Therefore, he was surprised to find himself feeling somewhat unfamiliar with the place. This graduation ceremony was particularly noteworthy, as it boasted the largest number of participants in years. They were not merely graduating, they were graduating ahead of schedule. Students aged 8 and above were also set to partake in the ceremony, thus becoming ninjas ahead of time. As for the village's decision to take this course of action, it was likely a preemptive measure in anticipation of forthcoming events. They aimed to hone their skills for what lay ahead. The training ground, once empty in his memories, was now filled with people, arranged like a battalion, awaiting the Hokage's address to the graduates. Danzo, has it truly come to this? These youngsters are the village's future. Observing the throng of young faces below, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Hizashi, this is not the time for hesitation. Not long ago, the third Kazekage went missing, and Tsunagakure clearly suspects our involvement. With Chiyo and Otozuki now in power, war is inevitable. Facing his friend's knowing inquiry, Danzo coldly articulated this grim reality. Regardless of how one phrases it, he is undeniably a seasoned veteran who has navigated the tumultuous ninja world for decades, a fact that is abundantly clear. Chiyo's offspring have all perished at the hands of Konoha, and she shall not overlook any opportunity for vengeance against the village. The last encounter with the Sand Shinobi ended in their defeat by Konoha. Personal grievances and national animosities, compounded by the internal strife stemming from the disappearance of the Kazekage, would compel anyone in his position to initiate hostilities. A war is, indeed, inevitable. Moreover, intelligence from the root has indicated that Iwagakure and Kumogakure have been unusually active of late, all actions directed toward Konoha. Observing the expression of his old friend, Danzo felt compelled to shatter the illusion. After decades of camaraderie, a mere furrow of the brow revealed to him the thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Undoubtedly, he was succumbing to sentimentality. After serving as Hokage for so long, Could he truly be oblivious to the current state of affairs? It is evident that the decision to pass the mantle of Hokage to the monkey was a grave mistake. He is the one truly deserving of that title. Alas, all is for the sake of Konoha. Repeating this mantra seemed to provide a semblance of comfort to Sarutobi Hiruzen as he adjusted his attire and made his way downstairs. Chapter 25. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Address, Class Division Ceremony Greetings, Students. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha is not merely an organization to me. It is a village that annually brings forth and nurtures countless ninjas, who then fight and sacrifice their lives to protect that which they hold dear. The inhabitants of this village, even without blood ties, are, to me, the most cherished family. Thus, the shadow of fire will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Wherever the leaves dance, fire shall burn. On the elevated platform before the training ground, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson Hokage cloak and adorned with the Hokage hat spoke eloquently. This was the first time Jinyoung had witnessed the visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen since his arrival in this era. Unlike the benevolent elder he would later become, the man before him, having just turned 50, retained an aura of authority forged from years of holding power. Despite being humorously dubbed the strongest Hokage, it is undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of 5 elemental ninjutsu and revered as a ninja professor, possessed formidable strength. In his prime, he was celebrated as the strongest ninja of his generation. Even though he no longer stood at the pinnacle of power, he remained a top-tier force within the ninja world. However, his discourse bore no substantial difference from what it would later become, frequently invoking terms like Konoha and Will of Fire, igniting the spirits of the students below with fervor and passion. Yet, upon closer examination, one could discern that despite the lengthy oration, there was a lack of tangible substance, filled instead with grandiose rhetoric. The freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy, with their limited life experience, were easily swept away by the fervor. After listening for a moment, Jinyoung shook his head. The early period of the Third Great Ninja War marked the zenith of Sarutobi Hiruzen's glory. Although his strength was formidable, his character was not particularly suited for the role of Hokage. He was often overly lenient with others, which frequently led to missteps. Currently, he can still manage to suppress his subordinates, instilling in them a sense of caution against harboring dissent. However, as his strength wanes in the future, he will be more prone to compromise, allowing Danzo to commit numerous errors. After symbolically joining the crowd in a few shouts to affirm his normalcy, Jinyoung ceased to pay attention to the monotonous official speeches on stage. Instead, he quietly surveyed the multitude of ninjas surrounding him. Following this graduation ceremony, the class division ceremony would commence, drawing the upper ninjas assigned tasks from the village nearby, in addition to many onlookers, creating a particularly large gathering. A glance to the side revealed 3 conspicuous figures lazily standing there. A lecherous man with white hair, whose gaze occasionally strayed towards a blonde woman beside him. How contemptible. He has always despised those who steal glances. One should live with integrity. Following the direction of the man's gaze, Jinyoung's pupils dilated in realization. He had misjudged the situation. It was not that the will of my forces was weak, but rather that the enemy's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. He quickly averted his gaze, passing over the final cold man. They were none other than Konoha's most renowned Sannin, the legendary Jiraiya, Princess Tsunade, and the enigmatic Orochimaru. Among the ninjas of Konoha in this era, the only one capable of overshadowing these 3 was the late White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. It is widely believed that the future 4th Hokage will emerge from among these 3. Further back, a man with blonde hair was seen playfully ruffling his hair while grinning at a red-haired woman, presumably Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. Alongside them were the likes of Asuma Sarutobi and many other upper ninjas whose names were difficult to recall, creating a scene of great grandeur. The village of Konoha is renowned for its prodigies, and this assertion is not mere hyperbole. In every age group, one can identify representative figures, entirely avoiding the gaps often seen in other villages. After observing for a while, Jinyoung's gaze inexplicably drifted back to the same spot. However, this time, his endeavor was thwarted. Before he could even glimpse the waist, a hand shot up, followed swiftly by a jolt of pain. Jinyoung, what are you preparing to behold? Hissing slightly as he inhaled sharply, he turned to face the girl before him, whose smile bore a hint of danger. All he could do was scratch his head awkwardly. Hong, weren't you listening to Lord Hokage's speech? With her hands clasped behind her back, Hinata Hong regarded him with a scrutinizing expression. Lord Hokage's address was exceedingly dull. I turned to see your antics instead. Your perspective has become skewed. Watching Hong's playful antics, Jinyoung could not help but lament inwardly. To prevent Hong and her companions from becoming fervent supporters of the Hokage, he had initiated guidance in this regard long ago. He revealed numerous dark secrets committed by certain high-ranking officials of Konoha, while also imparting the notion that the village was not merely a domain of the elite, but rather a community belonging to all its inhabitants. This shattered the grand image sculpted by Sarutobi Hiruzen in their minds. Consequently, they now approached every utterance from the Hokage with skepticism, no longer accepting them uncritically. This shift in mindset was commendable. At the very least, they would not be exploited while aiding in the counting of the prophets. Yet, he never anticipated that this would backfire upon himself. Hong, hear my defense. No, listen. Before Xinjiang could finish his sentence, a hand covered his mouth. Do you favor Lady Tsunade, Xinjiang-kun? Noticing that there seemed to be no signs of anger on Hong's face, Xinjiang instinctively nodded. The grandeur of the scene was something any man would appreciate. Suddenly realizing he had committed a grave faux pas, Xinjiang hastily shook his head in denial. So, it turns out that Xinjiang favored such things. Hong carefully observed the golden-haired beauty in the distance before glancing at himself, which prompted memories of a secret technique he had unearthed among his mother's relics. Yes, I shall commence my training tomorrow. Orochimaru, I have heard whispers of your recent acquisition of a disciple. Could it be that my beloved student has provoked you? Haha. Unfazed by the punch he received from Tsunade for peeking, Jiraiya turned and embraced his comrade, bursting into laughter. Fool. Just those two simple words caused Jiraiya's smile to freeze instantly. You, my friend. Completely disregarding the noisy remarks, Orochimaru reminisced about the events of a few days prior, a subtle smile playing on his lips. I will nurture Akkad into maturity. This was his final promise to a once invaluable aide. It seems that Orochimaru has indeed found a worthy disciple. Observing the shift in Orochimaru's expression, Tsunade allowed a rare smile to surface, feeling a sense of joy for her companion. Ever since Ju and Dan's demise, her melancholy had not been solitary. Orochimaru had also grown increasingly reclusive, often retreating to the basement, shunning all company. Having a disciple to share companionship with would be beneficial, lest his suppression lead to illness. Dan, I shall take good care of Shizune. Once this turmoil resolves, I will take her away from Konoha. Noticing the unusual silence enveloping his comrades, Jiraiya felt compelled to pause. In a moment, the three renowned ninjas of the shinobi world fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring their own thoughts. After a protracted wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally concluded his lengthy discourse, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause to erupt throughout the hall. Xinjiang joined in the sincere clapping, eagerly anticipating the dissolution of the gathering so that they might proceed to the next segment. Compared to the speech, he found himself far more intrigued by the allocation of their guiding instructors and companions. Though he harbored certain speculations, he remained hopeful as he awaited the announcement of the results. Now, I kindly ask everyone to return to your respective classes. Shortly, your guiding jonin will arrive. As Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down from the podium, the school officials swiftly approached to announce the class assignment process. Xinjiang, who do you think our teacher will be? Chapter 26. The special jonin instructor within the classroom. Xinjiang observed as Hong grasped his hand, her face betraying a palpable anxiety, which elicited an amused smile from him. What's wrong? Is Hong feeling nervous too? Despite her obedient demeanor before him, she exuded an entirely different aura outside, embodying the spirit of a future heroine. Among the three of them, she undeniably radiated the presence of a leader. You're still laughing. Upon witnessing Xinjiang's light-hearted teasing, Hong squeezed his hand in frustration, her voice tinged with irritation. Aren't you at all concerned about the class assignments? After all, they are all jonin. Besides, your current prowess is no less formidable. The differences are minimal. Xinjiang could not help but indulge in a bit of playful banter. It was a rare sight to see Hong in such a state, and he found it quite endearing. The guidance of the elite class students will be personally assigned by the Hokage, with all instructors being jonin, a long-standing tradition. The students in the elite class are either exceptionally gifted or descendants of prominent clans or powerful ninjas. To hold sway over this group is tantamount to grasping the future power of Konoha. Such matters are, of course, to be tightly controlled by the village leader. What if we are not grouped together? Should we seek assistance from Lord Shinju? While jesting, Xinjiang was well aware of the underlying concerns. After 2 years of his tutelage, Hog's abilities had already reached the level of a genin, significantly surpassing her original portrayal. Thus, there was no reason to fret over class assignments. It turned out this was her worry. Indeed, he had not given this matter much thought, but Hong remained blissfully unaware of these nuances. Observing the conflicted expression on the girl's face, Xinjiang leisurely reassured her, do not worry, we will be placed in the same group. Oh? Hong looked up, her eyes brimming with confusion. This decision was made by the Hokage, How could Jinyang possibly influence the outcome? The growth she had undergone rendered her no longer the oblivious child she once was. Hence, she comprehended the complexities entwined in this matter, especially concerning Jinyang, a member of the Uchiha clan. In contrast to any other ninja clan, there remained little possibility for the Uchiha. Their unpopularity within the village was no secret to those privy to high-level decisions, while many individuals harbor no ill feelings towards the Uchiha clan. For any ninja who has graced the battlefield, it is well understood how advantageous it is to have a member of the Uchiha as a comrade. Nevertheless, the prevailing sentiment from above dictates that one must at least outwardly align with the directives of leadership. This was the advice imparted to her by her father, Yuhi Kurenai. Following the announcement of the Ninja Academy's early graduation, Kurenai took it upon herself to educate her daughter on various aspects of the ninja world, both within and beyond the village, to prevent any unforeseen incidents arising from a lack of information. Just wait a moment, she reassured her daughter, who remained seated in anticipation. Asuma, Nebisu, come with me. Before long, a ninja appeared in the classroom, promptly escorting Asuma and another girl away. 2 boys and 1 girl, indeed. A quintessential arrangement reflective of Konoha's class division. It seemed as if this had been orchestrated, as one by one, more individuals entered the room. Marino Abiki, come with me. Inazuka Kiba, come with me. The pattern continued. Sometimes, only 1 or 2 individuals were taken, suggesting that multiple cohorts of ninjas were graduating simultaneously, allowing for more optimal groupings. The arrival of Jonin was notably frequent, and the number of students in the classroom dwindled rapidly. Eventually, only the 2 of them remained. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Kurenai prepared to voice her questions. Am I not too late, old man? At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted her. As a ninja bearing a large pot leisurely stepped through the door. Not long ago, I engaged in a lengthy conversation with the esteemed Uchiha Jinyang, and I must admit, the wait felt rather prolonged. The seemingly mundane words of Kyuk held within them a tempest of emotions in my heart. Uchiha, could it be? I vividly recalled that the current Hokage bore the name Sarutobi Izashi. Thank you, Grandfather Kyuk. Although I had been privy to this information beforehand. Witnessing the ever-gentle smile on his face still stirred a deep sense of gratitude within me. Indeed, he is the guiding jonin of our class, Marahoshi Kyuk. To understand the circumstances that led to this moment, we must delve into the past. Are you suggesting that you intend to become the guiding jonin for Uchiha Jinyang? In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was laced with surprise. This friend of mine, who had always lived on the fringes of the village, had come to visit me infrequently, only to deliver such an unexpected revelation. I encountered Jinyang during his training quite some time ago, having spent time together. I found him to be an exceptionally gifted child, and moreover, he is a descendant of Kyu. In response to the inquiry, Marahoshi Kyuk calmly articulated his reasoning. With age comes wisdom, and Sarutobi Hizashi quickly discerned the profound meaning behind the words. This signified that Kyuk's regard for the child transcended the significance of his lineage. Now, that piqued my interest. Narrowing his eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi began to recall the information he possessed about Uchiha Jinyang. He certainly had some recollection of the individual who had bested his own son. Since entering the Ninja Academy, he had consistently held the top position in the elite class. Indeed, he was quite remarkable, but was it sufficient to earn the endorsement of this dear friend? You hold such high hopes for this child? Recently, trivial matters have been incessant, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ponder much before directly inquiring. Of course, this was due to his regard for Maru Hashikusa. Had it been anyone else, he would have taken the time to reflect. If one were to speak of those who held a deep affection for the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily name a multitude. However, if one were to question who possessed the most unadulterated love for the village, his choice would undoubtedly be Kasuke. Even he had once harbored covetous thoughts regarding the position of Hokage, not to mention several members of the Elder Council today. Trusting Kasuke, he was prepared to listen to his perspective. He possessed the potential to become the next Uchiha Kagami. In a mere instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, gazing in astonishment at his friend. The implications of those words were profound. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Kagami. After a lengthy pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved the class assignment list from his drawer, crossing out Uchiha Masayuki's name from one of the teams. What else do you require from me? Let us form a team consisting of Uchiha Masayuki, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy. Very well, but if you are to serve as the guiding instructor, your identity will need to undergo a transformation to avoid provoking the scrutiny of others in the village. Understood. The dialogue between the two became exceedingly succinct. Merely 2 minutes later, Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed attending to his administrative duties. Recently, the Sand Shinobi had been stirring restlessly, with various reports streaming in from the borders. Thus the weight upon his shoulders had become significantly heavier. Each day unfolded in a relentless cycle of busyness. As for the matter concerning Uchiha Masayuki, he chose to relinquish all control this time. For decades, a friend reluctant to ascend the ranks has chosen to become a jonin. A decision that has surely brought him some solace. Chapter 27. Mutual Understanding, Undertaking D-Rank Missions. There's no need to worry, this old man cannot remain a genin for life. In the classroom, Gu Jia looked on with a sense of comfort at the young lad before him, who had grown significantly over the past 2 years. Now reaching his chest. With that expression, one might think something has happened to me. Quickly, wipe that off your face. The task is not yet complete. He patted Jin Yang on the shoulder before stepping out. Remembering another individual who might still be in a state of bewilderment, Jin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. A hint of admiration for the red-haired figure trailing behind him. At that moment, gazing at the desolate surroundings, even the ever-optimistic Kai sensed a foreboding unease. What is going on? Where is the instructor? Surely, they haven't forgotten about him? A few minutes later, Jin Yang tried to suppress his laughter as he observed Kai sitting beside him, his face a portrait of melancholy. Ha. Yet, he ultimately could not contain himself. The thought of Kai wearing such an expression was simply too amusing. As soon as the sound escaped him, Kai's face darkened. Jin Yang, you have caused me to anxiously await in this classroom, and now you dare to laugh? Were it not for the current inability to retaliate, Kai would surely have ensured Jin Yang faced dire consequences. Choosing to conveniently forget the fact that he had previously been unable to best Jin Yang, Kai engaged in a bit of self-reassurance. In a corner of the rooftop, Gu Jia watched the playful banter between the two with a cheerful demeanor. Reminiscent of his own youthful days. Such vitality. To him, the most beautiful aspect of life is undoubtedly witnessing the gradual growth of the younger ninjas in the village. The youth embody the hope for the future, and as a member of the older generation, he is committed to protecting them and inspiring them to become the pillars that will support the future. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. This flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. The unique spirit of Konoha is vividly embodied in the essence of Gudre. This is the true will of fire, pure and untainted by personal ambitions. Allow me to introduce myself, he said. I am your guiding jonin, Maruxin Gujia, proficient in water-based ninjutsu, illusion techniques, and swordsmanship. My passion lies in witnessing the flourishing of Konoha, and I harbor disdain for those who threaten our village. After a moment, Gudre gathered the three for self-introductions. As their mentor, he deemed it necessary to follow the customary procedure. A thorough understanding of each team member's situation is essential to prevent complications during future missions. Jin Yang exchanged glances with the others, hesitating for a moment. Was it truly necessary to introduce themselves? As good friends, they were already well acquainted with one another's circumstances. Jin Yang, it is your turn to share your story with us. Gujie remarked, having discerned their thoughts. While you all know each other, I only know one of you. Although Gujie was aware that Yu Yue Hong and Might Guy were Jin Yang's companions, his familiarity extended only to their names. Prompted by this, Jin Yang quickly gathered his thoughts and began to articulate his introduction. My name is Uchiha Jin Yang, and in 2 months, I shall turn 10. My greatest proficiency lies in Genjutsu and Taijutsu, and I have a fondness for grilled meat and Ichiraka ramen, as well as the lovely Hinata. The preceding introduction was rather ordinary, yet the final statement caused Hinata to blush profusely, while Kakashi regarded the two with a teasing glint in his eye. Ah, the joys of youth. What nonsense am I uttering? Under the gaze of others, Hinata instinctively felt the urge to clarify. But her voice dwindled to a whisper unheard. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. I am Hinata Hyuga, of the same age as Jin Yang. My expertise lies in Genjutsu, and I harbor a distaste for cake, while I delight in wasabi octopus and Jin Yang. After a brief murmur, she turned to Kakashi. They were quite familiar with each other, and this segment was primarily designed for the instructor to get acquainted with the students. Although her face flushed again as she spoke, Hinata opted for an introduction akin to Jin Yang's. Hinata, indeed a charming child. Now, it is time for Guy. Jin Yang distinctly observed that after Hinata concluded her introduction, Kakashi's smile became noticeably warmer. Guy's introduction was considerably simpler, encapsulated in just 2 words. Youth. This perfectly encapsulated his essence. After the class division, the entire day was primarily devoted to mutual acquaintance. However, from the instructor down to the teammates, everyone shared a profound bond with Jin Yang, allowing this segment to conclude with remarkable swiftness. Well then, that will be all for today. Everyone should return home and rest well. Tomorrow we shall commence our missions. Soon. Kakashi issued his first directive as an instructor, and Xinjiang and his companions each returned to their homes, embracing a longing for the life of a ninja. The night swiftly passed. At dawn the following day, this newly formed team arrived at the entrance of the mission center in Kanahagakure. As they were neither orphans of the Hokage nor hosts of the Nine Tails, they lacked the privilege to directly receive missions from the Hokage's office, thus having to adhere to the conventional channels. Upon eagerly entering and browsing through the available tasks, a look of undeniable disappointment washed over Hong's face. The reason was clear. As freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy, they were only permitted to undertake relatively safe D-rank missions for their initial training. Tasks such as catching cats, picking up litter, and cleaning public restrooms awaited them. Upon seeing these assignments, her visions of grandeur were instantly shattered. Who in their right mind would assign a ninja to clean toilets? Wait, all these tasks are issued by the Hokage building? Well, that's a different matter entirely. The imagined elegance of leaping through rooftops and defeating 10 foes with ease faded away, leaving only the image of a mundane and turned ninja, Yuhi Hong. Did none of you feel a sense of disappointment? Observing Hong's skepticism, Xinjiang couldn't help but chuckle. Having anticipated this outcome, he found it rather acceptable. After all, even the illustrious Team 7 had to labor through numerous days of D-rank missions, signifying that this was an unavoidable step. As for Kai, there was no need to elaborate. Mato Dai routinely engaged in such tasks, sometimes offering his assistance to expedite the process, making it quite a norm for him. After comforting Hong, Xinjiang ultimately chose a task that involved aiding villagers in planting crops. In contrast to the aforementioned labor-intensive tasks, he found himself more inclined towards this particular endeavor, if only for the opportunity to learn the art of seed planting. According to the task description, there was a river nearby, perfect for indulging in some grilled fish after a session of exercise. Thus, the entire day unfolded in this manner, appearing somewhat monotonous compared to the rigors of training. However, upon delving into the intricacies of cultivation, one discovers a unique charm in the process. As the saying goes, if resistance is futile, one might as well close their eyes and embrace the experience. No, rather, accept it with equanimity. Just like now. Xinjiang, hurry up. Let's see who can plant more. The one who loses will be responsible for dinner later. Hong was exuberantly toiling with the seedlings in the paddy field. Initially, his demeanor had been somewhat sullen. But upon hearing the villagers' expressions of gratitude, he transformed into his current jubilant self. Xinjiang smiled in response and ventured back into the field. 2 hours later, he found himself seated by the river, awaiting dinner. His original plan had been to cook for himself. Yet the presence of a playful girl with a penchant for culinary delights made it a rather relaxed affair. Chapter 28. Accepting a C-rank mission. Driving away beasts, the ensuing days remained predictably monotonous, as the trio of companions tirelessly engaged in D-rank tasks for an entire week. Today, however, they were finally informed by the mission center's supervisor that they had successfully navigated the ninja acclimatization period and were now eligible to undertake higher-level C-rank missions. This revelation undoubtedly filled the trio with elation. After so many consecutive mundane tasks, even Xinjiang, who had mentally prepared himself, felt a twinge of boredom. As he perused the selection of available missions, one particular task captured his attention: expelling the beasts from the northern edge of the village. Unlike the risk-free D-level tasks, the onset of C-level missions introduces the potential for injury, and driving away ferocious creatures is among the more straightforward endeavors. Considering that he had 2 teammates who had yet to engage in actual combat, Xinjiang ultimately opted for caution. He distilled his decision-making process into 3 key factors to assess the merits of a mission. First, he prioritized tasks in close proximity to the village, as an impending war loomed, and missions too far afield might lead to unforeseen circumstances with unpredictable consequences, which he preferred to avoid. Second, it was preferable for the adversaries involved to be beasts or rogue ninjas, minimizing the likelihood of complications arising from encounters with multiple foes. Third, the strength of the enemy should be suitable, providing an opportunity for the team to hone their skills. In essence, the ideal mission would entail minimal hassle, proximity to home, and a chance for personal growth. Of course, with advantages come trade-offs. Tasks meeting these criteria would naturally offer lower rewards compared to other C-level missions, such as serving as merchant escorts or delivering confidential documents to the Lord's estate. However, Xinjiang and his companions were not in dire need of funds. Kai, with his assistants, and Hong, who was quite affluent herself, found themselves in a comfortable position. They could select missions according to their preferences. Thus, this task perfectly aligned with all of Xinjiang's criteria. Handing the mission sheet to his companions, Xinjiang gestured to the description above and inquired, "What do you think of this mission? If it seems appropriate, I shall accept it." After a brief glance at the details, Hong was the first to respond. No problem. Xinjiang, you decide. Kai quickly followed suit. I feel the same. They proceeded to accept the mission, completing the registration with the staff. Xinjiang and his companions did not delay and promptly proceeded to the designated task location. Engaging in D-rank missions, though seemingly trivial, served a purpose, as it significantly enhanced their efficiency. Some tasks, if not executed with alacrity, would render completion nearly impossible. After a week, each member had become swifter, embodying a semblance of true ninja grace. Soon, they arrived at their destination, where the plains met the forest. Upon inquiring with the task issuer, they discovered that the area was entirely rented by someone for the purpose of raising livestock. How affluent! Recently, wild beasts had been encroaching from the opposite side of the forest, attacking the livestock. The mission's objective was to expel these creatures from the confines of the enclosure, thereby safeguarding the animals from harm, which would suffice for task completion. In reality, these beasts were rather challenging to manage, as they had developed a taste for the livestock. Even if expelled, there was a significant likelihood they would return. The optimal approach would be to capture or eliminate them. However, upon noticing that the team consisted solely of children, recent graduates from the academy, the task issuer merely mentioned this in passing, harboring little hope for their success. The immediate goal was to drive the beast away to alleviate the pressing situation, with the expectation of enlisting the assistance of more experienced ninjas in the future for a thorough resolution. This perspective was understandable, considering that the wildlife in the world of Naruto exhibits certain peculiarities. Much like the beasts found in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams, they tend to be larger and possess greater strength. To a human standing beside them, they would appear akin to a mere snack after a meal. It is precisely for this reason that the mission warranted a C-rank classification. Otherwise, the rewards and contribution points would be disproportionately easy to obtain. Even if they wished to attempt it, the Hokage would not permit such actions. Upon the completion of a task, in addition to the remuneration, one shall also accrue corresponding contribution points. Within the village of Konoha, the significance of contribution points rivals that of currency, if not surpasses it in importance. Firstly, contribution points may be exchanged for ninjutsu, serving as the sole legitimate avenue for acquiring such skills beyond the tutelage of others. Furthermore, they influence the promotion of ninjas. The prowess of a ninja is not distinctly categorized by visible ranks, but rather classified by titles: Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin. Each title comes with its own set of privileges. Once a ninja possesses sufficient strength, they may petition the village for advancement. Upon meeting the required contribution points and successfully passing an examination, promotion can be attained. Contribution points can be perceived as a representation of a ninja's practical experience. The higher the value, the more extensive the experience, thus facilitating the promotion process. Consequently, errors in this regard are inconceivable within the task center. Let us divide our efforts for greater efficiency, but do exercise caution. Given that beasts lurk within the forest, their exact locations remain unknown. Therefore, the three of them, unwilling to waste time idly waiting, ventured forth in separate directions to explore. Their capabilities were sufficient to contend with the beasts, thus emboldening their approach. Prior to their departure, Xinjiang created a shadow clone to remain in place, guarding against potential sabotage that could jeopardize their mission. Shortly after entering the forest, Xinjiang, utilizing his formidable perception abilities, swiftly located one of their targets, a towering tiger, standing 2 to 3 meters high. In comparison, Xinjiang appeared as a mere plaything. The tiger, blissfully unaware of Xinjiang's presence, basked in the sunlight, squinting its eyes in repose, exuding an air of leisure. At its feet lay remnants adorned with scraps of flesh. Upon encountering the majestic tiger, Xinjiang's first thought was that he would need to increase his financial contributions upon returning. While common beasts may be large, none approached this magnificent creature's size, surpassing the scope of the task at hand. It was, indeed, an unexpected delight. Such a beast possessed the potential to be cultivated as a summoning creature, naturally elevating the difficulty of the task. Summoning beasts are highly sought after in Konoha, primarily due to the renowned Sannin, each possessing a unique summoning creature that has gained fame on the battlefield. Furthermore, the summoning technique is relatively easy to master, allowing for a swift enhancement of combat capabilities, leading to a high demand for summoning beasts in the market. A creature of this stature could fetch a considerable price. It seemed prudent not to eliminate it. Xinjiang quickly altered his initial intention and began to observe the creature closely. Despite his wealth, one cannot live solely off their resources. It was time to replenish his modest treasury. Perhaps his scrutinizing gaze had drawn the tiger's attention, for it opened its eyes and immediately sprang to its feet, glaring fiercely. With a roar, Xinjiang felt the sky darken slightly as the tiger lunged at him. Had his mind become clouded? He deftly sidestepped the tiger's charge and found himself atop a tree. Earth release, ground movement technique. With the expenditure of chakra, the earth beneath the tiger began to shift, and a pillar of earth erupted from the ground, striking its soft underbelly with precision. A mournful cry escaped the creature, and Xinjiang could almost envision tears streaming from its eyes. Although Xinjiang's chakra was not of the earth attribute, rendering his technique somewhat less potent, it remained a terrifying experience for the tiger. The power of this technique is just right, capable of inflicting pain upon this creature. Observing the tiger's reaction, Xinjiang began to take action once more. The technique of multiple movements. Chapter 29. The unusual tiger. Mission accomplished. The tiger, hurled through the air by the ninjutsu, crashed violently to the ground, crushing a swath of underbrush. With a roar, it shook its slightly dazed head and rose to its feet, fixating on Xinjiang as though facing a formidable adversary, emitting a series of low, rumbling growls. At that moment, the ground began to tremble once again, the vibrations far surpassing those from before, which only heightened its vigilance. This time, Xinjiang released his ninjutsu at a measured pace. He had no intention of slaying this peculiar tiger. He needed to regulate the output of his chakra. Otherwise, the loss would be considerable. He had already regarded this magnificent beast as a prize. Before the ninjutsu could be fully unleashed, the once mighty tiger lowered its forepaws to the ground, resting its head as if it were a docile, oversized ginger cat. Witnessing the submission of this grand feline, Xinjiang couldn't help but be amused. This creature, initially imposing, turned out to be a timid tiger. This was fortuitous. It spared him any further complications. Xinjiang ceased the flow of chakra, and the ground fell silent. Sensing the shift in its surroundings, the ginger cat visibly exhaled in relief, its body relaxing. With Xinjiang's keen observational skills, he noted this transformation and was momentarily taken aback. This creature, had it sensed danger just moments ago? If this was the case, it appeared to be even more remarkable than he had anticipated. Certain wild creatures possess the remarkable ability to occasionally learn to harness chakra, significantly enhancing their physical prowess and qualifying them as summoning beasts. However, it is unprecedented for a creature of such stature to instinctively perceive the fluctuations of chakra without prior training, a phenomenon that Xinjiang had never encountered before. Typically, this ability is exclusive to the summoning beast of the three great sanctuaries. Suddenly, a large orange cat leaped in front of Xinjiang, lowering its head to rub against him, displaying an endearing expression. At that moment, Xinjiang was completely assured of his initial suspicion. This creature possessed remarkable intelligence. A smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "How intriguing." He reached out to gently pat the cat's head, and with a flicker of thought, he leapt onto its crown, declaring, "From now on, you shall be named Da Wang. Now, proceed in that direction." Casually bestowing a hasty name upon the orange cat, he commanded it to retrace their steps. Since the creature had chosen to submit, it was only natural for Xinjiang to take charge. To his surprise, Da Wang's performance exceeded his expectations. Throughout their journey, Xinjiang issued various commands, all of which the creature effortlessly understood and executed. Such an astute feline was indeed a rarity, and it seemed a pity to consider parting with it. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he already had a summoning beast. The Uchiha clan typically opts to forge summoning contracts with the Nikobaba, the leader of the Ninja Cat clan. Although the Ninja Cats lack formidable combat abilities, the quality of the weapons and ninja tools they produce is exceptional, coupled with their unique channels of information. Overall, their contributions to the Uchiha clan are undeniably substantial. Due to the existence of the Sharingan, nearly all summoned beasts appear rather feeble in their eyes. Consequently, the Uchiha clan has not pursued powerful summoned creatures, opting instead for auxiliary ones like the Ninja Cat clan. As a member of the Uchiha, Xinjiang naturally followed suit and signed a summoning contract early on. Although De Huang is commendable, he currently harbors no intentions of augmenting his summoned beasts, for battle-type summoned creatures would simply collapse before the Uchiha with a mere glance. I recall that Hong seems to lack a summoned beast. Reflecting on the original storyline, indeed, there is no depiction of Yuhi Hong employing summoning techniques, nor does her family possess the corresponding legacy. This large tiger evidently harbors significant potential. With careful nurturing, its power will undoubtedly be formidable in the future. Since Hong lacks a summon beast, if she is inclined, forming a contract with De Huang could be an excellent option. As for Kai, he possesses a tortoise used merely for stepping upon, thus Xinjiang did not consider him. Having settled in his heart the fate of the large creature, Xinjiang urged it to hasten its pace. Soon, they returned to the point of departure, awaiting the return of the two. Perhaps due to the considerable noise from the earlier battle, it wasn't long before Hong and Kai hurried back from two different directions. Xinjiang, how are things on your end? Before Hong could finish her sentence, she found herself staring in astonishment at the massive figure beneath Xinjiang. This creature is most likely the main culprit responsible for the attacks on livestock, and it has now been subdued by me. Xinjiang jumped down to explain, while the large orange cat settled beside him, affirming the truth of his words. How is the area under your responsibility? After a brief exchange, Hong and Kai found themselves in a state of bemusement. Both had encountered several wild beasts, each believing they would emerge as the one who eliminated the most. However, they were taken aback by Xinjiang's astounding feat of subduing such a formidable tiger. There was simply no comparison. Xinjiang, I shall surpass you next time, Hong declared, her youthful fervor igniting passionately. Disregarding Kai's exuberant outbursts, Xinjiang turned his attention to the girl beside him. Hong, if I recall correctly, you do not possess a spirit beast. Why not form a contract with this magnificent creature? After scrutinizing the gentle, plump orange cat, Hong's face blossomed with a radiant smile, and without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Very well. Although she could not discern any distinction between the orange cat and other spirit beasts, she wholeheartedly trusted Xinjiang's intentions. Regardless, you wouldn't lead me astray, she playfully retorted. Hearing her light-hearted tone, Xinjiang affectionately ruffled her hair. Let us finalize the contract swiftly. It can reside behind my house. Once it becomes a spirit beast, we can avoid parading such a large creature through the streets, drawing unwanted attention. Behind Xinjiang's residence lay a forest belonging to the Uchiha clan. Given that most clan members had signed contracts with ninja cats, the area was quite spacious, perfectly suited for the large feline's activities. And there was no fear of it being captured by others. The process of signing the spirit beast contract was remarkably straightforward. In no time, the trio returned to the village amidst the grateful acknowledgments of their client. Such remarkable talent at such a tender age, the client marveled, gazing at the three small figures. He had initially believed that they would be fortunate enough to drive away fierce beasts, but he was astonished that they could contend with such a colossal creature. The image of the gigantic tiger he had just witnessed sent a shiver down his spine, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Should he perhaps send his grandson to the capital to learn the art of ninjutsu? He did not aspire for him to reach such extraordinary heights. Rather, he only wished for him to safeguard the family legacy in the future. Fortuitously, he maintained a favorable rapport with an official who could facilitate lessons from the guardian ninja of the capital, unbeknownst to the intricate psychological motivations of the client. The trio of Shinri had already made their way to the task center. Presenting the notification, verified by the client, to the staff, they received their remuneration for the mission. This C-rank task typically yielded rewards fluctuating between 30,000 and 100,000 Ryo. Initially, the compensation for their task was set at 40,000 Ryo, which increased to 100,000 Ryo upon their encounter with the formidable orange cat. Certainly, this additional amount was not covered by the task center, but was a generous enhancement from the client, as evidenced by the notification indicating their willingness to raise the reward. After deducting the village's share of 5,000 Ryo, the trio ultimately pocketed 95,000 Ryo in silver notes. They had struck it rich. Upon seeing this substantial sum, all three displayed a palpable excitement. It is worth noting that a single day spent on a D-rank task typically yielded only a few thousand Ryo. Thus, the contrast rendered this an extraordinary windfall. Compared to their previous earnings, this was a remarkable increase. Having made a modest profit today, why not indulge in a sumptuous feast of grilled meat? Shinri proposed the idea of treating themselves. Agreed. Chapter 30. Clearing out rogue ninjas. Discovering anomalies in a dense forest located 30 miles north of Kanahagakure. As they hurried along, Rin noticed the anxious expression on Hong's face and leaned closer to offer comfort. There's no need to be overly tense. They are merely a few rogue ninjas who only dare to target civilians. Their abilities are not formidable. As long as you perform normally, they can be dealt with effortlessly. Hong nodded, raising her arm defiantly. I am not afraid of them. Sensing that she was still somewhat apprehensive, albeit less so than before, Rin chose not to say more. It is quite natural to feel tension when confronting violence for the first time. It is merely a matter of experience. In truth, his own reaction back then had been far less composed. Before long, they arrived at an unusually quiet village. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and Rin's heart sank. They were too late. Upon entering the village, they were met with devastation, a chaotic scene littered with corpses carelessly strewn across the ground. And faint cries echoed in the distance. Grasping Hong's visibly pale hand, Rin moved toward the source of the sound. We are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf. Please tell us what those attackers looked like. He inquired after finding a few surviving women and children huddled in a pit. They're all dead, all of them. One of the surviving women replied, her expression vacant as she stared blankly at Rin's forehead protector. Gradually, a flicker of awareness returned to her eyes, and her tone shifted slightly. I don't know what they looked like. All I know is that they killed everyone and then left, heading in that direction. She pointed towards a certain path, her gaze filled with pleading as she spoke. Do not worry, we will avenge you, Rin assured her. Thank you, thank you. After ensuring the safety of the survivors, he turned his gaze in the direction she indicated, his voice growing cold. With fervent indignation, both Hong and Kai nodded vigorously. This group of wandering ninjas had gone too far. Slaughtering defenseless civilians was an utterly disgraceful act. For ninjas, tracking is a fundamental skill. Every competent ninja excels in this area. Residing in the prestigious village of Konoha, Xinjiang and his companions naturally possessed superior tracking abilities compared to the wandering ninjas. And it wasn't long before they discovered the traces left behind. Moments later, the trio arrived at a small stream. After examining the footprints by the water's edge, Xinjiang looked up and remarked, the wandering ninjas likely number between 3 to 5, consistent with the task requirements. Their footsteps appear rather erratic, suggesting a sense of urgency. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xinjiang furrowed his brow. Initially, he had accepted this task due to its simplicity, but given the circumstances, it seemed these wandering ninjas were likely rogue ninjas from a certain village rather than mere low-tier ninjas. What were the odds of encountering them? The complex backgrounds of wandering ninjas were not surprising. However, to encounter rogue ninjas disguised as wandering ninjas so close to their own village, especially while they might be fleeing from pursuers. This series of factors combined made Xinjiang feel as though he were encountering a rare and formidable orange cat once again. Was he destined to be the protagonist, drawing trouble towards himself? Xinjiang shook off these chaotic thoughts. It mattered little. Since they had crossed paths, there was no room for hesitation. Those scoundrels would surely be sent to hell. He simply detested trouble, not that he lacked the means to resolve it. Beside them, Kai, upon noticing the halt, grew anxious and exclaimed, Xinjiang, what is the matter? Hurry and pursue them, or they will escape. Shaking his head, Xinjiang pointed to a nearby tree, saying, do not be hasty, observe the branches of that tree. In an instant, Kai appeared on the branch, crouching to examine it, and was taken aback to find the branches slightly askew. Reflecting on Xinjiang's earlier words, he suddenly understood. The disarray was caused by rapid movement. Someone else was indeed searching for them. The traces found on the tree and along the stream evidently did not belong to the same group, prompting further contemplation. The fact that we have taken on this mission without the village dispatching personnel indicates the involvement of other ninja. I suspect these wandering ninjas are renegades. Xinjiang articulated his deduction to the two, combining the discovered evidence with the identities of the rogue ninjas, clearly not a mere conjecture. The unforeseen circumstances left Kai somewhat bewildered. So, what should we do now? The involvement of other ninja villages escalated the gravity of the situation substantially, necessitating caution. We shall proceed as usual. With me here, there is no need for concern, Xinjiang assured them confidently. Months prior, he had achieved the goal he had set. A few renegades were still within his capacity to handle. After advancing a short distance, the trio was compelled to stop once more, as a group of ninjas engaged in a fierce battle lay ahead. Sensing the presence of outsiders, the combatants abruptly ceased hostilities, dividing into two wary factions, their gazes fixed upon the newcomers. At that moment, Xinjiang and his companions gained clarity regarding the circumstances unfolding before them. The number of individuals on both sides was equal. On one side stood 4 masked ninjas, distinguishable as members of the Suna Special Assassination Force. Opposite them were 4 individuals of varied appearance, 3 men and 1 woman. Their disheveled state indicated that they had recently found themselves at a disadvantage. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the 3 children, a fatal conflict would have undoubtedly ensued. We are the ninjas of Konoha, and we belong to the Umbu of Sunagakure, currently engaged in the eradication of rogue ninjas. We request that you vacate the area, stated the leader of the Umbu upon noticing the 3 children, visibly relieved, yet his tone carried an underlying threat. This place is too close to Konoha. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. Once we have dealt with these individuals, then, little brother, do not trust them. Once we are gone, you will be their next targets. How about we join forces against them? Interjected one of the 4. It was clear they stood no chance against the 4 Umbu. And even though the combined strength of the 3 appeared meager, they had to strive for survival. As Xinjiang noticed the questioning gazes from Hong and Kai, he offered a slight smile. It was evident from the intense glare of one Umbu that they were indeed capable of such treachery. The animosity between Sunagakure and Konoha had been forged during the last Great War, and any encounter between them was likely to erupt into battle. However, the rogue ninja's suggestion was not born from benevolence. Should they assist in vanquishing the Umbu, the weapons of their erstwhile allies would soon be aimed at them. It was merely a temporary strategy born of their current disadvantage, especially considering the deeds these individuals had committed previously. Two Jinin, for Chunin. And two special Jonin stood before him. With a discerning gaze, Xinjiang assessed the overall strength of the two groups and spoke, "Hong, I leave the two Jinin to you. I will handle the others." The assembly awaited the response from this audacious youth, but were taken aback by such brazen words. One of the Sand Village Umbu could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death, you insolent brat?" He had never encountered such an impudent child before. Upon hearing these words, Hong and Kai wasted no time, heading straight for the only two Jinin present, those among the traitorous ninjas. This action undoubtedly incited the ire of all the ninjas present, who launched an assault on the trio. However, mindful of the lurking enemies nearby, they refrained from unleashing their full power, opting instead to hurl a few ninja tools and execute low-level jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Xinjiang's fingers danced as he spoke, and a vast inferno erupted forth, transforming the area ahead into a sea of flames, utterly dismantling the Sand Ninja's offensive. Is this some kind of joke? Such a level of fire jutsu. This is a child? The Umbu ninja who had first spoken muttered under his breath, frantically retreating to evade the searing waves of fire. The surrounding individuals, though silent, displayed expressions of equal bewilderment. Is this truly a jutsu that a child can conjure? Surely, they must have lived their lives in vain. One individual suddenly broke the silence, questioning, could it be that what he said earlier was true? Given the circumstances, it appears that even if this individual cannot annihilate them entirely, those who are targeted will certainly not escape. Upon realizing this predicament, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. They immediately scattered in all directions, preparing to flee. Was it only now that they became aware of the situation? It seems they are a tad late. Illusion technique. Fire of unknown origin. Aside from the two lower-ranked ninjas who were engaged in combat, the rest were suddenly entranced by the apparition of Xinjiang, rendering them motionless. Witnessing this spectacle, Xinjiang felt no surprise. His years spent at the Ninja Academy were far from wasted. After a few seconds, the faces of those ensnared in the illusion contorted with expressions of agony and terror. The fire of unknown origin is a visual genjutsu activated through the Sharingan, wherein the opponent experiences excruciating pain as if their body were ablaze. They had now succumbed to the torment of the flames within the illusion. This scene was exceedingly bizarre. The rapid shift in circumstances caught the remaining two lower-ranked ninjas off guard. Xinjiang turned his gaze. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, Hong and Kai charged forward. Due to their age-related limitations, their chakra reserves were undoubtedly inferior to those of their opponents. Consequently, they engaged in close combat, allowing no opportunity for the adversaries to utilize ninjutsu. In an instant, kunai clashed, and fists met feet. Although they were lower-ranked ninjas, the two rogue ninjas from Sunagakure exhibited considerable combat experience, executing each move with lethal precision and a palpable intent to kill. However, as time passed, they horrifiedly realized that something was amiss. As the battle intensified, the prowess of these two individuals steadily progressed. Initially able to suppress one another, they now found themselves at a disadvantage. It felt akin to being used as a whetstone. Yet, there appeared to be no means of breaking through their predicament. They could not overcome their adversaries alone. They could only rely on their captain. Fire style, Celosia petal technique. With a series of hand seals, Xinjiang conjured flames upon a shuakin, sending them soaring like countless Celosia petals towards the figures on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated incessantly, shaking the very earth beneath them. How is this possible? As the smoke dissipated, the two rogue ninjas stood in stunned disbelief. The individuals struck lay charred, with shuriken embedded in their vital areas, clearly on the brink of death. Their captain and the relentless assassination squad that had pursued them so tenaciously had fallen so easily at the hands of a mere child. It seemed almost too effortless. Gazing at Xinjiang, perched nonchalantly upon the tree, the rogue ninjas felt their weapons slip from their grasp, rendered despondent and motionless. How could they fight on? With the demise of their comrades, any hope of victory had vanished entirely. Red, Kai, eliminate them. This display of utter despondence rendered them ineffective even as a whetstone. It would be better to dispose of them quickly and return to claim their reward. Wait, don't kill us. I know a secret. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, they had been sentenced to death. One of them, in a state of panic, his expression shifting rapidly, finally spoke. Oh, let us hear it then. Realizing that these two individuals still held value to be exploited, Xinjiang waved his hand to signal a pause in their actions. You must first agree to let us leave. Do you currently possess the authority to negotiate? He inquired. If you remain silent, others will speak. There is no scripted narrative akin to that in the minds of traitorous ninjas, Xinjiang stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the rogue ninja turned his head, only to find the complex expression on his companion's face, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The third Kazakage has gone missing. His words were akin to a bombshell. Please, continue. Do you not find this surprising? What a peculiar individual. The rogue ninja observed Xinjiang's unwavering demeanor, internally scoffing while hastening his narrative. Soon enough, Xinjiang grasped the entirety of the situation. Not long ago, the third Kazakage, the highest authority of Sunagakure, had vanished without a trace. Initially, the village's upper echelons chose to conceal this to maintain stability. However, as time elapsed without any sign of the Kazakage, suspicions began to arise. Furthermore, the prolonged absence and lack of communication led many to consider him deceased. The news of a village leader allegedly assassinated sent shockwaves throughout the community, inciting internal strife and power struggles. A number of individuals turned rogue due to their leader's entanglement in this web of power disputes, ultimately leading to his demise, which also resulted in the purging of his loyal subordinates. Only a few managed to escape. This is all we know. May we depart now? Observing the trio's reluctance to respond, the rogue ninja cautiously probed. Xinjiang returned to the moment, regarding him with a smile that held an air of ambiguity. What does it feel like to be engulfed in despair, utterly devoid of the power to resist? You lack integrity. I do not recall ever acquiescing to your demands. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the two individuals shifted dramatically, and they immediately retreated, preparing to flee. Yamazaki Taku, one of the lower-ranking ninjas, dared not glance back. He only pressed forward, head down. That child was nothing short of a demon. Strangely, Shinyu and his companions did not pursue him. However, he had no time to ponder the reason behind this. Seizing the opportunity, he fled wildly, his figure weaving through the forest. Eventually, having exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, he was compelled to seek refuge in a concealed hollow of a tree. It was then that he realized his companions had somehow become separated from him. Never mind, I must prioritize my own safety. In this dire situation, whether I can escape at all is uncertain, so I cannot afford to dwell on anything further. Each must accept their fate. Come on. Let us slay this fiend who has ravaged our village. Before he could catch his breath, he was astonished to find a group of armed villagers surrounding him. Had he been discovered? Impossible. How could he be found by a mere band of ordinary people? A vague sense of unease washed over him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the crowd lunged toward him. You feeble, defenseless fools dare to lay a hand on me, unable to contend with that enigmatic child. Could he not overpower a group of commoners? With a clang, he drew two kunai, clashing them together in his hands. Yamazaki Taku bent his knees and leapt toward the tree. Though he was immensely fatigued, securing a higher vantage point would transform these individuals into mere targets. What a bunch of deluded fools. A faint smile graced his lips as he envisioned the impending scene of carnage. What was happening? His fantasies shattered in an instant, leaving his body rooted in place. Yamazaki Taku's smile gradually faded. Could he truly not leap up to a tree? With a sudden shift in thought, he hastily considered a possibility, channeling the chakra within him. Unsurprisingly, nothing happened. He felt no trace of chakra, and his body had regressed to that of an ordinary person. He longed to eliminate this foe. At that moment, the villagers loomed closer, and despair filled Yamazaki Taku's eyes. Chapter 32, Completing the Mission. The reason for Koga's role as mentor, the anguished cries of the two rogue ninjas before him brought a slight sense of relief to Xinjiang. Illusion technique. Naruto's vision. This technique materializes each individual's fears, rendering them as reality. In essence, the greater the fear within the target, the more potent the impact of this technique, subjecting the opponent to the most dreaded visions from their psyche, delivering a profound psychological blow. Even as they fled, the two had unwittingly entered Xinjiang's crafted illusion, experiencing the very scenes of slaughter they had inflicted upon the village, allowing them to grasp the villagers' despair. Subsequently, they would be escorted to the afterlife by Hong and Kai. Thus, this mission was successfully completed. How do you feel? Noticing something amiss in Hong's expression, Xinjiang patted her back and inquired. I am fine, blushing yet pale. She shook her head slightly, feeling somewhat disoriented after her first act of killing. Hesitantly, she inquired. Should we report the intelligence regarding the possible death of the third wind shadow to the village? Rubbing her head gently, Xinjiang spoke with a hint of implication. Do you recall that Teacher Gujia was summoned for a meeting today? Shirihong nodded and suddenly realized, "Are you suggesting that the village is already aware?" "Indeed," he replied. "If even these lower-ranked ninjas are privy to such information, then Konoha must be informed, for there would be no reason for the village to continue otherwise. As the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha's intelligence capabilities are formidable, if Xinjiang's assumptions hold true." The meeting of the upper ninjas convened this morning was likely to disseminate this matter throughout the village. Gujie attended the meeting due to his promotion to Jonin, which is also why only the 3 of us were assigned this mission. Naturally, there is a reason we can undertake this task independently. The threshold for Jonin is exceedingly high, and their numbers are scarce, making large-scale mobilization impractical. Consequently, Konoha established the position of Special Jonin during the last war. This role was designed for those ninjas who can attain Jonin-level proficiency in specific domains such as secret techniques, bloodline limits, and mastery of ninjutsu. By consolidating these ninjas, who possess a distinct advantage over ordinary Chunin yet do not meet the Jonin standard, Konoha facilitated easier personnel mobilization during wartime. Since then, the position of Special Jonin has been retained. Currently, Xinjiang's strength aligns with this standard, although he still lags slightly behind Jonin in other aspects. He excels remarkably in illusion techniques, surpassing even true Jonins. Moreover, this does not even account for the bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Over the course of more than 2 years, Xinjiang's Sharingan has reached a terrifying 3-tomo. With the enhancement of the 3-tomo Sharingan, his strength is poised to soar dramatically. Even the current Marahoshi Kogai would not dare to underestimate Xinjiang in such a state. However, due to his tendency to remain inconspicuous, this has not been factored into his usual capabilities. A 10-year-old possessor of the 3-tomo Sharingan would undoubtedly be subjected to research should it come to light. Thus, this remains Xinjiang's most deeply concealed secret. Aside from a few individuals he interacts with regularly, those who are aware of this secret have already departed from this world. Considering certain future plans of his own, only his uncle and aunt within the family are privy to this knowledge. His strength is sufficient to handle any C-rank mission, coupled with the remarkable abilities of Hong and Kai, who are outstanding among the Genin. It is likely that they will see an increase in power following this encounter with bloodshed. This is precisely why Kogai feels secure in allowing them to venture out. The strength of their small team is indeed extraordinary. However, in light of recent events, they will need to exercise caution in selecting future missions. Reflecting on the proceedings of this mission, Xinjiang led the 2 back to the village. Upon receiving their reward, the trio settled in a barbecue restaurant. It has been a month since they first undertook a C-rank mission. With the increase in rewards and their shared fondness for barbecue, they have made it a tradition to dine together at the barbecue restaurant after completing each mission. "Xinjiang, do you really not need to report the encounter with the Sand Ninja Assassination Squad?" Kai hesitated for a while before ultimately asking. Although the 3rd Hokage faced numerous challenges, the infiltration of Sand Shinobi into the Land of Fire posed a significant threat. The village is well aware of this. And perhaps soon we shall hear a particularly noteworthy announcement from Elder Kage. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." As Xinjiang's words faded, a figure emerged beside the trio. "Hello, little ones. It seems today's mission went rather smoothly." The newcomer was none other than Elder Marahoshi Kage, who, as he took a seat, casually plucked a piece of grilled meat and popped it into his mouth. "It appears that without my supervision, you all have been quite efficient. Elder Kage, is there a possibility that you've not accompanied us on our missions all this time?" Red began to jest upon seeing the elder, who had been absent for an entire day. Due to Xinjiang's affectionate title, they all began to refer to him as Elder Kage, which felt much more endearing than teacher. "Isn't it because the Hokage summoned us today?" Elder Kage cheerfully countered, feeling rejuvenated since meeting Red. In his earlier days, he certainly would not have held such a mindset. "Then why did we not see you before?" A follow-up remark left Elder Kage momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, Red was not one to cause unnecessary trouble. She had learned a great deal from him over the month, and her actions today were intentional. Having never met her own grandfather, she earnestly inquired, "Elder Kage, could you perhaps spend more time with us in the future?" This was her true motive. As Elder Kage's kind and gentle demeanor easily endeared him to the children, it is evident that during their time together, Hong has come to regard Gu Jie as a figure of elder status. This remark momentarily took Gu Jie aback, before he immediately cast a gentle gaze in her direction. "All right, from now on, I shall undertake all tasks alongside you." Indeed, due to the influence of Xinjiang, Gu Jie need not expend excessive thought on the squad's dynamics. However, he overlooked the sentiments of the other 2. Not everyone possesses the same maturity at this age as Xinjiang. Having assumed the role of mentor to the trio, he must bear responsibility for each individual, a notion that was not originally his intention. Gu Jie's decision to become Zhun Yang's instructor was, in fact, partially influenced by the tragic suicide of Baiya. As a ninja of equal standing to the Hokage, Gu Jie had witnessed firsthand how Hatake Tsukumo distinguished himself from the masses, ultimately becoming the revered Konoha White Fang. They had even engaged in a sparring match once. It was for this reason that Gu Jie began to pay close attention to him. Yet, what Gu Jie could never have anticipated was that this remarkable junior would succumb to the village's rumors. He was acutely aware of what those rumors signified. The missions assigned to Baiya were invariably shrouded in the utmost secrecy, involving the village's confidential matters. How could they possibly have been known to the villagers? Moreover, which ninja could guarantee that every single mission throughout their career would be executed flawlessly? Marahoshi Gu Jie could not provide such assurances. Nor could he believe that Saratobi Hizashi would dare to make such claims. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Baiya met his untimely demise. Clearly, certain individuals within the village harbored intentions against Baiya. Perhaps those individuals did not genuinely intend to take his life. After all, it is likely that no one in the current shinobi world possesses the capability to eliminate the White Fang with certainty. Yet, this is of little consequence. He is acutely aware that the higher echelons of Konoha have begun to decay. That revelation is sufficient. Updates occur every afternoon at 4 o'clock. Chapter 33, The Sand Ninja Strikes. Danzo's Fury Bang. Hiruzen, I had initially advised taking the initiative to eradicate the threat in its infancy, yet you rebuffed my counsel. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, venting his dissatisfaction. Glancing at the documents before him, he remained unsatisfied and retorted. Are you content with the outcome now that the Sand Ninja have launched an assault, turning the Land of Fire into a battlefield? In the office, the Hokage's assistant, the Elder Council, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered, their voices rising in heated disputes. All of this can be traced back to a significant event. Just yesterday, news arrived from the southwestern border. The Sand Ninja village had assembled a substantial force, traversing the Land of Rivers, and had already cleared the border outposts, heading directly toward Konoha. This maneuver signifies the Sand Ninja's formal declaration of war against Konoha. Hiruzen, do not overlook the fact that their strength has been restored over the years. Our possession of the fertile Land of Fire will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other villages. Indecision will only render us vulnerable to attacks. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen's expression was far from pleasant. The Sand Ninja truly intended to ignite the flames of war in the shinobi world? As a veteran of the Second Great Ninja War, he understood all too well that war entails brutality and bloodshed, posing a severe threat to the village's development. Thus, he had been diligently avoiding such a situation. However, the problem was that, at the slightest lapse in attention, others had already breached his doorstep. Deep down, he was reluctant to incite a more extensive conflict, for once war commenced, the situation would no longer remain entirely within his control. Yet, early in the morning, Danzo and several others insisted on publicly disclosing this information to the village's elite shinobi. There was no turning back. War between the two villages had become inevitable. Discussing it further seemed futile. It was more prudent to deliberate on how to proceed. Observing the irate Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in resignation. He understood that his decision appeared rather feeble, yet the repercussions of war upon the village were incalculable. Had he truly erred? Considering the time taken for messages to return, the Sand Shinobi should have already breached the majority of the border defenses. Therefore, I propose an immediate dispatch of troops to intercept the Sand Shinobi within the Land of Fire, thereby preventing the escalation of conflict. Additionally, reinforcements must be allocated to other defenses to deter any opportunistic strikes from other ninja villages. Witnessing the palpable tension between the two, Kohara Udatane, a member of the Elder Council, was the first to offer a suggestion. I concur, added Hamuramito Kato, also an elder. Humph. Seeing both express their stance, Danzo reluctantly nodded in agreement. In his view, if they were to engage in battle, it ought to commence in the Land of Wind, simultaneously obliterating their scant greenery and resources, rendering the Sand Village incapable of recovery for decades to come. What kind of situation was it to wage war on one's own territory? Yet, as matters stood, the priority was to expel the Sand Shinobi from the Land of Fire. Upon reaching a consensus, Saratobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette and issued his final orders. Very well, Kaminari. Promptly disseminate this information and prepare the villagers mentally for the impending war. Meanwhile, assemble the ninja forces for a counterattack. Danzo, assign the root organization the task of scouting Sand Ninja intelligence, ensuring that we acquire a comprehensive understanding before our troops arrive. Koharu, inform the heads of the major clans within the village to convene at the Hokage building, they shall serve as formidable allies on the battlefield. As circumstances became irretrievable, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to act decisively. A flurry of directives poured forth from his lips, systematically addressing matters large and small, leading to a steady stream of individuals departing the office. Had action been taken sooner, the current predicament might have been averted. Reflecting upon the sequence of events, Danzo gradually came to the realization that Hiruzen was ill-suited for the role of Hokage. He had forewarned the Sand Ninja of an impending conflict following the disappearance of the third Kazekage, urging preemptive measures. Yet, Hiruzen remained silent, hesitant, perpetually reactive to the shifting tides of circumstance. This behavior incited Danzo's ire. Konoha stood as the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages, possessing the most fertile lands and the most exceptional ninjas, yet under Hiruzen's stewardship, it appeared weak and vulnerable. In the past, even when indecisive, Hiruzen maintained a certain threshold. However, his current boundless complacency was intolerable to Danzo. Prior to the crisis, he consistently refrained from making any decisive choices. Hiruzen, you have grown old. Confronted with Danzo's inquiries, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a considerable time before responding. The current state of Konoha cannot withstand excessive turmoil, and the younger generation has yet to mature. With the death of White Fang and Tsunade's affliction with hemophobia, coupled with the decline in the strength of his contemporaries, Konoha no longer possesses the formidable Fade it once did. Although it still holds the title of the foremost ninja village, it lacks a decisive advantage over the other villages. The prevailing wariness stems from its long-standing reputation for strength. Should conflict arise, Konoha's vulnerabilities may be exposed, leaving it susceptible to a coalition of several ninja villages, for its forces are insufficient to engage on multiple fronts. This is the crux of Sarutobi's concerns. Until Minato and the others mature, the situation is unlikely to improve. This is why he is reluctant to enter into battle, without inflicting significant pain. They will not harbor fear. As an expert in intelligence, Danzo is acutely aware of the village's circumstances, yet his perspective diverges sharply. Unlike Sarutobi, he favors a strategy that, even if it entails considerable losses, aims to deliver a severe blow to the invading villages. He believes in striking decisively to deter further aggression. In his view, it is imperative to convey to the other 4 villages that should they dare to invade, they must carefully consider the consequences of their actions. If Konoha is to decline, they should not expect to fare any better. Ultimately, it could lead to a mutual cessation of their endeavors. Both individuals seek the betterment of the village, albeit from 2 distinct extremes. Isn't it the case that the Ancient Ones are eager to become ninjas? If manpower is insufficient, why would you have him take on students? Observing Danzo's incessant chatter, Sarutobi could no longer restrain his furrowed brow. Brother, that should suffice. Why do they cling so tightly, constantly besieged by accusations? Even the most amiable temperament can scarcely escape a flicker of ire. Had Shikaka not perished, a myriad of issues would certainly have been averted. The title of White Fang bestowed upon Hatake Tsukumo was indeed a name forged in the shadows of the Sand Ninjas, serving as a veritable nightmare in their eyes. Were he still among the living, the Sand Ninjas might have thought twice before instigating war. However, broaching this subject inevitably cast aspersions upon Danzo. Danzo, given the circumstances surrounding Hatake Tsukumo at that time, would I have been able to disseminate such information without your consent? As a man of formidable pride, Danzo would not yield easily, retorting with veiled sarcasm. Both were privy to the events of that fateful incident, rendering concealment unnecessary. In those days, White Fang's formidable reputation led nearly all of Konoha to believe he was destined to be the next Hokage. While it is true that Hatake Tsukumo belonged to the Hokage lineage and served as a trusted aide to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the incessant whispers of ambition were inescapable. Thus, when Danzo sought to tarnish White Fang's reputation for the sake of the Hokage position, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to intervene, perhaps hoping to suppress him somewhat. After all, he still occupied his esteemed position. Little did they expect that, whether due to the immense psychological strain from executing high-stakes missions or the historical legacy of the Hatake clan as samurai, White Fang would ultimately take his own life. Chapter 34, Konoha's Response. Caught completely off guard, White Fang's demise represented a monumental loss for Konoha, a far cry from its former glory. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the 2 puppeteers behind the scenes, were left utterly astounded. For those who have been politicians for decades, it was utterly unforeseen that White Fang would make such an extreme choice due to a mere slander. The intentions of the 2 were solely to undermine his reputation, with no thought of endangering his life. After all, as the strongest of the younger generation in Konoha, they still required this top-tier combatant to safeguard the village. However, they did not anticipate that their actions would backfire, resulting in the current predicament. In the barbecue restaurant, as Jinyang and his companions were still enjoying their meal, they suddenly heard a commotion erupting outside. Konoha was at war with the Sand Shinobi. Those present were not ordinary individuals, with a mere strain of their ears. They discerned the chatter of the villagers outside. Gujia's expression was one of unmistakable astonishment. The village's response was remarkably swift this time. Just a few hours ago, they had informed these jonin, and now they chose to make this news public. When had Rijan become so decisive? I was just about to inform you that war might be imminent, and yet it has come so swiftly. Observing the surprise etched on their faces, Gujia elaborated. Following the incident with White Fang, he held little trust in the higher-ups. Coupled with the turbulent situation in the ninja world, unforeseen events were likely. Hence, he opted to become a guiding jonin, preparing to personally protect Jinyang, whom he regarded as a successor. Initially, having witnessed Jinyang's true prowess, Gujia felt his actions might be superfluous. Yet now, he found himself immensely grateful for this choice. In times of war, even the mightiest may face downfall. Thus, the presence of an experienced mentor like himself proved indispensable. I am now going to meet the Hokage. Once you finish your meal, please return home and refrain from wandering about, as the outside world has become rather perilous recently. After entrusting the three of them to be cautious, Gujia promptly departed from the barbecue restaurant, making his way towards the Hokage's office. With the decision to engage in warfare made, the Hokage would undoubtedly assemble them immediately to formulate a specific battle strategy. The jonin wield decision-making authority within the ninja village. As Gujia's figure faded from view, the occasional glimpses of ninjas darting across the rooftops served as a stark reminder that Konoha was seemingly suffused with the ominous atmosphere of impending conflict. What shall we do now? Listening to the incessant discussions among the crowd regarding the war, Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Just moments ago, they had been joyfully indulging in barbecue, and now the specter of war loomed over them. It is said that war is a merciless grinder of flesh, and she could hardly fathom the brutal reality it entailed. Do not worry, this is merely the onset of hostilities, and it should not greatly impact our daily lives. At present, Jinyang is not overly concerned. After all, Konoha is the foremost ninja village, and engaging with a lackluster Sunagakure should pose little challenge. It is only when the other ninja villages join the fray that the true difficulties of battle will commence. At the outbreak of war, Konoha is unlikely to send freshly graduated genin into the fray. Sending inexperienced genin, who have yet to undertake significant missions to gain experience, would almost guarantee their slaughter. Unless the village finds itself in a dire predicament, no one would advocate for their deployment to the battlefield. The death of a new generation of ninjas would signify a perilous gap between the old and new, a phenomenon that could prove fatal for a ninja village. In the forthcoming fortnight, Jinyang observed a steady stream of ninja squads departing from the village. Sunagakure, known to be one of the weaker among the 5 great ninja villages, soon received a glimmer of good news from the battlefield. A ninja unit led by Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, encountered the Sunagakure forces head-on and emerged victorious. This triumph thwarted their intent to charge directly to the main camp and drove them back towards the borders. Presently, both sides are engaged in a stalemate along the borders of the Land of Fire. However, given the current circumstances, it is anticipated that Sunagakure will soon be expelled. It is not merely that Sunagakure is lacking in prowess. Their status among the 5 great villages signifies a certain level of strength, albeit relatively weak. Their predicament is rather unfortunate, with the formidable Konoha White Fang preceding them and Tsunade, an unconventional medical ninja, trailing behind. The shinobi from the desert excel in the arts of poison and puppet jutsu, both of which pose significant threats to other ninja villages. Yet, these very techniques are effectively countered by Konoha. Following the demise of the White Fang, the most despised figure among the Sunagakure ninja has undoubtedly been Tsunade. Any poison they deploy is swiftly neutralized by her, rendering their efforts futile. Furthermore, their puppet techniques are utterly ineffective against her immense strength, capable of shattering puppets with a single blow. Currently, Tsunade suffers from hemophobia, preventing her from engaging in battle. Otherwise, the defeat of Sunagakure would be even swifter. As for the daily lives of Jinyang and his companions, they remain largely unchanged, with the exception of additional missions to scout for unusual occurrences within the village. The daily, unwavering training serves to enhance one's strength, followed by occasional collaborative endeavors to undertake tasks, thereby augmenting one's modest treasury. The accumulated contribution points are utilized to exchange for ninjutsu that are currently difficult to acquire. Never having contemplated saving these points for forbidden techniques, he approaches the situation with a mindset of seizing opportunities, believing that any exchange, however minimal, is worthwhile. While the lower-tier ninjutsu may be accessible to all within the village, the higher-tier techniques remain largely unattainable for him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Xinjiang possesses a profound awareness of his circumstances. Although Namake's Minato can exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique with the same contribution points, Xinjiang can only redeem a technique of A rank at most. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have long endured unfair treatment within the village, albeit the Hyuga family maintains a more subdued presence. While the Uchiha clan remains steadfast and unwilling to submit, change is anticipated only after several years when a future plan of his comes to fruition, which will alter the current dynamics. With the advent of war, the Chunin exams originally scheduled for January were hastily conducted a week earlier. Listening to the discussions among the participating ninjas, it became apparent that this year's Chunin exams posed significantly less difficulty compared to previous iterations. The number of successful promotions reached an unprecedented high. However, Xinjiang chose not to partake in the assessment. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, and the standards for the Chunin exam are not arbitrarily lowered. The relaxation of requirements arises from the drastic reduction in the number of Chunin and Jinin within the village due to the war, necessitating a replenishment of ranks. As long as one passes the assessment, the journey to the battlefield is inevitable. Even with lowered standards, those who succeed are typically seasoned Jinin, leaving the newly graduated students largely unaffected. The purpose of Konoha's deliberate decision to conduct assessments a month in advance is to circumvent the graduation of its students. Had the assessments not been preempted, some exceptionally talented ninjas could have sufficiently enhanced their abilities within a span of over 2 months, thereby qualifying for the upcoming Chunin exams. This approach is evidently a strategy to recruit cannon fodder, and thus, Xinjiang would not foolishly volunteer himself. Are the lovely ladies of Konoha unattractive? Or does the barbecue from the neighboring village lack flavor? The Chunin exams are conducted in teams, and while Xinjiang is not overly concerned about his own safety, he recognizes that he cannot guarantee the protection of his companions on the battlefield. Furthermore, engaging in combat to achieve merit yields little reward. One might as well settle for a few rudimentary ninjutsu techniques. Such matters are characteristic of the decisions made by Konoha's upper echelons, entirely detrimental with no benefits. It is something any rational individual would understand how to navigate. Chapter 35, The Great War of the Four Villages. Xinjiang's team enters the fray in the 43rd year of Konoha, September. Sunagakure, under the pretext of the assassination of the third Kazekage, formally declared war on Konoha. The era's most renowned puppeteer and poison master, Chiyo, led a considerable force of ninjas stealthily across the land of rivers, heading directly for Konoha. In response, Konoha dispatched one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, to lead the ninja forces, accompanied by Tsunade, to thwart the invasion and drive them back to the borders of the Land of Fire. 2 months passed, and just as Sunagakure began to show signs of decline, seemingly unable to sustain their efforts, the previously observant Kumogakure suddenly launched an attack on Konoha's northeastern border, declaring war. Almost simultaneously, as if in a coordinated effort, Iwagakure also initiated an assault on Konoha. The situation swiftly transformed into a conflict between Konoha and the 3 major ninja villages. In response, Konoha promptly dispatched Jiraiya and Danzo, who remained in the village, to lead the ninjas in an attempt to intercept the Cloud and Rock ninjas. However, the reality was far from optimistic. The 3-front battle significantly intensified the pressure on Konoha, which had initially held the upper hand. Aside from the essential defensive ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen had nearly deployed all of his subordinates. He even had to draw some personnel from the Sand Ninja battlefield just to withstand the onslaught from the other 2 critical fronts. As a result, Konoha found itself lacking an advantage across all 3 battlefields, and it was even at a disadvantage. Hiruzen, we cannot continue like this. We will be exhausted to death. Mito Minion finally spoke, unable to contain himself any longer as he observed the ceaseless stream of reports from the front lines. As the head of the village's logistics, he was acutely aware of the immense pressure the village faced. Ever since the Cloud and Rock ninjas joined the fray, the Sand ninjas had regained their momentum. Engaging in fierce battles with Orochimaru, it was evident that Sunagakure had made prior contact with the Cloud and Rock ninjas before the war, or at the very least, had gathered intelligence. Otherwise, Chiyo would not have dared to initiate conflict. The 2 major ninja villages could not have simultaneously launched their assaults at such a critical juncture. With a soft click, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in silence, his expression rife with helplessness. The worst fears had indeed materialized. Despite their preparations prior to the war, which included leaving Jiraiya behind to guard against potential ambushes from other ninja villages. Managing 3 major ninja villages simultaneously proved to be exceedingly arduous for Konoha. Not only did they face a numerical disadvantage among the Chunin and Genin, but this time, even their traditionally abundant high-tier combatants were outmatched. On the battlefield of Ninja, the 3rd Raikage leads a formidable team, comprised of the future 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, forming an A-B combination, while Jiraiya struggles to hold his ground. This situation is predicated on the fact that Minato Namikaze has attained the strength of a Kage and mastered forbidden techniques, including the Flying Thunder God technique. In truth, with the addition of Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Minato could gain the upper hand against the yet-to-fully mature AB duo. However, their leader is none other than the legendary 3rd Raikage, known as the strongest spear and the mightiest shield. This formidable ninja has fought against thousands of Awagakure shinobi for 3 days and nights without respite, and has even engaged in close combat with the Eight Tails. He is arguably the most powerful ninja of the time, prompting Jiraiya to retreat from the confrontation. The Awagakure battlefield does not witness many formidable warriors on the surface. Only Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, holds dominion. Yet, the situation remains dire. Similarly, Danz, a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, was once denied the title of Hokage solely due to his courage and ideology and his defeat to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He undoubtedly possessed Kage-level strength in his early days. For if he lacked the requisite power, Senju Tobirama would never have considered him as a candidate for Hokage. However, nearing 50 years of age and having long refrained from battle, his prowess pales in comparison to Inoki's. Given the scant number of shinobi, he finds himself under the greatest pressure among the 3 battlefields. Presently, Konoha lacks the manpower to alleviate this strain. The solitary remaining Kage-level warrior, Hiruzen Sarutobi, cannot afford to abandon his post, lest chaos ensue within the village. How he wishes Shikaku were here. In this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, bereft of capable allies, is engulfed by profound regret. Had it not been for White Fang's demise, Konoha would have gained an exceptional shinobi of the highest caliber, thus rendering the current conflict considerably less arduous. Prior to Minato's rise to fame, White Fang was regarded as the mightiest weapon within the shinobi world. A master of lethal stealth and assassination, whose prowess was unparalleled, making it nearly impossible for his targets to escape death. This is precisely why White Fang became the harbinger of nightmares for many. Now, faced with a 2-front disadvantage and a stalemate on another, Sarutobi Hiruzen could conceive of but one solution. Minato, relay the orders. All ninjas, except for the newly enrolled academy students, are to mobilize to the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi. Upon uttering these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to hunch under the weight of the decision. The only recourse left was to sacrifice lives in the hope of turning the tide. There seemed no alternative if this stagnation persisted, as Mito Minato had warned. Konoha would indeed be drained of its vitality. In truth, had it come to a desperate struggle to the death, Konoha would have long since succumbed. Given its comparative inferiority to the alliance of the 3 great shinobi villages, the current state of affairs merely reflects Konoha's reluctance to provoke their adversaries into a frenzy. If Konoha were likened to an aging lion, then the 3 great shinobi villages would be akin to ravenous wolves eager to slay the lion but equally wary of being caught in its dying thrash. Thus, a precarious situation akin to a frog being slowly boiled has emerged. Consequently, Konoha's only chance to avoid a slow demise lay in a bold and decisive strike. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate one opponent swiftly and then rallying to reclaim the balance. Although this course of action could lead to grievous losses among the next generation of shinobi, the urgency of the moment left little room for hesitation. In times of peril, information travels swiftly, and it wasn't long before the village was informed of the situation. Jinyang, be cautious on the battlefield, do not overreach. In the Uchiha household, and Uchiha Yangwa expressed her deep concern. With the outbreak of war, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were dispatched to the eastern front to defend against a sudden assault on the Hidden Mist village. Konoha found itself engaged in simultaneous combat with the 3 major ninja villages and could scarcely bear the burden of another village's conflict. Thus, the pressure upon them was immense. Uchiha Chuan had already hurried to the border to stand guard, and now, unexpectedly, Uchiha Jinyang was also to take to the battlefield. Do not worry, Aunt. I still have to teach Shursui ninjutsu in the future. I will not encounter any misfortune easily, Jinyang reassured her with a smile as he checked his belongings. 10 minutes later, in front of a certain building in the village, Marahoshi Kokai stood at the forefront of the crowd, clad in the vest of a jonin. His expression composed. The atmosphere was notably oppressive. Aside from a jonin and a few chunin nearby, the rest were all Jinin, silently making their final preparations, ensuring that their carried items were complete. Sighing inwardly at the sight of the youthful faces, some bewildered, others filled with fear, Kokai felt a sense of helplessness. Excluding Sarutobi Izashi, he was undoubtedly the strongest ninja in Konoha at present, thereby becoming the leader of the support team for the battlefield alongside the Sand Ninja. Fully aware that most of these children might not return from the battlefield, Kokai gathered his thoughts, raised his hand, and proclaimed, "Let us depart." Chapter 36. Orochimaru's Scheme. Ambush on the Sand Ninja Land of Fire. Order. Orochimaru led hundreds of ninjas, resting in a mountainous forest. The scene before me is transformed into a desolate ruin, with certain areas still engulfed in flames, and a multitude of corpses strewn about. It is evident that a fierce battle has recently taken place. Lord Orochimaru. The reinforcements dispatched from the village have arrived at the camp. A somewhat fatigued ninja swiftly approached, reporting the latest intelligence. "Oh," Orochimaru remarked, a hint of curiosity flickering in his serpentine eyes as he cast a cursory glance over the mountains and forests, ultimately issuing a hoarse command. "Clean the battlefield and prepare to return to the camp." Since the Cloud and Stone ninjas joined the fray, the forces of Konoha deployed to the sand battlefield have diminished, making situations like today increasingly common, essentially, skirmishes occurring every 3 days and larger battles every 5. Although they are still capable of overcoming their adversaries, the lack of personnel reinforcements prevents them from advancing further. Otherwise, they risk perilous ambushes. Understood. The nearby ninjas, upon receiving the orders, rose to enter the forest, gathering the fallen and extinguishing the flames. Once everything was cleared, the unit returned swiftly. "Kogai-senpai, is this the plan devised by the teacher?" Upon returning to the camp, Orochimaru promptly met with the commander of the reinforcement troops, Maruhasha Kogai. Noticing that the ranks were filled with lower-ranking ninjas, he deduced the origin of the reinforcements. Indeed, this is the only viable option at present. Observing the now capable junior who could stand on his own, Kogai felt a flicker of solace amidst his resignation. The village finds itself in a dire predicament, devoid of available personnel. Reluctantly, Kogai may even have to personally send his 3 disciples into battle. In the initial discussions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his responsibility was solely to nurture Uchiha Masayoshi. The other matters were not his concern. Should he succeed in cultivating a ninja akin to Uchiha Kagami, coupled with Uchiha Masayoshi's lineage as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, it is entirely plausible that the Uchiha clan could be swayed to ally with the Hokage. The village's apprehension and suspicion towards the Uchiha clan stem fundamentally from the formidable power of the Sharingan. The activation of the 3-tomo Sharingan signifies a guaranteed ascent to the rank of Jonin, and a powerful one at that. Although the Hyuga clan boasts the capability for all members to awaken their eyes, the Uchiha clan possesses a significant probability of awakening theirs, resulting in a considerable number of formidable Jonin. Furthermore, as ninjas nurtured from a young age within their clan, their sense of belonging to the village is inevitably diminished. Thus, upon hearing Kogain's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to extend robust support to him. Securing the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the village. This also elucidates why Orochimaru, an elite Jonin, has only now entered the fray of war. Had the village's high-level combat forces not been wholly dispatched to the front lines, he would not have been sent forth. Within the tent, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform, contemplating the map laid out before him. As the supreme commander on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja, his immediate task, following orders from above, was to assess the strength of the troops. It is a truth that mercy does not govern the military. In the rapidly shifting landscape of battle, there is no time for lamentation. Upon closer examination, the support troops are not as feeble as initially perceived. An elite Jonin leads a team, accompanied by another Jonin and 5 Chunin, along with several hundred Genin, forming a formidable force that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, among these students are graduates from several elite classes, having completed their training only a few months prior, which may yield some unexpected surprises. After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru pointed at a location on the map and inquired, "Kokai-senpai, what are your thoughts on this area?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kokai examined the various details marked on the map, revealing a thoughtful expression. Given the current situation, it appears that the Sand Ninjas could engage in harassment tactics, ensnaring the enemy forces in a position from which they cannot extricate themselves. This location is a crucial route for their retreat. Are you suggesting an ambush? As a seasoned ninja who has endured the First and Second Shinobi Wars, Kokai's extensive experience allowed him to quickly discern Orochimaru's intentions. Orochimaru, not taken aback, allowed a glimmer of understanding to flicker in his eyes as he chuckled softly. Did not our teacher instruct us to swiftly achieve results? At present, the sand ninjas remain unaware of any reinforcements, making this an opportune moment. As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned a small snake from within the tent. Shortly thereafter, two ninjas arrived, one from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Inuzuka clan. Both renowned for their skills in perception and reconnaissance. Hinata and Inuzuka, you will each lead your respective squads along these two routes, ensuring thorough reconnaissance before tomorrow. After that, you will follow Kokai Senpai's orders without question, Orochimaru instructed, delineating 2 lines on the map for them. If you encounter any isolated sand ninjas, avoid confrontation and do not act recklessly to avoid alarming them. Understood. 2 esteemed Jonin respectfully responded. Even they, holding the same rank, could not help but harbor deep respect for this illustrious commander, who had led his forces to numerous victories against the Sand Shinobi. After issuing these directives, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Kuji. Senior Kuji, I entrust you with tomorrow's operation. Your task is to delay the main force of the Sand Shinobi, while we encircle them and deliver a decisive blow. Naturally, Kuji acquiesced, engaging in a lengthy discussion with Orochimaru regarding the intricate details of the plan. The following day, Xinjiang and his companions, who had only recently arrived, were assigned a mission to severely injure the Sand Shinobi. As Kuji's disciple, he was privy to more detailed intelligence. Truly, Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, was astute in seizing upon this information gap. Xinjiang followed closely behind the main force, quietly making his way, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited them. Ahead, a cluster of lower-ranked shinobi gathered, chattering incessantly, their faces betraying a mix of tension yet lacking any profound concern. As the new generation of ninjas, they had long yearned to make a name for themselves in the shinobi world, to showcase their prowess. Most had witnessed bloodshed, yet remained oblivious to the harsh realities of this world. The adversaries they were about to face were starkly different from the trials of previous missions. Upon reaching the designated ambush site, Xinjiang began to meditate, striving to attain the pinnacle of mental clarity. Typically, the Sand Shinobi would launch their offensive shortly after noon, retreating at sunset, a pattern that had remained unchanged for several days, clearly indicating their assumption that Konoha lacked sufficient manpower. As time ebbed away, the sun began its descent, and Xinjiang, resting against a tree, opened his eyes to gaze in the direction of the sand ninja. It was approaching. This simple statement invigorated the weary Red and Kai, who had been unable to succumb to slumber as Xinjiang had, enduring the hours with difficulty. At that moment, Maruhoshi Koke rose, drawing the sword from his back. The enemy is here. Everyone, follow me out to confront them. Chapter 37. The Outbreak of War. Xinjiang under scrutiny beneath the twilight in the land of fire. Tranquility and harmony prevailed. Among the lush greenery, the crystal-clear waters of the mountain streams flowed gracefully, nurturing this fertile land that sustained its inhabitants. Even after witnessing this scenery numerous times, the Sand Ninja, hailing from the arid desert country, remained in awe, soon followed by an unmasked yearning for this bounteous territory. Compared to the other 4 great ninja villages, Sunagakure was undeniably impoverished. Following their previous defeat, the support from the feudal lord had waned, placing an increasingly heavy burden on Sunagakure, leading to severe internal strife. The benefits of seizing even a portion of the Land of Fire were, without a doubt, immense for the village. Sister, it seems that Orochimaru has been provoked this time. He's actually pursuing us. Within the forest, HZ, quickening his pace, raced alongside Chiyo back to the camp. The information conveyed did not instill anxiety in Chiyo. Rather, a hint of derision curled at the corners of her mouth. With so few personnel at Orochimaru's disposal, what could he possibly accomplish? Our comrades await ahead. Should they dare to pursue further, let them taste the consequences. Sarutobi's leadership as Hokage. Ha, how utterly foolish. Chiyo once enjoyed a blissful family life, yet during the Second Shinobi World War, her son and daughter-in-law perished at the hands of White Fang. From that moment forth, her heart was consumed by a desire for vengeance. However, White Fang's formidable strength, compounded by the need to consider the village's situation, rendered her quest for retribution seemingly unattainable. Little did she know, White Fang would meet his demise amidst the whispers of his own village. Upon hearing this news, her first reaction was disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Setting aside personal vendettas, a ninja of White Fang's caliber would be revered in any other village, if not outright worshipped. One can only say that Konoha truly knows how to play its cards. Controlling our pace, we shall keep the pursuing enemies at bay. Should we win this battle, a piece of this land will belong to us. Following the command, The figures leaping through the forest slowed their pace. 5 kilometers from the direction of the Sand Shinobi's retreat, upon hearing the voice of Koji, the previously dazed individuals suddenly regained their focus. Brandishing their weapons as they surged forward, while Shinya, Kurenai, and Guy lagged behind. Ah, the fervor of youth? Let us prepare to engage in a grand battle. Guy flexed his wrists, his expression brimming with excitement. Given the unpredictable nature of close combat, remember to stay behind me and do not stray too far. He instructed earnestly to the two. If they ventured too far, he could not guarantee their safety, especially since it was their first time on the battlefield. It was all too easy to lose one's composure and rush recklessly into the fray. Originally, Xinjiang served as the leader of the squad, and his rare serious demeanor undoubtedly commanded the attention of the two, who nodded eagerly in acknowledgement. As the trio aligned themselves with the main force, they could discern a multitude of figures weaving through the forest in the distance. All individuals were organized according to their proficiency in various ninjutsu, launching an assault towards the Sand Ninja. Yu Jia was acutely aware that most of his subordinates were lower-ranked ninjas and that a closer proximity would likely expose them to detection. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative, aiming to catch the Sand Ninja off guard. Upon hearing his command, the ninjas behind him began to form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough technique. Earth release, earthquake technique. In an instant, a torrent of diverse ninjutsu, fire, water, wind, and more, rained down upon their adversaries. Chiyo and Ebizo, who were strategizing their battle plans, abruptly lifted their heads, sensing a significant surge of chakra ahead, their expressions shifting dramatically. Halt! We are under attack. No sooner had the words left their lips than the Sand Ninja, caught off guard, witnessed a massive water dragon surging towards them, accompanied by an unrelenting barrage of assaults. Chiyo swiftly deployed 3 puppets to form a colossal shield. Puppet technique, mechanism shield. Ebizo, as her younger brother, quickly followed suit, casting the same technique to protect the front line of the Sand Ninja forces. Boom, boom, boom. The forest reverberated with a series of explosive sounds. Even as the majority of the Sand Ninja managed to respond in time, the onslaught of ninjutsu still inflicted considerable casualties. The numerous fallen figures surrounding Chiyo rendered her countenance a shade of iron as she fixed her gaze resolutely ahead. She could not comprehend the situation. How could Konoha possibly have additional personnel to dispatch? Why were there surplus ninjas who did not join the fray earlier, specifically lying in ambush for them? As the smoke before her began to dissipate, Chiyo finally beheld the visage of the newcomers. Marahoshi. Kuki-eye. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of the ninjutsu assault, Kuki-eye nodded, his eyes narrowing and his entire demeanor shifted, becoming grave and solemn. The sword in his hand was lifted by his thumb, reflecting a chilling glint. It was now time for the true test of their mettle. They must hold out until Orochimaru arrived. With a swift crouch, Kuki-eye transformed into a shadow, darting forward in an instant until he stood before Chiyo, his previously gleaming long sword descending upon her with lethal intent. Crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering. The puppet shield that had absorbed the brunt of the damage was rendered inoperative. Simultaneously, the other 3 Jonin engaged the formidable shinobi from Sunagakure in fierce combat. Blades flashed and ninjutsu soared, while the onlookers dared not approach their vicinity. However, the disparity in high-level combat prowess was a stark reality on the side of Shinju. There was merely 1 elite Jonin and 3 Jonin, who, at the outset, managed to hold their ground against the Sunagakure ninjas through surprise tactics. But as their opponents regained composure, they began to falter. Yusuke Yamada, a Jonin in the Sunagakure forces, realized upon seeing that their adversaries were primarily Chunin that these must indeed be the last remnants of Konoha's ninjas. Thus, as one of the surplus Jonin, he chose not to assist his comrades but instead unleashed a massacre upon the Konoha Chunin. Eliminating these lower-ranked shinobi will undoubtedly weaken Konohagakure in the future. After dispatching several of the Leaf's underlings and confirming the absence of formidable guardians in the vicinity, a sense of pride surged within him. With such insignificant adversaries, he could slaughter them at will. The question now was, from whom should he commence? Ah, a member of the Uchiha clan. How fortuitous, he would be the first to fall. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a lower-ranked shinobi clad in fan-themed attire, instantly clarifying his target. In the midst of uncertainty regarding the capabilities of these ninjas, focusing on the Uchiha was a sound strategy. Despite their brash demeanor, the Uchiha were undeniably a breed of prodigies. With a sinister grin, he lunged forward, plunging his blade into the chest of his opponent. Such a mere lower-ranked shinobi had no hope of evading his assault. Without any unexpected resistance, the long blade pierced through the Uchiha's body, eliciting a sense of pleasure and vindication within him. If he could not contend with a formidable opponent like Orochimaru, how could he possibly be thwarted by an unseasoned lower-ranked shinobi? Yet, why did this individual remain so composed? Just as he pondered this question, a sudden tension gripped his heart. To his astonishment, the very Uchiha he had struck down had somehow positioned himself behind him, wearing a cheerful smile. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Chapter 38, Slaying the Jonin, proceeding to assist. Just as Yuki noticed something amiss, the hand seals of the Uchiha were completed, and a ferocious fire dragon materialized, roaring as it lunged toward him. B-rank ninjutsu. This adversary, he barely managed to evade. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he beheld the devastating explosion wrought by the technique on the ground. He had almost fallen victim to it. With the formidable power of this ninjutsu, it poses a significant threat to the life of a Nin. Had he been struck moments ago, he likely would have been reduced to mere ashes. Realizing that the youth before him might not be easily dealt with, Sonoda Aiki could no longer afford to be careless. His demeanor grew serious. To his astonishment, a casual sweep had netted him quite the prize. Judging by the boy's appearance, he seemed freshly graduated from school. To wield a B-rank ninjutsu at such a tender age marks him as a prodigy, even within Konoha. This thought ignited a glimmer of excitement in Sonoda Aiki's eyes. The prospect of eliminating a genius far outweighed that of vanquishing dozens of lower-ranked shinobi. Although the adversary possessed advanced ninjutsu, the disparities among ninjas extended beyond mere techniques. He was confident that a determined Nin could easily handle a mere child. It was time to showcase the chasm that lay between Nin and Genin. Just as Sonoda Aiki prepared to make his move, a sudden blur caught his attention, and the figure of Jinyang materialized before him. How swift! The ability to close the distance in an instant sent a shiver down Sonoda Aiki's spine, and soon his apprehension was confirmed. Sharingan, activate. As Jinyang approached, he immediately activated his Sharingan. Now that the battle had commenced, he would unleash his full potential. Faced with a genuine Nin, he could not afford to conceal his strength any longer. That would be tantamount to courting death. No, it cannot be. How could you? Sonoda Aiki looked up to see Jinyang's crimson eyes, with 3 tomos swirling ominously. To be frank, he was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? This boy is so young, yet he has awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan. What a monster he is. In a moment of dazed clarity, he seemingly foresaw the emergence of a formidable force in the Leaf Village, one destined to dominate the ninja world. It was akin to the legendary White Fang. No, it was far more terrifying, even in comparison to White Fang's youth. Without hesitation, Haruka Yuki shouted, intent on relaying this news to his comrades, rallying them to eliminate this youth. Simultaneously, his gaze instinctively shifted downward, avoiding the terrifying eyes, lest he unwittingly succumb to an illusion. This boy's speed in forming hand seals was remarkable. Before he could finish his thought, the sight of Jinyang's fingers dancing in the air became his final memory. Illusion technique. Bubble. A jutsu that could be unleashed with mere fingers. Within this illusion, opponents would find themselves bound and subjected to visions that could shatter their will. 2 months had passed, and through the relentless enhancement of his mental fortitude, Jinyang's combat prowess, even without the use of his eyes, had nearly reached the level of a high-ranking ninja. Now, augmented by the power of the Sharingan, he ensnared the Suna Jonin within a realm of illusions. Within this dreamscape, hundreds of long blades converged, hurtling toward the immobilized Haruka Yuki. In an instant, he was pierced by an uncountable number of blades. In the realm of reality, Jinyang simultaneously slashed the kunai across his throat. The Suna Jonin was no more. A faint smile graced Jinyang's lips as he deactivated the Sharingan. Returning to his normal visage, the smoke from the earlier jutsu finally dissipating. Indeed, the Great Fire Dragon technique was not employed for the sake of inflicting damage. Rather, it served as a ruse to conceal the preparations he had made with the Sharingan. To speak candidly, due to his unique advantages and experiences, he had become more adept at illusion and taijutsu than ninjutsu. When faced with formidable adversaries, it was only natural to exert his utmost effort. Long before Aiki Sonoda perpetrated the massacre of the lower ninjas in the village, Jinyang had already taken note of the situation and devised countermeasures. Unexpectedly, the adversary suddenly charged at him, which, in a sense, alleviated some complications. After all, the target he sought was this Nin from Sunagakure. Once on the battlefield, Jinyang had prepared himself to reveal his capabilities. Aside from his incomprehensible eyes, he was ready to showcase everything else. The number of Nin in his team was woefully insufficient, and relying solely on individuals like Gujia would lead to catastrophic casualties. Surrounded by his classmates, with whom he had shared varying degrees of camaraderie, Xinjiang could not bear to watch them perish before his eyes. Naturally, the primary reason lay in his formidable strength. Even if exposed, it would be difficult for Danzo and his ilk to target him. A Jainin holds a significant status within the village, and the disappearance of any would undoubtedly attract attention. Unlike the taciturn White Fang, who operated in solitude, Xinjiang was willing to involve everyone in his plans. If they dared to conspire against the Uchiha clan, targeting civilian Jainin would be a mere trifle. While he did not intend to incite all Jainin, he aimed to plant a seed of caution in their minds, a prick of vigilance against the higher-ups of Konoha. No matter how much Hirazina Sarutobi indulged Danzo, he would not risk antagonizing the entire Jainin collective alongside the Uchiha. Moreover, during wartime, even the most foolish would refrain from striking at their own village's ninjas. As a time traveler, Xinjiang was acutely aware that the Third Shinobi World War would endure until the end of Konoha's 47th year, leaving several years ahead. Once the war concluded, who would ultimately be left to deal with whom remained uncertain. Xinjiang, are you all right? As the smoke dissipated, Hong rushed over to assess Xinjiang's condition, closely followed by Kai. Despite their awareness of Xinjiang's formidable prowess, being a genuine Jonin, a sense of worry lingered in their minds. It's all right, he's already dead. His strength had surged rapidly, and both Hong and Kai had not lagged too far behind. After enduring the trials of their missions, their abilities had ascended to the level of Chunin. Otherwise, they would not have been able to vanquish their foes so swiftly. Let us proceed to offer our support. A faint smile graced Xinjiang's lips. With the addition of 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin, he hoped to surprise the Sand Shinobi. Body flicker technique. Uchiha style. Sword leap flame. On one side of the battlefield, Inuzuka-yo was fiercely engaged with the Sand Jonin, but caught a glimpse of the suddenly appearing Uchiha Xinjiang out of the corner of his eye, too late to defend himself. Ultimately, he was struck by a blade wreathed in flames. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Sand Jonin managed to twist his body just in time, averting the peril of being cleaved in two. However, even then, he paid the price of losing an arm. Xinjiang swiftly repositioned himself beside Inuzuka-yo. Let us go. We cannot afford to delay. As Inuzuka-yo gazed at the figure of Uchiha Xinjiang, who stood at the level of his chest, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate a response. Isn't this the disciple of Senior Gujia? He recognized Uchiha Xinjiang as a prodigy, as the team leader, Senior Gujia occasionally boasted of having such a talented apprentice. Yet, the question remained, could one truly describe him merely as a genius? To wield the power to defeat a Jonin at such a young age was beyond mere talent. At this age, it seems one would still be a novice. Xinjiang had no time to pay attention to Inuzuka-yo's changing expression and charged forward. It is worth noting that the Konoha style, Willow, a jutsu of S-rank forbidden techniques, required considerable dedication from Xinjiang to master. He had honed his skills in both Uchiha and Konoha swordsmanship to an extraordinary level. Coupled with the instantaneous technique learned from the Uchiha mirror, his prowess was formidable. The sand-hidden Jonin's vision blurred as Xinjiang's blade struck, and at that moment, Inuzuka-yo regained his composure and rushed to assist, having already lost one arm and now facing the assault of two adversaries. It was not long before the sand-hidden Jonin succumbed to a fatal blow. While Xinjiang engaged in battle, Hong and Kai joined Inuzuka-yo's team, successfully defeating their opponents. They liberated a Jonin and his squad, significantly alleviating the pressure on the battlefield. Just as Xinjiang prepared to press on, a commotion erupted from the center. The White Secret Technique, Chikamatsu's 10 Puppets. Chapter 39, Chikamatsu's 10 Puppets. 10 uniquely shaped puppets stood arrayed nearby, exuding an overwhelming aura. As the released puppets sustained further damage, Chiyo finally unleashed her ultimate secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 Puppets. This masterpiece of the founding puppeteer, Monzaemon, allows for the fluid manipulation of the essence of puppetry. Known as the 10 Fingers, each puppet can be controlled by a single finger, earning the reputation of being able to take on 1,000 foes. The puppets can also coordinate with one another to execute combined attacks and ninjutsu, representing a powerful S-rank puppet technique. Chiyo once achieved renown by leading the Chikamatsu 10 into conquering a small fortress, marking a significant milestone in her illustrious career. However, given the formidable prowess of Mariboshi Kasek, it was unlikely that a decisive victor would emerge between the two in such a brief encounter. The current circumstances, however, did not permit prolonged conflict. Should Orochimaru's forces catch up, the Sand Shinobi would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Already fraught with anxiety, Chiyo was taken aback when an unforeseen variable suddenly emerged. Her prominence among the Sand Shinobi was not solely due to her formidable abilities, but also her keen acumen in assessing the battlefield dynamics. When Jinja eliminated Inch Sonoda, she discerned the unusual developments transpiring in that locale. A leaf jonin of comparable strength could significantly alter the balance of the confrontation, particularly following the swift demise of two jonin in quick succession. Chiyo could no longer contain her distress. If the situation persisted, the disparity in strength would inevitably diminish, potentially ensnaring them in this conflict indefinitely. Why was it that prodigies always seemed to arise from the leaf? The tumult of frustration compelled Chiyo to unleash her full might. Puppet technique, guard. Puppet technique, bind. With these two commands, the ox-headed puppet shielded her from incoming assaults. The blue-faced puppet extended two iron whips from above, relentlessly striking Keisuk. While the horse-faced puppet unleashed a formidable projectile, though Keisuk could deflect the iron whips with his longsword. He had no choice but to evade the massive cannonball before him. One could hardly counter such an onslaught with mere blade. Observing his movements, Chiyo deftly manipulated the chakra threads in her grasp. Puppet technique, assault. A female puppet from the 10 People clan brandished dual blades and charged forth. Not in the direction of her foes, but towards Jinyang's position. Chiyo, do you dare? Upon witnessing this, Gujie realized he had been outmaneuvered. Yet, in his current state, with his old strength depleted and new energy yet to manifest, he could only watch helplessly as the puppet surged towards Jinyang. Die. Chiyo's face twisted with a hint of madness, brimming with murderous intent. Her thoughts were consumed with the desire to eliminate this emerging genius and swiftly retreat from the battlefield. Even though her opponent had reached the level of a high-ranking shinobi, after slaying 2 elite shinobi, how much strength could he possibly retain? She could not fathom that her village's 2 elite shinobi would be easily vanquished. At the very least, they would inflict some damage upon him. However, this time, she was destined for disappointment. Jinyang was an exceptional case. In the previous battle, he had merely expended some chakra, without sustaining any injuries. Thus, his current condition remained remarkably intact. Sensing a sudden chill from the side, Jinyang did not hesitate to employ the body flicker technique to evade the confrontation. Retreating to a distant tree. With a resounding crash, the rock at his previous location split in two, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Jinyang furrowed his brow, turning his gaze toward Chiyo in the distance. Initially, he believed that the summoning of the 10 People clan was intended to confront Gujie. After years of acquaintance, Jinyang possessed a clear understanding of Gujie's capabilities as an elder. He knew that even if he could not defeat Chiyo, Gujie would not be easily overcome in such a short span of time. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to assist the beleaguered Jonin of Konoha. Primarily because the latter was already battered and clearly could not endure much longer. However, he had not anticipated that Chiyo's target would be none other than himself, which was quite absurd. A sudden realization dawned upon Jinyang as he pieced together the likely motive. It was highly probable that his earlier display of prowess had captured their attention, prompting them to eliminate him to silence him. Alas, he had merely begun to reveal his strength, only to find himself in the crosshairs of others. With a sigh of resignation, Jinyang narrowed his eyes. One must reciprocate in kind. He was a person of propriety and felt compelled to respond. Yet, at this moment, there was another who was even more incensed. Chiyo, do you dare to engage me while splitting your focus? Undoubtedly, this maneuver had enraged Kogai. He had been outwitted by Chiyo and had witnessed an ambush on his apprentice. Even he, typically calm and composed, could not suppress the surge of fury rising within him. I am a Jonin of Konoha, though my skills may be lacking. I am not to be easily dismissed. In Chiyo's line of sight, Kogai positioned his longsword horizontally, then began to move it in an uncanny up and down motion. An occurrence that was clearly abnormal. Although she had not trained in swordsmanship, she had encountered numerous formidable swordsmen and had never witnessed such a spectacle. Konoha style, Willow. In the midst of it all, Chiyo heard a voice, followed by an overwhelming aura of death that surged forth like tumultuous waves, rendering her breathless under such immense pressure. I'm going to die. A look of terror crossed Chiyo's face as this thought inexplicably invaded her mind. Without a moment's contemplation, she instinctively unleashed her most formidable ninjutsu, her chakra flooding forth with reckless abandon. Puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. The 3 puppets swiftly formed a triangular formation as the mechanisms of the Buddhist monk activated in succession, unleashing a fierce whirlwind that consumed all matter in its path. Chiyo's rapid response genuinely astonished Koji. The Leaf Village's technique, Willow, is an S-class forbidden art that seamlessly combines swordsmanship and illusion, executed without hand seals and famously known as an unavoidable lightning strike. Yet, he never anticipated that the opponent could retaliate solely based on combat instinct. From Chiyo's expression, Koji deduced that she had not escaped the illusion. The only plausible explanation was that she had sensed the impending danger before becoming fully ensnared in the illusion. Gazing at the rampaging tornado, Koji reluctantly abandoned his offensive. Charging forward would inflict considerable harm upon him, and the attack radius also encompassed numerous leaf ninjas. Everyone, cease combat. Evade the tornado ahead and do not get caught in its grasp. Water release, water barrier. In an instant, he repositioned himself at the forefront of the main force. Sheathing his longsword, with swift motions, he formed two hand seals, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a torrent of water that surged forth like a waterfall, creating a massive wall to mitigate the suction. Although both techniques were classified as S-class forbidden arts, Chiyo wielded a wide-area lethal ninjutsu to minimize casualties. He could not afford to engage further. Koji immediately commanded his troops to adopt a defensive stance. If this ninjutsu were allowed to unfold unchecked, even if it severely injured the Sand Ninjas, the losses among his own ranks would be devastating. The current Leaf Village could ill afford such a loss. Between the two, Kuga made his choice without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 40. Orochimaru arrives, Sand Ninjas in defeat. Chiyo, having escaped the illusion, stared at the scene before her, momentarily stunned. Then her face lit up with joy. Everyone gathered, preparing to retreat. Kuga opted for defense, thus clearing the path ahead, presenting an opportune moment for departure. The delay could not continue. Otherwise, escape would become impossible. Upon receiving Chiyo's command, the Sand Ninjas immediately disengaged from their battle with the Leaf Ninjas and hastened towards the rear camp. However, it seemed too late to flee. 10,000 Snakes formation. The Sand Ninjas had barely relished their brief moment of triumph when a hoarse voice echoed, causing their expressions to turn grave. Having fought countless battles, they were acutely aware of the identity of the voice's owner, Orochimaru. This was dire. He had caught up with them. Regret began to seep into Chiyo's heart. The unforeseen ambush from the Leaf had completely disrupted her initial plan, and the earlier strategy of slowing down to lure the pursuers had now transformed into a double-edged sword. Now, attempting to withdraw would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll. Observing the emergence of numerous serpents surrounding them, Chiyo's expression wavered between hope and despair. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had just caught up, was not overly preoccupied with thoughts. Glancing towards Kuga and the others, he swiftly issued commands. First squad, second squad. Assist Elder Kuga in fending off the ninjutsu, the rest follow me. With that, he charged ahead, undeterred. Even the composed Orochimaru had accumulated a hint of irritation from the prolonged provocations of the Sand Ninjas, let alone the Leaf Ninjas behind him. One by one, the determined ninjas advanced to engage the Sand Shinobi in battle. Fire release, great fire annihilation. From Xinjiang's mouth erupted a torrent of flames, and only when he witnessed the tornado dissipate did he exhale in relief. Truly, as an S-rank forbidden technique, its power was indeed fearsome. After employing some defensive ninjutsu to ensure that the ninjas of their village would not be drawn into the fray, Gu Jie and his companions resumed unleashing their offensive techniques. As a renowned powerhouse, Chiyo's classic ninjutsu had long been studied by the major ninja villages. Once the Technique 3 Treasures was activated, it generated a ferocious tornado that would draw its targets into the center of the formation, compressing all absorbed matter before expelling it from the rear of the array. The countermeasure was not overly complex. One merely needed to unleash sufficiently potent ninjutsu to prevent absorption and destroy the center, thus halting the technique. However, while the concept was simple, its execution proved challenging. It was only through the combined efforts of Xinjiang and his companions, along with the reinforcements sent by Orochimaru, that they managed to bring it to a halt. Seeing that the tornado had not inflicted actual harm, Gu Jie finally felt a sense of relief. Next, it was time to deal with the Sand Shinobi who were ensnared and unable to extricate themselves. Without needing any command from Gu Jie, the ninjas of Konoha spontaneously joined in the assault against the Sand Shinobi. Under the relentless onslaught, the Sand Shinobi withstood for a time before ultimately crumbling. The remaining ninjas fled through a solitary gap, with Konoha's ninjas hot on their heels, refusing to relent. The pursuit continued from dusk until deep into the night, only concluding when dawn began to break. The Konoha ninjas who had pursued returned, diligently clearing the battlefield. The fruits of victory were exceedingly rich, having dealt a severe blow to the Sand Shinobi forces, leaving them with scarcely 2 or 3 out of 10 remaining. In truth, annihilating the Sand Shinobi entirely was within reach. However, Orochimaru ultimately refrained from taking that path, instead commanding his troops to encircle them, leaving an avenue for retreat. While complete destruction would have been ideal, cornering the Sand Shinobi might provoke them into a desperate, all-or-nothing response. Thus, the most prudent course was to offer them a chance to escape, as fleeing adversaries are undoubtedly easier to manage than those who fight to the death. Although a small fraction of the Sand Shinobi managed to flee, the impact was negligible. Following this battle, the pressure on the battlefield for the Sand Shinobi had nearly evaporated. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chiyo fumed, striking the trunk of a tree as she gazed at the meager remnants of their once mighty ninja forces. After suffering immeasurable losses, she begrudgingly led the surviving shinobi in retreat. After all, if they continued to engage, they would all surely perish. Considerable effort had been expended to orchestrate this assault on Konoha, with the Sand Shinobi initially allying with the Cloud and Rock Shinobi, and covertly infiltrating the Land of Rivers as the vanguard of this war. After incurring substantial sacrifices, the Sand Shinobi had finally achieved their objective. As Konoha struggled to fend off the onslaught from the three major ninja villages, with victory assured if they could just prolong the conflict. In that eventuality, the Sand would claim this bountiful land. Yet, all of this shattered in the course of this battle. Even if they were to emerge victorious, it would take the village considerable time to restore itself to its pre-war condition, let alone the possibility that they might not even be able to withstand Konoha now. Brother, should we not have initiated this war? Chiyo's brows lowered, as if she had aged considerably in an instant. A twinge of regret washed over her. The village had already reached a point of no return. Without waging war, there seemed to be no possibility of resurgence. Observing her sister's bewildered expression, Zuki could not help but offer words of comfort. The reality was indeed grim. The increasingly dire financial situation and the inexplicable disappearance of the third Kazekage had become the roots of discord within Sunagakure. To prevent internal strife from erupting, the tensions had to be directed outward. Simultaneously, the village was in urgent need of a new Kazekage, one who could command respect and loyalty. Thus, war appeared to be the optimal choice, serving both as an outlet for grievances and a means to elevate a credible leader through military achievements. Yet, no one anticipated that the situation would devolve into such chaos. Do not blame yourself too harshly. The village still requires our support. Upon hearing the mention of the village, Chiyo felt a flicker of hope, her gaze deepening as it fell upon the forest before them. Given their current ages, they could not know how many more years remained. Yet Sunagakure was perilously perched on the brink of disaster, with no capable ninja to shoulder the heavy responsibilities. Let us retract our forces. We should withdraw from this war. Chiyo sighed softly, falling into a contemplative silence. Zuki gazed silently into the distance, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 41. Underestimated read, Post-war assessment. It is over. As he gazed silently at the forest, now nearly reduced to a wasteland, Shinya let out a sigh of relief, resting against a rock. A continuous 12 hours of unrelenting combat and movement, encompassing the time spent in ambush, rendered this battle a full day's endeavor. Engaging in such an extended operation on his inaugural foray into the battlefield left even him feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Yet, despite his profound exhaustion, Jinyang's eyes sparkled with vigor, his spirit remarkably invigorated. He had truly traversed the battlefield, clashing with elite shinobi from rival villages and emerging victorious. At long last, he had achieved the goal he set upon his arrival in this world, the strength to survive in this brutal realm of shinobi. With his current prowess, combined with his identity within the Uchiha clan, as long as he refrains from reckless behavior, a flourishing life is assured. The immense burden that had long weighed upon his heart dissipated, and Jinyang felt an extraordinary lightness, as if the fatigue had significantly lessened. Suddenly, a familiar exclamation caught Jinyang's attention, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. Not far away, Yui Kurenai sat breathlessly against a tree, her body trembling involuntarily. Evidently too fatigued to approach him despite her desire to do so. "Kurenai, how are you feeling?" he inquired. Upon noticing Jinyang's gaze, Kurenai lifted her head, brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, and beamed a radiant smile. Observing her struggle to rise, Jinyang pushed himself up and made his way over to her. "I managed to take down a Chunin and 5 Genin this time. I won't be a burden to you anymore," she declared with a hint of pride, her joy palpable. "Indeed, my Kurenai is quite formidable." Even Jinyang felt fatigued, which speaks volumes about the discomfort experienced by Hong, whose strength is comparatively inferior, while moving alongside the main force. With a smile, he nodded to encourage her. Reflecting inwardly on why Hong could eventually distinguish herself among the elite jonin of Konoha. Not only did she exhibit exceptional perseverance during trainings, but her resilience and spirit in battle were also truly remarkable. In the anime, Hong's abilities may appear lacking, primarily due to her high-caliber social circle, which includes figures like Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma, the son of the Hokage. When compared to these three, she indeed seems weaker. However, the reality is that the majority of Konoha's Jonin are similarly outmatched in the presence of these three. To be fair, Hong is not only aesthetically pleasing but also possesses commendable combat prowess. At the very least, when facing Uchiha Itachi in the future, she managed to dispel his genjutsu and evade his attacks, avoiding an immediate defeat by his hand, earning his praise in the process. In contrast, Orochimaru, who later suffered mental deterioration, was easily subdued in a single encounter. Furthermore, she has successfully completed 14 S-rank missions, surpassing even the likes of the infamous Zabuza and the Sand Ninja, Maki. Thus, it is evident that Hong is far from being merely a decorative figure. Moreover, with his assistance, her strength will certainly exceed that depicted in the original narrative. My Hong is truly formidable. What nonsense is Xinjiang saying? This thought echoed in her mind, causing her face to flush with warmth, leaving her momentarily dazed. Hong, come wash up. It was only upon hearing Xinjiang's persistent calls that she regained her composure. Her face, already flushed from fatigue, did not reveal any abnormality. As her gaze shifted, a pot of clear water appeared before her. Isn't this the pot typically used for picnics? Upon witnessing this scene, along with the storage scroll nearby, Hong was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of delight. If it weren't for her inability to perform the water release technique, compounded by a lack of chakra, she would have longed to douse herself with water to regain clarity. Xinjiang, have you not exhausted your chakra? She inquired, her astonishment evident. After an entire half-day, he was still capable of utilizing ninjutsu. Just how much chakra did he possess? In future battles, he ought to refrain from depleting all his chakra, lest he finds himself unable to resist in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Xinjiang imparted some wisdom to the girl before him. While it was true that his chakra reserves were indeed vast, surpassing even that of the average Jonin, he could not afford excessive expenditure. His continued ability to employ ninjutsu stemmed from his deliberate conservation of chakra during combat, predominantly relying on taijutsu and genjutsu, which demanded less energy. Although there were instances when ninjutsu proved more convenient, such as when confronted by a throng of Chunin and Jinin, Xinjiang preferred to take his time, exercising caution. After all, he had yet to reach a point where he could afford to act recklessly. Thus, it was prudent to always leave himself an escape route. Allow me to refresh myself as well. Just as Xinjiang and Hong were conversing, a green figure dashed over. It was Might Guy. He splashed some water onto his face, washing away sweat and grime, and instantly stood tall. The refreshing water. It feels as though my youth has returned, Guy shouted to the heavens, immediately capturing the attention of the surrounding ninjas, who looked on with curiosity at the trio. Upon witnessing such a scenario, Xinjiang and Hong could not help but cover their faces. That rascal Kai. Everything about him is admirable. Yet his symptoms of social anxiety sometimes evoke a sense of shame. These three little ones are quite remarkable. They just eliminated a considerable number of ninjas. Truly, they're the prodigies of our Konoha. The nearby individuals resting were predominantly the ninjas who had previously acted together, thus they recognized the trio of Xinjiang. Many greeted them or offered compliments, significantly dissipating the somber atmosphere left by the battle. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Orochimaru and Gyuk Maruxing stood in a corner, engaged in casual conversation, their smiles revealing their enjoyment. A ninja approached swiftly, reporting the specific statistics of the battle. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Gyuk, the battlefield has been cleared. A total of 341 sand ninjas were slain, including 13 Jonin and several Chunin. Our side suffered 756 casualties, with over half of Lord Gyuk's forces lost, totaling 342 individuals. The initially favorable news soon cast a solemn shadow over Orochimaru and Gyuk. I understand, Orochimaru replied after a brief pause, nodding. The sand ninjas have sustained heavy losses. They will not take further action in the short term. They will either remain fortified at the border or retreat. You must relay this information back to the village swiftly. Understood. The ninja responded and then departed hastily. Before departing, his gaze unintentionally drifted towards the three playful ninjas in the distance. When it passed over one particular Uchiha youth, a flicker of respect flashed in his eyes. As a ninja tasked with assessing the battlefield situation, he was acutely aware of the remarkable achievements of his adversaries in this conflict. Such admiration was born from the profound respect commanded by strength. Chapter 42. Aftermath of the battle, Orochimaru noted the actions of his subordinates. Once the ninja before him retreated, He turned to the silent middle-aged ninja beside him and spoke in a hoarse voice. Elder Cookie-Eye, there is no need for excessive sorrow. Our losses this time have been considerably less than anticipated. I understand, Cookie-Eye replied with a bittersweet smile. However, witnessing half of these children lose their lives in a single day is difficult to suppress. Forgive me for my unseemly display. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, acknowledging, indeed. Your concern for the village is commendable. I would never dare to mock it. That said, you have trained 3 excellent disciples, which has significantly mitigated our losses. His gaze turned approvingly towards the trio of Shinyo in the distance. The substantial victory achieved in this battle was primarily due to Cookie-Eye and his companions successfully holding off the Sand Ninjas while sustaining minimal casualties. Yes, their anticipated losses were not only within expectations but were, in fact, surprisingly low. In order to triumph over the Sand Shinobi on the battlefield without arousing their suspicions, Orochimaru was unable to provide much assistance to Koga. The elite shinobi on their side had already engaged in combat, and the Sand Shinobi would dispatch individuals to counter them. Any sudden disappearance would inevitably raise alarms. Thus, Orochimaru could only assign 2 reconnaissance shinobi to Koga, leaving the rest of the forces to buy time at the cost of their lives. While this approach was undeniably harsh for the newly graduated ninjas, there was little choice. Should they forego this operation, the subsequent entrance into the grinding machine of the battlefield would surely result in significant casualties. Koga, fully aware of this reality, unhesitatingly agreed to Orochimaru's proposal. According to prior estimates, at most only 20% of this batch of ninjas would survive. Observing the actions of his subordinates and their subsequent performance, Orochimaru easily concluded that Koga's 3 disciples played an indispensable role. Indeed, as their mentor, I take great pride in them. The typically modest Koga, upon hearing Orochimaru's praise, responded with a cheerful affirmation. However, he harbored a degree of self-interest, refraining from divulging the true strength of his disciples to Orochimaru. Understanding the shifts in the upper echelons of Konoha, Koga had begun to treat them separately from the village, no longer placing excessive trust in them. Given these factors, along with the anticipated heavy losses among the next generation of Konoha, it was imperative to preserve a few exceptionally talented juniors. The trio of Xinjiang undoubtedly stood out as the cream of the crop among this generation, and as their frequently accompanying teacher, Koga was well aware of their capabilities. As a suitable candidate for the future revitalization of the village, it would be unwise to inform Orochimaru, for he would likely assign Xinjiang and his companions to undertake even more perilous tasks, significantly increasing their danger. This outcome is something Gyuk does not wish to witness, either personally or professionally. However, unexpectedly, while he endeavored to remain discreet, Xinjiang and the others inadvertently revealed themselves. This elicited both concern and joy within Gyuk. His worry stemmed from the fear that his talented disciples would attract the attention of other villages, rendering them more vulnerable on the battlefield. Conversely, he felt elated that he had not misjudged their potential. When the village faced peril, all 3 chose to step forward. Nonetheless, he resolved to keep a closer watch on these 3 youngsters, with his own aging body no longer possessing the capacity for growth. Nurturing them would be his way of repaying the village. Senior Gyuk, are you dissatisfied with your disciples? I am quite adept at training ninjas and could assist you, remarked Orochimaru, noting the shift in Gyuk's expression and jesting for once. They were comrades and companions of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he had often seen them in earlier years, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship. What a fanciful thought. Have you not taken a young girl under your wing? And now, you wish to covet my disciples? At the mention of this, Gyuk's demeanor shifted dramatically, his anger flaring. I have meticulously devised a comprehensive training program, and yet you seek to undermine my efforts? In truth, the world of Naruto is not vast. Within just a day or two, news of Konoha's ambush on the Sand Shinobi and their subsequent severe defeat spread to various factions. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. As he perused the news in his hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face unexpectedly lit up with a smile. Since the onset of the conflict between Konohagakure and the 3 major ninja villages, the majority of reports had been disheartening, with only an occasional glimmer of positive news that amounted to mere skirmishes, hardly impacting the overall war landscape. This had undeniably caused considerable distress for him, the Hokage. However, this latest tidings served as a flickering flame in the depths of winter for Konoha, allowing them a moment to breathe and stave off the encroaching chill of despair. The heavy toll inflicted upon the Sand Ninja, with casualties exceeding 1,000, signified that they were effectively on the brink of withdrawal from this conflict. Mito Gaiden, observing the news, could not help but smile as he remarked, The loss of over 1,000 ninja was indeed a grievous blow to any ninja village. It is worth noting that Konoha boasts the richest resources and the most expansive territory, having only issued slightly over 10,000 ninja registrations since its inception. For context, Kakashi's registration number is 9720, and Gai's is 10252. Among these are those who have fallen, leaving Konoha with roughly around 5,000 active ninja at present. Even with such significant losses, it would likely take decades for Konoha to recuperate fully. Not to mention, the meager sand village could scarcely sustain a comparable number of ninja. And this defeat would certainly leave them reeling. In light of this, the pressure on the battlefield against the sand ninja appeared to be alleviating. And after observing the situation for a few days, they could commence personnel adjustments. Unfortunately, the circumstances in the Iwagakure front were far from optimistic. Inform Danzo to hold for 2 days. I shall dispatch Orochimaru to provide assistance then. Upon hearing the words of Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a rare sense of relief wash over him. After all, the battle at the Sand Ninja battlefield liberated a substantial number of personnel, including formidable shadow-level warriors such as Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored immense confidence in his most prized disciple, for the latter had never once disappointed him. However, there remained one matter of concern. Hiruzen, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Masayoshi? Once the overarching plan was established, Mitarashi began to inquire about specific events. According to the records, this Uchiha Masayoshi, a newly graduated genin, had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, including single-handedly eliminating a sand-hidden jonin, assisting in the takedown of 2 jonin, and dispatching numerous chunin and genin. Considering that he was merely 10 years old, his accomplishments were indeed quite terrifying. Uchiha Masayoshi, you say? At the mention of this name, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. He then conveyed to Orochimaru his thoughts on Uchiha Masayoshi. Chapter 43, Reactions from All Sides, an Erroneous High Command? Bang! With a resounding crash, the elongated table collapsed, splintering wood scattering throughout the tent. What are the sand ninjas doing? With a few hundred freshly graduated leaf genin, they have been utterly overwhelmed? In the cloud-hidden camp, a burly man with light yellow hair and dark skin, adorned with a tattoo of a lightning bolt on his right shoulder, bellowed furiously. It was evident from his various features and the central position he occupied that he was the legendary Third Raikage. Beside him was a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, the Third Raikage son and the future Fourth Raikage. Calm down, Raikage-sama. There is still much intelligence to be discussed on the table. Upon witnessing the Third Raikage shatter the table with a single punch, the Tsuchikage swiftly gathered the flurry of scattered documents, internally sighing. Although the table was not particularly valuable, enduring its destruction once a day was simply intolerable. Lord Raikage, will the defeat of the Sand Shinobi have any significant repercussions for us? It will only cause us minor inconvenience. This time, victory is imperative. The bounteous lands are certainly reserved for the strong. The Third Raikage waved dismissively at the Tsuchikage's concerns. Even with the Sand Shinobi's defeat, the Cloud and Stone Shinobi held considerable strength, and such a rare opportunity presented by Konoha's weakened state must not be squandered. The continuous emergence of prodigies filled him with aspirations for the Land of Fire. The intelligence report mentioned Uchiha Shinya, a youth possessing strength rivaling that of elite jonin. Should we consider, although the Tsuchikage did not finish his thought, the assembled individuals comprehended the implication. Kidnapping and assassination were traditional methods employed by the Cloud Village against prodigies. Despite the appearance of a band of brutes, they were, in truth, shrewd and cunning. This suggestion led the Third Raikage to ponder in silence for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No, at this juncture, Konoha will undoubtedly safeguard these prodigies, making it exceedingly difficult to capitalize on any opportunity. Furthermore, talent requires time to mature. Judging by the current circumstances, Konoha will not endure until that moment arrives. Elite jonin may appear formidable to others, but to me, they are hardly a concern. Indeed, without the need for our esteemed father to intervene, we are capable of dealing with these adversaries ourselves, wouldn't you agree? Responding to the commanding declaration of his father, the future Fourth Raikage, AI, voiced his agreement. I still possess the strength and charisma. I am none other than the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Hooray. A little companion to engage with, charging forward with vigor. To one side, a ninja adorned with multiple blades offered a peculiar response. The Cloud Ninja displayed little expression, seemingly accustomed to the scene. However, it was evident that they held no doubts regarding the words of the duo. The AB team had already established their reputation in this war, having triumphed over numerous leaf ninjas. In the Cloud Village, which venerates strength, respect is afforded to those who possess great power. Aside from the recent exploits of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the AB team had yet to encounter any setbacks on the battlefield. Thus, there was little left to debate. Tsuchikage, devise a plan for tomorrow's assault. Let us surprise the Leaf Ninjas before they arrive. On the battlefield of the Rock Ninjas, Noki, the third Tsuchikage, had also received news from the Sand Ninjas front. A dismal defeat, and Uchiha Shinju. Though the Leaf seeks to engage, we cannot allow the cloud to dominate entirely. Furrowing his brow in contemplation of the balance among the three villages, Noki retrieved a letter from his drawer. It was correspondence from the roots of the Leaf, at the border of the Land of Fire, following the conclusion of hostilities with the Sand Ninjas. The Leaf forces did not hasten to depart, for the Sand's troops had merely retreated from the Land of Fire, remaining entrenched in the territory of the Land of Rivers. They continued their essential patrols daily, awaiting further orders from above. Within a tent in the encampment, Xinjiang gazed at the newcomer, astonishment illuminating his expression as he raised the item in his hand. Senior Inuzuka, am I truly being promoted to Chunin? Indeed. The individual before him was none other than Inuzuka-yo, the Jonin who had previously collaborated with them to thwart the Sand Shinobi, due to Xinjiang's assistance during the conflict. Inuzuka-yo would often approach him for brief conversations post-battle, leading to an unexpected camaraderie as they discovered a mutual affinity despite their age difference. Initially, Xinjiang presumed that Inuzuka would come merely for idle chatter or perhaps to exchange insights on ninjutsu. However, to his surprise, Inuzuka tossed him a vest along with a list, declaring that he had attained the rank of Chunin. Of course, why would I deceive you? This is a direct order from the third Hokage, he continued, gesturing towards the list that contained descriptions of advanced ninjutsu. You may select 2 as a reward for your contributions in this battle. What do you think? I'm quite generous, am I not? I personally volunteered to deliver this to you. Truth be told, if you weren't so young and your contribution value is higher, a promotion to Special Jonin wouldn't have been out of the question. With that, Inuzuka raised an eyebrow and playfully patted Xinjiang on the shoulder. Thank you, Senior Inuzuka. Xinjiang responded, his thoughts drifting to relevant memories. Unlike the peacetime promotions that required rigorous assessments, during times of war, given the scarcity of personnel, the process was significantly streamlined. As long as one possessed formidable strength and had achieved notable feats, they could petition the Hokage for an immediate promotion. The distinct display of true sunlight has captured the attention of the village. Before he could even apply, the Hokage unilaterally facilitated his promotion. Having completed the task, I shall take my leave, but do remember to attend the meeting at the central tent this afternoon. Before his words could fully resonate, Inuzuka Kiba had already vanished from sight. Gazing at the green vest in his hands, Xinjiang couldn't help but feel a perplexity. One must ponder. Does becoming a Chunin inadvertently undermine oneself? It is widely acknowledged that the lower ninjas of Konoha are the most formidable. After a period of contemplation without resolution, Xinjiang dismissed the thought and casually picked up the list of jutsu to peruse it. Xinjiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is the sun rising from the west? 5-element seal, sage art, multiple shadow clone technique, dark arts, summoning technique, Rashomon. A complete array of A-rank ninjutsu, all genuinely advanced techniques from Konoha. The jutsu recorded on this list made him question whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates had undergone a transformation. How could they bestow such techniques upon a member of the Uchiha clan? Something feels amiss. It is decidedly peculiar. Truthfully, he expected merely a handful of B-rank jutsu as a perfunctory gesture. The presence of even a single A-rank technique would indicate that the higher-ups of Konoha had lost their senses. Yet now, not only is the list filled entirely with A-rank techniques, but some even originate from the Sealing Scrolls. To an outsider, one might assume he was an undercover agent infiltrating the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Xinjiang found himself utterly bewildered. Xinjiang, look who has arrived. You, of all people, have already become a Chunin? At this moment, 2 figures enter the tent. Chapter 44. Selecting Ninjutsu. Attending the meeting. The newcomers were none other than Yuhi Kurenai and Akamichi Karui. Suddenly, Karui's exclamation caught Kurenai's attention, prompting her to look over in confusion. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a Chunin vest conspicuously beside Xinjiang. What was the meaning of this? Just a moment ago, when they had departed, this item was absent. Ah. This was sent over by Inuzuka-senpai just now, Xinjiang explained with a smile, responding to Kurenai's inquisitive gaze. As expected of the leader of our little group. Let me see what the vest looks like. Karui cheerfully clapped him on the shoulder and eagerly took the Chunin vest to inspect it closely, behaving somewhat like a tomboy. Seeing a long-lost friend, Xinjiang's face radiated joy. As for how they happened to encounter Karui here, that story dates back to their discussions prior to graduation. Before they graduated, their little quintet had deliberated about their paths after leaving the academy. Karui was taken as a disciple by Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, who kept her close by his side. On the other hand, Kamizuki Izumo was brought back home by his parents for training due to his bloodline limit. As the daughter of the current head of the Kamizuki clan, she was already designated as the next leader of her family. Sarutobi Izashi certainly could not refuse their requests. Being a member of the shinobi clan himself, he understood well the importance of lineage in their world. With 2 of the 5 having made their respective arrangements, the remaining trio of Xinjiang, Kurenai, and Karui formed a small team. "Wow, your living conditions are quite impressive," Karui remarked, having lost interest in the Chunin vest and beginning to survey the interior of the tent. The trio of Xinjiang distinguished themselves remarkably on the battlefield. Thus their treatment was considerably more favorable, while their contemporaneous ninjas were cramped within a single tent. Xinjiang and his team had been allocated a tent in accordance with the configuration of an elite Jonin squad, with fewer occupants and the presence of the young lady, Hong. The interior of the tent was adorned with exquisite details. What could surpass your living conditions as a disciple of the 3 ninjas? The only aspect in which I might outshine you is this Chunin title. Hearing Hong Do's feigned modesty, how could Xinjiang not grasp her teasing? He promptly retorted, "In times of hardship, we are steadfast comrades. Otherwise, we are mere rivals." What is so impressive about it? Teacher Orochimaru says I'm already at the level of a Chunin, merely lacking a bit in achievements. To this, Hong Do was certainly not convinced. This mischievous fellow had taken her beloved Red away. Her former close friend now seemed entirely absorbed in this individual. "Not just a little, you know," she said. "Do you see this list? It's a reward personally bestowed by the Hokage, allowing you to choose 2. Facing his dear friend, Xinjiang momentarily indulged in childishness, proudly raising the ninjutsu list in his hand. "What's so impressive about that? It's not even as good as the ninjutsu my teacher gave me." Hong Do snatched the list from him, her disdain evident. However, upon glancing at it, her words faltered. "Am I seeing things?" She rubbed her eyes and looked again, but nothing had changed. It was indeed true. Setting down the list, Hong Do regarded Xinjiang with a face full of disbelief and exclaimed, "You are the illegitimate son of the 3rd Hokage?" This remark left Xinjiang momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a laugh at her audacity. "You are indeed the illegitimate child of the Hokage." He expected Hong Do to articulate something profound, yet her thought process proved to be rather unconventional. As the 2 of them engaged in their long-awaited playful banter, Xinjiang earnestly began to select his ninjutsu. Unable to comprehend their actions, he decided not to rush. Since they were willing to offer, he might as well accept. With his current prowess, he had no fear of being manipulated. His formidable mental strength, coupled with the Sharingan, rendered him a force to be reckoned with, as there were only a handful of individuals in the village capable of matching him. Furthermore, since he was still outside, if he were to receive such an opportunity, it would be a significant gain. Even if deceived, there would be little to lose. Faced with the choice of 2 slots, he contemplated what would be most advantageous. Upon careful reflection, Xinjiang found the selection to be quite challenging, primarily because nearly all options held substantial utility. The 5-element seal, an advanced sealing technique that even ordinary J-nin struggled to employ, could seal magical creatures and tailed beasts alike. The multi-shadow clone technique, a hallmark ninjutsu of Naruto, was renowned for its powerful effects. After much deliberation, Xinjiang ultimately selected 2 techniques from the plethora of A-rank jutsu: illusion technique, dark passage, and summoning technique, Rashomon. One was a supportive illusion technique, while the other served as a defensive summoning technique. Although other ninjutsu tempted Xinjiang, upon comprehensive consideration, these 2 techniques appeared to be the most suitable for his current situation. While the 5-element seal held great merit, Xinjiang had no pressing need for tailed beasts at this time, and the Sharingan could achieve a similar effect. If Obito's Manjiki Sharingan could control the 9 tails, then his enhanced version of the 3 Tomo should be more than capable of managing the 2 tails and the 3 tails. Moreover, the enhancement of spiritual power knows no bounds. Given sufficient time to accumulate, one could become an invincible warrior in the later stages. The technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu is renowned as a divine method of training, yet it places an extraordinary burden on the user. Xinjiang harbors grave suspicions that Naruto's prowess stems either from his reincarnation as Ashura or from being subjected to a mind-altering technique. The 2 techniques he selected are indeed highly sophisticated. The technique of dark passage creates an environment shrouded in darkness, obscuring the opponent's vision. In this shadowy realm, Only the user and their allies can perceive their surroundings and launch attacks. This technique induces visual illusions, robbing all light and rendering even the most formidable opponents compelled to reveal their positions. As a forbidden art within the Book of Seals, its power is undeniably formidable. It can locate the adversary's position while simultaneously diminishing their combat effectiveness, significantly enhancing Xinjiang's capabilities. Furthermore, the Rashomon technique is another formidable ninjutsu. It summons a gate that symbolizes death, serving as a defense against physical assaults. Orochimaru frequently employs the triple Rashomon to counteract the powerful techniques of other ninjas. If one possesses a substantial amount of chakra, they may opt to utilize the quintuple Rashomon, akin to the first Hokage, thereby further augmenting its defensive capabilities. Alas, one can only wonder whether these efforts will yield any results, as he toils here without any tangible outcome. After completing these tasks, Xinjiang led the two companions into the woods adjacent to their camp to procure some game for their midday meal. In the military, a considerable amount of military rations, known as soldiers' food pills, were distributed as provisions. However, much like compressed biscuits, excessive consumption can lead to digestive discomfort. While it was somewhat acceptable during combat, with the current status teetering on the brink of ceasefire, it is imperative for Xinjiang to enhance the quality of their meals. Soldiers' food pills do not possess the nutritional richness of regular cuisine, and given that they are in a crucial growth phase, especially with respect to red nutrients, it is essential to ensure they are adequately nourished. Otherwise, they may find themselves lacking sustenance in the future. Having easily won over the appetites of the two young girls with delectable treats, Xinjiang proceeded toward the central tent, mindful of the earlier words from his senior, Inuzuka. Yet, what meeting could possibly be taking place now? Could it be that the Sand Shinobi dare to make a new move? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xinjiang lifted the flap of the tent and stepped inside. Chapter 45, The Meeting Commences. Xinjiang's astonishing remarks within the expansive tent at the heart of the Konoha encampment, the commanding officer, Orochimaru, along with the leader of the supporting troops, Maru Hashikage, and dozens of others were seated. This assembly comprised the principal forces engaged in the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi. At this moment, a hushed silence enveloped the gathering, with everyone perusing the intelligence reports in their hands, awaiting the address from the person seated at the head of the table, Orochimaru. Am I late? Upon entering the tent, Xinjiang was taken aback to find nearly all the seats occupied. So diligent? Wasn't it scheduled for the afternoon? He had intended to arrive early to make a good impression at his first high-level meeting, only to find himself the last to arrive. How awkward. PQ, little Xinjiang. The meeting hasn't commenced yet, so there's no need for concern. The meetings convened by Lord Orochimaru typically commence a tad earlier. One merely needs to acclimate. In recent days, all the attending Jonin have become well aware of his esteemed reputation. Recognizing the significance of the next generation of ninjas, they harbor considerable admiration for Xinjiang, the esteemed contributor. Upon regaining his composure, Xinjiang courteously expressed his gratitude to those who had spoken, before making his way towards the beckoning figure of Gujia. Once seated in the spot that had been deliberately reserved for him, Xinjiang could not contain his curiosity. Grandfather Gujia, is this not a Jonin meeting? Why have I been invited to participate? Is there a problem? Has there been movement from the Sand Ninjas? Gujia, glancing at the yet-to-begin meeting, smiled and clarified. The battlefield is not so rigid. Having demonstrated your strength as a Jonin, you are entitled to partake in the meeting. As for the contents of the discussion, first, take a look at this scroll. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang quietly unfurled the scroll and scrutinized its contents. After perusing it, he was taken aback. In essence, the message conveyed that the Konoha ninjas were struggling to hold their ground against the IWA ninjas and urged for the swift resolution of the situation at the Sand Ninja front, followed by the immediate dispatch of reinforcements to the IWA battlefield. Just as Xinjiang finished reading the scroll, activity finally stirred from the head seat. Orochimaru gently narrowed his eyes, surveying the assembly with a hoarse voice that resonated in the room. I trust you have all reviewed the information. The situation of our forces at the IWA battlefield is precarious, and we must expedite our support. He paused momentarily before continuing. What are your thoughts? The Sand Ninja forces have yet to withdraw from the Land of Rivers, leaving open the possibility of a desperate last stand. It is imperative to maintain a sufficient number of personnel to guard this location, preventing them from resorting to a mutually destructive confrontation. Soon, a senior ninja voiced his perspective, garnering unanimous agreement. Clearly, Orochimaru's viewpoint revolved around how to coordinate these relations, ensuring that support to other battlefields does not precipitate unforeseen incidents here. Prudently, It was proposed to initially deploy 40% of the ninjas to provide assistance at the Rock Ninja battlefield, while the remaining forces would secure this area, with subsequent adjustments based on the movements of the Sand Ninjas. However, this approach was deemed inadequate. Sending too few ninjas to the Rock Ninja battlefield could not only fail to alleviate the siege, but might also entangle us further. With the first voice raised, a flurry of opinions soon followed, analyzing every conceivable scenario. Orochimaru, seated in a position of authority, listened to the discussions with an impassive expression. Clearly dissatisfied with the current plan, Xinjiang, what is your perspective? After a prolonged silence without resolution, Gujiet turned to the young individual beside him. Having interacted frequently, he understood that this young man was far more astute than he appeared, having accurately predicted the impending war long ago. Noticing the inquisitive glint in Gujiet's eyes, Xinjiang contemplated for a moment before slowly articulating. In fact, the pressure on the Sand Ninja battlefield could be somewhat alleviated. This opening statement piqued Gujiet's curiosity. The Sand Shinobi have just suffered a significant defeat, and the internal conflicts may soon become untenable. Moreover, a new Kazekage has yet to be elected. We could subtly incite some discord among them, leaving them preoccupied with their own troubles. Hearing this, Kogai nodded in agreement. In recent years, the situation within the Sand Shinobi has been far from stable, a fact that has reached even the ears of those in Konoha. With the Kazekage yet to be chosen, there is indeed considerable room for maneuver. In the face of the allure of power, it remains uncertain whether the Sand Shinobi can maintain their unity. Naturally, they would lack the energy to instigate any trouble. So, your suggestion is to deploy the majority of our ninjas to the battlefield against the Rock Shinobi? Just as Xinjiang was engaging in lively discourse with Kogai, a raspy voice suddenly interrupted, startling him. He turned to find it was Orochimaru. Not only that, but Orochimaru's presence halted the ongoing discussion, drawing all eyes toward him. In an instant, Xinjiang became the center of attention. Please, continue. Why have you stopped? Although Orochimaru's expression was remarkably calm, Xinjiang could sense a hint of amusement behind it. It must be intentional, absolutely deliberate. Fortunately, he was not afflicted by social anxiety. Otherwise, conversing would have been impossible. Feeling the curious gazes of the audience upon him, Xinjiang gathered his thoughts, aware that his perspective might differ significantly from the others. In truth, the number of ninjas dispatched to the battlefield against the Rock Shinobi is of little consequence. What do you mean? Just as he finished speaking, someone voiced their confusion, prompting Xinjiang to regard the individual with appreciation. A fine foil, just as he had hoped for. Based on the developments since the war commenced, it is undoubtedly the Cloud Shinobi who exhibit the strongest offensive intent. The forces of the Cloud Ninja must traverse through several small nations. A long and arduous journey that makes troop mobilization challenging. The extended supply lines complicate matters further, as the number of frontline ninjas cannot be sufficiently bolstered. Moreover, a single defeat could render them powerless to continue. In contrast, the Rock Ninja boast abundant resources and a formidable army of over 10,000 ninjas. Even if their individual combat capabilities are somewhat inferior due to a militarized management approach, defeating them remains a daunting task. Our involvement would merely prolong the stalemate. Therefore, I believe the turning point of this war will manifest on the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja. Xinjiang's words momentarily stunned all the elite ninjas present, plunging them into contemplation. What initially seemed like a ludicrous idea, upon further reflection, indeed possesses great feasibility. It is a commendable notion, however. Xinjiang appears to have overlooked one crucial issue. How shall we address the situation on the battlefield against the Rock Ninja? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he pointed out Xinjiang's oversight, observing him with keen interest. Fascinating. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, but his cognitive abilities far surpass those of his peers. Even someone as proud as Orochimaru must concede that Xinjiang is truly a genius. At least, in his own youth, he had primarily demonstrated sheer strength at that age. Xinjiang, let me witness what further surprises you may unveil. The Rock Ninja can undoubtedly hold their ground. With the Sand Ninja depleted and the Mist Ninja confined to their island, should we falter, only the Rock and Cloud Ninja will remain in opposition. Inoki would never allow Konoha to fall. Xinjiang's response is elegantly simple. It hinges on just one word: gamble. The strength of Konoha is inherently inferior to that of the combined forces of the two. To achieve victory, one must inevitably embrace a certain degree of risk. In Chapter 46, concerning the dynamics of the Third Shinobi War, Xinjiang contemplated the plan and the notion of a gamble. Upon hearing Orochimaru utter those words, Xinjiang nodded in agreement. To wish for a tranquil resolution in the face of formidable adversaries is a mere fantasy. However, Based on the unfolding narrative and his own experiences amid the turmoil of the shinobi world, Xinjiang harbored deeper insights regarding the certainty of Konoha's triumph in this gamble. What lies at the root of the Third War? From the storyline, it can be inferred that Konoha is besieged from all sides due to the imbalanced political and economic development among the nations. Considering the third Hokage's diplomatic inclination towards peace, it is evident that Konoha faces relentless attacks, an unfortunate consequence of its prominence. Exacerbated by the recent demise of the White Fang, which has drawn the envy of other shinobi villages. A solitary shinobi village would not dare instigate such a war. Konoha's strength is undeniable, and even a slight decline cannot be countered by a single village alone. There must be instigators and those who stoke the flames of conflict. Who, then, are the orchestrators? Observing the circumstances of each village, the most likely culprits are the third Raikage A and Chio of the Sand. The internal stability of the cloud and rock villages diminishes their need to divert conflicts through warfare, and the third Suchikage, Anoki, is primarily a cunning strategist. Thus can be excluded from suspicion. Chio is motivated by vengeance and loyalty to her village, while the third Raikage's actions are likely driven by self-interest. At this juncture, the cloud village is formidable, with the future fourth Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki killer be both present, along with the third Raikage himself, representing a power second only to Konoha. The course of the war reveals that the cloud indeed exerted considerable effort against Konoha, sending their successors and powerful Jinchuriki to the battlefield. The cloud village genuinely seeks to overthrow Konoha and ascend as the foremost shinobi village. In contrast, the rock shinobi seem to be merely treading water. Their participation in this war likely serves only to diminish the strength of the Leaf Village. For once they manage to overthrow Konoha, they would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the Cloud Shinobi. For the Rock Shinobi, the objective is merely to balance the powers among the three factions. Thus, the fundamental distinction between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi is minimal. Whoever is stronger shall be the target of their aggression. This elucidates why, after inflicting significant damage upon Konoha on the battlefield, the Rock Shinobi chose to launch a surprise attack on the Cloud Shinobi. From the subsequent meeting of the five Kage, it is evident that the fourth Raikage harbored animosity towards Danzo, likely due to secret dealings with Inoki that altered his perspective. Following the ambush by the Rock Shinobi, the third Raikage was compelled to sacrifice himself, resulting in minimal losses for the Cloud Village, yet they suffered the grievous blow of losing their mightiest leader. The Rock Shinobi endured severe losses. Although they managed to eliminate the Raikage, they failed to achieve their anticipated results from the surprise assault. Inoki, having aimed for a coup de GRC, found himself with empty hands and was forced to retreat, facing threats from both sides. The Cloud Village had no choice but to summon the AB duo back from Konoha. With the hostilities between Konoha and the Cloud Village concluded, the Rock Shinobi dared not take further reckless actions. Thus, a truce was established among the four great nations. As a former admirer of the Hokage, Xinjiang was thoroughly aware of these developments. The strategy he proposed was indeed the most straightforward path to victory. However, he could not articulate it directly, only hinting at a few ideas. Xinjiang, you have truly surprised me. Orochimaru, being exceptionally astute, had merely overlooked this insight upon hearing Xinjiang's words. He immediately grasped the crux of the matter. To be candid, such a plan resonated more with his inclinations. Defense. Old man, you have aged. Imagining the possibilities that may unfold, Orochimaru's gaze fell low. After Xinjiang outlined the general approach, he resumed his contemplative silence, remarking that while words may suffice, the intricate details of action necessitate the expertise of seasoned professionals. Truth be told, he was merely a child newly acquainted with the battlefield. Let us conclude for today. Everyone should prepare for what lies ahead. Approximately 2 hours later, the meeting concluded under Orochimaru's directive. Xinjiang, have you selected your ninjutsu? As they walked through the encampment, Gujie observed his promising disciple's earlier performance with satisfaction and inquired about another matter. I have made my selection, Xinjiang promptly replied, only to be taken aback as he raised his gaze to the kindly elder before him. Grandfather Gujie, you do not overthink it. Simply choose the ninjutsu that appeals to you, and the Hokage will send someone to deliver it when the time comes. Listening to Gujie's words, Xinjiang quickly grasped the underlying truth. No wonder he was entrusted with these techniques. A household with an elder is akin to a treasure. Since meeting Gujie, Xinjiang had truly felt the depth of this saying. Time always flies swiftly. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Grandfather Gujie, has there been any news from the village? At a site designated for routine training, Xinjiang recognized that the tranquility of their lives was about to be disrupted with Gu Jie's sudden appearance. Indeed, after discussions within the village, Orochimaru will lead a contingent of ninjas away tomorrow, while I will remain here as the overall commander until the Sand Ninjas have retreated. However, Orochimaru has proposed that your team accompany them. What are your thoughts on this? As Gu Jie began to speak, he delivered an unexpected piece of news. Shall we leave this place? Xinjiang squinted thoughtfully. Witnessing Orochimaru's piercing gaze during the meeting made Xinjiang aware that this scientist had taken an interest in him. However, he remained unperturbed, for this signified the achievement of his objective. Indeed, this was a premeditated endeavor on Xinjiang's part. His intention to draw attention to himself was precisely to capture Orochimaru's notice. Given Orochimaru's nature, once intrigued by an individual, he would not be stingy, hence, Xinjiang could acquire what he desired from him. At this juncture, Orochimaru would not harm the villagers, making it a risk-free endeavor. Yet, the situation diverged from his expectations. To his astonishment, old Gu Jie would be left behind, which meant he might have to venture forth alone. I shall go, leaving Hong and the others here. Shortly thereafter, Xinjiang made his decision, one that contradicted his prior principles. This was a well-considered choice following his attainment of Jonin strength. Since entering the world of Hokage, Xinjiang had been striving for survival. Now that he possessed sufficient power for self-preservation, he felt it was time to pursue other matters, such as rescuing and revitalizing the Uchiha clan. After the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan would find themselves in a precarious position, ostracized by the village, ultimately leading to their annihilation. For Xinjiang, who had grown up among the Uchiha, such a fate was utterly unacceptable. All of his relatives were members of the Uchiha clan, and the elders and peers had always treated him with kindness. In the presence of familial affection, friendship, and blood ties, it is only natural for Xinjiang to avert the decline of his clan, to salvage the future of the Uchiha. The foremost step is to establish a significant degree of influence within the family. For Xinjiang, who possesses foresight regarding future developments, as long as the Uchiha clan adheres to his commands, he can effortlessly forge a vastly different outcome. But how does one acquire such influence? While this question may present complexities for other ninjas, for Xinjiang, it necessitates but a single endeavor to achieve renown and elevate his prestige. The members of the Uchiha clan share a common trait. They acknowledge the strength of the powerful. In simpler terms, if you can best me in combat, I shall heed your words. If you cannot, then our discourse is moot. The battlefield, therefore, becomes the swiftest avenue to fame. Should Xinjiang secure impressive victories, it would be sufficient to earn the respect of his kin. Coupled with the support of those aligned with Uchiha Kagami, gaining influence would be a straightforward task. Hence, Xinjiang must resolutely venture to the battlefield, demonstrating the prowess that will command the respect of all Uchiha members, thereby laying the groundwork for subsequent plans. Chapter 47. Journey to the Land of Grass, Acquisition of and Release Information at the Border of the Land of Grass. A contingent of several hundred is navigating through the forest. Lord Orochimaru, are we not heading to the battlefield of the Cloud Shinobi? After a relentless journey, Xinjiang could no longer suppress the curiosity bubbling within him and inquired of the pallid-faced man ahead. Initially, he had presumed they were taking a detour for some reason, but something felt amiss, and he could now ascertain that they were indeed making a beeline for the Land of Grass. After all, did not Orochimaru endorse his proposal? How did we end up at the Rock Ninja battlefield again? Could it be that the performance at the meeting a few days ago was merely a fade? Orochimaru cast a somewhat hoarse chuckle as he glanced at the young figure effortlessly keeping pace beside him. The insights from Lord Xinjiang proved to be exceedingly valuable. The likes of Lord Sarutobi have already resolved to implement this strategy. Yet, the village deems it rather precarious to place complete trust in the Rock Ninja's movements, thus assigning us to assist in defense while the main force advances towards the Cloud Ninja battlefield. Before Xinjiang could articulate his thoughts fully, Orochimaru, with an air of prophetic wisdom, elucidated the underlying rationale. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xinjiang's expression stiffened momentarily, a sheepish smile gracing his features. Ahem, Lord Orochimaru. I actually believe remaining at the border would be quite advantageous. Perhaps I should return now? I am well acquainted with the route and would not wish to burden anyone. Is he jesting with me? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru replied with a smirk that was neither entirely amused nor entirely serious. I specifically summoned Lord Xinjiang to discuss the particulars of our defensive strategy. Having already proposed prior recommendations, I trust he possesses methods to counter the Rock Ninja as well. He has no viable solutions. Xinjiang refrained from elaborating on the Rock Ninja battlefield in his earlier suggestions. as resisting the onslaught from the Rock Ninja would undoubtedly incur severe losses. While the Rock Ninja may not genuinely entertain the notion of toppling Konoha, they are indeed keen on depleting its strength at this juncture. It is worth noting that during this conflict, the frontline commander, Yekawa, leading Konoha's defensive forces, has seen their ranks reduced to but 4 individuals in the clashes with the Rock Ninja army. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the 4th Hokage, the defensive forces at the front lines of the Rock Ninja battlefield would have faced complete annihilation. This underscores the perilous nature of the battlefield. Moreover, the pressing question remains, what impact can such a scant number of personnel truly have? Their presence seems scarcely significant. The contingent of ninjas led by Xinjiang comprises merely over 200 individuals, the majority being Chunin and Genin. As if comprehending the thoughts reflected in Xinjiang's gaze, Orochimaru squinted and smiled, declaring, "I am here to replace Lord Danzo as the overall commander of the Rock Ninja battlefield, which means this group of ninjas may need to rely on you, Xinjiang, and several other jonin for leadership." The truth is laid bare. No wonder they dispatched them to the land of grass. It appears Sarutobi Hiruzen is intent on rescuing his dear friend. In that instant, Xinjiang could vividly envision the unfolding drama. Danzo exclaims, "Hurry and save me, I can barely hold on." Sarutobi responds, "Do not fret, Danzo. I will send my prized disciple to relieve you." Danzo retorts, "What about your disciple?" Sarutobi reassures, "It matters not. Your well-being is paramount." Danzo laments, "Hiruzen." With this amusing scenario swirling in his mind, Xinjiang could not suppress a chuckle. The camaraderie and rivalry between the two aging friends is indeed comical. It seems Xinjiang possesses considerable confidence. Upon hearing the laughter, Orochimaru's raspy voice broke through once more. Realizing the situation, Xinjiang's smile gradually faded. Indeed. What is there to laugh about? He is merely the unfortunate soul summoned by Orochimaru to take his place. The true fool is none other than myself. Alas, life is not easy, Xinjiang sighed. Fortunately, he had not allowed Hong and Kai to accompany him. Otherwise, he could not guarantee their safety. Previously, considering their considerable gains on the battlefield and prioritizing their security, Xinjiang had decided to let them remain with Gujie for a while. In retrospect, it was indeed a prudent choice to deny the young girl's request. Thankfully, they were still young. Otherwise, Xinjiang could not ensure he would withstand the pressure. Unfortunately, they were now not far from the camp, and it seemed that Orochimaru would not allow him to escape, leaving him with no choice but to accept the reality. However, striving to establish a reputation on a disadvantageous battlefield posed a considerable challenge. "Lord Orochimaru, are you familiar with Yin Release?" After coming to terms with his situation, the first thought that crossed Xinjiang's mind was to seek solace for his wounded spirit. As an exceptional young ninja from the village, and having been summoned by Orochimaru to toil vigorously on the battlefield of the Rock Ninja, Xinjiang resolved that he would not leave without extracting some benefit today. Yin Release? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused for a moment in contemplation before continuing. Typically, it is more common within secret arts that rely on the foundation of Yin-Yang Release. Yin Release embodies the power of the mind, enabling the creation of forms from the intangible. Thus, most techniques associated with the psyche belong to Yin Release. For instance, the Nara clan utilizes their mental prowess to alter the shape of shadows, alongside various techniques from the Yamashiro clan. What has prompted your sudden interest in Yin Release, Xinjiang-kun? Not disappointing Xinjiang, Orochimaru indeed had knowledge in this area, causing Xinjiang's heartbeat to quicken with anticipation. You are aware that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can bestow immense enhancements upon its wielder. With the specter of war looming, I too yearn to augment my prowess. In the notes of the clan's elders, I discovered that the Sharingan seems to be intertwined with Yin Release. Confronted by Orochimaru's inquisitive nature, Xinjiang maintained his composure and articulated a premeditated rationale. As a disciple of the Hokage, Orochimaru was undoubtedly familiar with the Uchiha clan's lore, thus he harbored no suspicions. The Sharingan is indeed a remarkable asset. Should Xinjiang awaken it, his subsequent battles would undoubtedly become less arduous. I possess some relevant materials that I hope may assist Xinjiang. According to the documents, Uchiha Xinjiang is a Jinjutsu-type ninja, and acquiring these eyes, which greatly amplify illusion techniques, will undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly, proving invaluable on the battlefield. Taking this into account, along with Xinjiang's prior subtle machinations that drew attention, Orochimaru did not hesitate to produce a scroll. He handed the damp scroll to Xinjiang, detailing its contents. Inside lay a tome concerning Yin Release, along with various Jinjutsu techniques. He encouraged Xinjiang to invest effort into mastering illusion techniques. as they are fundamentally a manifestation of yin release. Xinjiang accepted the scroll, suppressing his discomfort. The sheer size of the scroll, produced from Orochimaru's mouth, left him in awe. It was as if he had indeed awakened his eyes. His curiosity regarding Orochimaru's body grew. How could he store such vast quantities within, akin to Doraemon's pocket? Moreover, he never seemed to misplace items. Had he perhaps mastered the art of sorting? However, having just received a favor from the other party, it was evidently inappropriate to directly inquire about such matters, and thus, he could only express his gratitude politely. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Ah, no need for such formality. Chapter 48. The true Yang seeking breakthrough encounters the movements of rock ninjas. In the past, while residing in the Zhuan region, the term true Yang always felt awkward to him, as if at any moment someone might leap forth to question, "Are you being courteous to me?" Setting aside the distractions in his mind, True Yang slowed his pace and descended to the side of the group, retrieving the materials recently provided by Orochimaru to examine. As his mental prowess expanded to a certain level, he discovered a new function. If the previous utility had been to enhance CPU performance, now it had transformed a single-core CPU into a multi-core one. In simpler terms, he was now capable of multitasking. Moreover, if this trend continued, he might eventually attain the ability to manage multiple tasks simultaneously, becoming a veritable master of time management. So, it is like this. As he perused the materials in his hands, flashes of insight occasionally illuminated True Yang's eyes. Much of what he had previously conveyed to Orochimaru was indeed truthful. The only aspect he concealed was that he was not contemplating how to awaken the Sharingan, but rather pondering how to unlock the ultimate power recorded by the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyou Sharingan. Over the past 2 years, as the Sharingan had undergone continual enhancement, True Yang had confirmed one thing: the elevation of mental capacity could perfectly substitute for the agonizing process traditionally associated with awakening the eyes. His own experience was far removed from that of his kin, who suffered the loss of a friend with each awakening, but instead, he found himself comfortably indulging in life when suddenly he discovered, wow, with an additional Magatama, the Sharingan has ascended. This indicates that Xinjiang can effortlessly elevate to the Mangekyou Sharingan. The transition from Sharingan to Mangekyou does not necessitate external assistance, rather. It is merely the culmination of experiences that demand more intense stimuli, typically requiring the sacrifice of a family member or beloved. Yet, for Xinjiang, it is simply a matter of waiting a little longer. Initially, he harbored this notion, leisurely passing his days, ultimately aspiring to metamorphose into a formidable powerhouse. However, having lingered at the Three Tomos stage for an extended period without perceiving any significant change, he has only sensed a gradual enhancement in his ocular prowess due to the increase in his mental strength. Faced with such circumstances, Xinjiang can no longer afford to remain idle. Ideally, he wishes to attain the Mangekyou Sharingan before the war concludes. In other words, he aims to achieve this breakthrough within the next 3 to 4 years, to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan. It is quite simple. Xinjiang must safeguard Itachi and Shui, preventing the two brothers from falling prey to the manipulations of the third Hokage. In doing so, the village will merely harbor apprehensions, too fearful to take action against them. However, Xinjiang desires more than mere survival. He envisions a future where members of the Uchiha clan ascend to high ranks, join the Umbu, or potentially even become Hokage. If change is to be enacted, it must be thorough. As a beneficiary of his family's advantages, the stronger the Uchiha clan becomes, the greater the benefits he will reap. Nevertheless, the primary obstacle to achieving this goal lies in the current third Hokage, Danzo, and several members of the Elder Council within the higher echelons of Konoha. How can one swiftly ascend to these upper ranks? Undoubtedly, expelling all those individuals and eliminating the resistance against the Uchiha clan will naturally create space for new opportunities. If the higher-ups harbor grievances towards the Uchiha, then replacing them with individuals who do not share such biases is a fundamental approach to resolving the issue. Of course, this does not imply resorting to violence. Given his current capabilities, such extremes are unattainable. The second phase of Xinjiang's plan is to assist a prejudiced-free Hokage in ascending to power, thereby indirectly fulfilling his own objectives. As for who would be the most suitable candidate, his thoughts align closely with Uchiha Fugaku's aspirations to become clan leader. Presently, the renowned yellow flash on the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja is Minato Namikaze. From Xinjiang's understanding, Minato is the most fitting choice for the Hokage position concerning the Uchiha clan. Firstly, Minato is likely to forge a strong friendship with Uchiha Fugaku, while his wife, Kushina Izumaki, shares a close bond with Makoto Uchiha, facilitating the exchange of confidential information regarding significant matters such as childbirth. Once he assumes the role of Hokage, there will be a direct communication channel with the Uchiha clan, significantly reducing conflicts through timely dialogue. Given Minato's character, Xinjiang and his allies could engage in open discussions about the future development of the Uchiha clan. For instance, they could propose that Uchiha Shisui lead a contingent of clan members on missions, while other families within Konoha contribute personnel to the Konoha police force to fill the vacancies left by Shisui. Such recommendations, beneficial to the village and enhancing stability, would likely find a receptive audience in Minato. In due course, the Uchiha clan would gradually integrate into the fabric of Konoha. Furthermore, this process is remarkably straightforward. It can be asserted that the involvement of True Son has little bearing on the outcome. The intricate connections and relations are matters that Uchiha Fugaku would adeptly manage, and he would execute them with great finesse. The ascension of Minato Namikaze to Hokage is a foregone conclusion. His formidable personal charisma will undoubtedly garner him substantial support, bolstered by the endorsements of his mentor, Jiraiya, and his predecessor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. By leveraging his familiarity with the narrative, he can provide timely support and effortlessly achieve his objectives. For someone like him, who has been languishing in mediocrity, this is nothing but exceedingly favorable. What True Son ought to be concerned about is the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails. Should Minato survive this chaos, it would only take a few years for the Uchiha clan to realize its aspirations. The Nine Tails incident, instigated by the darkened Obito, would, if unchanged, lead to the demise of both Minato and his wife, thereby plunging the Uchiha clan into a dire predicament. The death of Minato would signify a severance of ties between the Uchiha and the village, with the Nine Tails being manipulated by the Sharingan, thus bearing an unjust blame and rendering previous efforts futile. One can only lament the treachery of Obito. The death of Rin signifies that the first to suffer are not adversaries, but rather the mentors and family that nurtured him. True Son aspires to acquire the Mangekyou Sharingan at the earliest opportunity, with the intent of thwarting Obito's schemes, ideally culminating in his demise. Such a person is a blight upon this world, wreaking havoc upon his own kin. Ahead on the left, there are ample signs of ninja activity. A high-GA ninja at the forefront of the group, veins prominent around his eyes, immediately alerted all ninjas upon detecting the anomaly. After Orochimaru signaled for the rear troops to halt, he squinted slightly. The presence of rock shinobi? It appears some individuals have a penchant for subtle maneuvers. Once the number of ninjas reaches a considerable scale, concealing their whereabouts becomes an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Furthermore, ninjas move with remarkable speed, aside from fleeing. There is little reason to squander time on obfuscating their tracks. The direction in which Xinjiang and his companions advanced led to the Konoha camp in the Land of Grass, where encountering the rock shinobi was undeniably indicative of their intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru turned to the previously mentioned ninja. How many of them are there? There should be over 100. Upon hearing this, the Hyuga ninja meticulously surveyed the area before reporting back. Then prepare for battle. Gazing into the distance, a glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Chapter 49, The Intentions of the Rock Shinobi, The Onset of Battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within a dense forest, over 100 figures of rock shinobi congregated, led by the elite jonin of Awagakure, Ikeda Naruto. Lord Ikeda, we are currently 20 miles from the Konoha camp, and thus far, we have not detected any traces of Konoha ninjas. Upon hearing the report from the sensory-type ninja beside him, Ikeda Naruto displayed a smile of anticipated delight. Excellent, everyone rest here. Once the frontal assault commences, we shall surprise Konoha. As his words fell, the surrounding rock shinobi dispersed, some sitting down, others leaning against trees to repose. As their leader, Ikeda Naruto stood atop a tall tree, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. They are an elite force dispatched by the rock shinobi, tasked with covertly assaulting the Konoha encampment from the rear as the rock army launches its offensive, thereby incapacitating a segment of the enemy front line. This maneuver would create a breach in the defense line, allowing them to penetrate into the land of fire. Just as Ikeda was deeply contemplating the subsequent details, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground. Alert! Enemy attack! Shouted a sensory ninja who had just closed his eyes, immediately attempting to warn his comrades nearby. Yet, at that very instant, a chilling figure emerged in his peripheral vision, a ninja exuding an ominous aura, unmistakably Orochimaru, the harbinger of the assault. Snake arm blast. With no time to react, the sensory ninja could only watch helplessly as several enormous serpents lunged towards him. Before losing consciousness, he glimpsed several nearby ninjas being engulfed by the massive snakes. Boom, boom, boom. In quick succession, the colossal serpents erupted, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward. Beware. Those of you hiding behind us. Earth style, earth flow wall. A few formidable rock shinobi quickly regained their composure, casting defensive ninjutsu to shield their allies, thereby preventing greater casualties. However, before they could even catch their breath, the ground began to tremble violently. Something is beneath us. A voice filled with terror rang out from one of the rock shinobi, causing the expressions of the others to turn grim. Observing the increasingly intense quaking of the earth from his elevated position, Jin Yang let out a sinister chuckle, then retrieved a shuriken from his scroll, one larger than himself. You are indeed a precious treasure bought at a high price from the cat lady. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, he began to rotate his waist, channeling the strength of his body to hurl the colossal shuriken into the crowd of rock ninja. Subsequently, his hands moved swiftly to form seals: dog, pig, dragon, rat, pig, boar, snake, tiger. Shadow clone technique of the shuriken. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted in the air, and the original gigantic shuriken transformed into dozens of smaller ones, resembling a dark cloud charging towards the rock ninja. Everyone, take cover. Something is about to emerge from below, a rock ninja cautioned his nearby companions, leaping high into the air. However, before he could finish his warning, he felt a shadow loom over him. Looking up, his expression froze in disbelief. You must be joking. Before he could react, a shuriken effortlessly tore through him, blood spilling onto the ground. The rock ninja below witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting in shock, and they frantically attempted to evade. Yet, aside from a few swift ninjas who managed to escape entirely, the rest found themselves unable to counter the dual onslaught. In desperation, they resorted to unleashing ninjutsu to defend against the shuriken above, for what lay beneath was still unknown. However, such a massive object would certainly inflict significant injuries upon even the slightest contact. A direct hit would mean certain doom. Most of the rock ninja made the same choice, erecting earthen walls of varying sizes, yet none bore the intricate carvings of souls to shield them from the true essence of the jutsu. Orochimaru, daring to disturb my slumber. This time I demand 100 sacrifices. At that moment, a massive purple python surged forth from the depths of the earth, its colossal form stirring up a cloud of dust as it let out a thunderous roar. It was none other than Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. Upon noticing the rock ninja, Orochimaru declared, "This time, feel free to indulge." He confronted the leader of the rock ninja, initially overpowering his adversary before gesturing towards the crowd nearby. Manda's enormous serpentine eyes scanned the ground, and its tone softened slightly. As long as I can have my fill, I shall let this slide. Remember, in the future, if you wish to summon me, ensure you have at least this much food. With that, it opened its maw and devoured several terrified rock ninjas standing close by. The assault led by Jinyang and Orochimaru inflicted severe losses on Ikeda's forces. In the next moment, Leaf Village's ninjas appeared on the battlefield, unleashing an array of ninja tools and techniques upon the bewildered rock ninja. The remaining rock ninja swiftly responded, employing their own techniques to counter the assault. And soon both sides were embroiled in a chaotic melee, weapons clashing fiercely. As Jinyang observed the formidable Leaf Warriors, led by Orochimaru, restraining the rock ninja elite, he did not hesitate. Drawing his longsword, he plunged into the fray. Utilizing body flicker technique to close the distance, he cast illusions to control his foes. And with a decisive strike, he began his onslaught. Amidst a throng of Chunin and Jinin, Jinyang moved with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, achieving a remarkable efficiency in his slaughter. In mere moments, the number of rock ninja around him dwindled to a mere handful. He pondered to himself whether he might inadvertently usurp Shursue's infamous moniker. After eliminating the surrounding rock ninja, Jinyang became acutely aware of this thought. After an impressive display of skill, he suddenly realized that his techniques bore a striking resemblance to those of the future Shursue, both being adept in illusionary arts, swordsmanship, and body flicker techniques. What could this mean? It appears they share the same grandfather, having learned from the same roots. In that case, there is no cause for concern. The number of IWA Nin is fewer than that of the Konoha forces. However, within this particular assault team of IWA Nin, there are more CH Nin than Jinin, which allows them to engage on relatively equal footing. Yet, after Jinyang unleashed a brutal onslaught, the IWA forces lost their only advantage, and the Konoha ninjas began to gain the upper hand. Noticing this shift, Jinyang directed his attention towards the J-Nin of IWA Nin, his form vanishing instantaneously, even swifter than before. Upon witnessing Jinyang's departure, the remaining IWA Nin could not help but exhale in relief. Who could fathom the turmoil they had endured in such a short span of time? First came explosions, followed by enormous shuriken, then a colossal serpent erupting from the ground, and finally, The seemingly smallest and most vulnerable of the Konoha ninjas transformed into a harbinger of death, leaving them trembling with fear. Now, they felt an unsettling calm within. Fully aware that they stood no chance against the Konoha ninjas before them. "Are you the reinforcements from Konoha?" One of the Iwanin inquired, his expression grim yet resolute. For this assault, their village had invested considerable effort. Initially, they aimed to exert pressure on the front lines, capturing the attention of the Konoha troops. And only when their adversaries were beleaguered did they dispatch their assault team, in order to remain inconspicuous. These individuals were ninjas who had been commissioned outside the village during the onset of war. After fulfilling their tasks, they heeded the village's orders and gradually gathered their numbers in the land of grass. Over the span of more than a month, they managed to stealthily infiltrate over 100 ninjas right under the vigilant eyes of Konoha. Such an immense expenditure of effort was aimed at seizing the initiative while Konoha was distracted and swiftly advancing into the land of fire, thereby augmenting their advantage on the battlefield. However, in a twist of fate, their meticulous plans were unexpectedly unraveled as the Sand Ninja battlefield collapsed. Coinciding with the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, it was as if misfortune had opened the door to more misfortune. Observing the struggle of Ikeda Nari against Orochimaru in the distance, as well as the disheartened Rock Ninja forces, the expression on Sho's face grew increasingly grim. Yet, standing before him was a seasoned jonin from the Akimichi clan, robust and resilient. After making a futile attempt to break free, he realized that escaping in the short term was impossible, leaving him to watch the situation unfold. Who would have thought that we would meet so soon? Quite a coincidence, isn't it? The Akimichi jonin remarked with a friendly tone, a hearty smile adorning his face. The underlying sarcasm and mockery in his words made Sho's skin crawl. He was on the verge of anger but managed to suppress it. Quietly, he began channeling his chakra into the ground beneath him. As a wielder of the Bloodline Limit Explosion release, Sho could trigger explosions through chakra manipulation, given sufficient time. He could even transform the earth beneath him into a detonating device. "Enjoy your arrogance for a little longer," he thought smugly. With a determined resolve to unravel the situation, the hunter began to taunt his opponent incessantly, although he found it perplexing why the elite of the Akimichi clan would cooperate with him. The two engaged in a rather harmonious exchange of banter. However, due to his eagerness to alter the dire circumstances of the Rock Ninja, he refrained from delving deeper into the matter and instead focused on accumulating chakra. After a few moments, the hunter finally revealed a chilling smile and declared, "I must concede that the strength of the Akimichi clan is formidable. However, regrettably, you are about to meet your demise here." He held a significant disdain for the rotund figure, acknowledging that while his combat abilities were commendable, his incessant chatter was equally vexing. In a brief span, he had been rendered speechless multiple times. Now, the moment for his performance had arrived. "I am waiting for my skill. What are you waiting for?" "I am waiting for your death," came the retort. Seemingly deciphering the expression on the hunter's face, Akimichi K-Sei remained jovial, glancing toward the hunter's left side. The hunter was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he instinctively turned to the left. To his dismay, there was nothing there. "This is bad. I've been deceived." Explosive release, Earth. Jinjutsu, Shiranui. Caught off guard by Akimichi K-Sei's feint, the hunter was unable to cast his ninjutsu before succumbing to the Jinjutsu of True Sun, only to meet his end at the edge of a blade. "Hunter has perished." K-Sei Senpai, what splendid acting. With a successful strike, True Sun gave a thumbs up to his counterpart. After surveying the battlefield, True Sun set his sights on this explosive release hunter, recognizing that, as a fellow elite ninja possessing a bloodline limit, his value was undoubtedly greater. He also prepared himself for the possibility of a challenging confrontation, being another explosive release ninja if he possessed a self-detonation technique akin to Daidar's. The situation could become quite troublesome. One can only commend the seasoned jonin, as Akimichi Kankyu, with his seemingly guileless demeanor, swiftly coordinated with Jinyang upon noticing his movements. The previous instinctive action successfully deceived the adversaries, allowing for an effortless execution of the kill. Let us proceed to assist the others. The Leaf Shinobi had effectively diverted two jonin, exacerbating the already precarious position of the Rock Shinobi. Particularly troubling was the fact that these two individuals operated in unison. 1, 2, 3. The continuous losses among the IWA Shinobi weighed heavily on Ikeda's heart, leaving him in anguish. "Withdraw, abandon the mission," he commanded through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with a mix of resentment and helplessness. The battle had escalated to such a degree that not only had their prior preparations been rendered futile, but they had also sustained significant losses. If they were to persist, it would only culminate in total annihilation. While the Rock Shinobi boasted a considerable number of lower-tier ninjas due to policy reasons, their high-level combatants remained few. Losing even one was a grave blow they could ill afford. Without a moment's hesitation following his orders, Ikeda seized the opportunity to burrow underground and flee into the distance. There was no alternative. They faced Orochimaru, and in such dire circumstances, he had not deluded himself into believing he could escape with others in tow. The very prospect of his own escape was uncertain. In this moment, all he could do was urge everyone to flee if they could. As for how many would ultimately survive, that was left to fate. Jinjong-kun, Kankyu-kun, assist the troops in clearing the remaining ninjas. Upon noticing the approach of the two individuals, Orochimaru issued a command and swiftly pursued the fleeing direction of Ikeda. As an elite jonin, he could not afford to let him escape. The morale of the Rock Ninja had already dwindled, and now, with the leader's orders and actions, their resolve to continue fighting had dissipated entirely, leading them to scatter in various directions. Senior Kyo, what do you suggest we do? In light of this predicament, Shinyang chose to assume the role of executor. While directing a few individuals was a simple task, orchestrating the movements of 100 people in such a chaotic scenario was an altogether different challenge, one that he was not yet equipped to handle. Shinyang possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations. Growth is invariably a process. Until he acquired the requisite skills, it was prudent to entrust the task to those more experienced. Considering Shinyang's youth, Akadu Q nodded with a smile, calmly mobilizing a contingent of ninja to methodically pursue and eliminate the fleeing enemies, occasionally turning to impart his wisdom to Shinyang. 2 hours later, the pursuing Leaf Ninja had successfully dispatched all the fleeing Rock Ninja and returned to the original location to await further instructions. Bang! After another half hour, a familiar corpse was cast before Shinyang and his companions, followed by the gradual emergence of Orochimaru's figure. Casting a glance around, he remarked, "Has everyone concluded? Then let us continue our journey, striving to reach our destination before nightfall." The battle-weary ninjas had regained a considerable amount of strength during this interval, and upon hearing Orochimaru's directive, they resumed their march towards the camp. Shinyang consistently brings forth unexpected surprises. Recalling the previous battle, Orochimaru's gaze was keenly fixed upon Shinyang beside him. During their last encounter, the Sand Ninja had already set their thoughts on retreat, and the chaos of the battlefield was far less striking than what was witnessed today. Throughout this small-scale skirmish, Orochimaru had been attentively observing Shinyang's performance. Upon thorough inspection, Shinyang's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Based on prior observations, one would assume his strength to be at most that of an average Jonin. However, the ability to eliminate a Jonin in an instant, even one who was preoccupied, indicated that Shinyang belonged to the upper echelon of Jonin. Orochimaru could not help but squint as he pondered when he had possessed such strength himself. It seemed to be around the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, when he was just past 20. Years later, it was during his battle with Hanzo of the Salamander that he brushed against the threshold of the Sannin, earning that esteemed title. He was curious about when Shinyang, with the aid of the Sharingan, would embark upon this domain. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock. Updates are provided. Chapter 51. The Worries of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good news returns to Konohagakure. A routine meeting was underway in the Hokage's office amidst the war period. Although the issues concerning the Sand Ninja battlefield had been resolved, the atmosphere of the meeting remained somewhat oppressive, compared to internal conflicts and the assassination of the Sans Kazekage. The pressure from the Cloud and Rock Ninja villages upon Konoha was undeniably greater. After all, both the Cloud and Rock villages had maintained internal stability and progressed steadily over the years, their strength surpassing that of the Sand Ninja. The proposal conveyed by Orochimaru is commendable. The pressing issue we face now is how to gain an advantage on the battlefield against the Cloud Shinobi and instill doubt in the resolve of the Rock Shinobi. Otherwise, we will suffer grievous losses on their front. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the central position, spoke solemnly. Having dealt with the Tsuchikage, Anoki, he was acutely aware of his cunning nature and knew that he would seize any opportunity to exploit our weaknesses. Should the Leaf and Cloud Shinobi become embroiled in a stalemate, Hiruzen could assert with certainty that this old fox would undoubtedly take the chance to deploy his forces, thereby depleting the Leaf's combat capabilities. Although he concurred with Uchiha Masayoshi's assessment that the Rock Shinobi would not genuinely seek to overthrow the Leaf, the differing perspectives stemming from their respective positions led to varied interpretations. As Hokage, Hiruzen was burdened with a multitude of considerations, beyond his desire to minimize casualties among the Leaf's ninjas. There was another pressing concern, the fact that the Rock Shinobi's reluctance to topple the Leaf did not preclude them from taking action against it. If given the chance, they would not hesitate to strike at the very doorstep of the Leaf, which would be a significant blow to his prestige. Such a situation had never arisen during the tenures of the previous two Hokage. If it were to occur, his position as Hokage would become untenable. Thus, securing an advantage in the cloud battlefield and instilling caution in the rock shinobi was of paramount importance. Hiruzen was unwilling to see the reputation he had built over years of serving as Hokage dissipate due to the ravages of war. Meanwhile, the support forces from the Sand Shinobi were expected to arrive at the cloud battlefield shortly. As for other developments, it would hinge on the actions of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. In this regard, Mito's burden of logistics was a source of great frustration. As one of the elders promoted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, their fates were often intertwined. When one prospered, all prospered, and when one faltered, all faltered. This instance was no exception, as the concerns troubling Sarutobi Hiruzen weighed heavily upon them as well. However, being seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they understood that the dynamics of war are ever-changing, and to rashly intervene with commands is a grave misstep that could jeopardize the entire situation. Even those of their esteemed rank dared not engage in such recklessness. Fully aware of the repercussions that could ensue, the others remained silent, and upon witnessing the helplessness of his subordinates, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh. It seemed that their only recourse was to place their trust in Jiraiya and his team. The sole source of solace lay in the fact that Jiraiya's apprentice, his own grand student Minato Namikaze, had mastered the forbidden technique of his mentor, the Flying Thunder God technique. This S-rank space-time ninjutsu, which even the renowned ninja doctor, proficient in all 5 elemental natures, had been unable to learn, possessed a formidable threshold of difficulty, underpinned by its immense power. Although Minato had only recently grasped it, he had already gained a modest reputation on the battlefield against the Cloud Shinobi. As he became more adept, the situation would hopefully improve. Otherwise, the old man might have to personally venture onto the battlefield. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose to his feet, his words leaving the surrounding shinobi in astonishment. The reality was that with the entirety of Konoha's resources committed to the front line, the remaining shinobi were too few to effect any significant change. The only one capable of influencing the tide of battle was he, a shinobi of the highest caliber. It is absolutely imperative that we refrain from such actions, without the formidable presence of the Hokage to instill fear. The hidden mist ninjas from the east and the remaining sand ninjas may be tempted to act. Indeed, it is true that we have already expended considerable manpower and resources in confronting the 3 major ninja villages. If we allow the mist village to intervene, our village would be precariously situated. Hokage-sama, you must deliberate carefully. Upon realizing this, the assembly began to voice their concerns in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the leader of the village, understood that his appearance at this juncture would signify to other ninja villages that Konoha was truly in dire straits, making it difficult to prevent them from harboring ulterior motives, particularly with the Mist Village yet to enter the fray. The Mist Village, located in the Water Country's islands, shares borders only with Konoha and the Cloud Ninjas. In contrast to the rugged terrain and towering mountains of the Lightning Country, the Fire Country, with its vast plains and fertile lands, is undoubtedly more alluring. Thus, we must remain vigilant against the possibility of the Mist Village launching an attack on Konoha, leveraging the offensive of the Cloud and Stone Ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not be oblivious to these considerations. His earlier impulsiveness had to be quelled, and ultimately, he resumed his seat. The atmosphere in the conference room fell into a profound silence. For the first time, Konoha found itself cornered to such an extent. While everyone pondered with furrowed brows, an Umbu ninja, donning a fox mask, suddenly appeared in the meeting room, kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen and presenting a scroll. Hokage-sama. Urgent news from the land of grass. From the battlefield of the rock ninjas? Sarutobi Hiruzen halted his contemplation, his gaze fixated on the Umbu, a glimmer of inquiry evident in his eyes. In response, the Umbu ninja subtly moved his jaw, noticing the actions of the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with a flicker of joy, and he immediately spoke. The urgent report from the front? Please read it aloud. Yes. The Umbu ninja promptly responded, unfurling the scroll in his hand to glance through it before articulating the contents. The frontline report. The support troops led by Orochimaru have arrived at the borders of the Land of Grass and discovered a formidable elite force of rock ninjas at the rear of their encampment. They actively pursued and launched an offensive, ultimately annihilating the enemy ninjas, which included the elimination of 1 elite Jonin, 8 Jonin, and 82 Chunin, along with. In the quiet conference room, the voice of the Umbu ninja resonated clearly, allowing everyone to hear effortlessly. The serious atmosphere was momentarily alleviated, and the furrowed brows of the assembly relaxed slightly. Given the current situation in Konoha, receiving news of a victorious battle on the Rock Ninja front was undoubtedly excellent news, serving to uplift the spirits of ninjas across various battlefields. The destruction of 8 Jonin and 1 Elite Jonin is a loss that, even for Konoha, would be mourned for a long time, not to mention the significant number of Chunin. This is indeed a great triumph. What are the casualties? Inexorably, TK Rin voiced the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. In this battle, our support troops suffered the loss of 13 personnel, mostly genin, with 9 severely injured and 32 lightly wounded. The Umbu ninja paused momentarily before quickly locating the relevant information. Upon reaching this point, the joy on everyone's faces diminished slightly. Warfare is inevitably accompanied by casualties. This is an unavoidable reality. However, in comparison to the enemies slain, these losses appear negligible. It raises the question of how our lower-ranking ninjas managed to incur only a few more casualties than their higher-ranking counterparts. The specifics of the battlefield are indeed intriguing. The reporting ninja, well aware of this, resumed speaking. Our forces hold a numerical advantage over the enemy, yet due to the majority of their ranks comprising elite ninjas, the actual combat capabilities are nearly equivalent. Consequently, Lord Orochimaru opted to launch an assault during their moment of respite. Chapter 52, The Astonishment of All. The decision of Hiruzen Sarutobi in the conference room, all present wore expressions of curiosity, eagerly anticipating further details. Although they were aware of the outcome, the similarity in strength between the two units rendered it improbable for a preemptive strike to yield such a decisive victory. What transpired on the battlefield at that time? Lord Orochimaru was the first to engage, followed closely by Uchiha Masayoshi utilizing an A-rank ninjutsu, the Shuiken Shadow Clone technique, in conjunction with Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast, the Serpent of 1,000. This maneuver inflicted significant casualties on the rock ninjas. Subsequently, Uchiha Masayoshi, employing a unique body flicker technique, eliminated numerous rock middle ninjas, and later, alongside our upper-ranking ninjas, launched a coordinated attack against the rock upper ninjas. As the voice detailing the intelligence report faded, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously verified the information, now bore an expression that questioned the veracity of the claims. The leading ninja was none other than Lord Orochimaru himself. Yet throughout the entirety of the report, the name Uchiha Masayoshi emerged repeatedly, demonstrating immense significance. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached for the scroll. Could this intelligence truly be trusted? It is not that he is unwilling to believe, rather, the situation is simply too extraordinary, so much so that even a novel would hesitate to portray it. The scroll was personally delivered through a summoning technique by Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, the Umbu ninja fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If that is the case, it must not be a fabrication. He was well aware of Orochimaru's nature. The latter consistently conveyed information truthfully, devoid of exaggeration or bias. Therefore, it stands to reason that Uchiha Masayoshi has likely attained the prowess nearing that of an elite jonin. Yet, why would Uchiha Masayoshi choose to align himself with Orochimaru? Wasn't it Kage who was supposed to be mentoring him? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled the scroll to read further. Uchiha Masayoshi accepted Orochimaru's invitation to join the support unit. This is how Orochimaru described it in the scroll. He possesses the potential to become the next Uchiha Kagami. Suddenly, he recalled words spoken by Kage during the graduation class division, and his gaze softened slightly. Initially, he had chosen this path out of trust in a long-time friend. Now it appeared that Uchiha Masayoshi indeed possessed sufficient talent, perhaps even surpassing that of Kagami from the past. His courage to step forward during Konoha's trials echoed Kagami's own qualities. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware that Kage's words might diverge from his understanding, and that Masayoshi's true motivations for joining the IWA Ninja Battleground could be different, it did not hinder him from envisioning an enhanced image of Uchiha Kagami in his mind. Simultaneously, a thought began to stir within him. At this moment, the individuals within the conference room regained their composure and began to engage in animated discussions, the atmosphere growing increasingly boisterous. Everyone present had a recollection of Uchiha Shinyang, the prodigy who emerged on the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi, achieving significant merit during Konoha's decisive victory. Having recently departed for the Rock Shinobi frontlines, news of yet another triumph had arrived, akin to a celestial harbinger of fortune for Konoha. With the information now at hand, the subsequent topic of discussion pivoted towards the rewards to be bestowed upon those who had distinguished themselves in battle. Though direct intervention on the battlefield was unfeasible, the least they could do was to bolster the morale of the frontline troops. Immediate and visible positive feedback would undoubtedly serve as the most effective and essential source of encouragement. Naturally, the ninjas dispatched to the battlefield deserve commensurate benefits, otherwise, risking their lives without recompense would breed discontent and reluctance to contribute, ultimately diminishing the combat effectiveness of the forces. However, opinions on how to reward Uchiha Jinnyang varied widely among the ninjas. The assembly was predominantly aligned with the Hokage faction, leading to forthright exchanges. Some proposed to bestow high-level ninjutsu and promotions similar to previous instances, while another faction contended that granting tangible rewards to someone of such prowess at the tender age of 10 would set a precarious precedent, making it challenging to maintain control over the Uchiha clan in the future. After all, the upper echelons of this generation had developed a habitual resistance towards the Uchiha. Yajan, what are your thoughts? Inquiringly, Midogate turned to the individual seated at the head of the table. The Hokage was the true arbiter of this gathering. Should these individuals be allowed to bicker indefinitely, the conclusion of today's meeting remained uncertain. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed down at the dark-clad shinobi and instructed, "Convey my directives to Orochimaru. Promote Uchiha Masayu to the rank of Special Jonin. During this time of war, he will operate directly under Orochimaru's command and may undertake independent missions." His two notable achievements demonstrate that Masayu possesses sufficient strength. However, the role of a Jonin requires more than mere power. It necessitates the ability to lead a team, command effectively, and possess a keen sense of situational awareness. Ascending to the rank of Jonin entails leading a squad, and such qualities require time to mature, qualities that Masayu, at his age, likely has yet to fully acquire. Furthermore, considering the need to safeguard Masayu, Hiruzen deemed it prudent for him to remain close to Orochimaru until the conclusion of the war, at which point he could be elevated to Jonin. As for the matter of rewards, Hiruzen pondered for a moment before arriving at a resolute decision. He would also permit Uchiha Masayu to select one forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. Is this truly a wise consideration? Upon hearing this, Midogate composure faltered. What precisely is the Book of Seals? It is a compendium of forbidden techniques safeguarded by successive Hokages, chronicling the majority of forbidden arts from the inception of Konoha to the present day. The first Hokages would release the myriad secret arts of the second. All are contained within its pages. Typically, only prodigies from the Hokage lineage or prospective candidates for the Hokage title are permitted to peruse its contents. To think that it would be entrusted to a member of the Uchiha clan, were it not for Hiruzen's calm demeanor, and might have suspected that his friend was experiencing some form of crisis. How could he utter such absurdity? The Rock Ninja has suffered significant losses, and it is in accordance with Inoki's character that he will not let this matter rest. With the support troops joining the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja, it is likely that the situation will only stabilize temporarily. Given the current circumstances, it appears that this war is destined to become a protracted conflict. This notion has undergone careful contemplation by Sarutobi Izashi. On the Cloud Ninja battlefield, the simplest means of gaining an advantage is to prolong the conflict. The supply line for the Cloud Ninja is extensive, requiring numerous transport personnel and incurring substantial logistical expenses. As long as Jinnyang has suggested, the focus remains on the Cloud Ninja, preventing them from making any substantial progress. Time will ultimately wear them down. However, this strategy conflicts somewhat with Sarutobi Hizashi's perspective. As the longer the conflict drags on, the more precarious the situation for the Rock Ninja becomes. Yet, the emergence of Uchiha Jinnyang has sparked a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, as long as the Rock Ninja is not overrun, their losses can remain within manageable limits. Given the manpower shortage on the Rock Ninja battlefield, the solution lies in cultivating a powerful individual, much like Minato. In Hizashi's eyes, Jinnyang, modeled after Uchiha Kagami, represents the best option available at present. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, updates are provided. Chapter 53, Weapon Damage, Promotion to Special Jonin in the Land of Grass, on the outskirts of the Konoha camp. Jinnyang examined the longsword in his hand, now marred by cracks. With a sigh, he retrieved a storage scroll to stow it away and made his way into the depths of the camp. This sword, initially procured from the Nico clan, had accompanied him for several years, yet he had not anticipated that after enduring a few battles on the battlefield, it would be rendered unfit for service. The cost of combat is indeed exorbitant. Upon stepping onto the battlefield, Jinnyang comprehended why the remuneration for a ninja's tasks often far exceeded the average standard of living. Yet they did not appear as affluent as one might imagine. While the income was indeed substantial, the reality was that a ninja's expenditure was equally considerable. A finely crafted weapon, though costly, would inevitably encounter issues after a period of use. For the sake of safety, it must be replaced. Otherwise, should it fail during combat, the loss would not merely be financial, but rather a matter of life and death. Furthermore, the expenses incurred from tools such as shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags rapidly accumulated. Not to mention the chakra-infused weapons, which were akin to insatiable beasts that devoured wealth. Having secured his first weapon, Xinjiang began to ponder. In encounters with most ninjas, his offensive strategy proved remarkably efficient, allowing him to eliminate numerous adversaries in a short span. However, this also resulted in a significant strain on his weapons, causing ordinary ones to wear out swiftly in his hands. To avert future mishaps, it was prudent to seek a weapon of sufficient durability, one capable of channeling chakra. Forcing chakra onto a weapon would also lead to degradation. Indeed, many techniques within the Uchiha style utilize such forms, contributing to Xinjiang's weaponware. Let me contemplate. The Land of Iron is renowned for its ironworks and may possess superior weapons, and the Land of Crafts is also commendable. However, at this moment, departure is not feasible. Plans must be deferred until the conclusion of the war. After a brief reflection, Xinjiang realized that the places known for exceptional weapon forging were quite distant, and the current circumstances were clearly unsuitable for leaving. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived before the central camp. Xinjiang momentarily set aside his previous concerns and stepped inside. Upon entering the tent, several friendly nods from the supporting elite shinobi greeted him, with Orochimaru seated at the head, accompanied by numerous unfamiliar upper-ranked shinobi. Lord Orochimaru. The reconnaissance team from IWA has been entirely eradicated, Xinjiang reported succinctly. Well done, Xinjiang-kun, Orochimaru replied, acknowledging the success. After briefly summarizing the mission, Xinjiang took a seat near Akimichi Kankuro and others, listening intently to their discussions regarding the battlefield. It had been 3 days since their arrival, and on the second day, Orochimaru had assumed command on the IWA battlefield. As for the former commander, Danzo, he had promptly departed for the village after delegating various matters, leaving Xinjiang without even a glimpse of the man, only witnessing his retreating figure, with prior instances serving as a cautionary tale. Orochimaru's first order of business was to dispatch ninjas to investigate whether any IWA shinobi remained hidden in the vicinity, ensuring they would not fall victim to ambushes. Over the course of 2 days, although no such threats were discovered, several IWA reconnaissance teams were eliminated, and it was during today's skirmish that Xinjiang's long sword suffered damage. Before long, the upper-ranked shinobi concluded their deliberations and departed one by one, prompting Xinjiang to rise and prepare to leave, intending to reflect further on the wisdom shared by his seniors. This routine had become his daily life, training in the morning, accompanying an elite shinobi team in the afternoon, attending upper shinobi meetings in the evening, and returning home to ponder the insights gained. The upper shinobi, having emerged from numerous missions, possessed an extraordinary wealth of experience in facing various situations, offering him profound inspiration. Xinjiang felt as though he had taken root in fertile soil, drawing nourishment ceaselessly and experiencing rapid growth visible to the naked eye. However, this time, Orochimaru beckoned him to stop. For reasons unknown, Xinjiang reluctantly returned to his seat, his mind filled with speculation. Could it be? Orochimaru merely smiled, remaining silent, and after a moment, a small snake emerged from his sleeve, peering around before opening its mouth to release a scroll. Goodness, he finally understood from whom Orochimaru had learned the peculiar habit of swallowing things. Behold, this is the village's commendation for you. Indeed, it was the acknowledgement of his ninjutsu. With that thought, Xinjiang brushed aside the queasiness brought on by the damn scroll and began to peruse its contents. However, contrary to his expectations, the scroll contained not ninjutsu, but rather an appointment letter. Uchiha Xinjiang was promoted to Special Jonin. TSK, a 10-year-old Special Jonin. Such a feat had never been achieved in the history of Konoha. My curiosity about Xinjiang-kun grows ever more profound. Clearly, Orochimaru had long been aware of the information within the scroll. For as soon as Xinjiang laid eyes on the specific characters, a raspy voice broke the silence beside him. Special Jonin, possessing the authority to act independently. No longer would he need to tag along with other teams, which was indeed welcome news. With his current strength, operating solo would prove far more convenient. After all, his speed was unparalleled, and the Rock Shinobi lacked speed-oriented ninjas, placing him in an almost invincible position, free from concerns about his teammates' conditions. Yet the issue remained. This was not what he wished to see. The praise from the higher-ups was merely a reflection of the ease of promotion during wartime. Xinjiang responded nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, where is my ninjutsu? As if understanding the unspoken words in his eyes, Orochimaru chuckled softly and tossed a box towards him, which Xinjiang hastily caught. This contains the ninjutsu you selected last time, along with a list of techniques. However, you may only choose one this time, and the ninjutsu must not be disclosed to others. Once mastered, it is best to destroy the copies. Upon opening the box and seeing 3 small booklets, Xinjiang was not at all displeased by Orochimaru's words. Rather, he felt a surge of joy. He had initially thought it a stroke of luck to acquire 2 ninjutsu from the higher-ups, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find he could select an additional technique. As for the confidentiality of the ninjutsu, that was a standard protocol. Otherwise, if they were freely taught, chaos would surely ensue. What a fortunate turn of events. With this opportunity, he could also choose a sealing technique from the 5 elements, preparing for the impending turmoil of the 9 tails. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could utilize the sealing jutsu. Quickly perusing the 2 ninjutsu booklets, Xinjiang felt a surge of elation. The Dark Passage technique, renowned as an illusion in the Book of Seals, revealed its formidable power through its intricate operational methods. Mastering this illusion would undeniably deepen his proficiency in genjutsu, significantly enhancing his abilities as a ninja with formidable mental strength. Truly a remarkable gain. The summoning technique, Rashomon, also stood out as an excellent ninjutsu, particularly compensating for his lack of defensive techniques. Safety 1. The chakra attributes of Xinjiang are lightning and fire, which inevitably limits his defensive ninjutsu capabilities, rendering other elemental techniques ineffective. Consequently, he has not wasted time learning defensive techniques such as the earth flow wall, despite his desire to carve a dog's head. Lacking defensive measures, he must rely solely on evasion. However, evasion is not feasible in every situation. While he can manage alone, when his loved ones are behind him, evasion becomes impossible. Thus, it is prudent to develop into a well-rounded ninja. Chapter 54. The Treasure of the Ninja World, Uncle Snake, the Attack of the Rock Ninja. The defensive capacity of the Rashomon is formidable, allowing for the selection of either a triple or quintuple Rashomon based on chakra levels. Viewed from another perspective, as one of the most difficult defenses to breach in the Naruto universe, employed by the formidable Orochimaru, its efficacy is evident. Were it not for the fact that Xinjiang's relationship with Orochimaru has not yet reached a sufficiently close level, coupled with his need for Orochimaru's assistance in other areas, he would have sought to acquire this ninjutsu from him. This technique holds a prestigious status in Orochimaru's esteem. He is quite generous towards those he finds interesting or with whom he is closely associated. In the original narrative, Sasuke, who left with Orochimaru, experienced a meteoric rise in power under his guidance, mastering various techniques such as lightning blade transformation and curse seal transformation, and even signing a contract with the Dragon Cave, thereby obtaining the legendary sword, Kusanagi. However, his disciples, such as Akato and later Uchiha Sasuke, never learned the Rashomon, which speaks volumes. Suddenly, Xinjiang sensed a flash of inspiration in his mind. The Kusanagi sword. Yes, is this not the weapon he seeks? Moreover, it is an exceptionally formidable weapon. The Kusanagi sword, a legendary blade within the realm of ninjas, was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen during the Konoha collapse plan, and even the mighty Orochimaru dared not confront it. While it may not be as indestructible as the tales suggest, it undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of weapons in the ninja world. The crucial point is that he knows precisely how to acquire the Kusanagi sword. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Orochimaru, a radiant smile gracing his face. Orochimaru-sama, are you aware of any exceptional weapons in the ninja world? My combat style tends to wear out weapons too quickly. Before him stood Orochimaru, a true connoisseur of the Kusanagi sword. In the anime, 3 Kusanagi swords have been featured, with 2 currently in his possession. Upon hearing Xinjiang's words, Orochimaru immediately understood the situation. He had witnessed the others' battles and recognized that ordinary weapons could not withstand the strain. Chakra-infused weapons would indeed prove more practical. The weapons crafted by the Land of Iron and the Land of Crafts are commendable, but when it comes down to it, the Kusanagi sword reigns supreme. Kusanagi sword? Xinjiang feigned surprise, looking at him as if he had never heard the name before. Indeed. The Kusanagi sword is an ancient weapon that has been passed down through the ages, and only 3 remain today. I have searched for quite a while to obtain one of them. However, I have also learned of another, capable of absorbing chakra for enchantment, which would be quite suitable for you, Xinjiang-kun. Orochimaru did not dwell on it further and promptly began to explain. Collecting the Kusanagi sword was merely a leisurely pursuit for him. By a fortunate coincidence, Xinjiang currently finds himself in need of a weapon, and he casually expressed this desire. He holds a favorable impression of this outstanding junior, especially now, as a modest enhancement in Xinjiang's combat abilities would undoubtedly ease his burdens. As is customary, Orochimaru produced a scroll from his mouth and handed it to Xinjiang, stating, "Within this scroll lies specific locations and information. It is fortuitously situated near the land of grass. The current wielder of the Kusanagi sword possesses rather limited strength, and I believe you, Xinjiang-kun, should be able to handle it with ease." This intelligence had been gathered prior to the outbreak of war, but due to his previous engagements leading ninja against the sand, he had lacked the time to address it. Upon receiving the scroll, Xinjiang's expression brightened, and as Orochimaru continued to speak, clarity dawned upon him. The ability to absorb chakra indicated that this was likely the Kusanagi sword that would eventually belong to Sasuke. Each of the 3 Kusanagi swords featured unique attributes, with Orochimaru, Itachi, and Sasuke wielding them in succession. The sword in Orochimaru's possession is renowned for its extraordinary sharpness and its capacity to alter length. It was this very blade that incapacitated the 3rd Hokage, resulting in the sealing of his hands. Itachi's possession is particularly remarkable, lacking any physical form. Foes pierced by this sword are eternally ensnared in illusions, rendering it a weapon capable of sealing all things. Both Orochimaru and Pain have fallen to its might. Sasuke's sword, while not as ostentatious as the preceding 2, is uniquely suited for Xinjiang, as it allows for chakra transmission to perform enchantments, with chakra-based attacks being the sole means of countering its formidable power. The ability to channel chakra is deemed exceedingly significant by Xinjiang, surpassing the mere act of forcibly attaching chakra to a weapon. It appears that a visit is warranted. Little Sasuke, I shall take on the responsibility of wielding this weapon for you. Currently, I am striving for the future of the Uchiha clan. In other words, I am also aiding Sasuke in avoiding the fate of solitude, ensuring he remains in the company of his brother and parents. A single sword in exchange for a family reunion. Given that Sasuke was initially quite attached to his brother, I trust he would be amenable to this. Once I acquire this sword, he will be free to unleash his ninjutsu, thus enhancing his combat prowess. Previously, to safeguard the weapon from damage, Xinjiang had restrained himself from employing many sword techniques, but with the Kusanagi sword, the situation differs. This weapon remains unscathed even after Sasuke employs the Chidori. The Chidori is a technique that infuses a considerable amount of turbulent lightning chakra into a weapon, sharpening it and bestowing it with a paralyzing effect, which imposes far greater demands on the weapon than the transient chakra attachment he had been using. However, it should be noted that at this juncture, the Chidori seems yet to have been developed. Xinjiang is currently 10 years old, while Kakashi is a year younger. At this age, only a handful can utilize A-rank ninjutsu, let alone embark on the more challenging endeavor of developing such techniques. He recalls that Kakashi first employed the Chidori at the age of 12, when his teacher, Minato, pointed out its shortcomings. During an attack, one must rush towards the opponent, and due to the rapid speed, it is possible to overlook the enemy's counterattack. Thus, the Sharingan must be utilized to maximize its effectiveness. Perhaps this is also a factor that led Obito to bequeath his Sharingan to the injured Kakashi in his final moments. This is certainly not an issue for Xinjiang. Kakashi can adeptly wield a single red eye. Having an additional one would only make it easier, wouldn't it? As this thought crossed his mind, Xinjiang fell into contemplation. The development of Chidori is indeed feasible, arriving in the world of Naruto. If one does not develop Chidori or the Great Ball in advance, how could they dare to call themselves a traveler? However, one must admit that there is a certain logic to this. Understanding the principles and feasibility of Chidori before attempting to practice its development undoubtedly lowers the operational difficulty compared to creating an entirely new ninjutsu. Moreover, the original work has already spawned a series of ninjutsu based on Chidori and Raikiri. It is akin to possessing several techniques ranging from B rank to S rank, all of which can be entirely managed by oneself. The ninjutsu acquired from the village can only be utilized by the individual, but techniques developed by oneself are beyond the jurisdiction of others. After all, he is not particularly familiar with Kakashi. Seizing the opportunity to develop these techniques now would not only enhance his repertoire of lightning techniques, but would also allow him to garner the admiration of Shursui and Itachi upon his return, under the guise of having developed advanced ninjutsu. At that point, training them to his desired specifications would become even simpler, truly a win-win situation. Xinjiang-kun, are you not considering selecting a ninjutsu? Since the other party obtained the scroll, his eyes had been wandering, clearly deep in thought. The ever-patient Orochimaru, standing nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity and finally inquired. Oh, all right. Xinjiang, abruptly pulled back to reality, quickly responded, silently engaging in self-reflection. Recently, I have become somewhat complacent. I must not let my guard down outside, and I shall return to meticulously review the guide. Jinyang had long anticipated this choice, effortlessly unrolling the scroll, only to have his pupils dilate in astonishment as an expression of disbelief crossed his face. The technique of wood release, Advent of the Tree Realm, appeared on the first page of the scroll. He swiftly turned to his side. Lord Orochimaru, this. The rare sight of Jinyang losing his composure made Orochimaru narrow his eyes, just as he was about to speak when a ninja suddenly appeared within the tent. Commander, a large number of rock ninja are approaching our camp. Battle has already commenced at the front. The rock ninja are attacking. Orochimaru's expression hardened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Inform all ninjas to assemble outside and prepare to defend. With that, he strode out, prompting Jinyang to quickly stow away the technique scroll and follow closely behind. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, updates are provided. Chapter 55. The Rock Ninja learn of the news. The scene shifts back to this morning at the Rock Ninja camp. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood behind a chair at the table, glaring at the ninja before him with a fierce expression. Dead? Our meticulously crafted plan was easily discovered? Over 100 elite ninjas, including all the Jonin, have perished? Lord Tsuchikage. The restrained fury in Inoki's voice intensified, his imposing presence bearing down upon those present. Even the elite ninjas of Awagakure trembled before this overwhelming pressure, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. The command of the battlefield in Konoha has undergone a significant change. The new commander is none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. If my assumptions are correct, Ikeda and his companions must have encountered him. In recent days, numerous lives of reconnaissance ninjas have been sacrificed, and the Rock Ninja have gathered substantial intelligence regarding Konoha. As an elite Jonin, Ikeda, along with the pressure exerted by the Rock Ninja on the front lines, understands that even if they are discovered by the Konoha ninjas, the latter would be unable to dispatch many pursuers. It is virtually impossible for them to intercept several Jonin attempting to escape from Konoha, thereby preventing a complete rout of their forces. The only plausible scenario for such a predicament is that this unfortunate brother has crossed paths with the formidable shadow-level warrior, Orochimaru, who has come to provide assistance. Humph. Useless sand ninjas. Inoki couldn't help but let out a frustrated snort. Upon hearing those words, he immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, they could only resign themselves to misfortune. After all, the three disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi have grown exceptionally strong over the years, and encountering them leaves little recourse but to vent his frustration on the sand ninjas. If this group could endure just a few more days, the dynamics of the battlefield would be entirely different. At that point, the northwestern gates of Konoha would be wide open, allowing the Rock Ninja to easily invade the Land of Fire. The distinction between fighting on home soil and elsewhere is profoundly significant. Firstly, the combat effectiveness of Konoha ninjas would be diminished, as many of the locals within the Land of Fire are sources of missions for Konoha during peacetime, which would inevitably impose certain restrictions. Secondly, engaging in warfare within the Land of Fire would inflict greater losses on Konoha, as the damage sustained within their own territory would affect the support provided to the ninja villages by the feudal lords. The nation's losses are intricately linked to the interests of the daimyo, raising the question of how to compensate for this shortfall. Those short-sighted individuals will likely opt to reduce support for the villages, a situation vividly exemplified by the case of Sunagakure. This aligns seamlessly with the original intent behind the conflict with the Rock Shinobi. They harbor no desire for Konoha to grow too formidable. In the presence of a powerful adversary, one cannot afford to be complacent. Although the third Hokage has appeared benevolent in the past, his advancing age raises concerns. Should the enemy be allowed to flourish unchecked, who can predict if the next Hokage will be a figure driven by ambition? Inoki dares not gamble. Occupying the fertile land of the Fire Country, any ambitious endeavor could position the Rock Village as a formidable contender. Thus, he seizes the current opportunity to deplete Konoha's strength, anticipating a prolonged period of development once the war concludes. However, he is also wary of Konoha's downfall. Otherwise, Kumogakure would inevitably rise to become the next Konoha, with the third Raikage possessing even greater ambition and posing a more significant threat than Konoha itself. Therefore, the depletion of Konoha must be measured, striking a balance that places them on an equal footing. The only major shinobi villages in proximity to Awagakure are Konoha and Sunagakure. Achieving such a status would be quite advantageous. Yet, the dilemma remains. Having yet to penetrate the Fire Country, how can one even speak of weakening the opponent? Previously hesitating, inwardly, Inoki harbors regret. Iwagakure once had the opportunity to breach Konoha's frontline encampment, but was swayed by a letter from Danzo, leading to a diminished offensive and a missed opportunity. It is essential to recognize that Orochimaru and Danzo are vastly different. The former has achieved remarkable victories over the years and is currently in the prime of his life, making him a far more formidable opponent than the latter. Father. Discussing this is futile. What matters now is our course of action, remarked Inoki's son, the burly ninja clad in a red hat, with a prominent nose and a scruffy beard, as he observed the prolonged silence of his father. This was none other than Kuratsuchi, Inoki's son, whose stature at merely 1.3 meters raises questions about how he could have such a towering son. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Kuratsuchi is a powerful ninja, adept in earth-release techniques, serving as a trusted aid to Inoki in the forthcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. He has effectively utilized the earth-release techniques to suppress the Tintails and the Outer Path's golems, albeit for a brief period. Interestingly, Kuratsuchi also has a slender, tall daughter named Akatsuchi, showcasing the peculiar genetics of the Inoki family. Inoki lifted his gaze to his son, momentarily ascending to match Kuratsuchi's height, before adopting a contemplative expression, his body bobbing in the air like a balloon. The annihilation of our elite forces is indeed a significant loss, particularly with the complete decimation of our Jonin. A counterattack is imperative, lest Konoha assume we are easy prey. Launch a direct assault? Kuratsuchi questioned, taken aback, as this was not characteristic of his father's usual approach. Bang! Inoki struck Kuratsuchi atop his head, wearing an expression that conveyed both disappointment and frustration. Enough. The familiar feeling has returned. In times of crisis, do not act rashly. Think critically. Engaging head-on will only exacerbate our losses. As the war between the Hidden Leaf Village commences, our actions will inevitably raise their vigilance. We must advise the shinobi to act wisely, merely putting on a fade. Do you mean the Cloud Shinobi? Upon hearing this, Naka's expression shifted to one of contemplation, his eyes gleaming with insight. Having frequently been at the side of Noki, he swiftly aligned with the thoughts of his counterpart. Ultimately, their purpose in initiating conflict is quite straightforward: to weaken their adversary and secure time for their own development. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be unwise. While the Leaf Village may be diminished, the Rock Shinobi would also suffer, resulting in a negligible shift in the power dynamics between the two villages, allowing other shinobi villages to capitalize on the situation. In light of this, it would be prudent to perceive this setback as an opportunity. By feigning outrage and launching an attack on the Leaf Village, the ensuing all-out offensive would undoubtedly escalate the pressure on them. The Cloud Shinobi harbor ambitious aspirations towards the Land of Fire, and the longer the conflict is prolonged, the greater the pressure they will exert. Recognizing this opportunity, they will surely unleash their full might. Should the Cloud and Leaf engage in battle, both villages would find themselves weakened. The Rock Shinobi, sustaining minimal losses, would emerge comparatively stronger as the Cloud and Leaf suffer significantly. Viewed from this perspective, what initially appeared as a defeat transforms into a fortuitous opportunity. Truly, a reflection of my esteemed father's wisdom. Let us dispatch a contingent of shinobi to the battlefield of the Cloud to disseminate intelligence, ensuring our allies are promptly informed. Additionally, we must relay the information regarding Orochimaru leading a substantial force of elite shinobi to support the Land of Grass, thereby reassuring the Cloud Shinobi to engage in warfare against the Leaf without reservations. Noki provided guidance on the operational details. The strength of the Tsuchikage is commendable, exuding a certain charisma. However, when it comes to mental acuity, he falls significantly short. At times, Noki even wonders if this young man has inherited his wisdom solely for the sake of physical development, for how else could he be so tall? When they stand side by side, the younger one's stature reaches only to his waist, a fact that induces a sense of awkwardness in him as a father. Chapter 56. Are we playing dark games here? The defeat of the Sand Shinobi has resulted in a considerable depletion of ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Although Konoha's overall strength still lags behind, the gap has narrowed significantly, particularly with the whereabouts of Orochimaru remaining a mystery. The sudden appearance of an unaccounted-for S-rank ninja, coupled with a cadre of elite shinobi, could yield astonishing consequences on the battlefield. Thus, during this period, the Cloud and Stone ninjas have refrained from launching large-scale offensives, wary of such an eventuality. Now that Orochimaru has emerged and annihilated a segment of their elite forces, it is evident that the mainstay of the Sand Shinobi has likely arrived in the Land of Grass. Under these circumstances, even if the Stone ninjas were to seize the frontline encampment of Konoha, the price would be exorbitant, a strategy fraught with peril. It would be wiser to devise a scheme against the Cloud ninjas instead. Noki has instructed his subordinates to disseminate entirely truthful information, alleviating concerns of suspicion from the enemy. The only deviation lies in the fact that the Stone ninjas are merely preparing to observe the unfolding conflict from the sidelines. Given the disparity in communication caused by the distance between the battlefields, by the time the Cloud Ninjas ascertain the true situation, they will likely already be embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Konoha. War, once ignited, is not easily extinguished. The intricate interplay of interests and animosities will inevitably fuel its continuation. Upon reaching this juncture, the objective of the Rock Shinobi had been accomplished. In the land of grass, at the front lines of Konoha, the expressions of all the Konoha ninja present were gravely serious, gazing upon the densely packed ranks of Rock Shinobi. Even Shinya could not suppress a gulp. Goodness, the scale of this assembly is somewhat exaggerated. Having only experienced the battlefield against the Sand Shinobi, this was Shinya's first encounter with such a vast engagement of shinobi. It seemed as though an entire army had mobilized. Clearly, this would be a formidable battle. At this moment, the Konoha ninja reached a consensus, resolutely drawing their weapons and preparing themselves for the possibility of dying in battle. They swiftly relayed the information back to the village. The Rock Shinobi were launching a full-scale assault. Orochimaru immediately issued instructions to the intelligence personnel beside him, urging the rear to prepare. In this manner, should the front line falter, they could retreat systematically, preventing a rout. If the Rock Shinobi were truly to launch an all-out assault, it could not be guaranteed that they could hold their ground. As the commander-in-chief, he had to think comprehensively. The Rock Shinobi had indeed been provoked. Licking his lips, a dangerous glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, and his hoarse voice resonated in the ears of the Konoha ninja. Prepare for battle, with a focus on defense. Should the Rock Shinobi initiate their attack, they would first employ ninja tools and ranged ninjutsu to wear them down, striving to avoid close combat, prioritizing the preservation of life. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, even Shinya, who had scarcely fought in battles, grasped his intent. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Rock Shinobi, Orochimaru was clearly not inclined to hold his ground, should he discern that Inoki intended to engage fiercely. He would command the troops to withdraw. The cost of territory comes at the expense of the shinobi of the Rock Village. Losing both land and people results in a loss for all. This is a profound wisdom articulated by the great. The repercussions of such actions need not concern them. As long as victory is achieved, these maneuvers are deemed correct. The proximity to the Hidden Leaf Village is still considerable, allowing for the enactment of a classic otherworldly defense of the leaf. Although the climate is not frigid and the adversaries are not ordinary, should the battle reach their doorstep, the Rock Shinobi would indeed incur significant costs. Consequently, when the decisive battle unfolds, the pressure and casualties for the Leaf Village will evidently diminish. With this thought, a sense of ease washed over Jinyan. Orochimaru, is there truly no one left in the Hidden Leaf? You send a mere junior to engage with an old man like me. Above the ranks of the Rock Shinobi, a diminutive figure hovered in the air, none other than Inoki. The third Tsuchikage. Sarutobi-sensei, being an elder, is currently recuperating in the village. Is it not peculiar that an esteemed elder like Inoki still takes to the battlefield? Has the Rock Village truly fallen so low? In response to Inoki's provocation, Orochimaru would not yield, promptly retorting with a counter. While the exchange was lighthearted, Orochimaru's expression darkened, clearly recognizing that his opponent was formidable. Inoki, being a direct disciple of both the first and second Tsuchikage, possesses the ability to wield dust release, a technique that transcends the limits of bloodline limits. The original separation technique can obliterate any object it comes into contact with, showcasing his considerable prowess. Furthermore, Inoki's combat style, influenced by his age, is more restrained than that of his younger counterparts. Even at nearly 80 years old during the confrontation with Madara, he remained a key player. If one were to possess the vigor of youth, nearly 2 decades in abundance, their strength would undoubtedly amplify. With a sharp tongue, allow me to impart a lesson to the formidable Sarutobi. The absence of successors undoubtedly strikes a sensitive chord with Inoki. While the mid and lower tier shinobi of a Wagakure remain stable, the presence of elite combatants is remarkably scarce. The two Jinchuriki do not possess the perfection of their counterparts from Kumogakure, rendering them unsuitable for casual deployment in battle, especially considering one harbors a conflict with him. The only capable fighters available include several shinobi, among whom is his son, Katsuchi. Earth Style, Rock Pillar. A multitude of rocky pillars materializes around Inoki, surging directly toward Orochimaru. Shadow of the Serpent's Hand. In response to the sudden onslaught, Orochimaru chuckles softly, unleashing a torrent of serpents from his right hand to intercept the attack. The abrupt clash between the two appears to signal a larger confrontation, as all shinobi from both sides swiftly join the fray. The battlefield between Iwagakure and Konohagakure becomes an arena of chaos, inundated with an innumerable array of shuriken, kunai, and various ninjutsu. Combat erupts on the front lines. Blades of wind, sharp as weapons, sweep across the field, intent on cleaving through all in their path. Yet, fire dragons rise from the earth, roaring as they consume everything in their wake. Before they can unleash their fury, a torrential wave cascades down, extinguishing the sweltering heat. The fusion of water and fire engulfs the battlefield in a thick mist, obscuring vision yet failing to hinder the actions of either side. Soon, more rocky pillars erupt from the ground, while the sounds of thunder crackle ominously from the Konoha side. In the face of overwhelming numbers, unless one possesses the formidable strength akin to that of Uchiha Madara, an individual may appear exceedingly insignificant. Currently, Jinnyang has no choice but to follow the main forces and engage in this grand exchange of ninjutsu. However, something seems amiss. After casting several rounds of ninjutsu, Jinnyang gazes at his opponents with a look of confusion, then turns to his comrades beside him. Although his companions appear somewhat disheveled and somewhat dirty, they bear no significant wounds. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who sustain minor injuries, there has been little to no output of damage. It finally dawns on him why he feels this way. He muses, are the rock ninjas merely playing the role of Kakuzu in this scenario? I have faced the first Hokage. The shurikens from 800 miles away seem to be flying fervently, yet it appears that all attacks are made from a considerable distance, with neither side suffering any personnel losses. Moreover, Jinnyang looks up towards Inoki. This elderly gentleman has been continuously employing earth release techniques since the beginning. Yet he has yet to utilize dust release? That seems improbable. With such a ruckus, the atmosphere has been charged, yet he resorts to merely firing blanks? Although the situation seems favorable, as it appears that the rock ninjas are not here to fight to the death, this peculiar behavior leaves him baffled. Could it be that the rock ninjas are concocting some nefarious scheme? Chapter 57. The eccentric rock ninjas, Jinnyang's speculation before long. The ninjas of Konoha gradually began to notice this anomaly, exchanging puzzled glances with their companions, engulfed in confusion. What are the rock ninjas scheming? Retreat. At this moment, a distant shout echoed from the ranks of the IWA shinobi, prompting the previously relentless barrage of ninjutsu to abruptly cease. In unison, the IWA ninjas began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. This series of actions confirmed the suspicions of the Konoha ninjas. The IWA shinobi were not merely acting in chaos. They were well prepared, as evidenced by their impeccable coordination. O Lord Orochimaru, this. A Jainin could no longer contain his curiosity upon witnessing Orochimaru's return from his confrontation with Inoki. The peculiar maneuvers of the IWA shinobi had left him utterly perplexed. Orochimaru, with a furrowed brow, gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. He had sensed something amiss during the battle. The pressure he had anticipated while facing Inoki was notably absent. It felt as though their skirmish was merely a formality, with Inoki not even resorting to his renowned dust release technique. Return now. Remain vigilant regarding the movements of the IWA shinobi over the next few days. Exercise caution when the reconnaissance team is dispatched to avoid falling into any traps, Orochimaru commanded after a brief silence. With insufficient information at hand, he could not ascertain the true intentions of the IWA shinobi and could only observe their subsequent actions. It was possible that the IWA shinobi were deliberately luring them into a false sense of security, intending to strike decisively once they let their guard down. Although Orochimaru's instincts suggested that the IWA shinobi had ulterior motives, he could not afford to be careless. As a result of this display, Konoha's defensive measures were significantly heightened, with a multitude of ninjas dispatched to monitor the IWA shinobi's movements. Upon returning to the camp, Jinnyang finally found the opportunity to select his ninjutsu. He retrieved the previous ninjutsu catalog, and his heartbeat quickened significantly. Initially, he believed he would merely select an A-rank ninjutsu. Yet he never anticipated that this time he would be choosing from the forbidden techniques contained within the Book of Seals. Had they already placed such profound trust in him? Through his conversation with Orochimaru on the journey back, he learned that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had resolutely insisted on allowing him to select a forbidden technique despite the opposition. At that moment, he was utterly astonished. It seemed as though he had only recently stepped onto the battlefield. How could he be eligible to select such advanced techniques? For the first time, he found himself questioning his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. And a remark from Akamichi suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Are you the illegitimate child of the third Hokage? Given the privileges he was receiving, it did not seem entirely implausible. Of course, this was merely a reaction he had yet to fully process. If he truly were an illegitimate child, it would complicate the familial ties considerably. Minato was a civilian prodigy, a disciple of Jiraiya, and a grand student of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a quintessential successor of the Hokage lineage. With an abundance of positive attributes, he had to undertake numerous missions to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though he had showcased remarkable talent and achieved considerable military feats, he was still far from acquiring such ninjutsu. Moreover, being a clan ninja, particularly from the often disparaged Uchiha clan, only extended that distance further. Now, it seemed easier for him to exchange for ninjutsu than for Minato, which undoubtedly raised suspicions. It was inconceivable that the negative attributes were so overwhelming that could somehow yield positive results. Having been a laborer constantly battered by societal pressures before his transmigration, Xinjiang possessed the virtue of self-awareness. He understood that even with the guarantee of the esteemed Elder Kage, the third Hokage would not bestow upon him an S-rank forbidden technique without just cause. Moreover, it was not a specified technique, but rather a selection from among several. When a stranger treats you kindly for no apparent reason, it is often with ulterior motives, and if one fails to discern the rationale, that forbidden technique could prove to be a double-edged sword. Previously, holding on to an A-rank ninjutsu posed little concern. Given his circumstances, it seemed manageable, especially considering the notable standing of Mara Hoshikage within the Hokage lineage. However, the concept of forbidden techniques is altogether different. How should one articulate it? It resembles the notion of indulging in a lavish meal before embarking on a perilous journey. He wished to live for several more decades, after all. The cabbage had yet to mature, and dying young meant that his beloved would belong to another. What could be the underlying reason? With the booklet in hand, Xinjiang closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. Under normal circumstances, the opportunity for such an exchange should be out of the question. The emergence of an anomaly suggested that an unforeseen event had transpired. Moreover, it was precisely this matter that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed particularly concerned about, one that only Xinjiang might be capable of resolving. At this realization, Xinjiang was engulfed in perplexity. What could he possibly resolve in the eyes of the Hokage? At best, he was merely a talented shinobi with significant potential for future growth, destined to become a powerful figure of the shadow. Strong figures. From the perspective of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Xinjiang's mind was suddenly flooded with the image of Minato, leading to an absurd thought. Could it be that they were counting on him to become a pivotal force on the battlefield of IWA? Upon closer reflection, although this conclusion appeared ludicrous at first glance, deeper contemplation revealed that it might, in fact, be plausible. The formidable combination of A and B on the battlefield was effectively intercepted by Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, the situation on the battlefield of the Cloud Shinobi would not be as favorable as it is now. He shares a certain resemblance with Minato in this regard. At merely 10 years of age, Xinjiang possesses a strength that grants him a notable standing among the elite Genin, if given a year or two for development. Coupled with mastery of a powerful forbidden technique, he could at least momentarily withstand formidable opponents, providing significant assistance to the undersupplied Rock Shinobi front. The Third Great Ninja War is expected to persist until the end of the 47th year of Konoha, which is still 4 years away. Even if the higher echelons of Konoha are unaware of the exact conclusion date, they must recognize that it will be a protracted conflict, affording ample time for his growth. The primary reason, however, for the eventual resignation of Hiruzen Sarutobi is that, despite Konoha's status as the victors, the village's gains were indistinguishable from those of the defeated. As the conquerors, they were forced to acknowledge the activities of the Rock Village and relinquish demands for reparations, provoking public outrage to the extent that the Hokage was compelled to resign and accept responsibility. In essence, his downfall stemmed from this concession to the Rock Shinobi. This becomes even clearer when considering that after the fourth Hokage's ascension, Sarutobi refused to relinquish power, even after Minato's demise. He returned to the Hokage position for over a decade, illustrating his lingering obsession with authority and his unwillingness to relinquish the title. This line of thought elucidates the opportunity he had to exchange for ninjutsu. A trial could potentially secure his position as Hokage. Yet if this trajectory continues unchecked, Sarutobi must surely comprehend the likelihood of his own dismissal. In matters concerning his fundamental interests, it is not merely the presence of Xinjiang and the esteemed teacher Maruksen Gujia that lends credibility to the situation. Before the esteemed Hokage, even an unrelated member of the Uchiha clan might find Sarutobi Hiruzen inclined to act in such a manner. The camaraderie between him and Danzo is not without reason. It is commonplace for them to serve their own interests under the guise of the will of fire. While their love for the village may be genuine, they invariably place themselves above it. Chapter 58, The Art of Spiritual Transformation. Having contemplated the situation with clarity, Xinjiang felt a sense of relief. For there was little to fear regarding any underlying conspiracy. it is quite possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen is eager for him to grow stronger. As for being utilized in such a manner, Xinjiang welcomes it. He is more than capable of bearing the burden. It is worth noting that he possesses a pair of concealed three-tomo Sharingan, and the likelihood of becoming a shadow-level powerhouse within 2 years is far greater than one might anticipate. Regarding the assistance of Sarutobi Hiruzen in safeguarding the position of Hokage, Xinjiang is not averse. At the very least, if he can provide aid against the Rock Ninja, the village's casualties would be significantly reduced, which is a scenario he wishes to see. Konoha is a splendid place. It is only those corrupted by power that tarnish its glory. With sufficient strength at his disposal, should the third Hokage prove reluctant to retire with dignity, Xinjiang would ensure he does so honorably. Shiki Fuin, Flying Thunder God Technique, Edo Tensei, and the Mutual Explosion Tax. Xinjiang set aside the wood-style techniques he could not employ. The remainder consisted of formidable forbidden arts that have shone brightly throughout the ninja world. The mere mention of each technique ignited a fervent desire within him. Mastering them all would not render him invincible, but it would ensure that only a handful could contend with him in battle. Without delving into other matters, the technique of impure world reincarnation alone can incite a tremendous upheaval. When coupled with the detonating tags, it becomes an absolute annihilation. The detonating tag, one of the most ubiquitous tools among ninjas, is a specialized instrument that preserves a ninja's fire release techniques through unique methods. The mutual detonating tag summons countless detonating tags for pinpoint explosions in the same location, a ninjutsu devised by the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama, to complement the impure world reincarnation technique. Due to the immense explosive power and prolonged duration of this technique, if unleashed without caution, even the user could be ensnared in the blast. Thus, it is classified as a forbidden technique. When these two techniques are combined, it is akin to Conan using a detonating tag to obliterate a Beto, and with the precision of pinpoint explosions, its might is all the more formidable. Capable of shattering even Hashirama's sage art, Gate of the Divine. It truly exemplifies the adage that wealth commands authority. As for other ninjutsu, there is no need for elaboration. However, this time, the true son did not linger like before, nor did he become fixated on these ninjutsu. Instead, he sought a predetermined technique, the spirit transformation technique. An S-rank forbidden technique that allows the spirit and body to separate, transforming into an ethereal form that transcends distance to traverse and eliminate enemies, while also granting the ability to control others' bodies and enter their mental realms. Furthermore, the spirit can perceive souls it has previously possessed, regardless of distance or prior knowledge of the opponent's location, enabling it to reach the body of the other once transformed. With situational awareness in the user's intent, it can accomplish numerous tasks, such as conveying information or confirming the life or death of the other, and can also be utilized to provide chakra to them. It can be described as an extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic technique, perfectly complementary to the abilities of true Yang. The previous wielder, Kato Dan, claimed countless ninja lives in numerous battles utilizing this art. In the world of Naruto, ninjas possess a limited understanding of the soul. The few soul-related ninjutsu available are esoteric, advanced techniques, with the only relatively simpler one being the soul separation technique featured in the storyline. Furthermore, these techniques solely employ the soul, lacking any practice related to the cultivation of the soul or spiritual power. Thus, while an individual's spiritual strength may possess its limits, true Yang stands as the singular exception, capable of boundless growth. It is noteworthy that the Uchiha clan is inherently descended from Indra, the progeny of the Sage of Six Paths, endowing them with a naturally superior spiritual power. Consequently, the potential of the soul transformation technique in his hands would be unimaginably formidable. If Kato Dan's transformation into a spiritual entity faced some resistance in battle, true Yang's utilization of this technique would result in an overwhelming advantage, effortlessly dismantling the enemy's defenses. Furthermore, he could develop a soul sword, combining it with swordsmanship to emerge as the most formidable swordsman. A strike of the sword can sever the physical body, while another can cleave the soul. Attacks directed at the soul surpass physical damage by several magnitudes. The most apparent transformation is that true Yang would become a nightmare for any ninja adept in life-preserving techniques. Exceptional physical recovery? Numerous survival jutsu? Immortal? All these would prove ineffective before true Yang, as a single strike would obliterate the soul, rendering any notion of immortality a mere jest in his presence, unless one can defend against his assault on a spiritual level. In this realm, Xinjiang confidently asserts that, given sufficient time, even the legendary Sage of Six Paths could be vanquished, let alone mere ordinary ninjas. Moreover, there exists a crucial reason. The The technique of spiritual manifestation may serve as the catalyst for awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. After perusing the information on in release provided by Orochimaru, Xinjiang gained a deeper understanding of this formidable power. In release symbolizes the essence of mental prowess, capable of conjuring tangible forms from the intangible. The extensive nuances undoubtedly indicate that in release represents an advanced application of mental strength. Following the practice of several simple supplementary ninjutsu, he perceptibly sensed a subtle stir in his long-stagnant Sharingan. This revelation filled Xinjiang with immense joy, and subsequent attempts led him to uncover the underlying reason. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan awaken their eyes through stimulation. If we liken it to a game, the growth of mental strength can be viewed as leveling up, where intense emotions create fluctuations akin to unleashing skills, thereby achieving success in the challenge and awakening the Sharingan. In contrast, Xinjiang's method of awakening relies entirely on the enhancement of his mental strength, akin to continuous leveling up. Once he attains the capability to clear challenges through sheer will, his Sharingan will evolve. Consequently, to elevate his Sharingan, the mental fortitude he requires surpasses that of his fellow Uchiha clan members, allowing him to unravel certain perplexities within himself. Logically speaking, as an adult soul, coupled with several years of mental growth, he should, if not awaken the Manjiki, at least feel a semblance of progress akin to his earlier experiences. Upon reaching the third tomo, it seemed akin to a clay cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. The reason for this lies predominantly here. The distance from the third tomo to the kaleidoscope is evidently far greater than the spiritual energy accumulated from the initial awakening to the third tomo. Continuing to elevate one's abilities in the same manner would undoubtedly require an exorbitant amount of time. However, Xinjiang desires to awaken his eyes sooner without resorting to the sacrificial exchange of family and friends for power. Consequently, enhancing his proficiency in release has become particularly crucial. Even a rudimentary mastery of release, augmented by some techniques gifted by Orochimaru, could bring about changes in the Sharingan. Practicing more potent release techniques would surely yield even more pronounced results. From that moment, the secret art of spiritual transformation emerged in Xinjiang's mind. Initially, his intention was to strive for the kaleidoscope, and if that proved impossible, to await an opportunity to acquire this secret technique once Minato ascended to power. For he had never contemplated the possibility of obtaining it from the higher-ups of Konoha. Yet, now that Xinjiang has secured it, many matters will become significantly simpler. Daily updates at 4 in the afternoon, Chapter 59. The intentions of the Rock Ninjas, choosing cooperation. Orochimaru-sama, the Rock Ninjas have arrived. As discussions regarding various wartime matters unfolded within the tent, an intelligence ninja suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the report, the Jonin exchanged wary glances, their expressions still tinged with caution. Yet they were not as anxious as they had been a few days prior, for they had already discerned the general intentions of the opposing side. Naka's strategy is not particularly sophisticated. It primarily hinges on exploiting a temporal advantage. Initially, the scant information available left many of the Leaf Village ninjas bewildered. However, over the subsequent 2 days, the relatively consistent actions, coupled with intelligence relayed from within the village, allowed for a reasonable deduction of the Rock Ninja's intentions. According to the communications received, the Cloud Ninja had learned through their intelligence network that a contingent of Rock Ninja, comprising several Jonin and an elite Jonin, had been annihilated, inciting them to mobilize forces and launch an offensive against the Leaf troops stationed on the battlefield, aiming to invade the Land of Fire. The rapid dissemination of this information to the Cloud Ninja within 2 days is rather unusual. It would take more than 2 days to traverse to the Cloud battlefield from the site of the conflict unless a formidable speed-oriented ninja was involved. Yet, such ninjas are typically regarded as pivotal assets on the battlefield, who would assign them the role of reconnaissance for other locales. Furthermore, in light of the Rock Ninja's peculiar maneuvers, it is not difficult to surmise their true objective, to coax the Cloud Ninja into an attack. It is evident that Noki, having governed a Wagakure for decades, has skillfully orchestrated a ruse that even seasoned individuals like Orochimaru fell for. This line of thinking appears quite absurd, despite their substantial losses. They perceive this as an opportunity to enact a betrayal against their ally. Is this the conduct of a rational individual? Nevertheless, this scenario presents a silver lining for the Leaf Village, as it alleviates considerable pressure. Moreover, following this confrontation, suspicion will undoubtedly arise between the Rock and Cloud Ninja, making it increasingly difficult for the two villages to coordinate any joint offensives in the future. As things stand, should the Rock Ninja wish to continue this charade, we shall oblige them, delaying the Cloud Ninja's awareness for as long as possible. Orochimaru, seated at the center, rose to issue commands, subsequently leading the elite shinobi towards the front lines. Though aware of the intentions of the Rock Ninja, Konoha chose not to expose them. Instead, they assisted in severing communication and eliminating the reconnaissance ninja from the cloud. This was a deliberate strategy. Inoki never truly believed he could deceive Konoha. In a direct confrontation between the two villages, Konoha would inevitably respond, albeit slightly delayed. Nevertheless, the situation he crafted was one that Konoha welcomed. Inoki desired conflict between the two, allowing his own village to observe from a distance while Konoha understood that a battle with the Cloud Ninja was unavoidable. Otherwise, the hidden village of the Cloud would continue to harbor ambitions, perpetually engaging in covert maneuvers. As the Rock Ninja prepared to take the high ground, it presented an opportune moment to concentrate their efforts on the Cloud Ninja. With the fertile land of the Fire Nation at their disposal, Konoha's recovery would outpace that of other villages, rendering them unafraid of being taken advantage of. The shared interest led both the Rock Ninja and Konoha to mutually conceal their intentions from the Cloud. Neither side harbored genuine aspirations for war, resulting in a spectacle akin to an Oscar-worthy performance, where the battlefield was grand and imposing, yet the shinobi on both sides sustained minimal injuries. Meanwhile, in a dense forest several miles from the battlefield, a group of dark-skinned ninjas lay hidden, attentively listening to the sounds of conflict. "Captain, should we not venture closer to the battlefield?" inquired one young ninja, whose face still bore the innocence of youth. In the realm of intelligence ninjas, the paramount principle is to ensure one's own safety. Otherwise, no matter how much information one acquires, it cannot be conveyed. Captain Morimon Naruto, with a grave expression, imparted this lesson to the newly inducted member who had only joined the team a few days prior, casting a meaningful glance at him. "Is that truly the case?" The young ninja blinked, a look of perplexity crossing his face. He recalled that the ninja manual did not seem to convey such a notion. As the top graduate of the recent intelligence class, he was well versed in the rules governing intelligence ninjas and their squads. For instance, the number of members in an intelligence class is fixed. Only upon the death or retirement of a ninja can new blood be introduced. Wait, does that imply that the previous senior? He pondered. Furthermore, with the cacophony of battle surrounding them, it was implausible that Konoha and IWA ninjas were merely staging a performance for their benefit. The prior intelligence was already substantiated beyond doubt. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the captain's inquiry and reflecting on the reason for his own inclusion in the squad, the young ninja instinctively nodded. The newcomers had exhibited a commendable understanding. Observing this, Morimon Naruto's gaze softened with satisfaction. The last recruit was a reckless fool who had nearly brought about their demise. The vicinity of the battlefield is not a place to tread lightly. Two shadow-level powerhouses and a multitude of elite ninjas congregate there. And even the slightest ripple could spell disaster. He had fulfilled his duty. It was undeniably the sound of conflict erupting. Retreat. Mission accomplished. As the command of Duomin Erlang resonated, several ninjas swiftly turned back towards their point of origin. Unbeknownst to them, a few Konoha ninjas were silently observing their movements from a short distance away. "Captain, this is the last reconnaissance team we have located. It seems the Cloud Ninjas are quite cautious. 3 teams have been obliterated, 2 have returned to report, and considering the numbers from the Rock Ninjas, they should be convinced now." With these words fading away, the figures perched on the branches vanished without a trace. On the front lines, after an afternoon of tacitly practicing ninjutsu, the ninjas from both villages instinctively ceased their activities and returned to their respective camps. The Rock Ninjas are unlikely to take any genuine action in the near future. Observing the continuous influx of messages from the village and listening to the reports from nearby scouts, Orochimaru chuckled softly. "That old fellow Noki will most likely wait to see the outcome of our battle with the Cloud Ninjas before determining his next course of action." Jinyang gazed thoughtfully at the map spread before him. This is for the best, otherwise. An alliance between the 2 major ninja villages launching a joint assault would place us under immense pressure. Should the Mist Ninjas also renege on the prior agreements, the situation in the village would become exceedingly perilous. Indeed, Orochimaru concurred with a nod, his face adorned with a sneer. However, such a scenario is unlikely to unfold. Trust among ninja villages is not easily established. Noki will only focus on preserving the strength of the Rock Ninjas. Once the Cloud Ninjas realize the situation, they will also refrain from launching a full-scale offensive hastily. It is precisely because the 4 great ninja villages are unable to establish mutual trust and unify their powers that we are able to retain dominion over the most abundant resources for an extended period. Indeed, while Konoha is formidable, a significant factor contributing to their undefeated status amidst the successive battles of the Third Great Ninja War against the four great ninja villages is their inability to mobilize their full strength. Each village must reserve a portion of their forces for mutual vigilance. By the way, Lord Jinyang, this would be an opportune time for you to seek the Kusanagi sword. Chapter 60. The Quest for the Kusanagi Sword. Is now the right time? Are there no issues here? Given the current situation, Jinyang felt a twinge of hesitation. Go forth. This is indeed the most favorable moment to procure the Kusanagi sword. During times of warfare, most wandering ninjas without a village tend to avoid the battlefields. Once tranquility returns, the Kusanagi sword may become increasingly elusive, not to mention that for Jinyang's current combat style, a superior weapon would significantly enhance his capabilities. Such words instantly enlightened Jinyang. Indeed, the location lies within the land of grass. As soon as any disturbance arises on the battlefield, the wandering ninjas will likely choose to retreat and evade the flames of war. According to the information provided by Orochimaru, the Kusanagi sword is presently in the possession of a group of wandering ninjas, and it seems we cannot afford to delay any longer. Considering Jinyang's situation, enduring prolonged and intense combat on the battlefield, his previous combat methods are undoubtedly the most suitable. Although his ninjutsu proficiency has improved with the growth of his chakra, he is yet to reach a level that can sustain such extended duration. Acquiring the Kusanagi sword would provide him with a substantial advantage. As I take this with me to maintain contact with Jinyang Jun's formidable strength, I believe there is no need to remind him of safety concerns. Orochimaru smiled as he produced a small snake from his sleeve and extended it forward. Accepting the message-bearing serpent, Jinyang nodded at Orochimaru before vanishing from sight. Departing the camp, he swiftly advanced northward. The location inscribed on the scroll pointed to a small town named Kazekawa, situated to the north of the Land of Grass. Such towns often conceal trade hubs, thus attracting a multitude of wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas who sustain themselves as bounty hunters. Recently, a formidable and enigmatic ninja had arrived in Kazekawa, carrying a weapon box upon his back, undoubtedly piquing the curiosity and scrutiny of many. Orochimaru had also learned through various channels that the weapon possessed by this individual was none other than the Kusanagi sword. 2 days later, Jinyang arrived at Kazekawa. Though modest in size, the streets bustled with activity, exuding a vibrant charm. By this time, Jinyang had changed his attire. His ninja headband and vest were removed, replaced with ordinary clothing, and a long sword hung at his side. The necessity for merchants to hire ninjas for protection while transporting goods revealed the underlying chaos of this world, rife with mountain bandits and wandering ninjas, making ventures outside perilous. Although Jinyang appeared somewhat shorter than the average adult, the fierce aura cultivated through numerous battles unmistakably signaled that he was not to be trifled with. Consequently, he encountered no trouble along the way, arriving here in relative peace. As he surveyed the scene before him, Jinyang took measured steps into the small town. In small towns, news travels swiftly. Within moments, a figure glanced curiously at the street before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Jinyang observed the vanishing silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips as he changed direction to follow. Boss, an unusual individual has arrived. The figure continued to run until it reached a quiet corner of the town, where it slowed and entered a nearby house. Oh, the burly man, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, opened them to regard his subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a low voice. What seems peculiar? A child of around 11 or 12 years, lacking any forehead protector or similar insignia, yet they appear to belong to our kind. Upon hearing this, the burly man furrowed his brow. A child ninja appearing alone in such a manner was undoubtedly an irrational occurrence. Such audacity suggested that the individual must possess some form of backing. Among the rogue ninjas, many were defectors from various ninja villages, seeking refuge in this place due to the troubles that haunted them, too fearful to reveal themselves in the wider ninja world. It was imperative to ascertain the intentions of this newcomer, whether they were merely passing through or had ulterior motives aimed at specific individuals. As a ninja who had defected from the Hidden Rock village years ago, the man's expression grew increasingly solemn. Having survived all these years and amassed considerable influence in this locale, he owed his longevity to a single principle: caution. The consequences of engaging in conflict with an unseasoned ninja are utterly unpredictable. Should the commotion escalate and lead to exposure, he would find himself relentlessly pursued by the Hidden Rock village. Not only could this spell the downfall of years of hard work, but it may also cost him his life. Such situations must be avoided at all costs. What does the individual look like? Inform others to be vigilant regarding his movements. Very well, boss. The individual resembles The subordinate, who had followed for many years, understood the gravity of the matter and hastily began to sketch an impression of the person in his mind. There is no need for such intricacies. I am right here. As the two conversed, a sudden voice from behind caused the burly man's pupils to constrict, and he swiftly turned around to find a black-haired youth standing not far away. It was evident that the boy had trailed the subordinate's movements. My apologies, young brother. My men lack decorum and are prone to prying. Are you merely passing through or in search of someone? I possess certain insights in this area and can offer assistance as compensation. The burly man was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure, responding with a friendly apology. This scene elicited a curious expression from Xinjiang. Quite intriguing. It is no wonder he has risen to become a leader of a faction. There is merit to it. Upon realizing he had been observed, a plan began to form in his mind. Reports indicated that the individual possessing the Kusanagi sword had appeared at a specific location in Wind River City. However, given the passage of time, the exact whereabouts were likely to have changed. Inquiring with the local powers would undoubtedly prove a more effective method than searching individually. In stark contrast to the expected display of strength, the demeanor of the other party was remarkably amiable, leaving no room for him to showcase his abilities. It is evident that only the most astute individuals can thrive in the ninja world. Previously, there was a man armed with weapons. Where might he be now? In such circumstances, Xinjiang directly inquired, clarifying that he did not intend to cause any trouble. The burly man instantly exhaled in relief and after a moment's contemplation replied, "Are you referring to that fellow from some time ago? He frequently traverses a northern route in the afternoons. If you wish to obtain that weapon, you merely need to defeat him. He is quite the martial arts enthusiast." Upon hearing Xinjiang's question, he grasped the intent behind it. Although the unknown weapon was indeed impressive, acquiring it would not be easy. Otherwise, it would not have remained in the possession of its current owner for so long. Very well, thank you. Take care. And you're welcome. The friendly exchange between the two might lead an outsider to believe they were merely parting friends. Upon learning the pertinent information, Xinjiang positioned himself on the necessary path, closing his eyes to rest as he awaited the afternoon's arrival. After a considerable wait, a tall figure, marked by a striking scar beside his eye, emerged at the crossroads, raising an eyebrow upon spotting Xinjiang. Are you here to challenge me? Chapter 61. The peculiar samurai defeat me, and the sword shall be yours. The man bearing the Kusanagi sword stated plainly, drawing his weapon from his side. You do not intend to use the sword on your back? Xinjiang questioned, perplexed by the other's unusual behavior. Logically speaking, one would expect to exert full effort when attempting to seize another's possessions. Yet, the warrior does not. The might of a samurai does not solely rely on weaponry. I shall not take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang finally comprehended the identity of his opponent. No wonder they made such a choice, for they possess an inexplicable tenacity regarding such matters. The samurai represents a unique vocation within the realm of Hokage. In fact, prior to the emergence of ninjas, humanity was predominantly comprised of samurai until the sage of the six paths established the ninja sect and imparted the knowledge of chakra utilization, leading to the gradual replacement of samurai by ninjas as the prevailing force. However, this does not imply that samurai are weak, despite the passage of time. Their existence has not been entirely supplanted by ninjas, a testament to their formidable nature. Although samurai are not ninjas, this does not preclude them from employing chakra. Their method of utilizing chakra is rather straightforward, typically enhancing the sharpness of their weapons. Only the more advanced samurai can execute attacks akin to sword energy. This bears resemblance to physical combat ninjas like Gai, who primarily engage in close-quarters combat. Although they do not utilize ninjutsu or jinjutsu, their unwavering focus on swordsmanship allows them to excel in physical prowess, often surpassing numerous ninjas. A quintessential figure exemplifying this is Mitsuhana, the general of the Land of Iron. Renowned as a master of the legendary Iato technique, his swordsmanship is exceedingly swift, leaving ordinary ninjas with no opportunity to form hand seals. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he clashed with Sasuke, the reanimated Hanzo, and Deidara, showcasing his strength at an elite level akin to that of Hokage. Xinjiang had not anticipated that his target would be a warrior. Observing the opponent's movements, he unsheathed the long sword at his side, eager to assess his own swordsmanship. Encountering a samurai for the first time, he felt a surge of excitement, wishing to ascertain whether their reputed skill truly matched the tales he had heard. Throughout the years, he had only encountered masters of swordplay among the ninjas. At the forefront was Maruhoshi Kogetsu, whose mastery of the Konoha-style swordsmanship was extraordinary, having even created an S-rank technique. Next was his uncle, Uchiha Chuan. Although Xinjiang had never witnessed his uncle in genuine combat, he had absorbed the entirety of the Uchiha-style swordsmanship from him. As Xinjiang's comprehension of the Uchiha techniques deepened, he became increasingly aware of his uncle's formidable prowess, at least that of an elite Genin. Standing apart from the ordinary Uchiha Genin he had observed. Regardless of the circumstances, Xinjiang harbored no doubts about his own capabilities. Orochimaru had reassured him, indicating that his opponent's strength could not possibly surpass his own. As a ninja, if he found himself outmatched in swordplay, he possessed alternative strategies. Ninjas were not bound by the same mental constraints and would do whatever it took to achieve their objectives. With a swift motion, he executed the technique known as eye slash. As Xinjiang prepared himself, the samurai initiated the assault, wielding his long sword as if it were a streak of white light. Charging forth with incredible speed, akin to the art of drawing the sword, relied on an astonishingly rapid strike that rendered the enemy incapable of response. However, this level of intensity was still manageable for Xinjiang, who vanished from sight with a single step. Uchiha style, swift shadow blade. Almost simultaneously, his figure emerged behind the warrior. The blade of the sword slicing through the air, igniting a flicker of flame that swiftly engulfed the entire surface of the sword, transforming it into a blazing weapon. Sensing the surge of heat emanating from behind, the warrior remained unfazed. Instead, a glimmer of exhilaration sparked in his eyes, and his body trembled in anticipation. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since arriving in Wind River City. Truly, it was a journey worth undertaking. As he shifted his stance, he propelled himself forward, wielding his sword with all his might to meet the fiery blade head-on, managing to block the descending strike just in time. With a resounding clang, the blade was parried amidst the astonished gaze of Xinjiang, yet flames licked at the warrior's form. To withstand the fiery sword was indeed unexpected, nonetheless. A thought crossed his mind as he continued to swing his longsword. Although he was uncertain why his opponent employed such a harsh technique, it was evident that he held the advantage in this exchange, and thus, he pressed on relentlessly. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Xinjiang's flaming sword met the chakra-imbued longsword of the warrior in a flurry of strikes. In a matter of moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. With each clash, Xinjiang's expression grew increasingly perplexed. The warrior, now singed and tattered, bore a visage of charred skin. Yet he fought on with fervor, excitement radiating from his features. This peculiar fellow undoubtedly harbored some strange inclinations. Nevertheless, after a series of exchanges, Xinjiang discerned that, despite the warrior's eccentricities, his prowess was commendable. Indeed, it would be quite challenging to best him solely through swordsmanship. Moreover, he discerned that the sword in his hand had already developed a faint crack, and it was unlikely to endure for much longer. This phenomenon was evidently highly abnormal. Even though he was on the verge of replacing it with the Kusanagi sword, the weapon he wielded, crafted by the Nikko clan, was of superior quality and should not have faltered after a single battle. The only plausible explanation was that the warrior before him posed an issue, and the cause of this occurrence likely stemmed from the weapon enveloped in chakra. It was uncertain whether their utilization of chakra was restricted to a few applications. But Xinjiang sensed that the weapon, empowered by chakra, had become exceptionally sharp, far surpassing the longsword in his possession. This illustrated the distinction between Xinjiang and the warrior. His swordsmanship primarily relied on chakra-infused techniques to enhance power, with minimal physical augmentation. This was dictated by the nature of combat among ninjas, who employed a myriad of complex strategies, rendering opportunities for close-quarters engagement scarce compared to warriors. In contrast, warriors sought the utmost sharpness of their weapons, as it significantly augmented their combat prowess, ensuring an advantage in battle. Given this perspective, the situation could not persist. It was the perfect opportunity to test that perfected technique. With a focused thought, after another exchange, Xinjiang decisively retreated, planting his longsword into the ground. 8 gates of Duinjia, open gate, open. Since mastering this ninjutsu, he had practiced it numerous times, yet this was Xinjiang's first application in actual combat. As the door swung open, a familiar sense of power washed over him. The first door served to eliminate restrictions within the mind, enabling a full expression of physical capabilities, allowing him to exert his body to its utmost limits, thereby enhancing both strength and speed through an overload of energy consumption. Relishing the exquisite sensation of complete control over his own body, Xinjiang smiled at the equally exhilarated warrior before him. The second round commenced. Chapter 62. A beating, yet gratitude is in order. Whoosh. His speed had evidently surpassed that of earlier, catching the warrior off guard as he could barely react in time, only managing to sidestep, resulting in a fresh wound on his body. Had it not been for his instincts, This assault would have been sufficient to inflict serious injury. Xinjiang's assault did not waver. Following the inflicted damage, he swiftly swung his longsword again, the surge in both speed and power rendering his strikes exceedingly difficult to evade or defend against. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, several wounds adorned the warrior's body, compounded by previous burns, indicating he was indeed gravely injured. Incredible! He could become even stronger. It is simply magnificent. If I can defeat him, recognition shall surely follow. The excitement on the warrior's face intensified as he chose to create distance for the first time, sheathing his longsword once more. You are a formidable opponent. The next move is one I have yet to fully master, so proceed with caution. Remember my name, take Hara, if you can withstand it. The Kusanagi sword shall belong to you. Drawing the sword, 3 stances. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang raised his head and beheld a streak of white light before him. Rest gate. Open. Life gate. Open. The imminent sense of danger surged directly to his brain, leaving no room for hesitation as he decisively unlocked the 3rd gate. Uchiha style, solar halo dance. In a state of readiness, Xinjiang unleashed 3 colossal blades of fire with an unimaginable swiftness to counter the opponent's lethal technique. This warrior, known as Take Hara, unleashed a final strike of such formidable power that it exceeded Xinjiang's expectations. Even a seasoned jonin would likely sustain grave injuries if caught off guard. This adversary was undeniably formidable. The sheer might of that last move was not something an ordinary wandering swordsman could wield. Could he be from the Iron Country? The Iron Country is renowned for its warriors, possessing the most powerful samurai within the ninja world, leading Xinjiang to ponder the true strength of his opponent. Take Hara moved with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage to the naked eye, yet when confronted with the massive fire blades, he could only reluctantly evade. His earlier decision to face the flaming sword head-on could be attributed to personal preference, but to approach this fiery assault would be akin to hastening one's own demise. In the face of such an offensive, most samurai had no choice but to retreat, with only a select few exceptionally strong warriors able to form a blade aura to withstand it. You have won. This is indeed my strongest technique. Upon failing his final strike, Take Hara readily conceded defeat, discarding the box behind him towards Xinjiang's position. In the clash between samurai and ninja, the crux lies in denying the opponent any respite. As long as one refrains from employing the unpredictable and multifaceted ninjutsu, a ninja cannot prevail against a samurai. However, once this principle is breached, defeat is all but assured, as even the swiftest techniques would prove futile, rendering further combat meaningless. As he opened the box, a sheathed longsword caught Xinjiang's eye. Its striking black and white coloration, combined with the absence of the typical protrusion along the blade's spine, rendered it exceptionally fluid in appearance, exuding an undeniable aesthetic charm. The sword's form was identical to that described in the original work. It was indeed Sasuke's Kusanagi. Drawing the Kusanagi from its sheath, Xinjiang caressed the blade, and upon lightly grazing its edge, several droplets of blood immediately welled forth. Remarkably, the blood that fell upon the blade rolled off effortlessly, leaving no trace behind. He then channeled chakra into the Kusanagi, enveloping it with ease, devoid of any sense of resistance, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blade of fire that erupted, consuming a nearby sapling and leaving nothing but ash in its wake. This indicated that the Kusanagi not only smoothly absorbed chakra, but also amplified the potency of ninjutsu, living up to its legendary status as a divine artifact. Henceforth, he would no longer fret over the inadequacy of his weaponry. Satisfied, Xinjiang observed the sword repeatedly before finally dismounting the now damaged longsword and securing the Kusanagi at his side. Are you not leaving? He then noticed that Take Hara had not departed but stood at a distance, awaiting his next move. Do you intend to let me go? Are you not concerned that I might divulge the existence of the Kusanagi? Upon hearing these words, Take Hara appeared visibly astonished. As a samurai, he understood the sword's immense value. Should its existence become known, it would incite the wrath of the entire ninja world, although he held no inclination to partake in such treachery. Let us be off. I came here solely for this sword. Why would I senselessly kill you? The decision made by Xinjiang was indeed a product of careful contemplation. If the possessor of the Kusanagi sword were a malevolent individual, he would have no qualms about engaging in acts of murder and plunder, obtaining a formidable weapon without a shred of remorse. However, upon his arrival, Xinjiang discovered that reality diverged significantly from his expectations. The local power players in the city astutely provided him with pertinent information, revealing that the wielder of the sword was not a person inclined toward bloodshed. Not only did they offer warnings prior to confrontation, but the numerous insights he gleaned upon reaching Fengtuan City indicated that Apart from situations where he faced a malicious mob intent on seizing the sword, the likes of Takehara would spare those who accepted the challenge, showcasing a fundamentally benevolent nature. This revelation undoubtedly extinguished Jinyang's initial intentions of unleashing his potential. It became evident that the character of his opponent was not malevolent, and thus, he could not bring himself to resort to lethal force. Instead, he opted to employ the 8 gates of Duinjia. Moreover, a pivotal consideration was that, given Jinyang's current circumstances, he harbored no fear of others coveting the Kusanagi sword. Upon acquiring the weapon, he would return to his camp. In times of war, who would dare to invade the Konoha camp for a mere sword? Once the conflict subsides, there would be even less to worry about. By then, the individuals capable of seizing weapons from him would be virtually non-existent within the entire ninja realm. In 2 years, the only formidable figure, Uchiha Madara, would meet his demise. At which point Jinyang would ascend to the level of a shadow, not only becoming unparalleled in the ninja world, but also possessing the freedom to come and go as he pleases, unimpeded by any adversary. In the confrontations among ninjas, information holds a position of paramount importance. When a ninja possesses the appropriate means, their potential prowess can be significantly diminished. The formidable duo, known as the Immortal Pair, met their demise at the hands of Shikamaru due to the exposure of their information, illustrating this truth. Conversely, Jinyang is well acquainted with a wealth of intelligence, enabling him to navigate encounters with the majority of powerful adversaries with ease. Upon facing defeat in the duel, one would typically expect to lose everything. However, since you have chosen to spare me, I owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out in the capital of the Land of Iron. Hearing this, Takehara expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. As Jinyang had anticipated, this formidable warrior hailed from the Land of Iron, yet the words spoken before his departure struck him as somewhat absurd. He had seized the opponent's weapon, and yet, he had managed to impose a favor upon himself? Truly, one might as well regard him as a master of robbers. The profession of a warrior is indeed peculiar. According to the rules of this confrontation, does it imply that one could exploit the Land of Iron in the future, having acquired the Kusanagi sword? Jinyang did not linger and promptly set off back to the camp. This journey had yielded more than just the Kusanagi sword. He had also successfully refined the 8 gates technique. Every day at 4 in the afternoon, updates are provided. Chapter 63, Overclocking State. The 8 gates technique is a forbidden art that Jinyang had mastered early on, having unlocked up to the 3rd gate. However, due to certain constraints, he had refrained from utilizing it in actual combat. For ninjas who do not specialize in physical techniques, employing the 8 gates presents an exceedingly awkward dilemma. They are unable to utilize ninjutsu. Only through the genuine practice of this technique does Jinyang come to understand why Kakashi, despite possessing the 8 gates, has never employed it in battle. The essence of this technique lies in the release of the channels that bind chakra within the human body, thereby harnessing power. Within the intricate system of chakra flow, there exist 8 gates, namely, the opening gate, the rest gate, the life gate, and others that impose limitations on the quantity of chakra within. However, the 8 gates technique enables chakra to surpass these constraints, unleashing an extraordinary strength that can be dozens or even hundreds of times greater than one's own. If we liken a ninja's chakra to a tranquil stream, the activation of the 8 gates transforms it into a raging river. The sudden surge in chakra volume is both immense and uncontrollable, making it virtually impossible to wield chakra with precision. It is imperative to recognize that the execution of ninjutsu demands a certain level of chakra control. Although this technique may amplify chakra dramatically, the inability to release ninjutsu renders it somewhat futile. In the original narrative, Dai demonstrates the formidable power of the 8 gates to rescue Guy and his companions, subsequently categorizing it as a forbidden technique. Logically, one would assume that such a potent technique, despite requiring years of rigorous training, would attract numerous practitioners. Yet, the scarcity of those who can master the 8 gates speaks volumes. Ordinary ninjas can easily exchange their contribution points for powerful ninjutsu to enhance their prowess. In contrast, a pure taijutsu practitioner faces considerable challenges in amassing sufficient contribution points, as not everyone possesses the exceptional physical talents of Guy. If it were anyone else, they would have crumbled amidst that terrifying array of daily training long ago. Thus, the 8 gates technique occupies a rather ambiguous position among forbidden arts, flavorless yet regrettable to discard. Those qualified to wield it find themselves unable to utilize it, while those who yearn for it cannot attain it, creating a rather awkward predicament. However, the village cannot recklessly disseminate such techniques. Even a mere Jinin, upon unlocking the 8 gates, could contend with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Imagine the horror if a more formidable individual were to employ it. Hence, the higher-ups of Konohagakure must ensure that those who master the 8 gates remain loyal to the village. Otherwise, should they harbor ulterior motives, it would be utterly comical if they turned against their comrades, particularly in this current leadership. There is no tolerance for powers that exceed their control, typical of those who lack skill yet possess an insatiable thirst for authority. However, upon Xinjiang's initial activation of the 8 gates, he discerned a glimmer of insight. Could it be that he might control chakra? It is well known that chakra manipulation is a task requiring considerable mental acuity, and fortuitously, Xinjiang's intellect is rather sharp. The advantages of his formidable mental strength manifest at this moment. He is now capable of multitasking without detriment to either endeavor, let alone the degree of chakra control. Frankly, Xinjiang has never been troubled by such matters. With merely a slight practice, he becomes immensely powerful, which is one reason for his rapid growth and strength. He is almost inherently destined to spend less time on a training regimen than other ninjas, particularly one that demands extensive dedication. Furthermore, the first gate of the 8 gates, known as the opening gate, liberates the constraints of the mind, allowing one to fully unleash their potential. Unlike others, it is perhaps the greatest treasure that the 8 gates of Duanjia bestows upon Xinjiang. The ceaseless accumulation of mental energy enhances his cognitive abilities, such as thinking and memory. Upon unlocking the first gate, the removal of restrictions extends beyond mere physical strength. Opening a gate is akin to artificially inducing Xinjiang's brain, this CPU, into an overclocked state, significantly amplifying his myriad capabilities. In this heightened state, his proficiency in chakra control surges to unprecedented heights. Although his power continues to grow, and the chakra unleashed after opening the 8 gates becomes increasingly formidable, the assistance of his unique advantage propels the growth of Xinjiang's mental energy at an extraordinary pace. This implies that once his mental energy reaches a level sufficient to control chakra in this so-called overclocked state, Xinjiang can employ ninjutsu and certain specialized sword techniques while activating the 8 gates. After a prolonged period of accumulation, Xinjiang can now wield ninjutsu upon unlocking the 3rd gate, with its potency nearly doubling compared to his standard state. This has become yet another trump card in Xinjiang's arsenal, fortifying his path of cautious pursuit. Furthermore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this will lay the foundation for his forthcoming rapid development. In the overclocked state, not only does his chakra control improve, but his cognitive abilities also experience substantial enhancement. In light of this, the elevation of his overall strength seems to pale in comparison. With such conditions, he can undoubtedly develop various ninjutsu in a short span and begin constructing his own ninjutsu system. During Xinjiang's quest for the Kusanagi sword, the battlefield of the Cloud Ninja has already stirred up tremendous upheaval. Is it true? The Rock Ninjas and the Leaf Village have clashed. Ha ha, that old fellow Inoki, who always waits for the rabbit to appear before making a move, has unexpectedly found himself in this situation. After numerous reconnaissance ninjas returned with the same reports, the 3rd Raikage could no longer contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter within his tent. Since both individuals are named A, I shall refer to the 3rd Raikage as such and the 4th Raikage as A for clarity. Observing the irregularly shaped warp table and the documents scattered once again across the air, the Cloud Ninja advisor opened his mouth to speak but ultimately sighed in silence. Alas, he bears the burden alone. He should have realized that losses cannot simply be mitigated by replacing a wooden table with an iron one. If Lord Raikage does not alter this habit, any table in the opponent's hands will only meet a similar fate. It would be better to use a wooden long table instead, as it at least appears more aesthetically pleasing. Fortunately, a piece of good news has arrived, offering him a modicum of solace. The sudden onset of full-scale war between the Rock Ninjas and the Leaf Village is indeed unexpected. Understanding Inoki's nature, the 3rd Raikage dispatched 10 teams of reconnaissance ninjas to ascertain the truth of the situation. Should the reports prove accurate, this could present an opportunity for the Cloud Ninjas. Despite holding the upper hand on the battlefield, their actual progress has been minimal since the onset of hostilities. The 3rd Raikage has Jiraiya as a concern. Now in his early 30s, Jiraiya is at the peak of his ninja prowess. In his youth, Jiraiya was impulsive and reckless, displaying an average talent compared to his 2 teammates, often regarded as the weakest link. However, Jiraiya sought an alternative path and inadvertently traversed to Mount Maiboku, where he paid his respects to the great sage Toad. From that moment, he commenced his training on the mountain, and through unwavering diligence, he mastered an array of formidable ninjutsu, including sage techniques. In such circumstances, even the third Raikage found it challenging to sustain injuries. Yet he lacked the surplus energy to influence the battlefield significantly. In Chapter 64, The Actions of the Cloud Ninjas. The future fourth Raikage and Killer Bee formed the AB combination, along with another Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, who was intercepted by the couple, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. During this period, viewed from another perspective, Uzumaki Kushina was indeed a quintessential Jinchuriki. Killer Bee of the Eight Tails, the Two Tails Jinchuriki. And later Naruto relied on fostering a harmonious relationship with their tailed beasts, allowing for chakra borrowing and the donning of the tailed beast cloak in dire situations. They could even summon their tailed beasts in full form for support. However, Kushina epitomized the ideal Jinchuriki envisioned by the ninja villages. As Naruto's mother and a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina maintained a master-servant dynamic with the Nine Tails. Due to the Uzumaki clan's exceptionally powerful sealing techniques, the Nine Tails could gain no advantage within Kushina's body. When Minato visited in the evenings, Kushina could use her chakra chains to turn its head aside, ensuring it could not witness the harmony between the couple. Following childbirth, combined with the weakened state from the extraction of the tailed beast, she could bind the Nine Tails using the adamantine sealing chains, establishing a profound suppression over it and leaving no opportunity for chaos. While she could not utilize the Nine Tails full mode, it was undeniably effortless for her to harness a portion of its power, even without the beast's consent. The strength of the tailed beast is not determined by the number of tails they possess. However, it is indisputable that the Nine Tails stands as the most formidable among them, likely possessing a chakra reserve surpassing that of all other tailed beasts combined. With the aid of the Nine Tails chakra and the fact that Kushina is akin to a maternal figure to the beast, the duo holds a distinct advantage against the three Cloud Ninjas. This situation allows the Cloud Ninjas to gain the upper hand, primarily due to Konoha being stretched thin in two fronts, resulting in a significant loss of 10 elite shinobi. It is no wonder that Noki has become frantic, father. This presents a prime opportunity to invade the Land of Fire. The motivations behind the events are coherent and coupled with the Cloud's reconnaissance. The fourth Raikage cannot help but propose an action. Oh, my brother cannot contend with the yellow flash, oh yeah. Upon hearing this, A immediately turned away. Exuding a terrifying aura, his gaze fixed intensely on the speaker. In response to this scene, Killer Bee merely shrugged, his expression neutral as he waved his arms and resumed speaking. Oh, Big Brother exploded. I am so scared. Hey, I've tolerated you for quite some time. The bizarre gestures and words further darkened A's expression, enveloping him in chakra. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Killer Bee, sending him hurtling out of the tent. After a moment, Killer Bee re-entered the tent, exclaiming, ouch. Big Brother is frightening. I want to speak. Humph. Following this outburst, A's fury diminished slightly as he began to contemplate the prospects of engaging in battle with Konoha. The clouds surrounding the scene had long ceased to astonish. What appeared to be absurd was indeed a means for the AB duo to deepen their bond. The Yellow Flash. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Ever since EI mastered the lightning release chakra mode, he had, aside from his father, encountered a ninja for the first time who could rival his speed. No. It would be more accurate to say that this ninja surpassed him in swiftness. However, what would you do now? EI's gaze seemed to penetrate the tent, catching a glimpse of the anxious expression of the Yellow Flash he had intercepted, which involuntarily brought a smile to his lips. The actions of the Cloud Ninjas were remarkably swift. This was indeed the most vulnerable moment for Konoha, and they were not about to let it slip away. Upon confirming the authenticity of the intelligence, they launched their assault the very next day. The situation on the battlefield unfolded with great success. The attack on Konoha yielded immediate results on the first day. The Konoha ninjas, who would typically engage head-on, opted this time to retreat, avoiding excessive entanglement. Such behavior further convinced the Cloud Ninjas that Konoha was under immense pressure, hesitant to act recklessly. Consequently, the offensive from the Cloud Ninjas intensified. The third Raikage understood Inoki's temperament. Once the latter regained his composure, the battles in the Rock Ninja territory would inevitably cease. They had to seize the moment to shatter Konoha's defenses. After several days, the Konoha ninjas had retreated to the borders of the Land of Fire, the last bastion before the invasion of their homeland. Gazing at the distant Konoha encampment, the third Raikage's eyes sparkled with excitement and desire. The Land of Fire would soon be graced by the presence of Cloud Ninjas. All ninjas, heed the command, break through Konoha's defenses. Under the influence of chakra, the commanding voice of the third Raikage effortlessly reached the ears of every Cloud Ninja. Subsequently, a blue aura enveloped him as he surged forward. The victories of recent days. coupled with the commander leading from the front, undeniably elevated the morale of the Cloud Ninjas to its zenith, propelling them to launch an assault on the encampment. This time, Konoha chose not to retreat, a decision anticipated by the Third Reikage. It was inconceivable that Konoha would allow them to penetrate the Land of Fire. This battle would undoubtedly be a fierce confrontation. If they could inflict significant damage on this contingent of Konoha, the path ahead would be clear. Chaos Lion's main technique. Just as the Third Reikage was about to pierce through a Konoha ninja, a multitude of white hair swept in to intercept him. "Reikage, your opponent is me." A man with white hair suddenly appeared, his face adorned with red eyeshadow and possessing slight toad-like features, with a pair of toads perched on each shoulder. It was none other than Jiraiya, having entered Sage Mode. Upon witnessing this, the Third Reikage furrowed his brow, his expression turning solemn as he regarded his adversary. Under normal circumstances, he could overpower Jiraiya. His formidable lightning release armor boasted exceptional damage resistance, making it challenging for even wind release techniques, which counter lightning, to inflict harm upon him. However, Jiraiya's unique abilities posed a considerable challenge. In this state, Jiraiya's power would be significantly amplified, with a combination of ninjutsu and jinjutsu that demanded his utmost caution. Yet, this technique could not be sustained for long. Why had his opponent chosen to activate it so readily this time? The astute Third Reikage sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, yet Jiraiya swiftly advanced, compelling him to focus solely on the battle at hand. "Minato Namikaze, this time I shall ensure your demise." Thunder Release, Lightning Plow Hot Blade. Encountering a formidable opponent who had thwarted him repeatedly, it was engulfed by a surge of fierce chakra. His speed was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. He was before Minato, his body adorned with a shimmering armor of lightning, his arm raised for a direct collision. Flying Thunder God Technique. A flash of golden light heralded Minato's abrupt disappearance, while A's impact shattered the rocks behind him, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. The vanishing Minato reappeared behind A, inhaling deeply before unleashing a colossal wave of wind chakra. Boom. The compressed wave struck its target, resulting in a violent explosion that splintered the surrounding trees, creating a crater where A once stood. However, Minato did not relent. Through numerous encounters, he recognized that such attacks would only inflict minor wounds on his adversary, highlighting his current shortcomings. He lacked a potent and formidable ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique is a spatial ninjutsu that facilitates movement through spatial displacement, rather than mere physical speed. Thus, Minato would not find himself crashing into the rocks as A did. Of course, he was not so reckless. Hence, while their speeds appeared comparable on the surface, Minato's agility was superior, allowing him to maintain the upper hand during their exchanges. However, he faced a rather awkward predicament with AI. The ground had become pockmarked due to the impact of the wind release technique from Minato, yet once the dust settled, it became evident that AI merely bore a few inconsequential scratches and was hardly affected. Although AI's lightning release chakra mode was not as formidable as that of his father, he had, at the very least, achieved a near immunity to such assaults. This rendered the situation rather embarrassing. Each encounter with the opponent resulted in merely superficial abrasions. Aside from the initial incident where AI, underestimating his adversary, was injured while attempting to attack Kushina, Minato had failed to inflict any significant damage thereafter. The other two Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village were equally resilient, capable of inflicting harm under normal circumstances, but once they transformed into their complete tailed beast forms, Minato's output became nearly negligible. In such circumstances, Minato found himself relegated to the role of a mere pawn for his wife, restraining AI so that she could confront the two Jinchuriki. This undoubtedly solidified his resolve to develop a powerful ninjutsu to compensate for his lack of offensive capability. Fortunately, he had already conceived a promising idea. The battle continued, with Jiraiya in Sage Mode locked in a fierce struggle against the Third Reikage, leaving him utterly unable to divert his attention to the battlefield. On the other side of the conflict, two colossal figures had emerged, the Eight Tails Gyuki and the Two Tails Matatabi. Their immense size cast a shadow over the battlefield, dimming the light above and instilling a sense of despair in any ninja brave enough to confront them. They were entities beyond the reach of mere mortals. However, these two fearsome tailed beasts, at this moment, are ensnared by several golden chains, rendering their movements exceedingly difficult. This predicament is largely attributed to Kushina's youth, as she is yet to reach the age of 20, had a few more years passed. These tailed beasts would be rendered utterly immobile. Nearby, two figures, one clad in yellow and the other in blue, engage in a rapid exchange. their movements almost imperceptible to the naked eye. While the elite forces clash fiercely, the ninjas from both Konoha and the Cloud are not idle. Fully immersed in the chaos of battle, the air is thick with the sounds of battle cries and explosions. Beside the encampment lies a vast forest, where the sunlight filters through the dense foliage, creating a scene of tranquil serenity. Yet, within this dense thicket, countless Konoha ninjas lie in wait, observing the distant conflict unfold. This contingent of Konoha forces has arrived as reinforcements from the battlefield of the Sand. With the Sand Village and the Cloud Village situated to the southwest and northeast of Konoha, respectively. Their journey to the Cloud battlefield necessitated traversing the entirety of the Land of Fire. Furthermore, delays were incurred due to the need for resupplying and troop movements within the village, resulting in their arrival being approximately a week behind that of Jiraiya and others, reaching the battleground only 2 days prior. However, due to the unforeseen events at the Rock battlefield, Jiraiya opted not to expose them, but instead sought a suitable location to lie in ambush. "Kakuzu, when shall we make our move?" inquired a rotund ninja with a mane of red hair, directing his question at the seemingly nonchalant man beside him. Upon hearing this, Narashikaki glanced at the general position of the Cloud forces and waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for haste. We shall wait for Lord Jiraiya and his companions to lure the Cloud shinobi further in. At that moment, the casualties inflicted upon the Cloud shinobi will be significantly greater, thereby making the subsequent battles considerably easier." The three leaders are none other than the esteemed 15th generation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Nara Shikaku, Namanaka, and Noichi, and Akimichi Choza, who are also the fathers of the future 12 ninja elite, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, respectively. The Inuzuka-Nara Akimichi combination is one of the prized assets of the Hidden Leaf Village, traditionally comprised of the current or next clan leaders from each of the three families. In combat, the Nara clan, possessing the shadow imitation technique and known for their high intellect, typically oversees tactical planning and core control. The Yamanaka clan, skilled in perception and mental manipulation, is responsible for sensing targets and linking the thoughts of the trio. Ultimately, the Akimichi clan, renowned for their formidable destructive capabilities, executes the offensive maneuvers. Each clan possesses rare secret techniques and excels in their respective areas, significantly enhancing their collective effectiveness. After Orochimaru relayed the true intentions of the Rock Shinobi back to the village, the so-called genius strategist of Konoha, Narashikaku, promptly assessed the situation and proposed a plan to ambush the Cloud Shinobi during the meeting, recognizing the potential for this to be a pivotal turning point in the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen opted to allow the trio to accompany the main force, with Shikaku appointed as the overall commander of the support troops to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, a select group of skilled individuals was discreetly dispatched from the two temporarily calmed battlefields to hasten their arrival, ultimately converging with the support troops to form a formidable force. The prior evasion served to confound the Yunin, inducing a sense of complacency in their ranks. With Yunin convinced that Konoha lacked sufficient manpower to spare, they were lured ever deeper into the Land of Fire. Should the Yunin manage to extricate themselves from the ambush, the victories achieved over the past days would transform into a waking nightmare for them. The protracted distance of their flight would inflict grievous losses upon Konoha. Considering the passage of time, Inuzuka-yo and his companions should have located the supply routes of the Yunin by now. Silently calculating, Narashikahisa raised his arm, and the concealed Konoha ninjas immediately focused their attention upon him. The objective of this battle was to annihilate as many of the Yunin's active forces as possible, avoiding entanglement with the Third Reikage and others. Action! As his voice echoed, figures surged forth from the previously tranquil forest, a multitude of ninjas rushing towards the battlefield ahead. Meanwhile, within the Konoha camp, a scornful observation was made. The Konoha ninjas were decidedly unimpressive, yet they audaciously occupied the most fertile lands. Kamadajiro, a nin from the hidden Cloud village, withdrew his blade from the chest of a Konoha ninja, a derisive smile appearing on his face. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. Such feeble ninjas hardly deserve to possess abundant resources. The Hidden Cloud should rightfully claim dominion over this territory. They boasted the mightiest Reikage and 2 perfect Jinchuriki. Subduing Konoha was merely a matter of time, with admiration directed towards the robust figure imbued with Azure Chakra. Kamadajiro pressed onward, while the Konoha ninjas continued their retreat. Such actions only intensified his sense of the formidable power of his own hidden village. He prepared to slay several enemies in this conflict, hoping that once the battle concluded, he might be directly promoted to the esteemed rank of Special Jonin. The process of promotion during wartime is significantly less cumbersome than that in times of peace, with aspirations for greater rewards. Kamidajiro's heart brimmed with desire as he fixated on a leaf ninja engaged in combat. With a swift movement, he leaped forth, instantly positioning himself behind the leaf ninja. Wielding a longsword crackling with electricity, and brought it down with ferocity. Witnessing the despair in his opponent's eyes, a sinister smile crept across his face. Die. However, just as the blade was mere centimeters from the skin, Kamidajiro found himself immobilized, rendered helpless in place. His gaze lowered, and he realized, with a chill coursing through him, that a shadow had appeared beneath him, extending into the distance. Shadow imitation technique. The name of this jutsu flashed through his mind in that instant. A signature technique of the Nara clan from the Hidden Leaf Village, which had existed since the Warring States period. The Nara family was well known for their alliance with the other two clans, forming the famed Inoshikacho trio in the world of ninjas. Even as a mere chunin, he was acutely aware of the technique's effects, which rendered the connected individual unable to move, forced to mimic the actions of the user. In truth, being ensnared by the shadow imitation technique posed little immediate threat, as the secret art lacked lethality, requiring either advanced jutsu or the cooperation of other ninjas to be truly dangerous. What truly instilled dread within him was the realization that the direction of the encroaching shadow was towards the rear of the Cloud Ninja forces. Following the shadow, the first sight that greeted the eye was a man bearing 2 scars upon his face, firmly grasping a seal in his hand. He was none other than the Nara clan ninja who had subdued him. Behind him loomed a throng of Konoha ninjas. How could this be? Was there any remaining force in Konoha capable of providing support? Witnessing this scene, the impact on Kamidajiro was profound. He yearned to shout a warning to his companions, yet found himself utterly voiceless. After subduing him, dozens of Cloud ninjas behind him found their feet ensnared by a shadow connecting them. Shadow stitching technique. Black Other Shore Flower. Nara Shikako had not only relied on his astute intellect to become the overall commander, but also possessed formidable prowess. Leave this to us. Charge ahead, Aikido. Understood. Among the trio of Inoshikacho, Aikido, endowed with the most destructive capability, decisively employed his secret technique. Multiplication technique. Meat tank. His already rotund form expanded even further, ultimately transforming into a small giant, then folding into a sphere and barreling forward, with numerous Konoha ninjas promptly following in his wake. Observing the advancing ninjas, Yamanaka Inoichi dispelled his mind-body switch technique. You deceived us on purpose? At last able to articulate his thoughts, Kamidajiro loudly questioned. Yet neither of the two responded, continuing their actions undeterred. Ninjutsu, mind confusion battle technique. Shadow strangulation technique. Under the combined secret arts of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, the controlled enemies either turned upon one another or were ensnared by shadows around their necks, resulting in devastating casualties in a mere moment. In the mountains, Hai seized a deceased Cloud Ninja, swiftly extracting memories pertaining to the recent battle, after which the two swiftly joined the advancing main force. At this juncture, the Cloud Ninjas engaged in combat finally sensed something amiss, primarily because they were still assaulting the retreating Leaf Ninjas. Suddenly, a massive figure barreled into their ranks, scattering them in disarray, followed by a barrage of ninjutsu. A series of relentless attacks nearly left the Cloud Ninjas dazed, as they gazed in disbelief at the multitude of Leaf Ninjas that seemed to materialize from nowhere. The previously retreating Leaf Ninjas, now rejuvenated, boldly surged forward to confront the Cloud Ninjas. Enclosed by the two factions of Leaf Ninjas, the Cloud forces found themselves encircled like filling in a dumpling. And the situation drastically shifted, plunging the Cloud Ninjas into peril. With the Earth Release, protective wall technique, the casualties among the Cloud Ninjas began to escalate alarmingly. The Earth Shadow hastily collaborated with several elite Cloud Ninjas to cast defensive jutsu in a bid to shield their front, subsequently moving towards the third Raikage and his comrades. They could no longer afford to engage in such a manner, lest they suffer devastating losses. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the Earth Shadow realized the truth. They had been deceived by the Leaf. The enemy's retreat was merely a ruse to lure them deeper into a trap. And it was possible that the Stone Ninjas were involved as well. They needed to break free swiftly, otherwise, fighting in such a pincer movement would result in catastrophic losses for the Cloud Ninjas. Lord Raikage, retreat. There is an ambush. The sudden shout startled the third Raikage, momentarily leaving him vulnerable to Jiraiya's fire release, which left several charred marks on his body. Despite the formidable defense granted by his Sage Chakra, he could not achieve complete immunity. At this moment, The third Raikage had no time to dwell on his minor injuries. He leaped to a higher vantage point, and the sight before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. It was then that he comprehended why Jiraiya had initially resorted to Sage Mode. It was a prelude to an ambush. Historically, it had always been they who orchestrated the schemes. Yet this time they found themselves ensnared in a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, the third Raikage chose to withdraw from the battle. Continuing would result in utter annihilation. However, Jiraiya would not allow his opponent to retreat unchallenged. From the onset of the confrontation, he had employed Sage Mode. Concerned that the time required to gather Sage Chakra would hinder his ability to intercept this formidable Raikage. Lord Fukasaku, Lord Shima, I entrust this to you, he implored. Jiraiya nodded, consolidating the remaining Sage Chakra within him and expelling a copious amount of oil from his mouth and oil forged from chakra, which became immensely potent when ignited with fire release. Positioned upon Jiraiya's shoulders, the sages Fukasaku and Shima unleashed wind and fire release techniques, respectively, culminating in a synergistic display of combined ninjutsu. Sage Art, Gomen. This formidable amalgamation of techniques unleashed devastating destructive power, capable of incinerating foes over a vast area and theoretically devouring all tangible matter. This represented Jiraiya's most powerful offensive maneuver. The terrifying ninjutsu emerging to intercept him instilled an unusual sense of mortality in the third Raikage, compelling him to halt and evade. Meanwhile, A and his companions were also devising their escape. Two Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, who had unleashed their complete-tailed beasts, keenly observed the disturbances on the battlefield below and promptly relayed this information to Ei. However, extricating themselves from the situation proved to be quite a formidable challenge. Kushina utilized sealing techniques to restrain Kurabi and his companion, and in order to escape, they needed to break those insidious chains. This task fell solely upon Ei. In a moment of urgency, he disregarded the ongoing skirmish with Minato and charged towards Kushina's location. The distinction between actively defending and relying solely on the lightning release armor for protection is significant. Moreover, since Minato employed wind release, which counters lightning release, Ei sustained several injuries yet managed to rescue the two, retreating swiftly into the distance. Kushina, are you wounded? He inquired, to which she replied, I merely expended a bit of chakra. Let us hasten to reunite with the perverted sage. Noticing the absence of any blood, Minato finally felt relieved, grasping Kushina's hand as they vanished from sight. Every day at 4 o'clock, updates are provided. Chapter 67, The Counterattack of Konoha-sensei. What is the situation? Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato appeared before Jiraiya with Kushina. The landscape before them had transformed into a desolate wasteland, and the distant scene was one of utter devastation, a testament to the ferocity of the preceding battle. At that moment, Jiraiya had already reverted from Sage Mode and was resting in his usual form. The third Raikage had sustained minor injuries and was likely on the verge of reuniting with the main force of Cloud Shinobi. Minato, quickly take us there. We must restrain them, he urged. Upon hearing this, Minato promptly nodded and grasped Jiraiya, and the three of them instantaneously transported to the vicinity of the battling forces. Ever since the deliberate retreat, Minato had strategically placed Flying Thunder God seals along their route, facilitating swift troop movements. His leadership in mobilizing Konoha's elite combatants had been a premeditated tactic. This was particularly crucial against the formidable third Raikage and his son, renowned for their high offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as their rapid mobility. Had they merely trailed behind, Konoha's forces would have undoubtedly suffered considerable casualties by the time Jiraiya and the others arrived. Minato's ability was one of the reasons they could maintain an advantage in elite numbers, despite being outnumbered by the Cloud Ninjas. As long as large-scale battles did not erupt, they could consistently secure superiority in elite forces. It was infuriating. Konoha's main contingent had not moved towards the Rock Ninjas but lay in ambush here. Observing the conspicuously disproportionate number of Konoha ninjas, the third Raikage's expression darkened considerably. They had fallen into a trap. This contradicted the intelligence they had received. If Orochimaru had led the majority of their ninjas to the Rock Ninja battlefield, Konoha should not have had sufficient manpower to deploy. Consequently, they had launched their offensive without reservations. The current predicament could either stem from Konoha's deliberate deception or a collaboration between Konoha and the Rock Ninjas to mislead them. Given the challenges Konoha would face in executing such a ruse unilaterally, the latter scenario was evidently more plausible. The old man Ohayaki. As thought stirred, the third Raikage surmised the general situation. However, the immediate concern was not how to exact revenge, but rather how to escape from this predicament. All Cloud Shinobi, follow me. Let's break through. As the beloved leader of Kumogakure, the third Raikage's commanding voice steadied the previously panicked Cloud Shinobi, rekindling their fighting spirit. Indeed, Lord Raikage is the mightiest of ninjas. Yet, before their elation could linger, three figures suddenly appeared before the Konoha ninjas, causing the recently buoyed morale to plummet once more. In contrast, the Konoha ninjas appeared to gain newfound confidence. Raikage, do you presume the land of fire to be your own abode, coming and going at your whim? After days of skirmishes, Jiraiya felt a surge of pent-up frustration, finally able to express himself without restraint. Humph, consider this a victory for Konoha this time. But if you wish to consume us, be wary not to choke on it. No need for your elders' concern. Perhaps you should worry more about yourselves. As verbal clashes continued, Jiraiya and the third Raikage engaged in combat once more, prompting the surrounding ninjas to quickly retreat and create a clearing. This level of battle was beyond their capacity to partake in. Even the residual effects of the skirmish would be more than enough to handle. This was also the reason Jiraiya and his companion had deliberately distanced themselves from the main forces to avoid harming their own ninjas. Kakaku, I leave the command of the ninjas to you. Watergate remarked to his friend before joining Kushina to approach AI and the two Jinchuriki. This generation of Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara, merely 2 years senior to Minato, can be regarded as contemporaneous ninjas. Furthermore, the three clans have always been staunch supporters of the Hokage lineage and Minato. Being the disciple of the third Hokage, enjoyed considerable interaction and camaraderie with them. Nara Shikaku conveyed a reassuring glance to Minato as he assumed command of all Konoha ninja forces. Yamanaka Ino. Instruct the J-Nin to slightly weaken our defenses in the northeast. Do not confront the Cloud ninja forces head-on. With that, Yamanaka Ino, clad in a striking red garment and sporting yellow hair, promptly took action. Ninjutsu, mind transmission technique, accompanied by an invisible ripple that spread through the air. The voice of Yamanaka Ino resonated within the hearts of all Konoha J-Nin, prompting the entire ninja contingent to spring into organized action. The Yamanaka clan excels in mental manipulation, capable of invading and retrieving the memories of the deceased, endowed with remarkable sensory perception, and possessing the unique ability to relay information to their comrades. On the battlefield, the formidable prowess of the Yamanaka ninjas is immensely impactful, particularly when complemented by a strategist at their side. Narashikaku's acumen and judgment, which enabled him to succeed the fourth Raikage as the commander of the Ninja Alliance during the Fourth Great Ninja War, are undoubtedly formidable. In contrast to the Cloud Ninja, the actions of Konoha's ninjas are executed with remarkable precision and efficiency, as any directives from the rear can be relayed instantaneously to the J-Nin, allowing them to focus solely on confronting the immediate adversary without the burden of extraneous considerations. In the face of such disparity, the losses incurred by the Cloud Shinobi, already at a disadvantage, far surpassed those of Konoha, causing beads of cold sweat to stream down the brow of the Tsuchikage. The renowned strategist truly lived up to his reputation, with both the third Raikage and his son being restrained. The command of the Cloud forces naturally fell into the hands of this trusted individual. Gaining the confidence of the strongest in a village characterized by a martial disposition like Kumogakure speaks volumes of the Tsuchikage's prowess and intellect. Yet, before the illustrious military tactician of Konoha, he felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain. The Tsuchikage discerned the intentions of Kakashi, who sought to deplete the strength of the Cloud Shinobi, yet following the previous ambush, they found themselves bereft of a more effective countermeasure. Breaking through and returning to camp after enduring a lengthy and perilous escape, replete with significant losses, seemed daunting. A fight to the bitter end could inflict substantial damage upon Konoha, but the cost would likely entail the annihilation of their entire army. There were two possible routes for retreat, back to their own village or to Iwagakure. However, the Tsuchikage was acutely aware that this incident likely involved the participation of the Stone Shinobi, and thus they could only proceed according to the path laid out by their adversaries, retreating to their own encampment, though fully cognizant of the potential dangers that lay ahead. They had no alternative. With determination, they launched an offensive toward the northeast, striving to break through, ensuring the safe departure of Lord Raikage and his entourage. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tsuchikage rallied the surrounded Cloud Shinobi, uniting them in their advance toward the designated objective. His words instilled a sense of shame among the Cloud ninjas, with the prowess of the third Raikage and his companions. Traversing any predicament with resolute intent should have been effortless. Yet, they found themselves continuously clashing with the Leaf ninjas, exhibiting no inclination to retreat. The reason for this was all too evident. Contemplating this, the momentum of the Cloud ninjas' assault intensified. Should Lord Raikage suffer injury or even perish due to their shortcomings, They would bear the burden of guilt as the architects of his misfortune, an unacceptable fate for the warriors of the Cloud. Chapter 68. The conclusion of the battle. The Cloud and Stone Ninjas have rightfully earned their status as the second most formidable ninja villages, just behind the Leaf. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only these 2 maintain internal stability. The Cloud values strength above all, with all members yielding to their might, while the Stone, under the steadfast leadership of Inoki, has avoided internal strife over power, allowing for a focused development of their capabilities. The other 3 villages, having experienced internal discord, have significantly weakened as a result. The Leaf, as previously mentioned, boasts political prodigies like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who dismantled their own arsenal of nuclear weapons and later made concessions to the Stone, while the Cloud, in a bid to seize the Byakugan, offered reparations to their rival, transforming the mightiest of ninja villages into a state of utter humiliation. It is solely due to the solid foundation laid by their ancestors that they have managed to preserve their heritage and avoid complete annihilation. The plight of the other 2 larger brethren is even more dire. The third Wind Shadow fell victim to an assassination orchestrated by the grandson of an elder, igniting a power struggle within the village. Subsequently, a formidable user of Scorch Release, Yukura, emerged, only to be sacrificed in the grand machinations of national politics, ultimately falling to the Mist Ninjas. Within the entire village, the only formidable figures, aside from the 4th Kazekage himself, are the 2 elderly members of the Chiyo siblings. The Hidden Mist Village is utterly beset by misfortune. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara's lifespan is dwindling, sustained solely by the Outer Path's golem, as he fervently searches for a successor to execute the infinite Tsukuyami plan. By chance, he discovers Obito, a naive member of the Uchiha clan, and after saving him, he prepares to brainwash Obito and lead him down a dark path. Consequently, the Mist Village is first manipulated by Madara to aid in Obito's corruption, only to be later dominated by the now darkened Obito, who controls the 4th Mizukage and enforces the Blood Mist policy as an act of vengeance. They are truly unfortunate. The Cloud Ninja are fervently attempting to break through, and with Konoha intentionally allowing their escape. It doesn't take long before they breach Konoha's encirclement at the cost of numerous lives, retreating into the distance. The 3rd Raikage and A, witnessing this, cease their entanglement with Jiraiya and his companions, seizing the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield. Kakuzu, shall we proceed according to plan? Jiraiya, panting heavily, gazes at the strategist within their ranks. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya, we have left the Cloud Ninja ample resources along our path, which will surely impede their progress. You only need to intercept their elite. Nodding in agreement, Jiraiya immediately settles onto the ground to recuperate. Engaging with the 3rd Raikage necessitates constant vigilance towards the opponent's movements, which is immensely taxing on his energy. Fortunately, with Kakuzu present, he need not ponder the myriad issues of the entire unit, for under such intense strain, even a powerhouse of his caliber would struggle to endure. Upon encountering the resting Jiraiya, Fukasaku nodded towards Minato and, leading his troops, pursued onward. With Minato present, Jiraiya and Kushina could afford a brief respite, allowing them to better confront the 3rd Raikage and the 2 Jinchuriki in the forthcoming engagements. As for AI, having sustained injuries during the previous attempts to liberate the Jinchuriki, there was no need to worry about Minato being overly exhausted to manage the situation. In the subsequent days, the roles of both parties were successfully reversed. The once advancing Cloud Shinobi transformed into desperate fugitives, fleeing along an interminable path. Each time they were pursued, it became an experience they wished to forget. Konoha did not drive them to a dead end. Rather, they consistently left a route for escape, sustaining a flicker of hope for survival. Yet, this very glimmer became a psychological torment for the Cloud Shinobi. Had there been no hope at all, their predicament would have been less agonizing. They could have resolved to fight to the bitter end against Konoha. However, in the precarious balance between life and death, not everyone possessed the fortitude to confront mortality with unwavering courage. Finally, upon retreating to their original encampment, Konoha chose to allow them to leave unimpeded. Inoki, Jiraiya. Splendid, indeed. This time, but Tsuchikage lacked the inclination to address the 3rd Raikage's wanton destruction of property. Standing aside, he lowered his gaze, uncertain of how to soothe the other's turmoil. Despite his earnest efforts, a significant portion of the Cloud Shinobi was preserved, yet the losses were devastating. More critically, this conflict had undoubtedly shattered their aspirations to conquer the Land of Fire. It amounts to a significant depletion of nearly half of the village's ninjas, without having gained any advantage. Konoha employs a strategy of relentless pursuit to exhaust their forces, suffering minimal losses compared to the Cloud Ninjas. further narrowing the gap between the two sides. "Lord Raikage, what shall we do next?" inquired Suchikage after the adversary had vented their fury. Should the assault continue? The disparity in elite combat power would be negligible, leaving the outcome to be determined by the lower-ranked ninjas. However, after witnessing the prowess of the Inoshikacho trio, he no longer held the same conviction that the Cloud Ninjas would emerge victorious. Even if they were to vanquish their foes, the cost would be exorbitantly high. The plan from years past had failed, unexpectedly cultivating a formidable enemy in their opponent. The two perfect Jinchuriki truly represent the Cloud's greatest asset on the battlefield, which emboldens their audacity to challenge Konoha. Once Konoha falls, the presence of these two youthful Jinchuriki would suffice to safeguard their territory while awaiting the village's resurgence. Yet, they did not anticipate that Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki would adeptly neutralize their most potent weapon, preventing Killer Bee and the other Jinchuriki from fulfilling their intended roles. Retreat is not an option at this juncture. Otherwise, that old fool of a daimyo will sever much of our funding. I recall he has a son who has come of age. Perhaps we should dispatch a few ninjas to assist, having just suffered significant losses. Any further reduction in support from the daimyo's estate would render the Cloud Ninja's recovery an arduous and protracted endeavor, a fate that the Third Raikage would certainly wish to avoid. This time, the conquest of Konoha is unattainable. He has resigned himself to this reality. Retreating to gather strength is all that is required. After all, the Third Raikage has come to comprehend the situation well enough. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Konoha has often produced unexpected troubles, and the issues have only intensified in recent years. By remaining patient, opportunities will undoubtedly arise. There is no need to rush. They will present themselves. That old coot, Anoki, is already 60 years old, and no exceptionally gifted individuals have emerged from a Wagakure, unlike their bountiful talent in Kumogakure. With just a few more years of waiting, the ultimate victor will surely be them. With this thought, the Third Raikage felt a slight easing of his heart. At the Konoha camp, Jiraiya exclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya, Minato. After this battle, Kumogakure will likely remain quiet for a considerable time." Ha ha ha, well done. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he received the post-war statistics from Kakuzu. The more battles he participated in, the more he grew averse to war. Particularly, seeing his closest comrades suffer due to the conflict, one becoming increasingly reclusive and the other afflicted by hemophobia, was disheartening. Frog Sage, I believe I have found the child of prophecy you mentioned. Your disciple will bring significant change to the ninja world, ushering in an unprecedented era of stability or destruction. Jiraiya recalled the old prophecy, the image of those fabled eyes emerging in his mind. Once Nagato grows, the ninja world shall know no more war. Chapter 69, Minato's thought Sensei Jiraiya? Minato thought the old pervert was surely up to no good. Allow me. Drawing back Minato, Kushina stepped forward, her entire being ablaze as she placed her hands near her mouth. All right. The atmosphere was charged with an intense energy, causing the tent flap at the entrance to flutter slightly. Jiraiya, startled, stumbled back a few steps and fell into a chair. What were you just saying, Minato? He gazed at the fiery-eyed Kushina before him, the smiling Minato who was scratching his head, and the trio of Inoshikacho nearby, who pretended to be oblivious while secretly observing the scene with keen interest. Jiraiya felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Faced with the formidable wife of his disciple, he found himself utterly helpless, since a certain incident during a field trip had shattered his image as a mentor in her eyes. He could only hope for his apprentice to come to his aid. Jiraiya-sensei, I believe I lack a powerful technique that can perfectly complement the Flying Thunder God technique. So it was this. Upon hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of contemplation. He understood that Minato's current dilemma stemmed from a lack of an offensive technique to pair with the Flying Thunder God technique. Given his disciple's exceptional character and talent, Jiraiya was deeply invested in his development, especially since he had neglected Minato for 3 years due to the prophecy regarding the child of destiny spoken by the Sage of the Six Paths. Leaving him with a sense of guilt, he had earnestly considered the challenges Minato faced. In truth, the solution was not straightforward. The Flying Thunder God technique could be employed as long as there was a mark, requiring no hand seals. But the prerequisite for this forbidden technique was that the release of the ninjutsu had to be swift. Otherwise, once the displacement occurs, lingering for a few seconds in the original position would render the advantages of the Flying Thunder God technique utterly null and void, something any competent ninja could easily grasp. However, within the realm of ninjutsu, the majority of techniques excel in either power or speed, seldom in both. Techniques that require fewer hand seals often lack sufficient damage, while those with formidable power typically suffer from prolonged preparation times. Only the formless ninjutsu can achieve a harmonious balance between the two. And he happens to know of one individual in Konoha capable of such mastery. Tsunade's extraordinary strength allows for precise chakra control, enabling her to concentrate chakra in any part of her body and unleash a powerful gust capable of easily shattering walls. Furthermore, she can meticulously refine a substantial amount of chakra and ignite it swiftly, achieving the destructive force to shatter mountains and stones. Yet, it seems the atmosphere feels somewhat off. Minato, do you have any thoughts? Setting aside his musings, Jiraiya turned to his disciple, Minato, who was always known for his strong opinions and would not broach this subject without reason. Though Tsunade's secret techniques are impressive, they indeed do not align well with Minato, who does not possess the formidable physical prowess of the Senju clan. Conveniently, the Cloud Ninja would not launch an attack soon. And I am preparing to develop a formless ninjutsu to complement the Flying Thunder God, ensuring we have a method to counter when the Cloud Ninja strikes again. I have an idea. Could I concentrate the chakra and then rotate and compress it? As Minato described his thoughts, he demonstrated with his hands. A sphere of chakra materializing in his palm, emanating a soft blue glow, but as he began to rotate it, the chakra suddenly dissipated. There remain numerous challenges yet to be addressed. Presently, the concept resides solely within my mind. However, I have aptly named it the Spiral Flashing Void Rotating Super Explosive Sphere. Does it not sound remarkably impressive? The spiral sphere, you possess quite a creative notion. Yet, my knowledge in this realm is rather limited. Allow me to consult Orochimaru later. Given his profound mastery of ninjutsu, he should provide considerable insight. Reluctantly, I must concede that among the three of us, Orochimaru undeniably excels in ninjutsu, possessing a profound understanding of various elemental techniques, being the most esteemed disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. When it pertains to the development of his disciples, Jiraiya is unwilling to boast. I suppose I must humbly seek guidance from that insufferable Orochimaru. I appreciate your assistance, teacher. But this ninjutsu shall be referred to as the Spiral Flashing Void Rotating Super Explosive Sphere. In such matters, Minato harbors an unusual obsession. Observing this, Jiraiya chose not to continue his rebuttal. After all, a genius often has peculiar interests. Understanding this, he did not linger long. He promptly retrieved a scroll, initially showcasing the fruitful results of recent endeavors with great flourish, before conveying his disciple's aspiration to create a unique ninjutsu to Orochimaru, subtly mocking him for not having such an exceptional disciple. Finally, he beckoned Minato to join him in documenting the encounter challenges. Teacher, are you certain that Lord Orochimaru will respond to such a statement? Minato queried, glancing through the contents of the scroll, his concerns regarding his ninjutsu development beginning to surface. Do not fret. I am well aware of what I am doing, Jiraiya reassured him. As a comrade of Orochimaru, they naturally maintained a connection, utilizing a method akin to the summoning snakes in the hands of Xinjiang. With a mischievous grin, Jiraiya bit his finger and performed the summoning technique, swiftly inserting the enormous communication scroll into the mouth of the small serpent. 5 days later, in the land of grass, Xinjiang returned to the camp and, upon his first encounter with Orochimaru, received promising news from the battlefield against the Cloud Shinobi. Lord Orochimaru, this. Hearing this news, Xinjiang looked up in astonishment. Although he anticipated causing some trouble for the Cloud Shinobi, he did not expect the situation to escalate to this extent. Following this battle, the disadvantages previously faced by the Leaf troops on the Cloud battlefield had vanished, allowing them to abandon their former defensive strategy entirely. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. In his musings, he contemplated the likes of Inuzuka, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi. He recalled that the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans had made remarkable contributions to the peace and development of Konoha and were staunch supporters of the Hokage lineage. Since supporting Minato's rise was imperative, it was inevitable that he would engage with these three families. Cultivating a good relationship with them would be mutually beneficial in the future. Having their support would facilitate easier integration into the village. He chuckled softly, pondering that the Rock Shinobi would likely remain inactive for a while. Perfectly timed. Xinjiang's items had arrived, allowing him to familiarize himself further. As he glanced at Xinjiang's side, Orochimaru immediately recognized the Kusanagi sword and, without further ado, tossed him a booklet. With prior experience, Xinjiang understood that it was likely the technique of spiritual transformation. After confirming it, he tucked it away. Ever since his last encounter, he has refrained from perusing ninjutsu manuals in public, lest his thoughts wander again. A cautious ninja places great emphasis on details. After reporting to Orochimaru, expressing his gratitude and informing him of his return, Xinjiang prepared to depart and delve into the study of ninjutsu. Xinjiang-kun, please wait a moment. Chapter 70. Wasn't this the right person to ask? Are you saying that Lord Minato is preparing to develop a ninjutsu? Indeed, I never expected that Jiraiya, despite being somewhat of a fool, would have such an astute disciple, capable of creating a formless ninjutsu. Quite an impressive idea. Is this something that can be openly discussed? Listening to Orochimaru's candid appraisal of Jiraiya, Xinjiang hurriedly feigned ignorance, fearing collateral damage. At present, the legendary three ninjas still held significant power, and he dared not provoke them. However, he was quite surprised that Minato had yet to fully develop the Rasengan. Orochimaru-sama asked me to stay. He wishes to. Gazing at the pale-faced man before him, Xinjiang began to grasp the other's intentions. Wasn't Xinjiang-kun also contemplating the creation of a ninjutsu some time ago? I am curious to hear your thoughts on this technique known as Rasengan. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Xinjiang, filled with anticipation. He had perused the information recorded in Jiraiya scrolls. It could certainly be challenging, but with time, it could be resolved. This was Orochimaru's confidence in himself. Yet, the timing of Xinjiang's return prompted a shift in his thoughts, as he prepared to listen to the young man's insights. He holds great anticipation for Uchiha Shinyu. Initially, it was the remarkable performance on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja that drew his attention to this prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, the formidable strength and profound understanding of ninjutsu displayed by Shinyu made Orochimaru realize that he had underestimated his opponent. From these observations, it seemed as though Orochimaru beheld a version of himself, one endowed with even greater talent. Thus, he generously extended various forms of support to Shinyu, acting in the capacity of a mentor despite the absence of a formal teacher-student relationship. Indeed, this was the case. Shinyu exhibited no surprise, wearing an expression that conveyed he had anticipated such an outcome. This situation arose when he contemplated the development of Chidori. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu. Although he understood the general principles, mastering it was not a task to be accomplished within a day or two. Many intricate details were not portrayed in the anime, posing significant obstacles to his efforts in developing Chidori. Faced with such a predicament, Shinyu immediately thought of Orochimaru, whose profound expertise in ninjutsu would undoubtedly expedite his progress. Moreover, in the original narrative, Sasuke developed various derivative techniques, including Chidori, during the period of his defection when he was under Orochimaru's tutelage. While it was not explicitly stated that Orochimaru assisted him, the astonishment expressed by Naruto and others upon discovering Sasuke's growth at Orochimaru's base was evident. Compared to the other members of the Konoha 11, his progress was nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that Jiraiya became Naruto's mentor from the onset of the Chunin exams. If Sasuke could rapidly elevate his own strength, then there would be no need for him to defect. Thus, it becomes evident who has aided him. The only possible individual is Orochimaru. Renowned as a once-in-decades genius by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and an expert in the development of forbidden techniques in ninjutsu. After spending considerable time in his company, Xinjiang noted that the current Orochimaru had not yet reached the formidable level he had previously envisioned. At most, he appeared somewhat somber and did not pose a threat to the ninjas of Konoha. According to the timeline, changes would likely occur during the period when Minato became the fourth Hokage. Given this situation, Xinjiang would not squander the resources at his disposal and directly sought Orochimaru's guidance. Under his tutelage, not only did the progress in developing Chidori prove remarkably promising, but he also gained insights into subsequent derivative ninjutsu. Furthermore, with his current mastery of the hyper mode, it would not be long before a multitude of ninjutsu based on Chidori would emerge. Naturally, the consequence of this endeavor was that Orochimaru began to regard him with increasing intensity, sometimes making Xinjiang feel somewhat uneasy. However, he was not overly concerned. The presence of an anomaly like himself left the outcome of Orochimaru's path uncertain. At the very least, he would strive to ensure that Orochimaru remained in the village. Orochimaru's generosity towards him was evident. He provided both materials and weaponry. Regardless of Orochimaru's underlying intentions, Xinjiang had undeniably reaped tangible benefits. For this reason alone, he was determined to forge a connection with him. Moreover, the potential contributions of Orochimaru, the foremost scientist in the ninja world, were indeed formidable. Assisting Danzo in the transplantation of the Sharingan and implanting Hashirama cells into Yamato, as well as the creation of mechanical Naruto and the Nine Tails. Alongside advancements in artificial human technology, the most terrifying aspect is that these endeavors emerge post-defection, indicating a remarkable level of self-sufficiency. If the hidden cloud village can develop a chakra cannon purported to possess the capability to obliterate the moon, then it seems reasonable to assert that Orochimaru, with the support of the Leaf Village, could utilize technology to reshape the world. Moreover, when it comes to unavoidable circumstances, this type of ninja is also a formidable adversary to Orochimaru in later stages. Following the use of the impure world reincarnation technique, the soul experiences varying degrees of rejection towards the new body, significantly diminishing Orochimaru's resistance to genjutsu. However, these are matters for another time. Presently, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Xinjiang's thoughts began to stir. The Rasengan? It seems he has posed the right question. As a jutsu that runs through the entirety of the narrative, he not only understands its development, but also knows how to master it swiftly. Comparing it to a balloon and a rubber ball, Naruto, influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra, had such weak control over chakra that he could still learn it. Surely, his father would find it effortless. Previously, Xinjiang had not crossed paths with Minato Namikaze, believing that even if the latter had yet to develop the Rasengan, he would be nearing completion. Yet now, it appears that this idea has only just surfaced for him. Upon further reflection, this seems plausible, given the ninja's high attack and low defense nature. The only individuals capable of inflicting enough harm to concern Minato are those two humanoid-tailed beasts from the hidden cloud village. With this realization, a notion began to bloom within Xinjiang's mind. Initially, he contemplated leveraging his familial ties to establish a connection with Uchiha Fugaku and Minato in due course. Given his status within the clan, achieving this would pose no significant challenge. However, the present moment undeniably offered a superior opportunity. Although Shinyu had the capability to develop the Rasengan, he lacked wind-based chakra, limiting him to the rudimentary form of this technique. To unlock subsequent ninjutsu, he would need to invest considerable time in comprehending the nature transformations of wind release, which would be far less advantageous than the assistance provided by the Chidori series of techniques. Since it held no utility for him, it would be prudent to extend a favor. Ninjutsu is of paramount importance to a ninja. Thus, establishing connections through the exchange of techniques would undoubtedly facilitate the cultivation of amicable relationships. I believe he could begin by concentrating chakra in his hand, allowing it to flow in an irregular manner. Once this step is accomplished, he could compress it further, utilizing the transformation of chakra to create a chakra sphere approximately the size of a palm. Chapter 71. The Path of Future Development. This should suffice. Observing the gradually astonished expression on Orochimaru's face, Shinyu prudently articulated a portion of his thoughts regarding the development of the Rasengan before decisively choosing to withdraw. After all, the Rasengan's creation constitutes an A-rank ninjutsu. To Orochimaru, this was the first glimpse of such ideas. Revealing everything at once would be perilous. The mere act of glancing at the technique could potentially lead to the development of advanced ninjutsu. And Shinyu feared that Uncle Snake might be unable to suppress his impulses and resort to dissection. Moreover, he had not forgotten his initial intention of fostering a good rapport with Minato. How does one cultivate friendship? By engaging in frequent conversation. To initially reveal a portion of information, allowing the other party to ponder over it before re-establishing contact, creates a natural foundation for dialogue between the two. This approach not only fosters a sense of indebtedness but also expedites the formation of friendship. With such groundwork laid, when the time comes to align support during the election for Hokage, it will be considerably easier. Especially with Minato holding no biases against the Uchiha clan and having a favorable rapport with Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, when the time arises for Xinjiang to assist his family in enacting change, it will undoubtedly become a more manageable endeavor. Returning to his tent, Xinjiang settled cross-legged and laid out several manuals upon the table. These comprised the 3 ninjutsu techniques acquired following his participation in the war, along with some training notes procured from Orochimaru. With victory on the battlefield, it was anticipated that the conflict would transition into a prolonged strategic stalemate, significantly diminishing the likelihood of large-scale battles in the near future, an opportune period for enhancing one's strength. Recognizing this, he was determined to make the most of this interval. Gazing at the manuals, Xinjiang contemplated the trajectory of his future development. In a typical scenario, he had already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary Genin. And with all his abilities unleashed, he could easily contend with elite Genin. The Sharingan, the 8 Gates technique, along with several unexposed high-level ninjutsu, were the sources of his confidence. Such prowess placed him among the ranks of high-end combatants in the Third Shinobi World War. Aside from the most formidable shadow-level warriors, Xinjiang could claim to fear no adversary. However, in order to exert a significant influence in the forthcoming events, he candidly acknowledged that it would still not suffice. Although 10-year-old Xinjiang possesses a chakra level that reaches the status of a jonin, seemingly surpassing the majority of individuals in the ninja world, he finds himself incapable of unleashing even a single Rasengan. This limitation is one of the reasons he has not opted to learn the Rasengan, given Naruto's chakra level. He could only perform it 3 times upon mastering the technique, underscoring the immense chakra requirements for such a jutsu. One must ponder how much chakra is necessary to execute it. Only someone of Naruto's caliber can truly wield it effectively. Less than a year after the conclusion of the war, the chaos of the Nine Tails Rebellion demanded shadow-level strength for participation. However, the gap between a jonin and a shadow-level ninja typically requires a protracted period of time to bridge. Should Xinjiang wish to expedite his ascent to shadow-level prowess, he must explore alternative avenues. Unlike ordinary ninjas, he possesses a clear understanding of his own advantages, the Sharingan, and formidable mental fortitude. If he could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, his strength would experience a meteoric rise, akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. Yet, this transformation cannot be summoned at will. One must reach a certain threshold to unlock it. And the effectiveness of the spirit transformation technique must be evaluated to determine if it can deliver the anticipated results. Xinjiang swiftly resolved to practice the spirit transformation technique. Intending to gain a comprehensive understanding before devising his next steps, he left behind only a manual, for indeed, the Manjiki Sharingan represents the most convenient and impactful means of enhancing his abilities. If he could activate it, a significant portion of his current dilemmas would likely be resolved with ease. Moreover, one must ask, who among the Uchiha clan would not yearn to experience the exhilaration of unlocking such power? As dusk gradually descended upon the Konoha camp, the atmosphere transformed into a serene twilight. After several hours immersed in the study of the art of spiritual transformation, Xinjiang finally completed his thorough examination of the manual and was poised to commence his training. Unlike other ninjutsu, the initial step of spiritual transformation presented considerable difficulty. The process of awakening one's spirit lacked a precise methodology, offering only a handful of experiences to draw upon. It seemed that one could only rely on innate talent to perceive their own soul. This approach appeared utterly preposterous, akin to a fantastical tale for an ordinary ninja, leaving many utterly perplexed. However, for Xinjiang, it felt remarkably straightforward. With the experience of having traversed realms and bolstered by his formidable mental prowess, he effortlessly completed the crucial first step, almost as if it were instinctual. Having spent years acclimating to this peculiar world, Xinjiang had come to terms with his new reality. Yet, at that moment, a fresh perspective unfolded before his eyes. The camp, bathed in the soft glow of the night, exuded an extraordinary tranquility. The nearby forest whispered with the faint sounds of insects, yet he found himself too captivated by the luminous glimmers below to appreciate the picturesque scene. Is this the essence of spiritual transformation? How wondrous! Filled with curiosity, he observed everything anew. Familiar elements transformed into something entirely distinct from this vantage point. Above the Konoha camp, an invisible spirit hovered, the very essence of Xinjiang's soul departing from his corporeal form. According to the manual's explanation, those clusters of light, varying in brightness, represent the souls of others. Should they be extinguished, it signifies the obliteration of the soul, resulting in simultaneous death. The S-rank soul forbidden technique is indeed formidable. However, something seems amiss. Perhaps it is the accumulation of past life souls. Or perhaps the continuous enhancement of spiritual power by a certain boon. Under these circumstances, Xinjiang's senses have become extraordinarily acute, allowing him to vaguely perceive the emotional fluctuations of others. For instance, the majority of the light clusters below currently exude feelings of joy and relaxations, interspersed with occasional waves of tension and conflict. As for the brightest cluster at the center of the camp, the emotions contained within are profoundly intricate: surprise, curiosity, guilt, regret. The simultaneous manifestation of such diverse emotions makes it hard to fathom what burdens this cold man, who has participated in numerous wars, is secretly enduring. His outwardly unyielding resolve appears to be incessantly tormented by certain matters. What a stroke of genius! Xinjiang's thoughts truly evoke curiosity. While marveling at Xinjiang's suggestion regarding the spiral sphere, Orochimaru suddenly felt a sensation of being watched, causing his eyes to narrow instantly. After sensing no abnormalities in his surroundings, he formed several peculiar hand seals, his brow deeply furrowed. That feeling is so familiar. It was not until a few seconds later that disbelief first crossed his face. This is the art of soul fragmentation. Chapter 72, The Change of Circumstances Unbeknownst to the Ever-Watchful Orochimaru. Jinyang remained engrossed in the novelty of his first experience with the art of spiritual transformation. Upon completing the awakening of his spirit, he was able to momentarily separate his soul from his physical form. Following the subsequent steps of his training, he could resurrect this esoteric technique within the realm of ninjas. Having familiarized himself with the art of spiritual transformation, Jinyang's spiritual essence swiftly returned to his tent, where he gazed upon his own corporeal body. He had not forgotten that the initial purpose of acquiring this technique was to facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan. The Sharingan, a power inherited from Indra, allowed him to perceive the unseen through the lens of his spiritual form. Locking eyes with his own, Jinyang discerned the concealed crimson within. The inky black tomo resembled a black hole, seemingly intent on devouring all light, luring one into its depths. The body refined ordinary chakra, yet the Sharingan converted it into in-release chakra. The extraordinary perceptive abilities of his spiritual form enabled him to clearly comprehend the continuous generation of in-release chakra within the channels of the Sharingan. The chakra produced by the synergy of mental and physical strength aided the Sharingan, intertwined with the factors that led Uchiha Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. The cells of Hashirama. The eternal kaleidoscope, the Sharingan was not merely composed of in-release chakra, it also harbored the secrets of the transformation between yin and yang. It seemed as if he had grasped the direction in which he should advance. As his spiritual essence gradually re-entered his body, Jinyang slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting flash of azure light illuminating his gaze. Upon feeling the newfound control over his body, he reflected upon the scene he had just witnessed. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan quietly manifested, with the Tomo gradually rotating. Concentrating his chakra in his eyes, and aided by his mental fortitude, he soon sensed a warm, comforting sensation emanating from his gaze. Indeed, it proved effective. The long-awaited stirrings of the Sharingan invigorated Jinyang's spirits. He could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in his ocular power, vastly superior to its previous state. With such progress, the prospect of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan no longer seemed futile. After estimating his advancement, a radiant smile blossomed on Jinyang's face. It appeared he need not seek alternative paths to achieve his goals. Given his circumstances, the Manjiki he would eventually unlock would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, surpassing that of a typical awakening, thereby elevating his prowess to new heights. With the Manjiki's stability assured, he could not afford to neglect other aspects of his development. The progress of the Manjiki Sharingan would not consume much of his time, serving primarily as a means of support. Now, all that remained was to wait. In light of this, Jinyang contemplated the cultivation of other skills, not to mention figures like Uchiha Madara, who could disrupt an opponent's plans and prevent their resurrection, but the future Nagato would prove to be a formidable adversary. The might displayed by Pain's 6 paths was evidently a cut above the usual Kage-level elite, showcasing destructive force and capabilities that warranted a classification of Super Kage. At present, Uchiha Madara still draws breath, rendering the revival of Nagato an impossibility. When Madara eventually meets his demise, the Third Great Ninja War will be nearing its conclusion, and Yahiko is likely to have perished at the hands of Hanzo. Given that Nagato and his companions are already several years senior to Shinya, coupled with the legendary Rinnegan, it becomes exceedingly challenging to preemptively eliminate the opponent at this juncture. The mere power of the Manjiki Sharingan is insufficient to contend with them. Thus, Shinya cannot afford to become disheartened, but must instead strive with renewed vigor. Examining the current strongest shadow-level ninjas within the ninja realm. Each possesses at least 2 types of elemental transformations, adeptly executing both form and nature changes, excelling in various advanced ninjutsu, and wielding forbidden techniques as their trump cards, capable of suppressing or even obliterating Genin. This observation provides Shinya with a clear path for development. Ninjutsu comprises 3 essential elements: ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. The potential to develop the Chidori series alongside the family's fire release techniques will suffice for an extended period. As for taijutsu, maintaining a regimen of daily training will be adequate. The crux lies in genjutsu, which will serve as the primary means in the future. With the dual enhancement of mental fortitude and the Sharingan, even the simplest genjutsu in his hands could become exceedingly formidable. Most crucially, powerful ninjas invariably possess a ninjutsu system uniquely suited to them, maximizing their abilities. For instance, Orochimaru's snake-based ninjutsu system, Inoki's dust release system, and Minato's Flying Thunder God technique exemplify this. Identical ninjutsu can yield radically different effects in the hands of different practitioners. It is not merely the strength of the ninjutsu that defines a ninja's prowess. The Flying Thunder God technique, wielded by Minato, becomes a battlefield reaper, While in the hands of lesser practitioners, it may serve only as a mere teleportation array. This is the reason for constructing one's own ninjutsu system. Xinjiang has already attained the rank of Jonin, possessing an abundance of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. To advance further, he must integrate these techniques, ultimately choosing or creating those that suit him best. Naturally, the focus is primarily on illusion techniques, and with the assistance of a super-frequency state, Xinjiang can develop unique illusions of his own. Time flies, and more than a year has swiftly passed. At the end of the 43rd year of Konoha, under the leadership of Jiraiya, the Konoha ninjas successfully repelled the invasion of the Cloud Ninjas at the borders of the Land of Fire, ushering in a brief period of peace. During this time, sporadic skirmishes occurred, yet no full-scale offensives emerged, allowing Konoha a moment to breathe. 8 months later, flames of war reignited on the battlefield against the Cloud Ninjas. In this battle, Minato Namikaze encountered the AB duo in the wild, valiantly facing 2 adversaries without faltering, earning the moniker of the Yellow Flash throughout the ninja world. Concurrently, the Hidden Mist Village launched a surprise assault, dispatching troops from the eastern coast to invade Konoha. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans detected and intercepted them, requesting support from the village to repel the Cloud Ninjas decisively. In response, Konoha mobilized ninjas from Orochimaru's faction for assistance. Seizing the opportunity, Inoki launched a fierce offensive in the Rock Ninja battlefield. Due to insufficient manpower to withstand the assault, within merely 5 months, the Konoha forces were compelled to retreat from the Land of Grass back to the borders of the Land of Fire, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Lord Xinjiang, please proceed to the central tent at once. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, there is an update. Initially, my intention was to write some side stories featuring the protagonist on the Rock Ninja battlefield, allowing for a more natural progression into the Sharingan. However, this approach seemed excessively tedious. Upon seeing some comments expressing dissatisfaction, I contemplated and ultimately decided to eliminate that portion, steering directly into the main storyline in the next chapter. Furthermore, I invite everyone to share their thoughts on which illusions they find most formidable. Chapter 73. The Illusory Sword of True Yang. Very well, you may leave. With a gesture, True Yang signaled the ninja who had come to convey the message to depart. He stored the documents away, and a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Could it be that the Rock Ninjas had launched another assault? Reflecting on this, True Yang couldn't help but lament the striking similarities in the unfolding narrative. It was unexpected that even with his involvement, Konoha was still cornered by the Rock Ninjas to such an extent. The sudden intervention of the Mist Village was a significant factor. At this juncture, Konoha found itself in a precarious 1-against-4. Consequently, a considerable portion of their forces had to be deployed along the borders to prevent enemy incursions. In such circumstances, the utmost priority became to diminish the enemy's numbers. Thus, it was impossible to send troops from the advantageous Cloud Ninja battlefield that could only split their forces to resist. As a result, confronted by the overwhelming numbers of Rock Ninjas, True Yang and his companions had no choice but to retreat. Thankfully, with his addition to the fray, the situation had not deteriorated to a completely passive state, and the losses on their side were not as absurd as depicted in the original narrative. Hastily arriving at the hastily established encampment, he caught sight of an unexpected figure, a ninja with a forehead protector and golden hair. Famously known from the Cloud Ninja battlefield as Namikaze Minato. What could possibly bring Minato to this place? Xinjiang was momentarily taken aback. But he swiftly recalled the events of the Third Great Ninja War, particularly the pivotal moment on the battlefield of IWA Ninja, which was marked by the Battle of Kaminaraman, where the Minato team was tasked with disrupting the logistical line of the IWA Ninja. Considering the current timeline, it indeed aligns perfectly. Time has flown by so swiftly. Upon realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, this war was nearing its conclusion, following the Battle of Kaminaraman. The focus of the IWA Ninja would shift towards the Third Reikage, and at that point, the 2 major ninja villages would no longer pose a threat to Konoha. They would merely need to deal with the remaining Sand and Mist Ninja, and the Third Great Ninja War would officially come to a close. Xinjiang. Given the overwhelming offensive from IWA Ninja, Minato has been dispatched to assist in alleviating the pressure. Your task is to collaborate with Minato's team to accomplish this mission. Observing Xinjiang's expression, Orochimaru's gaze shifted slightly, and a faint smile graced his lips. Minato will provide you with the specifics. I trust you are already quite familiar with one another and can engage in some conversation. With that, Orochimaru returned his attention to the various data spread across the table. The situation on the IWA Ninja battlefield was dire, and as the overall commander, He naturally bore considerable pressure, necessitating constant vigilance regarding the movements of the IWA ninja. Xinjiang, being directly under Orochimaru's command, was well aware of this. And thus he gestured for Minato to step outside. "Minato, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." "Not to worry. I'll have your back from now on." They exchanged glances and shared a laugh. This was, of course, a jest, although it was their first face-to-face encounter. Their rapport was quite strong, thanks in no small part to the earlier collaboration on the Rasengan. "Xinjiang, I am profoundly grateful to you. Had it not been for your assistance, even if I had managed to develop the Rasengan, I could not have accomplished it with such swiftness." Minato absent-mindedly ruffled his hair. Yet the gratitude on his face was unmistakable. The Rasengan significantly augmented his abilities. Its speed and formidable power completed the final piece of the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming him into a true harbinger of demise, the Yellow Flash. It was merely a suggestion on my part. Moreover, since you submitted the development list, I have inadvertently basked in your glory. Indeed, Xinjiang could not help but marvel at the sincerity of this elder brother. Simply articulating the key points of mastering the Rasengan was a trivial matter for someone like him, who had watched the anime. However, upon its completion, when Minato presented it to the village, he noted that it was a collaborative development, effectively designating Xinjiang as one of the co-founders of this ninjutsu. The advantage of this arrangement is that he can unconditionally impart this technique to others. It is crucial to understand that such a pivotal ninjutsu is typically guarded against indiscriminate dissemination. Many ninjas would rather incur substantial costs in other areas to preserve the rarity of their techniques. This illustrates the trust Minato has in him. "What is required of us this time?" After exchanging pleasantries, Xinjiang steered the conversation towards their forthcoming mission. Although he had an inkling of what was to come, he felt compelled to feign ignorance and inquire, "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Minato's smile faded and his expression grew serious. The number of IWA shinobi is exceedingly vast, rendering the village incapable of mustering sufficient combat strength for a direct confrontation. Thus, alternative strategies must be employed. Reports from scouts indicate that the Kaminarikyo Bridge serves as their supply transit station. The ease of incursion primarily stems from the smooth logistics of their resupply. Consequently, the village has resolved to dispatch ninjas to sabotage the bridge, severing their supply line. As he spoke, a flicker of gravity crossed Minato's gaze. This mission diverges from previous endeavors. The Kaminarikyo Bridge is a critical juncture for several logistical routes, and its defensive capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. Given the current situation, it is akin to infiltrating the enemy's rear alone, presenting a high degree of peril. Hence, Minato has been chosen to lead this operation. He has ascended to the ranks of the elite in the shinobi world, possessing remarkable agility, making him the most suitable candidate for such an undertaking. This task is no trifling matter. It appears we must rely heavily on our illustrious Yellow Flash. Undoubtedly, the burden on Lord Shinny will also be considerable. Observing the seemingly languid expression of Shinny, Minato could not help but jest. The young man before him did not appear as innocuous as he seemed. Since the onset of war, Konoha has witnessed the emergence of numerous prodigies across various battlefields, their exceptional performances during skirmishes becoming well known within the shinobi realm. However, the most renowned among them are the twin stars of Konoha. One is the fearsome Yellow Flash, whose reputation has compelled the Cloud Shinobi to issue orders to abandon missions upon encountering him. The other is the Mirage Sword on the battlefield of IWA. The prodigious Uchiha Shinny, who is yet to reach the age of 13. Possessing exceptional swordsmanship and extraordinary illusion techniques, the Rock Ninja is a nightmare on the battlefield, often succumbing to the illusions before realizing life has slipped away. He has previously slain a member of the Shadow Guard and several Jonin. His strength second only to that of the Kage. Due to his age, his ascension to Kage-level power seems almost inevitable, thus he forms a stellar duo with Minato, representing the young generation of Konoha. Come, let us meet my current students, who are also part of this mission. Chapter 74. First encounter with Minato's team in a clearing at the Konoha camp. Obito, you're late again. Kakashi leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, his expression impassive as he watched Uchiha Obito rush in, flustered and wearing goggles. Oh, well, Obito, now promoted to Chunin, was not out of breath. But he opened his mouth to respond to Kakashi. I encountered an elderly lady on the way who needed assistance. The same excuse as always. Kakashi regarded him with a deadpan stare, his eyes reflecting disbelief as he gestured around. Could you perhaps come up with a more believable excuse next time? What elderly lady would be found in a place like this? What do you mean by a more believable excuse? Obito instinctively retorted, but as he processed Kakashi's words, his voice dwindled, brows furrowing in contemplation. Ah, I encountered an injured person and kindly helped them. After all, I aspire to be Hokage in the future. Fool. Dreadful Kakashi. You scoundrel. As the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Rin Noera stepped in to mediate. All right, let us not argue. We are all on the same team, and it's not a big deal if Sensei Minato is late. Her melodious voice immediately brought a hush over Obito, for it seemed that Minato, as their teacher, might not wield as much influence as Rin's words. Hearing this, Kakashi curiously surveyed his surroundings. It was indeed rare for Sensei Minato to arrive late. Could there be some unforeseen circumstance? Just as this thought crossed his mind, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. Apologies for my tardiness. I lost track of time while chatting. It's all right. I just arrived as well. Obito scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit sheepish, and Kakashi shot him a look that conveyed disbelief at his audacity to say such a thing, to which Obito defiantly glared back. Sensei Minato, what is our mission this time? The diligent student Rin began to inquire about the specifics. We will discuss that on the way, but first, I have an important announcement to make. Minato glanced at the seemingly antagonistic pair of Kakashi and Obito, producing a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi, starting today, you will be a J-nin of Konohagakure, just like me. In order to enhance our efficiency in executing missions, I have decided to split the team into two groups, as the strength of Konoha has never been as lacking as it is now. Realizing the implications, Obito pointed at Kakashi and inquired, had we not previously discussed this, Obito? You are to present a gift to Kakashi as well. Indeed. It is Kakashi who leads our trio consisting of Obito and Rin, while I am temporarily paired with Shinya to form a duo. With a smile, Minato handed over the item he held to Kakashi. I shall gift you this, he said, a specially crafted kunai. While it may be a tad heavy with time, it will become exceedingly useful. Thank you, Sensei, Kakashi responded. At that moment, Rin also removed the backpack from her shoulders, rummaging through its contents until she produced a small medical kit. This is what I prepared, a personal medical kit, modified for ease of use. After receiving both gifts, Kakashi turned to Uchiha Obito, extending his right hand. What does this mean? I have no gift to offer you, Obito replied, attempting to mask his unease with a facade of defiance. Admitting to forgetfulness would only invite ridicule from Kakashi, so he resolved to procure a gift after the mission. Ultimately, it was of little consequence. After all, what you offered was of no real utility, mere burdensome trinkets. Honestly, it is astonishing that someone like you could attain the rank of Jonin, Obito exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Kakashi in fury. Gifts? The hell with that. His words are so cutting. Since joining this team, he had endured a barrage of sarcastic jibes from Kakashi, and to add insult to injury, Rin, whom he cherished, seemed to orbit around Kakashi. This existence had become intolerable. As the scenes from the anime unfolded before him, Xinjiang could not help but let out a chuckle. Why must Kakashi be the captain, Lord Minato? Surely, I am capable as well? His laughter drew Obito's attention, who immediately turned to Minato with a look of earnest appeal. Being fellow Uchiha, he was well aware of Xinjiang's reputation, especially given the formidable name he had carved out on the battlefield. Their interactions, however, had been few. Yet, at this moment, as long as it was Kakashi leading, anyone else would suffice. That won't do, Minato replied, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Obito. This mission is of utmost importance. No matter what circumstances arise, you must adhere to Kakashi's commands without deviation. Kakashi, a ninja of remarkable reliability, needed no concern. The death of the esteemed White Fang had imparted a heightened seriousness towards missions. Rin was also one to follow orders. Yet the only source of unease for him was Obito. The perilous nature of infiltrating enemy territory was substantial, and this time, he would not always be able to protect the trio. Should any mishap occur, the consequences could be dire. I understand, Obito responded, feeling the weight of Minato's gravity for the first time, reluctantly lowering his gaze. Xinjiang had not anticipated that his first encounter with Minato would lead them to participate in the later renowned Battle of Kanabi Bridge, accompanied by the Howling Winds. The five of them traversed the forest, swiftly making their way towards the rear of the Rock Ninja. To his left sat Lin Yawahara, while to his right were Obito and Kakashi. Obito, now a Ch-nin, had not shed his incessant chatter, especially when caught between Lin and himself, where his glances were laden with unspoken sorrow. Lin's face was adorned with 2 strokes of purple paint, and her exquisite features radiated a smile that was truly infectious, leaving Obito in a daze. Hey, Uchiha Shinyu, you better not steal glances at Lin-chan. Despite being aware of his opponent's strength, Obito hesitated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. All right. With no intention to argue, Shinyu smiled and nodded, as if to soothe the child, leaving Obito feeling as though his words had struck nothing but air. What nonsense are you babbling, Obito? Silence yourself. We are about to leave the land of fire. Lin. Obito attempted to protest further, but upon meeting Lin's gaze, he quickly covered his mouth, acknowledging her unspoken command. Once they entered the enemy's territory, the danger would significantly escalate, a basic understanding that Obito was not oblivious to. A day later, at the forefront, Minato Namikaze halted his steps, prompting the others to cease their movements as well, alertly surveying their surroundings. All right, from this point onward, we will split up. Kakashi, Obito, Lin. Remember to remain vigilant against the enemy at all times. Chapter 75, Supporting the Frontline Troops. Xinjiang, our upcoming mission will not be an easy one. According to the intelligence relayed by the Konoha ninjas, the IWA ninjas are currently pursuing them under the leadership of the Eastern Dead. In truth, the task assigned to Minato was not solely to sever the supply lines. It also involved providing assistance to a squad besieged by the IWA ninjas. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to operate separately. Xinjiang was aware of this situation, yet one aspect left him perplexed. Given Minato's current prowess, dispatching a few ninjas should pose little challenge. In the original narrative, Minato effortlessly dispatched 50 IWA ninjas in a mere blink of an eye. Thus, why was his presence still deemed necessary? Xinjiang believed that Minato was acutely aware of the considerable peril faced by Kakashi and the others. If he insisted on Xinjiang accompanying him, it could only imply one thing. A problem had arisen. With my current capabilities, dealing with dozens or even hundreds of ninjas poses no difficulty. However, the reports indicate that the IWA have mobilized hundreds of ninjas. Even I would find such a challenge daunting. Thus, I must seek assistance from Lord Orochimaru to have Xinjiang come along. Minato remarked, ruffling his hair, his calm tone betraying the gravity of the information. Hundreds of ninjas? How did their numbers swell so drastically? Upon hearing this, Xinjiang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the impression he had left on the IWA ninjas during their last encounter was profoundly significant, prompting such caution. It took me years to reach this level of strength. Good heavens, the reason for this is me? Xinjiang realized the implication of Minato's words. Upon thoughtful reflection, it becomes evident that the past year has left an indelible mark on the memories of the Rock Ninja. Following his promotion to Special Jonin, he came under the direct command of Orochimaru. As the overall commander, Orochimaru typically remained stationed at the camp, unless a large-scale battle erupted. Consequently, Xinjiang also remained at the encampment, ready to be dispatched to any battlefield that exhibited vulnerabilities, serving as a veritable firefighter in the theater of war. Particularly when their forces were dispersed and at a disadvantage, the frequency of missions increased significantly. Support, cover, and various other tasks became a relentless cycle. As the number of operations multiplied, Xinjiang expanded the scale of the ninja troops. In such circumstances, relying solely on Minato proved to be quite the challenge. With so many individuals involved, even Minato could not swiftly resolve matters solely through the Flying Thunder God technique. The consumption of chakra alone would render such endeavors unfeasible. Spatial ninjutsu, utilized countless times, inevitably incurs substantial costs. Minato, being a common ninja, does not possess the exceptional chakra reserves of the Senju or Uzumaki clans. If one were to compare, his chakra levels would only slightly surpass those of Xinjiang. Furthermore, this is merely the simplest of issues. Possessing a vast amount of chakra does not equate to the ability to vanquish foes, as the mental toll is considerable as well. The distinction between confronting dozens versus hundreds is stark. Even slaying hundreds of unresisting pigs would leave one breathless, let alone facing formidable ninjas. Thus, do we possess a plan or strategy of any sort? Xinjiang does not harbor the illusion that his mere presence could enable them to conquer hundreds. Ultimately, his current prowess pales in comparison to that of Minato, at least for the time being. Should the two find themselves besieged by the Rock Ninja forces, they would only be able to endure for a brief moment. Once their chakra wanes, the prospect of fleeing would inevitably arise. I have devised a plan, and I assure you it is foolproof. Now, it is your turn to perform. Minato confidently patted his chest in assurance, then gazed expectantly at Xinjiang. His choice of Xinjiang as an ally stemmed not merely from his formidable strength, but also from the latter's astonishing sensory capabilities, which even surpassed those of the renowned Hyuga clan. I shall give it a try. You keep an eye on the surroundings. Sensing Minato's confidence, Xinjiang refrained from further words, leaving behind a single statement before invoking his secret technique. Spirit transformation technique. Transformed into a spectral entity, Xinjiang soared into the sky. unleashing an invisible wave of spiritual energy that radiated outward in all directions. In this state, his perception was exceptionally formidable, within the vast range of his detection. No living being possessing a soul could elude his scrutiny. None. It appears the situation is rather grim. Under normal circumstances, the ninjas of Konoha should have been within his sensory range, yet their absence likely indicates a shift in circumstances. Immediately, Xinjiang began to sense the spiritual marks, swiftly directing his ethereal form toward the nearest souls he detected. By embedding spiritual marks through the spirit transformation technique, he could reach any target, regardless of distance or prior knowledge of their location, once transformed into a spectral entity, to ensure rapid assistance. He had previously left marks on the elite ninjas scattered throughout the battlefield, anticipating such a scenario. Captain Yuan, we are surrounded by the rock shinobi. What should we do now? In the northwest direction, a leaf ninja whose left arm is drenched in blood reports the dire situation to a ninja wearing a blue headband and sporting a scruffy beard. This individual is none other than the commander of this unit, May Village Yuan. Before he could finish his words, boom, the ground suddenly trembles violently, forcing him to take cover as countless fragments of rock whiz past him. Just hold on a little longer. Lord Xinjiang and Lord Minato will arrive momentarily. Observing that many of the leaf ninjas below are injured, Xinjiang hesitates for no longer and claps his hands together. Spiritual illusion, mental manipulation. This is a genjutsu he has developed, amalgamating the characteristics of spiritualization and illusion, capable of exerting psychological influence without entering the enemy's body. The rock shinobi, taken aback by the release of this ninjutsu, noticeably slow their movements. I'm so tired. With so many of us, surely a little break wouldn't hurt, right? Let's just relax. This group of beleaguered leaf ninjas must be toyed with, allowing them to languish in despair until their demise. Why am I so drowsy? Could it be that I played too long with Maisie yesterday? The rock ninjas, each harboring their own thoughts, collectively slow their offensive rhythm. Phew. Using this technique on so many at once can only achieve a slight alteration, but it should suffice. A hint of fatigue appeared between Xinjiang's brows as he soared towards another direction, resting his hand on the leader of the ninja for a brief moment before swiftly returning along the same path. The rock ninja had already been affected. He needed to hold on. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, and the dwindling chakra within his body surged back, filling Meitsu and Yejuan's eyes with heartfelt joy. At last, help had arrived. His earlier words had merely served to comfort the members of his team. He only knew that Minato and Xinjiang would come, but he was uncertain whether they had come to rescue or to retrieve the bodies. However, the current circumstances clearly indicated the former. Having spent such a long time on the battlefield against the rock ninja, he instinctively recognized the voice's owner. Chapter 76, Battling the Rock Ninja. A minute later, Xinjiang opened his eyes while seated in meditation. What is the situation? Minato, stationed at the original spot, promptly inquired. The situation in the northwest is dire. We must hurry. Why haven't we subdued these leaf ninjas yet? The rock ninja Jonin, Dong Sires, the commander of this unit besieging the leaf, felt a sense of unease upon realizing that his forces had yet to eliminate the remaining leaf defensive troops after such a lengthy engagement. Observing the movements of the surrounding ninjas, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Hurry up! Reinforcements from the leaf are coming." At that moment, Dong Sire's face turned grim. While one might assume that his subordinates were growing complacent after days of battle, the rock ninja had suffered numerous setbacks in this regard. This was precisely the illusion cast by the twin stars of the leaf, the illusion sword Xinjiang. Through a secret technique, the thoughts of the masses were quietly altered, leading them to suffer devastating losses without their awareness. During their initial encounter with this illusionary art, they had already incurred the casualties of over 100 ninjas. Present circumstances unmistakably indicate that the adversary has discerned their location. They could no longer afford to delay. A loud roar from the eastern dead sent a shiver through the hearts of the rock ninjas, compelling their assault to intensify once more. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, amidst the dense forest, stood Minato. Is this truly your plan? He inquired, casting a dubious glance upon the specially crafted shurikens before him. He had anticipated a more developed strategy. Yet now, he was being told to charge in headlong? This seemingly refined individual appeared remarkably impulsive. Hey, isn't this an urgent situation? There is indeed a considerable hope if we combine our efforts and unleash our full firepower. After a thorough explanation, Minato grasped his intention. To put it plainly, the plan relied heavily on intimidation. According to Minato's account, if they were to hurl these shurikens, he could eliminate dozens in mere seconds. This would undoubtedly demoralize the rock ninjas, who had yet to confront the yellow flash. Coupled with the influence of Minato's illusionary techniques, it was highly probable that the rock ninjas would retreat in fear. After all, Minato was a pivotal force on the battlefield. Who could say if reinforcements from the Leaf were en route? Well then, they could only attempt it. Upon reflection, this indeed seemed to be the most viable strategy at present, especially since his butterfly effect had already altered the course of this conflict. The original IWA shinobi pursuers had multiplied several times, and Mei Village's Yek and others were not merely the 4 survivors as depicted in the original narrative. Rather, they still numbered in the dozens, encircled by the enemy. Under such circumstances, any attempt to rescue them necessitated the retreat of the IWA shinobi. If Minato were to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evacuate them, one could hardly guarantee survival against the onslaught of the IWA shinobi. Moreover, the sheer toll it would take on Minato could leave him utterly drained, unable to carry them all to safety. A concerted effort was imperative. Xinjiang swiftly seized several specially crafted kunai, launching them with remarkable speed toward the IWA shinobi. A flurry of kunai soared through the air, colliding chaotically yet landing with precision in various locations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In tandem, a brilliant yellow light darted through the ranks of the IWA shinobi, each flash claiming a life, rendering both Ch-Nin and J-Nin powerless before its might. The appearance of the yellow flash? The IWA shinobi were taken aback, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, and a sense of gravity flashed in the eyes of the commander. Form a defensive circle. Do not allow Namake's Minato any opportunities. Although they were uncertain why this yellow flash, typically seen on the battlefield of the Cloud Shinobi, had appeared here, the IWA shinobi had studied his assault methods. Several ninjas positioned themselves back to back, not necessarily capable of withstanding his attacks, but at least making it more challenging for him to reap lives indiscriminately. The inability to counteract this was a lamentable reality faced by the current shinobi world in the presence of this spatial ninja. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he was in an invulnerable position, unbeatable among equals, invincible against the lesser. The sole means of restraining the adversary lies in placing the ninjas of Konoha in peril, compelling them to refrain from fleeing, and subsequently exhausting them through the cost of lives. Upon receiving the command, the rock ninjas immediately huddled together, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling scream emanated from the battlefield's edge, capturing the attention of several rock ninjas. Phantom Blade style, instant. Several afterimages materialized, and in an instant, deep gashes appeared on the necks of a few rock ninjas, who collapsed to the ground with expressions of disbelief. The distinctive attire of a fan, the vivid crimson of the 3 tomo, and various unmistakable traits revealed the identity of the intruder, Uchiha Xinjiang. In the confrontations with Konoha, it was this individual who repeatedly thwarted their plans, signifying the formidable prowess of the opponent. Often, one would unwittingly succumb to the illusion. An experience that struck the rock ninjas with a shock comparable to that of the yellow flash, perhaps even surpassing it. For when faced with the phantom blade of Xinjiang, one sometimes could not even comprehend the manner of their demise. With a crackle, the Kusanagi sword in Xinjiang's grasp became enveloped in lightning-infused chakra, the intertwining arcs of electricity vividly visible along the blade. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside a rock ninja, the Kusanagi sword, swirling with lightning, suddenly slashed forward. The speed of this strike was astonishingly swift. So rapid was it that the rock ninja could not discern the trajectory. The chakra-laden blow cleaved him asunder. Without hesitation, Xinjiang surged into the ranks of the rock ninjas, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning incessantly as he transformed into a streak of azure light, weaving through the battlefield. Nearby, the ninjas attempted to employ their ninjutsu to thwart the movements of Xinjiang, yet they were unable to match his speed, resulting in a complete failure. Not far away, Xinjiang's figure reappeared beside an Iwagakure Jonin, greeting him with a swift strike. With a sharp sound, the Jonin was cleaved in twain, yet curiously, no blood flowed. Instead, he transformed into 2 impeccably smooth stones. Several dozen meters away, the form of the Jonin rematerialized, a flicker of panic in his eyes as he hastily formed hand seals. However, in the next moment, a pair of spinning Sharingan abruptly manifested before him. The Iwagakure Jonin froze in place, his almost completed ninjutsu motion stilled. Just as he uttered a syllable, a crimson line appeared from his shoulder to his abdomen, followed swiftly by a violent eruption of blood, his body fracturing and collapsing to the ground, his consciousness plunging into darkness. Lord, Yemu, how could this be? Tomorrow morning, I must undergo testing, followed by an interview in the afternoon, so I will likely not have time to write. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 77, The choice of Madara Kagawa Yamu was indeed the Awagakure Jonin who had been slain. With considerable skill and prowess, he had garnered a notable reputation among the IWA ninjas. Yet, to witness such a ninja fall before their eyes, almost without the capacity to retaliate, was unfathomable. If even a renowned ninja with a certain standing in the shinobi world could perish at the hands of Uchiha Jinnyang, then what fate awaited them? The corpse continued to spout blood, and the death of Jiang Yuanyemu evidently impacted the surrounding IWA shinobi, coupled with the clandestine soul fluctuations that quietly spread. Some IWA shinobi began to exhibit diminished fighting spirit, retreating with cold sweat on their brows. Without lingering too long, Jinnyang sprang into action once more, executing a series of diverse techniques with a mere flick of his hand, showing no signs of restraint, thus disrupting the formations of numerous IWA shinobi. At that moment, Meitsuan Yejian, who had already been informed of the impending reinforcements, seized the opportunity to lead the remaining Konoha forces towards Jinnyang's position. "Lord Dongshiren, what shall we do?" inquired an IWA shinobi nearby. Observing the two figures on the battlefield, one clad in yellow and the other in blue, Dongshiren's expression darkened considerably. As an elite jonin of Awagakure and the commander of this operation, he discerned that the two combatants were exerting their full strength. It appeared that the IWA shinobi were temporarily unable to counter them. However, such a situation could not persist for long, as Jinnyang and his companion would soon deplete their chakra, thereby maintaining Iwa's advantage. Yet, Dongshiren's thoughts were more complex than that. Firstly, it was impossible for them to intercept the two, as they possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Based on intelligence reports, escaping with a few individuals posed no challenge. If Namikaze Minato and his companion were to feign strength, he believed they would not be foolish enough to remain if the situation turned dire. This meant that the maximum achievement they could hope for would be the lives of a mere handful of Konoha shinobi. However, allowing the two to continue their onslaught would undoubtedly result in greater losses for the IWA forces, rendering the situation decidedly unfavorable. Furthermore, should reinforcements from Konoha arrive, specifically a contingent of ninja led by the esteemed Minato and Namikaze from the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja, the dynamics of the battlefield might very well undergo a transformation. Particularly in light of the significant losses inflicted upon the Cloud Ninja by Konoha recently, it is conceivable that Konoha, now enjoying a strategic advantage, might contemplate such a maneuver. Retreating this time could be considered fortuitous for them. After weighing the pros and cons, the Eastern Dead, recognizing the futility of continuing the conflict, resolved not to persist further. Eliminating this faction of Konoha forces would only result in greater casualties for their own side, potentially leading to devastating losses. Victory seemed elusive. In such circumstances, engaging in a futile struggle offered no benefits and could tarnish their reputation within the village. Opting to cease hostilities would allow for a timely mitigation of losses. They sought not glory, but rather the avoidance of blunders. Having ascended to his current position, the Eastern Dead understood this principle well. A singular act of valor would not elevate him further, yet a grave misstep could readily bring him down. Moreover, upon analysis, there seemed to be no tangible gains to be had, quite clearly a losing venture. Who would willingly take on such a task? The command from the Eastern Dead was swiftly disseminated among the Rock Ninja forces, and the battle-hardened warriors, already shaken by the earlier carnage, voiced no objections as they promptly retreated. The gamble had succeeded, extracting the sword embedded in the chest of a Rock Ninja. Jinnyang surveyed the surroundings with a sense of relief. Though he understood the odds of success were high, it was only upon witnessing the retreat of the Rock Ninja that he felt a weight lift from his heart. The disparity of forces, two individuals facing hundreds, was indeed stark. And had they encountered a particularly obstinate opponent, Jinnyang and his companion would have had to contemplate a hasty escape. Do not be deceived by his seemingly invincible demeanor on the battlefield. In truth, his chakra reserves are nearly depleted. Is he handsome? It is the chakra that grants him such allure. The Kusanagi sword in his grasp still crackles with lightning, as Shinya, with a stoic expression, gazes intently at the retreating IWA Nin. Only after they have left his perceptive range does he thrust the sword into the ground and take a moment to rest. His gaze inadvertently drifting to a certain spot, momentarily flickering. In a shadowy cavern, an elderly figure clad in a dark robe sits upon a stone chair, his back resting against a colossal statue connected to several tubes. Madara, the young man you have taken an interest in may prove challenging to handle. The Genjutsu Master Shinya and the Yellow Flash have already repelled the IWA Nin, and they will likely rush to provide assistance. A peculiar figure resembling a pitcher plant suddenly appears. The information conveyed prompting the elder to open his eyes. It is none other than Uchiha Madara, who now relies on the outer pass golem to sustain his chakra and, consequently, his life. His gray-white hair and wrinkled visage betray his advanced age, yet the potency and ferocity still emanate from his crimson eyes. IWA. That fool Anoki has truly made no progress, he muses, a frown creasing his brow as he contemplates the unforeseen complications with his previously selected pawn. His time is running short. Uchiha Obito was meticulously chosen from the Uchiha clan as the perfect piece in his grand strategy, destined to be his executor after his demise and a pivotal figure in the resurrection to come. Why not choose Uchiha Shinyu? Wouldn't he be more beneficial to our plans? This child, who has yet to awaken his Sharingan, appears to possess little talent in comparison. Listening to the incredulous inquiry, Madara shook his head. The true strength of the Uchiha lies in their eye, the embodiment of the soul. Those with purer hearts are more inclined to harness formidable power. Simultaneously, they find it easier to wield such strength. Having survived from the Warring States period to the present, and having evolved the Sharingan to its utmost form, Madara possesses an intimate understanding of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limits. As these eyes mature, he too has become a solitary figure. Go assist the rock shinobi. But be careful not to let the other two perish, they are crucial for Obito's awakening. Yes, the figure of the carnivorous plant melded into the ground. And Uchiha Madara closed his eyes once more to rest. The Eye of the Moon. Chapter 78, The Battle of Kamiyama Bridge. Kamiyama Bridge. Summoning Technique. As the smoke swirled, a dog adorned with a blue forehead protector and clad in matching attire appeared before Kakashi and his companions, looking somewhat bewildered, as if just roused from slumber. Long time no see, Pakken. Oh, it's you, Rin. Do you wish to pet my paw? It's incredibly comfortable. The ninja dog Pakken leaped onto a rock, his nose twitching as he spoke. So many unfamiliar scents. Where are you now? Pakken. Ahead lies the supply center for the rock shinobi. Go scout the approximate number of personnel. Please, so it is, I will take care of it. These words instantly rendered Parker serious, and after a few leaps, he vanished from sight. Kakashi and his companions drew their weapons, cautiously advancing forward. It appears that Konoha has indeed sent someone, but aren't three mere children a bit presumptuous? In a corner unnoticed by Kakashi and the others, the Iwagakure Jonin, Oishi, revealed a playful smile, raising 2 fingers of his right hand. Secret technique, camouflage concealment. With the flow of chakra, Oishi's figure gradually became transparent. This is bad. Parker's summoning has been cancelled. Kakashi, leading the way, changed his expression. The cancellation of a summoning beast indicates an encounter with an insurmountable danger. It suggests they have likely been discovered as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Looking up, a multitude of bamboo sticks surged towards the trio, their pointed tips glinting ominously. Fire release, great fireball technique. In response, Obito swiftly formed hand seals and exhaled a fireball to intercept them. The bamboo sticks collided with the fireball, cascading into the river before them and splashing water everywhere. At that moment, the Iwagakure Jonin, revealing his position, charged towards the three. In the next instant, Kakashi engaged him with his ninja blade, White Fang, maneuvering through the dense forest as the sound of clashing metal echoed continuously. Just as the two were engrossed in combat, a sudden cry from behind startled them. They turned to see Noara Rin being held captive by an IWA ninja, appearing unconscious. Rin. Without waiting for Kakashi and his companion to react, the duo of Daisher and Hogwang vanished from sight. Although in the world of ninjas, those who violate regulations are labeled as worthless, it is evident that those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. Since we are all deemed worthless, I shall choose to defy the rules. If anyone claims that such individuals are not true ninjas, I will confront those so-called ninjas. Subsequently, following the classic confrontation between Kakashi and Obito, the two made their way towards the Kaminari-Gwashi, prepared to rescue Lin Noara. On the front line, Xinjiang and Minato were leading the remnants of the ninja forces towards the borders of the Land of Fire. This group of Konoha ninjas was battered and bruised, their stamina nearly depleted after consecutive battles. If left to return on their own, they would likely suffer casualties from encounters with rock ninjas along the way. Xinjiang thought to himself that once they traversed this stretch of land, the chances of encountering rock ninjas would significantly diminish. At that point, he would provide support to Kakashi and escort the elite ninjas of the village safely home. To conserve his strength, Xinjiang remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, as they were still in peril and could not afford to waste even a fraction of their energy. Upon reflection, it became apparent that in the original narrative, without him, these two missions would have essentially been accomplished solely by Minato. Minato's directive for Kakashi and his companions to sever the supply lines seemed somewhat unrealistic, given the vast disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves. As a vital logistical supply line for the Rock Shinobi, the forces stationed at the Kamikaze Bridge are undoubtedly numerous. Furthermore, the timing of Kakashi's promotion to Jonin is rather intriguing, coinciding precisely with the day of the mission. This naturally invites speculation as to why such an elevation occurred at this juncture. With Minato departing for a support mission, the trio of Kakashi faces the dilemma of leadership. Only a Jonin can command a small team, which is why Kakashi was hastily elevated to this rank. Although Kakashi is a renowned prodigy in Konoha, his accomplishments still fall short of the true Jonin standard, as evidenced by his encounters with the 3 Jonin from Iwagakure, which were quite strenuous. He narrowly escaped a lethal counterattack from a stone shinobi and could only engage in passive defense against the camouflage techniques of Ishii. During his confrontation with H-Ka, his white-toothed short sword was severed, and he relied on the Sharingan in conjunction with Chidori to turn the tide. In reality, the missions executed at the Kamikaze Bridge and the front lines were primarily undertaken by Minato himself. Initially, he annihilated 50 Iwagakure shinobi, only to subsequently return to rescue Kakashi's team, effectively decimating the enemies at the Kamikaze Bridge. A more pragmatic interpretation would suggest that Minato never truly intended for Kakashi's team to accomplish this task. Their genuine mission was to provide the Flying Thunder God coordinates. Equipped with these, Minato could traverse between 2 locations in a brief span, denying the Rock Shinobi the opportunity to regroup. It remains uncertain whether Minato could save Obito following the unforeseen changes, which seems rather dubious. In contrast to the original narrative, this time Minato expended more time, making it nearly impossible to arrive before Obito's incident. Regarding Uchiha Obito, Shin, in fact, pondered whether to extend his aid. For the salvation to transpire, subsequent transformations will be monumental. Firstly, Uchiha Madara will undoubtedly seek out a member of the Uchiha clan, as his current state is akin to that of a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment. The urgency to find a pawn is paramount, otherwise, it would greatly impede his Moon Eye plan. Consequently, even if Shinny could rescue Obito, there would still be the emergence of water and fire, making it implausible for him to ensure that all Uchiha clansmen remain beyond his adversary's grasp. Should Madara redirect his focus towards him, however, it could lead to an advantageous ascendancy. Feeling the abundant strength coursing through his eyes, Shinny could not suppress a smile. The kaleidoscope is tantalizingly close. At this juncture, if he could infuse himself with a few of Hashirama's cells and impart some forbidden techniques along with yin-yang release, upon Madara's demise and his own activation of the kaleidoscope, he could swiftly seize Black Zetsu while it remains unsuspecting. Utilizing the small toad from their previous collaboration on the Rasengan, he could summon the couple, Minato and Kushina, allowing Black Zetsu to experience the most enigmatic sealing jutsu of the Naruto world. This narrative would be effortlessly navigated. Without such occurrences, subsequent events would be rendered moot. He would merely need to cultivate his strength to invincibility, transforming the Naruto world into a mere routine for him. However, it is highly probable that he will not be the chosen one. Madara seeks individuals who possess a pure and innocent mindset, to put it simply, those who are easily deceived and manipulated. In light of this scenario, the selection of Obito as a pawn becomes a favorable option for Shinny. Kamui is indeed formidable. At times, the abilities derived from a kaleidoscope seem more grotesque than those of the Rinnegan. Yet, after Obito relinquished one of his eyes to Kakashi, he is left with merely a single kaleidoscope. The remaining right eye possesses the primary ability to transport the body or parts of it into an alternate space. It can also transfer objects that it touches into this other realm. In contrast to the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye, this ability places greater emphasis on defense. Its threat level is not as formidable as one might imagine. There is no need to wait until the tumult of the Nine Tails incident. His Manjiki should be capable of activation by then. With the knowledge of intelligence, Jinyoung could easily ensnare Obito in Jinjutsu, incapacitating him without any opportunity for the latter to activate his Anachi. When it comes to ocular prowess, he has never feared any Sharingan of the same caliber. Nor does he worry that Obito can withstand his illusions. Compared to other Uchiha who awaken unknown Manjiki abilities and must test their opponent's skills, Jinyoung believes it is far more prudent to have a thorough understanding of one's adversary. Moreover, his acquaintance with Obito is merely superficial, while trivial gestures may be manageable. The prospect of incurring a cost to rescue a stranger does not align with his character. However, Jinyoung now realizes that there may be a more advantageous course of action. Chapter 79. Perhaps you will be more ruthless several hours prior. as the five travelers journeyed onward. After departing from the borders of the Land of Fire, the number of rock ninjas surged exponentially, and Xinjiang and his companions frequently encountered small squads of them. Just moments ago, yet another team had set their sights on them. Is she dead? As he gazed at the rock ninja girl lying motionless on the ground, her chest stained with blood, a complex expression flickered in Obito's eyes. Such an injury would ordinarily prove fatal for any normal person. As Xinjiang drew forth the Kusanagi sword, a fresh surge of blood gushed forth, saturating the girl's upper body in crimson, while the soil beneath her transformed into a dark red hue. Observing this, Dato remained silent for a considerable time before finally forming hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball that consumed the body of the Iwnin girl entirely. As a ninja, one should comprehend that the remains of an enemy ninja possessing unique abilities should be collected and entrusted to specialists for study, facilitating the unraveling of techniques from rival villages. This is a regulation within the village. Xinjiang did not impede Dato, but merely offered a verbal reminder. His curiosity piqued as he observed the other. This Iwnin girl wielded a technique of invisibility, undoubtedly linked to the Iwa's elite Jonin, Oishi. However, physical invisibility held no sway before Xinjiang. Under his perception, the girl approached boldly, poised to strike, when he decisively thrust the sword through her. Uchiha Xinjiang, do you believe we will perish? The somber words echoed in his ears, illuminating the reason behind Dato's actions. Such sentiments are commonplace on the battlefield, undoubtedly a reflection of the loss of life, compounded by the ever-present dance between existence and oblivion that one experiences in such dire circumstances. Death is an inescapable reality, especially when one comes to realize their ordinariness. Merely another among countless ninjas. At this juncture, confusion often ensues. Should one survive, their resolve may be fortified. Yet failure to endure may signal the capstone of their ninja career, with many choosing to forsake that identity altogether. I am uncertain. Yet your words suggest that death is likely imminent. The implication is whether one can attain immortality. Despite your current superiority, let us refrain from uttering nonsense, shall we? With a retort, Obito felt a slight lift in his spirits. I simply cannot fathom why everyone engages in such brutal warfare. Is it not preferable to joyfully grow alongside companions? Persisting in conflict will only exacerbate the situation. There stands a youth, shielded by goggles, his eyes still gleaming with idealism and possessing a tender, sensitive heart, capable of feeling sympathy even for adversarial ninjas. Yet, Masayoshi does not entirely endorse this kindness. An abundance of compassion, at times, can transform into a sharp blade that harms those nearby. Masayoshi never boasts of his benevolence. Rather, he frequently reminds himself to be ruthless and merciless. The better facets of his being are reserved for family and friends, while he faces his enemies with coldness and indifference. If one day you discover that what you hold most dear has vanished, perhaps you will become even more ruthless. Listening to Obito's reflections, Masayoshi gazed at him thoughtfully. Obito cast a furtive glance at Rin in the distance, opening his mouth to speak but unable to find the words. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to disperse the images in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible, as if to reassure himself, or perhaps to affirm a long-held belief. Obito's tone was remarkably resolute. I shall become Hokage and bring an end to war. I aim to usher in a peaceful world. While interrupting may seem inappropriate, do you not sense a certain ethereal quality in your aspirations? Have you genuinely contemplated concrete and effective actions? What should one do when faced with such an insurmountable situation? In the past, when expressing such sentiments, Rin and Minato would always offer encouragement, and even if Kakashi maintained a detached demeanor, Obito attributed it to his character. However, the words of Shinya pierced through his heart like a sharp blade, leaving him in a state of confusion. Indeed, what should he do? The mere thought of Rin's potential demise was too much for Obito to bear. Whenever he contemplated such a scenario, the only solace he could find was the hope of becoming a formidable ninja capable of protecting those dear to him. Yet, the unavoidable truth lay in the lengthy transitional period ahead. Those who know their own circumstances are often the most aware, and Obito understood that, given his displayed talents, achieving this goal would be exceedingly difficult. What should I do? With no answers in sight, Obito turned his hopeful gaze towards the individual before him. Uchiha Shinya represented the strongest of their younger generation, destined to become the foremost Uchiha in just 2 years. He must possess the knowledge of how to confront such challenges. Given Obito's current state, rapid enhancement could only be achieved through unlocking the Uchiha's ultimate power. Ultimate power? Noticing Obito's perplexed expression, Shinya smiled as he unveiled the secrets of the Uchiha clan. reasoning that Obito would inevitably learn these truths after being revived by Madara. He was merely providing early insight. The crux of the matter was to articulate the sacrifices involved. Upon reaching the third tomo of the Sharingan, it could further evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, granting one power rivaling that of the Kage, albeit at the cost of losing something most cherished. Upon hearing the preceding words, the light in Obito's eyes gradually ignited, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and joy. However, the subsequent remarks plunged him into a state of fury, and he bellowed, "What sort of power is this? What use is it to forsake all that one has gained? I would rather not possess such power. What are you two discussing?" In the distance, Minato and his companions, tasked with clearing the other rock ninjas, approached. Rin, noticing the seemingly earnest conversation between Obito and Shinya, inquired with curiosity. And nothing. As he observed Rin's expression, memories of a certain scenario flooded his mind, causing Obito to awkwardly turn his head away. Really? Obito seems rather peculiar today. Rin's face displayed a look of bewilderment, as it was not characteristic of him to appear so unbothered. This guy is just shy. He recently sought my counsel on Uchiha techniques, stating his desire to protect the one he cherishes. Shinya provided a cover for Obito while subtly assisting him, sensing the gratitude emanating from his friend. Oh, so that's it. Being of the Uchiha clan, their discussion of ninjutsu seemed entirely plausible to Rin. And upon hearing the latter remark, her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at the indifferent youth, Kakashi, beside her. It seems you still have a long road ahead of you. If you ever find yourself in such a situation, seek a secluded place to contemplate seriously, and heed the call of your heart. After patting Obito on the shoulder, Shinya whispered a few words in his ear before walking over to Kakashi, engaging him in some conversation and giving him a pat as well. Having resolved the matter with the Rock Ninja Squad, they set forth once more. Chapter 80. The Development of Spiritual Marks. Thud, thud, thud. Attuned to the incessant sound of footsteps echoing in the vicinity, Kakashi and Obito remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Seizing a moment of distraction, the concealed rock ninja, Daisher, stealthily approached Obito from behind, delivering a swift strike. Kakashi, realizing too late, Obito turned around, only to feel warm droplets staining his face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it, finding his hand smeared with vivid crimson. His gaze shifted forward, where he noticed a streak of blood emanating from Kakashi's left eye. Hastily, he rushed to support his comrade. In a bid to shield him from the onslaught of the rock ninja, Kakashi had sacrificed his vision. Beneath his protective goggles, tears welled in the corners of Obito's eyes as he stood silently, rooted in place. Observing this poignant scene, Daisher, the rock ninja, showed no mercy, once again cloaking himself to launch a surprise attack. Just as the second ambush was about to succeed, Obito swiftly pivoted, thrusting his kunai into Daisher's chest. How was this possible? The searing pain radiating from his heart forced the taciturn rock ninja into visibility, his eyes wide with disbelief. Glancing down, he beheld the two tomos slowly manifesting in Obito's gaze. Ah, so that was it. I was careless. With the mystery resolved, Daisher collapsed, lifeless. At this juncture, the medical kit that Rin had previously provided proved invaluable. After a brief treatment, the duo proceeded to the cave where Rin was imprisoned. Thereafter, Kakashi and Obito joined forces to confront the Rock Village's elite shinobi, HK, with Kakashi and the two tomo activated and Obito's Sharingan working in tandem. Even the seasoned Nin found himself bested after a fierce exchange. As the two rejoiced in the rescue of Rin, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The earth release, rock lodging collapse. It appeared that the seemingly deceased Hkage had risen again, employing his jutsu to initiate the cave's collapse. Ah, it seems there is no need for my intervention. However, considering the unpredictable nature of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it is prudent to exercise caution. In a secluded corner that remained unobserved, Obito keenly monitored the commotion within the cavern, his hand pressed firmly against the earth. Simultaneously, as Kakashi sprinted alongside him, his foot unexpectedly slipped. When serenity returned to the cave, a classic scene had unfolded. Kakashi, did you not receive a gift? I have thought of something to present to you. Rest assured, it is not without value. The Sharingan is now yours. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after Kakashi ventured into battle, the surrounding rocks began to tremble once more, leaving only Obito and Rin within the cavern. Rin, what is it? Obito inquired. Hearing the sound of her sobs nearby ignited a surge of emotion within him, compelling him to express his feelings. Yet, he ultimately suppressed this impulse. You and Kakashi must live well. Hurry and go. He sighed, recognizing that in his current state, he would only burden Rin further. Perhaps those two truly were meant for each other. After all, he had only just begun to forge a bond with that guy, Kakashi. In the end, he had not confessed to Rin. Mere seconds later, the remaining half of Obito's body, devoid of sensation, was pinned beneath the rubble, consciousness fading into darkness. The mission would be complete upon their return. Deep beneath the rocks, the earth was quietly taken away, unnoticed by any of the present ninjas. Xinjiang, had it not been for you and Lord Minato this time, we might have perished in battle. Please feel free to call upon me whenever needed. Yequan gazed at the distant Konoha camp, his face illuminated by an uncontainable joy of having narrowly escaped death. Uncle Yequan, you are too kind. Assisting is the duty of a Konoha ninja. Besides, you taught me so much back in the land of grass. I feel I owe you far more. Your temperament is quite unlike that of an Uchiha. Leave the hand over to me. You should go and rest, Yequan replied. Very well, thank you, uncle. Without further insistence. Upon entering the camp, Xinjiang detached himself from the group and made his way directly to his resting quarters. The earlier battle with the rock ninjas had drained him significantly. And after having run back from the front lines with dozens of others, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, despite his strong mental fortitude. However, upon entering the tent, Xinjiang did not rest immediately. Instead, he performed a series of hand signs and retrieved several chakra seals from his ninja tool pouch, placing them around him. Heavenly cover barrier. A barrier wall materialized within the tent before swiftly becoming transparent. Having followed Orochimaru for so long, he had learned a variety of diverse techniques, which, it must be said, proved quite useful, much like this celestial barrier, which can be established through the arrangement of chakra seals to protect those within. The chakra seal is akin to a detonation seal, serving as a unique ninja tool that stores chakra instead. This invention, crafted by Orochimaru, possesses considerable limitations and is not as widely applicable as the detonation seal. Once prepared, Xinjiang executed the spirit transformation technique. It was not so much about his destination as it was about observing certain changes. Chronologically, Obito should have already been interred. The moment he transformed into his spiritual entity, he sensed the presence of 3 souls in the direction of the land of grass. One soul shone brilliantly. Another was somewhat dim, and the last flickered as if on the verge of extinguishment. It appeared that everything was proceeding as anticipated. Currently, the remaining Konoha ninjas in the land of grass consisted only of a few from Minato's team. Aside from Rin, the other 3 had received Xinjiang's soul imprint. Among them, Minato was the one who voluntarily received the imprint, which was the most conventional of the marks. With this imprint, Xinjiang could perform a variety of long-distance support tasks, a fact well understood by Minato, who had already entered the inner circle of Konoha. As for Obito and Kakashi, their imprints were left during physical contact on their journey, which would prove crucial for Xinjiang's future plans. With the extraordinary state of superfrequency, a skill akin to sudden enlightenment, combined with the knowledge generously imparted by the master of forbidden techniques, Orochimaru, Xinjiang's progress over the past year has been nothing short of remarkable. This advancement is not only reflected in his immediate combat capabilities but also in his mastery and development of numerous peculiar secret arts. Beginning to resemble a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, one whose diverse tactics render him a formidable adversary. For instance, what initially served merely as a mark for positioning has, through continuous development, evolved to allow the retention of a portion of spiritual energy, which can be released to conjure illusions or inflict direct harm when necessary. The matters concerning the IWA Shinobi battlefield should come to a close. Next, we have the Suna and Kiri Shinobi to contend with. Given the current state of the Suna, they are likely to choose surrender, leaving only the Kiri to address. The primary force on the Kiri battlefield is the Uchiha clan. It seems a visit there is essential to manage subsequent affairs. No one is watching. I wonder if this is the end of the line. Chapter 81. Returning to the village. Xinjiang-kun, are you prepared to return to the village? Upon gazing at Xinjiang before him, Orochimaru found himself momentarily lost in thought. Over the span of more than a year, this talented Uchiha youth had become his invaluable aide, not a disciple in the traditional sense, yet surpassing one. It could be said that even his genuine disciple, Akane, had not enjoyed such favorable treatment. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Currently, the IWA Shinobi are unlikely to instigate further conflict. My clan is engaged in fierce combat with the Kiri Shinobi, and I am preparing to provide support on the Kiri battlefield. Several days have passed since the Battle of the Shinmabikyo, and after the cessation of logistical supplies, the IWA Shinobi have ceased their advance and have begun a large-scale retreat. Consequently, the Konoha ninjas stationed in the camp are left bewildered. However, Xinjiang is well aware of the circumstances. Anoki is likely preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Kumogakure. Moreover, given Orochimaru's lack of surprise, it seems that Konoha may have also been involved. Very well, since that is the case. You shall return to the village alongside the Watergate class. It is rather difficult for the brilliant Lord Xinjiang to part with you. The ninjutsu you entrusted to me has already undergone some modifications. I anticipate significant progress by our next meeting. Oh, what an unexpected delight. Mastering the art of spiritual transformation has indeed proven beneficial for the study of souls. Thus, I shall await promising news. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an undeniable fervor. That technique involves the connection and transformation between spiritual and physical powers. If successfully refined, the longevity secret he envisioned would hold promise. Speaking of which, Lord Xinjiang, who do you believe will be the fourth Hokage? Just as Xinjiang was about to leave the tent, Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed behind him, laden with profound implications. The consensus within the clan supports Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. Pausing in his steps, Xinjiang did not conceal the Uchiha leanings. This had already been communicated to his uncle, Uchiha Chuan, after meeting Minato. Furthermore, the current clan leader, Fugaku, shares this intention. And the Uchiha clan had long since unified their stance. Are you not concerned that revealing such candidly to me might jeopardize the election? As he spoke, Orochimaru licked his lips, gazing over with keen interest. I am not worried about that. Given Lord Orochimaru's character, he would not resort to such actions. Moreover, with the military achievements and connections you have amassed during the two great ninja wars, your chances of becoming Hokage appear to be significantly greater. Why did Lord Xinjiang choose Minato Namikaze? This inquiry piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Over the course of a year, their relationship had evolved into a profound bond of mentorship and camaraderie. Initially, he believed their perspectives were aligned in mutual independence. However, Xinjiang's previous statement indicated support for Minato. Orochimaru possessed a deep understanding of Xinjiang's character. The only plausible explanation for such a choice was the conviction that he himself stood no chance of victory. I surmise that Lord Orochimaru does not have the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage. At the moment this thought crossed his mind, Xinjiang's response swiftly followed. Although Lord Orochimaru appeared to be in a position of advantage, he overlooked a critical factor. Or perhaps was reluctant to acknowledge it. The higher echelons of Konoha do not wish to see him become the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and the smile on his face gradually faded, revealing a hint of disdain, yet beneath it lay a sense of resentment. One must concede that the current generation of leaders has become decayed, ensnared by the allure of power. Such leadership does not desire the emergence of a formidable figure to supplant them, including your mentor, the third Hokage. The political capital and network accrued from two wars have instead become formidable obstacles. Moreover, some old rats lurking beneath the surface continue to indulge in their delusions. While Minato Namikaze, who has only recently emerged, is perceived as the most suitable candidate due to his relatively weak foundation, Lord Xinjiang's knowledge appears to surpass my expectations. Are you suggesting that I relinquish my aspirations for the position of Hokage? Upon the forthright revelation of his predicament, Orochimaru's expression softened slightly, as he eagerly anticipated how his interlocutor would persuade him to relinquish that emblem of authority. Although the position of Hokage may seem trivial, it could significantly aid his research. Does Lord Orochimaru not find certain matters more intriguing than the Hokage title? For instance, assisting Konoha in eradicating its decayed roots, or perhaps ensuring that the third maintains his resplendent image. Haha, how fascinating, truly fascinating. At these words, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. His gaze ablaze as he regarded the figure of Xinjiang before him. Today has brought forth an abundance of surprises. I shall await the auspicious tidings from you, Lord Xinjiang. After a considerable time, Xinjiang emerged from Orochimaru's tent and joined the long-awaiting Minato's team as they embarked on their journey back to the village. Along the way, the absence of one individual rendered the group devoid of its previous vibrancy, with each member silently making their way. Indeed, fate can be capricious. The legendary Yellow Flash, renowned for his speed within the shinobi world, had only been late twice in his life, once during the rescue of Obito and once during the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident while saving Kushina. Yet, tragically, both instances of tardiness came at a grievous cost. The trio's spirits were low, and naturally, Xinjiang spoke little. Thus, they returned to the village they had departed nearly 2 years prior. Brother? In front of a house in the Uchiha clan area, 5-year-old Uchiha Shursui gazed in astonishment at the figure that had suddenly appeared, exclaiming with delight as he dashed forward. Little Shui, at such a tender age. You are already trying to act like an adult? As he watched the little fellow suddenly halt in front of him. Xinjiang gently patted the back of the child's head and pulled him close, affectionately ruffling his hair. Shui attempted to push Xinjiang away, albeit without exerting much force, and then feigned resignation, halting his efforts. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's ancestral pride was evident. I shall share this delightful news with mother. Do remember to come over for dinner later, brother. After chatting with little Shui for a while, Xinjiang stepped into his home, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Home truly felt comforting. Upon returning, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him, a sensation unknown in the outside world, especially on the battlefield where vigilance was paramount. The interior was immaculate, indicative of regular cleaning, likely by his aunt, Uchiha Yanghua, who often found herself home alone. After placing the Kusanagi sword on its holder against the wall, Xinjiang took a refreshing bath and donned the classic Uchiha attire before heading next door. Brother, you regale me with tales of your exploits on the battlefield. Everyone claims you are the most formidable genius of our clan. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the news, Uchiha Yanghua had prepared an extravagant feast to welcome Xinjiang home. However, shortly after taking a seat, the little one snuggled closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. After all, this was his brother. Chapter 82, Reunion. Shui, refrain from causing a ruckus. Your brother has only just returned. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Yanghua would not voice any objections, even welcoming the playful mischief, as Xinjiang's guidance would foster Shui's growth. Yet, after nearly 2 years apart, it was paramount that they all sit down together in tranquil camaraderie to share a meal. Don't worry, Andy. Shui is still young, and it's perfectly natural to be curious about these matters. As Shui instinctively leaned towards him, Xinjiang gently shielded his younger brother and began to recount some amusing tales from the battlefield, causing the little one to burst into laughter. It is no longer the Warring States period. At the tender age of 5, it is inappropriate for him to be exposed to such heavy topics. He should focus on growing and learning in peace. A lack of understanding of the world can lead to extreme reactions when confronted with these issues. Indeed, this is precisely the case with Itachi Uchiha. The fact that he could bring himself to slay his entire clan, including his own parents awaiting their fate, is something Xinjiang cannot accept, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, both Fugaku and Makoto Uchiha were very caring towards Itachi. Shui, remember to always protect your father and mother. They are the ones who love you most in this world. With this thought in mind, Xinjiang spoke earnestly. Yes, not only will I protect mom and dad, but I will also protect my big brother. Shui responded, initially puzzled, but soon adopted the demeanor of a little adult, declaring loudly, yes, our Shui is the strongest. The innocent expression on his face created a delightful contrast, causing both Xinjiang and his aunt to chuckle. Auntie, since Shui has begun his training, let me teach him during this period. Sensing the chakra fluctuations within Shui, Xinjiang realized that he had already undergone some training. In large families, it is a common practice for those with abundant resources to nurture the children within their lineage in advance. Techniques such as medicinal baths are employed to refine their bodies, followed by the impartation of chakra extraction methods. This form of cultivation not only allows them to surpass ordinary ninjas at an early stage, but also lays a solid foundation for their future, granting them a higher potential. Very well, I shall inform Fujimi, so I leave little Shui in your capable hands. Uchiha Fujimi, a jonin of the Uchiha Kawashiro clan, is primarily tasked with the protection of Uchiha Hanabi and, in turn, the guidance of young Shui. However, when Xinjiang voluntarily offers to take Shui along, Hanabi naturally consents. Recognizing her nephew's superior capabilities and his adept mastery of the legacy from his father, Uchiha Kagami, the afternoon sun shines brightly, casting a warm glow over the early spring landscape of Konoha, which had previously felt somewhat chilly. The comfort of the gentle warmth envelopes the surroundings. Behind Hokage Rock, a small stream meanders through the woods, its surface glistening in the sunlight, revealing an array of fascinating stones beneath the water. Accompanied by the soothing sound of the flowing stream, instilling a sense of tranquility. A girl of exquisite beauty sits by the stream, her chin resting in one hand as she idly tosses small pebbles into the water, creating delightful splashes. Where could Xinjiang be? That infuriating fellow, abandoning me for 2 years. I shall ignore him for a week upon his return. Perhaps that is too long. 6, 5, 3 days. Yes, 3 days of silence towards him. With black hair and crimson eyes, it is none other than the recently returned Yuhi Kurenai. Half a month ago, She returned to the village, yet the anticipated reunion did not materialize. Xinjiang remained on the battlefield. Brother, what are you preparing to teach me? Jishui, you have only just begun your training. First, focus on mastering the Uchiha throwing technique, and be diligent in your practice. The sound of a child's inquiry echoed through the forest, causing Hong to pause momentarily. It was uncommon for anyone else to be training here. Typically, it was just a few members of their small team. Then, a profoundly familiar voice reached her ears, prompting Hong to spring to her feet. Initially filled with confusion, her expression soon transformed into astonishment and joy as her once tranquil heart became a tangled mess of emotions. It couldn't be wrong. He had returned. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong dashed towards the source of the voice, quickly spotting a small figure focused intently on a target with a kunai in hand. Standing beside him was Xinjiang, who smiled and extended his hand toward her. Brother, who is she? Jishui, engrossed in practicing his throwing technique, suddenly sensed a profound stillness around him. Instinctively, he turned to look, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. Oh no, brother is going to be lost to me. A cry from Hong, who had been running swiftly, caused her to halt abruptly. Right, I just said to ignore this fellow. The presence of others, combined with her earlier decision, compelled her to stop, tilting her head away. Humph, I'm angry now. This is the kind of anger that cannot be soothed. Just as she paused, Hong felt a force pulling her towards it, and she found herself crashing into a warm embrace. Hong, I have missed you so much. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a wave of warmth brushed against her ear, causing her heart to skip a beat and a tingling sensation to envelop her entire being. The subsequent words made her cast aside her previous thoughts in an instant. I too. 2 years had elapsed, and Hong had undergone considerable transformation, most notably. The baby fat on her face had vanished, lending her a beauty that surpassed mere cuteness. Sure Sui, you should call her sister Hong. She is your brother's girlfriend, said Xinjiang, introducing the two. Upon hearing Xinjiang's words, Hong felt a flush heat her cheeks as she pressed closer to his chest, while Sure Sui remained morose at the side. Sister Hong. Hello, he greeted in a muted tone before turning away to practice throwing. Xinjiang, does little Sure Sui dislike me? A tinge of worry crept into Hong's previously joyous demeanor. Even before stepping inside, it seemed one of the family members already harbored an aversion towards her, a rather unfavorable omen. The little one is throwing a tantrum, after all. You did steal someone else's brother, Xinjiang remarked nonchalantly. He was not particularly concerned, for he was quite adept at soothing children, having done so since their youth. Seeing Xinjiang's calm expression allowed Hong to relax slightly, her gaze following his to a tree nearby. There, she spotted a snow-white rabbit, albeit in a rather peculiar stance. Standing upright with its hind legs on the ground and its front legs spread apart, surrounded by an array of shuriken, rendering it motionless. Its entire body trembled slightly, and the fear was palpable in its small eyes. What a sweet little rabbit. Upon witnessing the scene, the figure with crimson eyes brightened, swiftly advancing to rescue the creature. Grasping it by the nape, they cradled it tenderly, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Xinjiang. Would you fancy a rabbit's head? It is quite delectable. Alas. The rabbit nestled in their embrace seemed to comprehend Xinjiang's words. Seizing the opportunity when the red-haired individual was distracted, it leaped free and scampered away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Xinjiang, it is your fault for startling it. Such an adorable little creature. Why would you wish to eat it? Xinjiang merely smiled, remaining silent. Half an hour later. Red, does it taste delightful? Indeed, it is quite delicious. I apologize, my mindset faltered yesterday. The workload has been overwhelming, compounded by my slow typing speed, just over 1,000 words in an hour. Essentially, all my time after work is consumed by writing. And I must also utilize my lunch break the following day to make revisions. In a moment of despair, I entertained the notion of giving up. However, I shall endeavor to complete this book. Chapter 83. The Competent Brother in the Enchanted Forest. Red's silhouette vanished, and from Xinjiang's perspective, a colossal tree suddenly emerged behind him, ensnaring him. However, before Red could launch an offensive once more, he sensed that the illusion had been dispelled. No more fighting. The Sharingan is too cunning. Gazing into the depths of the crimson eyes, Red ultimately relinquished his grasp on the kunai, conceding defeat. Almost immediately, warmth spread across his face. Is that truly so? We were so close to success just now. Do not. You always say that, merely seeking to take advantage of me. After numerous failures, Hong has come to a clear realization that her illusions are utterly ineffective against Xinjiang. What a pity. Xinjiang, still yearning for more, licked his lips, his face awash with disappointment, a gesture that undoubtedly provoked Hong's bashful fists. Hong must remain vigilant when encountering ninjas skilled in ocular techniques. For such illusion-type ninjas will find them particularly challenging to contend with. In response, Hong nodded thoughtfully. The contest with Xinjiang was entirely unlike any previous battles, enlightening her on the ninjas that could restrain her. Under normal circumstances, one affected by illusions may not only struggle with the possibility of breaking free, but would also require time to form hand seals to disrupt their chakra flow or resort to self-harm to forcibly escape the illusion. It is during this moment that she could launch an attack. However, Xinjiang, with the formidable resistance of his Sharingan against illusions, dismantled her Jinjutsu almost instantaneously. Frankly, it was somewhat revolutionary to her understanding. The gap between us continues to widen suddenly. Hong felt a wave of melancholy. Illusions are a source of pride for the Hinata clan. Her father is among Konoha's most esteemed Jinjutsu masters. Yet, Hong now comprehends that the current situation arises from Konoha's higher-ups' disdain for the Uchiha clan. Ninjas possessing the Sharingan inherently possess the potential to excel in Jinjutsu, easily reaching the limits of ordinary individuals like herself. And there are likely many Uchiha ninjas who surpass her father's prowess. My Hong is already quite formidable. Among her peers, few possess the same level of strength as Xinjiang. Do not fret too much. I am merely an exception. They will, to varying degrees, still be influenced by illusions. In response, Xinjiang reassured the girl before him. Under his guidance, Hong has now attained the prowess of a seasoned nin and has learned a considerable amount of illusion techniques from Gujie, enhancing her strength significantly. Among her contemporaries, the only ninjas capable of consistently overcoming her are Kakashi and Guy. The former requires no elaboration, as he holds an undeniable advantage in strength. Had he not faced numerous setbacks, he would have likely ascended to the level of a Kage long ago. Guy, on the other hand, possesses the 8 Gates technique. Once activated, it renders him unmatched in speed against ninjas of similar rank, thus minimizing the efficacy of illusions. Furthermore, from the 4th gate onward, he must endure constant pain, compounded by the chaotic and uncontrollable nature of his chakra, rendering most illusions ineffective against him. As for others, none can maintain a steady upper hand against Hong, including himself. For it is conceivable that she may one day surpass them. Xinjiang spoke the truth. His ability to dispel illusions instantaneously relies chiefly on the formidable power of his Sharingan, a level of ocular prowess not possessed by all. Given his current mental acuity, Xinjiang's eyes can be regarded as the most potent of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, unmatched even when compared to Uchiha Madara's original. Upon hearing these words, Hong felt invigorated. Indeed, there is no basis for comparison with this individual, as it would only lead to one's own frustration. After all, Xinjiang is already acknowledged as a formidable force in the outside world, not merely a genius, but a powerhouse who has transmuted a portion of his innate talent into tangible strength. Turning her gaze, Hog's eyes fell upon a distant silhouette. At merely 5 years of age, is it truly necessary to impose such a rigorous training regimen upon him? Children, after all, require ample physical activity to dissipate their surplus energy. When left to their own devices, they tend to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Xinjiang believes that the plan devised for Zhishui is quite appropriate. In the mornings, he engages in the study of ninja theoretical knowledge and hand seals at home, while in the afternoons, he climbs trees to enhance his chakra control and practices the Uchiha throwing technique. In the evenings, he receives moral education. This arrangement seems sensible. Although it appears extensive, it does not impose significant physical strain and should not adversely impact his future. A week has elapsed since their return to the village, and Xinjiang has chosen not to hasten towards the battlefield of the Mist Ninja. Compared to the Cloud and Rock Ninjas, the combat prowess of the Mist Ninja can only be described as lacking. There is no need for undue urgency. After 2 years of warfare, should he not indulge in some respite? It is not that he is merely seeking pleasure. There are 2 primary reasons for his delay. Firstly, there remains a considerable interval before Obito succumbs to darkness, as he must wait until Madara has adapted to his new body before orchestrating Rin's abduction. The precise timing eludes Xinjiang, prompting him to decide to wait until Kakashi and his team are engaged in a mission to avoid missing the opportunity. This period also affords him the chance to prepare. Secondly, Zhishui is at a pivotal age for guidance. At this stage, he cannot discern right from wrong. Should Xinjiang fail to nurture him properly, his younger brother may easily be led astray in a couple of years. Furthermore, given their shared ideology with Uchiha Fugaku, the relationship between their families is amicable, and Zhishui has already had preliminary interactions with Itachi. According to the natural course of events, Shisui and Itachi would soon become friends. And at that point, both youngsters would inevitably develop skewed perspectives. This was unacceptable. These two little ones were meant to be his designated aides. In the future, as he assumed a more laid-back role, he counted on them to shine and contribute. They could not be swayed away. Employing a strategy of fatigue coupled with ideological reconditioning, he had little doubt that the third generation could not brainwash his own brother under his very nose. Observing the weariness etched upon Shusui's youthful visage from a distance, Xinjiang chuckled softly. Shui, once you master the art of throwing, I shall impart to you the swordsmanship of our family. I have vanquished many Jainin with it. By enticing him with the allure of benefits, he demonstrated the essence of strategy. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Shusui's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, and he diligently resumed his training. The prospect of wielding a sword technique capable of felling Jainin was immensely appealing to a young boy just embarking on his journey of cultivation. Thus, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Xinjiang bid farewell to Hong and escorted Shui back home. The little one had softened somewhat in his attitude towards Hong, perhaps having come to terms with the inevitability of the situation. Of course, to appease the temperamental Shui, Xinjiang also promised to teach him his unique ninjutsu, Chidori, and its subsequent derivatives once he was sufficiently adept in chakra control. In truth, Xinjiang had always intended to pass these techniques down to Shui, as he was, after all, his younger brother deserving of affection. However, it was advantageous to exert a bit of influence beforehand. After all, Shui remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 84. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan Now. He stood merely a step away from attaining the status of a Kage, and after all these years, he was finally poised to take that monumental leap. After 12 years in this world, on the cusp of standing at the pinnacle of the ninja realm, Xinjiang's emotions surged with excitement. His current strength had reached a certain threshold. He lacked neither secret techniques nor ninjutsu. The primary limitation to his growth lay in his age. Under normal circumstances, with another year or two of development, Xinjiang would effortlessly step into the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. However, he now possessed a more expedient method. Entering the training room at home, Xinjiang skillfully set up several barriers for early warning and protection before settling down to regulate his breathing. An hour later, feeling an unprecedented state of well-being, he summoned forth a mental power vastly superior to that of an ordinary ninja, directing it towards his eyes. Indeed, Xinjiang was preparing to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Since mastering the art of spiritual transformation, he had been experimenting daily in tandem with his growing mental strength. It was only after the Battle of Shinmoabiku that he finally sensed the state akin to his previous breakthrough. This indicated that he was now capable of activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, due to the uniqueness of the Manjiki compared to the ordinary Sharingan, Xinjiang had restrained himself until now, aiming to enhance his mental power further before embarking on this breakthrough. As the mental energy surged within him, his eyes grew warm and slightly itchy. The restraint he had practiced for days began to bear fruit, and he soon sensed a transformation occurring within his eyes. The entire process was remarkably effortless, entirely unlike awakening the ultimate power rumored to belong to the Uchiha clan. Had there been an observer present, they would have clearly witnessed the three tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, ultimately forming an uncanny pattern. He had succeeded. At the very moment the pattern transformation was completed, Xinjiang felt an exhilarating surge in his ocular power, as if boundless, while his chakra also experienced a notable increase. After a brief period of acclimatization to the changes brought by his eyes, Xinjiang rose and approached a mirror within the room. The original three tomo extended outward, intertwining to form a more intricate pattern that shimmered with an otherworldly radiance. He had finally awakened his eyes. The activation of the kaleidoscope signified Xinjiang's instantaneous transition from an elite Jainin to a shadow-level powerhouse, positioning him among the foremost ranks of the current ninja world. Moreover, he was not merely a weakling among shadow-level warriors. Even before awakening, he possessed strength just beneath that of a shadow, and the sudden surge in ocular power upon activation was sufficient to breach the threshold of the shadow level. Not to mention the ocular techniques contained within the kaleidoscope. Hiss, why does it feel like this is my true advantage? Upon sensing the capabilities of his eyes, Xinjiang inhaled sharply. His two ocular techniques were rather extraordinary. This was advantageous, as those preparations that would have required considerable effort were rendered unnecessary after the kaleidoscope was activated. After pondering for a moment, Xinjiang employed a summoning technique. Bang! A small snake materialized before him. He took out a scroll and inscribed a few sentences, placing it into the snake's mouth. This was not a message intended for Orochimaru. Several months prior, under the latter's guidance, he had signed the summoning scroll of the Dragon Cave. successfully obtaining a Sanctum-level summoning beast. This also allowed him to swiftly connect with numerous individuals. A few minutes later, within the central tent of the Sand Ninja battlefield, feeling a surge of inspiration, Gu Jie summoned a small serpent, a communication-type spirit beast previously sent by Zhen Yang. With this little creature by his side, he could effortlessly ascertain the situation of his apprentice. It was precisely for this reason that he had chosen to send Hong and Kai back to the village. What was this young man up to? Had he squandered the old man's efforts? Upon receiving the uncoiled scroll, although Gu Jie expressed his grievances, a flicker of delight appeared on his face. Based on his understanding of Zhen Yang, the absence of necessary preparations indicated that a superior solution had been discovered. This was indeed preferable, especially considering that Zhen Yang's original plan was perilously fraught with danger. It involved one of the 5 great ninja villages, which, despite its recent decline, remained too formidable to approach alone. After transmitting the message, Zhen Yang retrieved another scroll filled with information, beginning to revise and elaborate on it. This scroll contained specific implementation strategies for the forthcoming plan. Initially, he had anticipated achieving a strength on par with that of a Hokage. However, the capabilities of the kaleidoscope were uncertain. The Sharingan, known as the Eye of Reflection, would mirror the deepest desires of one's heart. Zhen Yang had contemplated this, yet could not guarantee its accuracy. Thus, he refrained from hastily executing his plans and resolved to wait until the activation of his eyes before making further decisions. The scroll was densely inscribed with numerous details, and had anyone approached Zhen Yang, they would have witnessed his ongoing modifications to the scheme. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Restoration. As an individual plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Zhen Yang found it intolerable to consider the risks of blindness associated with the kaleidoscope. Therefore, the Eternal Kaleidoscope was deemed absolutely essential. After such a prolonged period, he has come to a clear understanding of the intricate relationship between the Sharingan and spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual force, the more potent the ocular abilities of the Sharingan. With his boundless spiritual energy, Zhen Yang believes he could even unlock the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. In essence, the Sharingan is a form of Yin release, albeit a more complex construct. However, once his spiritual power reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, these challenges would become considerably easier for him. Yet, the time required for this journey is extensive, thus he must rely on some external assistance. The method to awaken the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan involves replacing a blood relative's Meijiki Sharingan while already possessing one. The closer the blood relationship, the greater the probability of success. This process not only enhances the Meijiki Sharingan, but also compensates for the inevitable blindness that accompanies its use. Zhen Yang harbors certain speculations regarding this. Sasuke, after transplanting Itachi's Sharingan, has yet to employ the formidable Jinjutsu Tsukuyami, suggesting that the 2 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan do not fuse but rather that one serves as a sacrificial offering. This implies that the inherent power of the sacrificed eye is imparted to the recipient, thereby augmenting their own Sharingan abilities, possibly containing some unique energy. If it were merely the former scenario, it would not pose a significant issue. After all, the ocular prowess of a typical Meijiki Sharingan wielder may be unattainable for others. Yet to Zhen Yang, it merely represents a difference of 2 years. No matter what, his Meijiki Sharingan should not succumb to blindness within that time frame. However, Zhen Yang leans towards the latter theory, positing that there exists a certain special energy among the Uchiha bloodline. Otherwise, why would the eyes of a relative be imperative? To unravel the enigma is quite simple. One merely requires a pair of familial Sharingan to discern the underlying secrets. Given Zhen Yang's character, he would naturally refrain from inflicting harm upon his kin. So, what course of action should he take? Fortunately, he is aware that there exists another pair of blood-related Sharingan within the village. In Chapter 85, Are You Not Jealous?, we encounter the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. Zhen Yang quietly murmurs this name. If memory serves him well, his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, had his eyes in the possession of this individual, who had sustained no injuries to his own during the Second Great Ninja War. However, following the establishment of Root, Danzo's right eye became shrouded in bandages, concealing a Sharingan within. During the tenure of Senju Tobarama as Hokage, the Uchiha clan harbored no rebellious intentions, primarily due to their inability to contend with the power of the Senju. After the clan's annihilation, Kakashi was the only one publicly known to possess a gifted Sharingan, which illustrates how well the Uchiha clan safeguarded their ocular heritage. It is noteworthy that for those not of Uchiha blood, wielding the Sharingan becomes a burden, which is another significant reason for its protection. As for the origin of Danzo's Sharingan, the deduction leads us back to Uchiha Kagami. Although Kagami was a staunch supporter of the will of fire and deeply cared for the village, he would never resort to harming his own clan. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the support of certain Uchiha ninjas. Danzo's ambition to acquire a Sharingan from the Uchiha would thus encounter the formidable obstacle of Kagami, who at that time wielded limited authority. Hence, the only viable solution was to seize the opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Kagami. In Jinyang's eyes, Danzo must meet his demise. Even if one disregards the fact that he has usurped a pair of Sharingan from Jing, the persistent feeling of being coveted does not sit well. Danzo's survival renders it difficult for Jinyang to find peace of mind. Although he poses no immediate threat to Jinyang himself, the safety of his numerous friends and family cannot be overlooked. Danzo's prowess in the realm of ninja awareness is unquestionable to achieve his objectives. He remains indifferent to the ethics of his methods, employing every means at his disposal. The decision not to confront Danzo immediately stems from Jinyang's reluctance to depart from Konoha, a place filled with familiar faces and delightful experiences, far more appealing than the life of a wandering rogue ninja. Nevertheless, he has begun to contemplate his path, which is also an integral part of the Uchiha revitalization plan. It will not be long before his time comes. Sensing the distant, ever-brightening souls, Jinyang smiled, realizing that Madara must soon take action. Meanwhile, within the shadowy confines of a cave, the resolute Obito, ignoring Madara's temptations, is engaged in push-ups and other exercises to acclimatize himself to this new body. Kakashi, Rin, I will soon return to you. With this mindset, Obito felt a surge of strength coursing through him, compelling him to persist in his training. The following day, Shursui, take the day off today, go spend time with Itachi. Really? The little fellow, all geared up from early morning, lifted his head, eyes brimming with joy. Ultimately, Jishui is merely a 5-year-old child, endowed with the exuberance of youth and accompanied by an elder brother, a detail not present in the original narrative. Observing this, Jinyang smiled and nodded. The pursuit of cultivation necessitates a balance between rigor and relaxation. Otherwise, it may adversely affect mental development. It is best for a young sibling like him to grow up joyfully for the time being. As for other considerations, they can be addressed in due course as he matures. Moreover, if Jishui's day is filled to the brim with a rigorous training regimen without any moments of respite, both he and Itachi risk losing a cherished companion. Coincidentally, Jinyang had matters to attend to today. Jinyang, today we shall explore all the delightful spots in the village. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Hong eagerly tugged at Jinyang, urging him to walk faster. Accompanying Hong on her shopping spree was the task at hand. Since their reunion, she had longed for a chance to wander the streets alone with him, but only now, with the persistent young Jishui finally absent, was that opportunity presented. There was no need to rush. The day stretched ahead with ample time. Shopping, it seems, is an innate talent of women. Whenever they stumbled upon a shop, they would eagerly venture inside to browse, select, and ponder, and by midday, they had only traversed 3 streets. Jinyang found himself questioning whether it was truly feasible to explore all of Konoha in a single day. Tsunade-sama has returned to the village. What? Princess Tsunade is back? Let us hurry and see. Sitting in a chair within the shop, Jinyang's ears perked up at the distant clamor outside. Rising, he stepped out to the entrance. Tsunade has returned? It appears the conflict on the battlefield of Suna is nearing its conclusion. With her exceptional medical ninjutsu, Tsunade has the prowess to incapacitate an enemy before a battle even begins. Hence, throughout the Third Great Ninja War, she has been leading medical ninjas on the front lines. Since the situation above may allow her return, it is possible that the Sand Village has already dispatched someone to make amends, thus avoiding a resurgence of hostilities. With keen eyesight, Jinyang spotted a blonde woman walking ahead, her presence accentuated by the breathtaking mountain scenery, ever-changing yet captivating. Any ordinary man would be unable to resist glancing in that direction. It is a matter of instinct. Humph. A cold huff from beside him snapped Jinyang back to reality, revealing a tense yet enchanting face. It's almost noon. Shall we indulge in some wasabi octopus? This was undeniably an awkward moment. How could she emerge so swiftly this time? Grasping the visibly displeased Hong by the arm, Jinyang made his way toward a sukiyaki restaurant, a specialty hot pot of Kanahigakure. Esteemed ninja, what would you like? The proprietor, noticing the fan emblazoned on Jinyang's attire, adopted an unusually courteous demeanor. Fractured innards, congealed blood, entwined tentacles, distorted flora, withered limbs, and fragmented brains, all mingled with crimson fruits. They rolled amidst the clash of red and white, sinking into silence within the blend of yellow and brown. Clear this fog for me, so I may glimpse the truth. I beg your pardon, I did not quite catch that. If not for Xinjiang's traditional Uchiha garb, the owner might have mistaken him for a rival intent on causing trouble. I would like some money intestines, blood tofu, squid tentacles, kelp knots, pickled pork, boiled brain, and tomatoes, a spicy clear broth yin pot, and some sour plum soup with lemon slices. Oh, and my glasses are fogged. Could you assist me with that, please? Removing his spectacles, Xinjiang handed them over to the restaurant owner. This is a gift from Hong for his morning, suggesting that wearing it presents an entirely different style. And he did not take it off. A soft chuckle escaped Hong's lips, but she quickly composed herself as Xinjiang turned his head. Xinjiang had reserved a private room, and soon all the dishes were served. As she gazed at the wasabi octopus before her, Hong's heart began to waver. It smelled so delightful, yet she could not indulge. In the next moment, a pair of eyes met hers closely, their faces nearly touching. They were in a room on the second floor by the window. A gentle breeze wafted in, causing a few strands of the girl's hair to brush against Xinjiang's face, tickling him with a delicate fragrance. Hong's cheeks visibly flushed. In an instant, Xinjiang leaned forward, propping himself against the wall behind the chair, a sly smile adorning his face. Hong, could it be that you are feeling jealous? Hong tilted her head to the side, vehemently denying it. And no, I am not. Observing her crimson face, Xinjiang leaned closer. Are you truly not? Lying comes with its own repercussions. Hong's anxiety surged, her hands gripping the edge of the chair tightly as she shrank back. I really am not. However, she soon felt there was no space left to retreat, yet she stubbornly maintained her stance. But I can't shake the feeling that you are indeed jealous. As Xinjiang inched closer, a hint of confusion flickered in Hong's eyes. Instinctively glancing around, she suddenly flipped him over, pinning him beneath her. How could it have turned around like this when he was clearly in the wrong? At this moment, Hong finally realized what was happening and sounded the trumpet for a counterattack. Is Lady Tsunade beautiful? Xinjiang pondered. Oh no, this girl has caught on. No one is more beautiful than Hong. My beloved Hong is the most exquisite. There was no other choice for Xinjiang but to hurriedly explain. So you have seen? With a shocked expression on his face, Hong tilted her head, mimicking the earlier gesture, propping herself up behind, effectively cornering him by the window. Leaning forward, she was practically on top of Xinjiang, a triumphant smile gracing her features. It should be noted that the original Hong was a boisterous ninja with a penchant for drinking, embodying a mature and confident demeanor. Yet, in front of Xinjiang, she appeared remarkably docile. Before he could collect his thoughts, Hong actively leaned in, her soft, sweet presence enveloping him, leaving Xinjiang momentarily flustered. Had she just kissed him forcefully? This passive sensation felt surprisingly pleasant. All right, the food is nearly cooked. 2 minutes later. It was Hong who first conceded, blushing as she propped herself up. That won't do. After such a long kiss, I deserve to reclaim some interest. No, Xinjiang pressed his hand against her back. Hong's strength was no match for his, and she toppled down again, her mouth silenced. This is your fault. Some of the vegetables are overcooked. A few minutes later, Hong fished out the visibly overcooked greens from the pot, casting a playful glare at the person beside her. Following the earlier commotion, the two had settled into the same row. Red, shall we practice illusion tomorrow? The girl's lips, already luscious, appeared even more radiant after being kissed by the light of the water, making him yearn to savor her sweetness once more. Upon hearing this remark, and combined with Xinjiang's gaze, Red instantly grasped his thoughts, causing her cheeks, which had finally regained their composure, to flush anew. However, it was evident that the temptation was not solely Xinjiang's. In this tumultuous era of warfare, tranquil days seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month has gone by. Xinjiang has had a remarkably fulfilling period, familiarizing himself with the kaleidoscope, refining the secret techniques entrusted by Orochimaru, instructing Shizuku, and practicing illusions with Red. As usual, after making Red's charming face flush in the woods, a dark-clad ninja wearing a fox mask appeared before him. Lord Xinjiang, the third Hokage requests your presence. Very well, I understand. With that, the Umbu ninja departed with great understanding. Oh dear, even with someone here, you still come closer. Xinjiang seized Red's hand and, in a swift motion, stamped another mark with a mischievous grin. What is there to fear? We are not engaged in any illicit activities. Meanwhile, he pondered silently, wondering what the third Hokage could want from him. It was the first time he had been summoned since returning, and given Sarutobi Hiruzen's character and previous actions of bestowing ninjutsu, Xinjiang found it challenging to gauge his attitude. Nevertheless, he clearly did not need to dwell on it. A month had sufficed for him to master the capabilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He felt no pressure facing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Red, I am heading to the Hokage building, and I have entrusted Sure Sway to your care. Should you encounter any peril, utilize the ocular techniques embedded within your eyes. Even within the village of Konoha, one must remain vigilant. The infiltration by a cloud ninja left a profound impression on Xinjiang, although no harm was inflicted upon him. It serves as a reminder that the village is not entirely secure. Consequently, he has inscribed a technique within your eyes using the transcription seal to ensure your safety. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, scrutinized Uchiha Xinjiang before him. It is indeed remarkable that at such a tender age, you have spent 2 years on the battlefield. The kind words from the third Hokage confirmed Xinjiang's suspicions that something significant was amiss. Old Grandpa Gujia had often emphasized the importance of safeguarding the village, declaring that anyone who posed a threat to it should be regarded as an enemy. This was my duty. Upon hearing Xinjiang's reference to Gujia, Sarutobi's expression softened further, revealing that his old friend had indeed nurtured the grandson of Q, whose potential surpassed that of his predecessor. Well said. Sarutobi began with praise before revealing the purpose of calling him forth. You are an exceptional ninja and the future of Konoha. The primary reason for summoning you today involves 2 matters. Firstly, I hope you can assume the role of a leading jonin, guiding a team to investigate the internal circumstances of the Mist Village. Over the years, they have adopted a policy of isolation, and our understanding of them remains limited. Gathering intelligence is crucial for the battlefield concerning the Mist. Furthermore, your military exploits have sufficiently qualified you to exchange for some advanced ninjutsu, allowing you to select suitable techniques for your training. Regarding the position of a leading jonin, Xinjiang did not hesitate to accept, considering it was nearly time for Obito's descent into darkness, and this mission offered ample freedom. As for the selection of ninjutsu, Lord Third, I have yet to fully master the techniques I previously exchanged, so I am not in a hurry to acquire new ones. I shall defer this matter until the war concludes. Indeed, Xinjiang chose to decline. He might have had some interest in the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals, but it appeared that under the Third's oversight, such opportunities were non-existent. Acquiring another forbidden technique would surpass the Third's threshold of acceptance. And as the war was nearing its end, the opposing forces would not allow him to continue gaining strength at such a rapid pace. For Xinjiang, A-rank ninjutsu held little value at this juncture. He was not lacking in techniques of that caliber, and acquiring more would only dissipate his energies. Instead, he would rather contemplate the applications of the Sharingan, as his abilities were somewhat unique, offering vast potential for development. Once he dispatched this group, wouldn't it be more enticing to explore the Book of Seals? Sarutobi Hiruzen readily accepted this proposal. No compensation was required, and he was proactive in his duties, truly the ideal subordinate in Hiruzen's eyes. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the unspoken truth. Every gift exchanged had already been discreetly priced. Chapter 87. Journey to the Hidden Mist Village then. Shall we proceed with your previous team members? Gujia still needs to remain stationed at the Sand Ninja battlefield for a while longer, thereby eliminating the need for acclimatization. Would you prefer to find the missing member yourself? Or shall I recommend someone for you? Upon hearing that even ninjutsu was to be disregarded, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored considerable faith in the will of fire embodied by Xinjiang. His demeanor remarkably amiable. However, Xinjiang declined his goodwill and uttered an unexpected name. Are you certain you wish for this individual? Indeed, it is the third Hokage. Gazing at Xinjiang as he departed, a flicker of perplexity crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. To take along 2 individuals devoid of any innate talent for ninjutsu. Was there a hidden agenda, or was it a testament to his confidence in their strength? The following day, Jishui, your brother is not home. You are the only man in the house. You must heed your mother's words. Do not worry, brother will always keep an eye on you. Ignore the whispers of the villagers, and remain at home to train diligently. Xinjiang sensed the little one's reluctance and gently patted his small head, offering soft words of reassurance while leaving a mental imprint upon him. After meticulously advising on various matters, he finally set forth towards the village's entrance, where he encountered Hong, who had just stepped outside. Xinjiang, what is the nature of this mission? As a ninja, it was not uncommon to face urgent assignments, particularly amidst the tumult of war. Hence, Hong felt no confusion, instead seeking immediate clarity on the situation. We are to gather intelligence on the Mist Village. Engaging in conversation while on their way, Xinjiang and Hong quickly arrived at the village's gate. At that moment, the remaining 2 members of their squad were already awaiting their arrival, clad in identical green bodysuits. Kakashi. Guy, why have you arrived so early? It has been a while since we last undertook a mission. Just the thought of it fills me with vigor. This is the essence of true youth. Upon encountering Xinjiang, Dai cheerfully opened the conversation. The final member selected by Xinjiang was none other than Kai's father, Might Dai. Compared to their initial meeting, Dai's condition had evidently improved significantly, likely due to abundant resources, suggesting that his strength had also ascended. The reason for choosing Dai stemmed from Xinjiang's apprehension regarding unforeseen circumstances. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist might launch a surprise attack on Konoha, and given Dai's character, he would undoubtedly rush to defend, even if Kai were not in immediate peril. Dai imparted the 8 gates formation unreservedly, as he wished to avoid returning to the village only to hear tragic news of his companion's demise after the mission concluded. With Sarutobi Hiruzen overseeing Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen were unlikely to create substantial turmoil. However, among those connected to him, Dai was the most susceptible to misfortune. This was no mere game. One life could not be risked frivolously. Moreover, as the saying goes, a father and son fight side by side. Xinjiang eagerly anticipated witnessing the duo of Kai and his father in battle. In terms of sheer strength, he was confident that he led the most formidable team in Konoha. After the 4 departed the village, Kai excitedly approached. Xinjiang, what urgent mission do we have this time? Having returned after such a long interval and reuniting with Xinjiang, Kai was eager to showcase the fruits of his training. He had made considerable progress with the 8 gates over the past 2 years. No need to rush. This time, the 3rd Hokage has allocated ample time for the task, and there will be plenty of opportunity for you to shine. Ample time. The 3 were left bewildered. Receiving the mission one day and setting off the next hardly seemed indicative of a relaxed timeline. It is primarily concerning that Kakashi and his companions are likely in peril and require rescue. Kakashi? What has happened to them? Kai, who shares a close bond with Kakashi, immediately felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this and inquired urgently. They may encounter a multitude of mist ninjas, and it is crucial to depart swiftly to save them. The initial light-hearted atmosphere dissipated upon learning that ninjas from their village were in danger. Xinjiang led his team towards the direction of the mist village. His urgency stemmed from the news of Kakashi and his companion undertaking a mission, coupled with the movement of their chakra marks. Upon returning to the village, Minato did not rest for long before being dispatched to various locations. Equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique, he held a strategically significant position in the war, making it impossible for the village to overlook his capabilities. Moreover, having accrued notable achievements through 2 ninja world wars, Orochimaru's candidacy for the next Hokage was gaining substantial support. In such circumstances, altering the designation of the 4th Hokage necessitated that Minato accrue as many military merits as possible during this conflict. Otherwise, despite the assistance of individuals like Hiruzen Sarutobi, the remaining Jonin would likely not lend their support. Consequently, the tasks assigned to Minato typically bore a high level of danger. In light of the previous incident with Obito, Minato opted to undertake the support mission alone, without bringing Kakashi and his companion along. A few days prior, Kakashi and his companion had accepted a mission near a village, only for Rin to be abducted by mist ninjas. This unusual occurrence served as undeniable evidence that Madara had made his move. Lord Madara, Obito is now capable of functioning normally. In a shadowy corner, Uchiha Madara gazed intently at the figure before him. What is the current situation of his 2 unforgettable companions? The ninja named Rin Noara will soon arrive at the hidden mist village, while the other, Kakashi, is still en route and should take another half a day. Obito's slightly stooped figure rose from the chair, revealing the Sharingan obscured by his hair. You keep an eye on Obito. I had left some preparations in the hidden mist that should allow him to awaken the Manjiki. Having remained hidden from the ninja world since his prime, Obito had not simply retired to one place during the decades following the battle at the Valley of the End. In his earlier years, he traversed the 5 great nations in search of the secrets inscribed on the stone tablet, leaving behind numerous arrangements along the way to prepare for the future. It was only when his lifespan drew to a close that he returned to this secret base, known as the Graveyard of Mountains. Using the awakened Rinnegan, he summoned the Outer Path Golem to extend his life. However, due to the inability to sever the connection to the golem, Obito lost the capacity to venture outside. Consequently, he began to utilize the golem to cultivate Hashirama cells, establishing a vast underground network through the White Zetsu. This allowed him to gather various intelligence about the ninja world while simultaneously advancing his plans. Obito was quite confident in his arrangements. With Hashirama's demise, no one in the ninja world could rival him. However, upon the successful execution of this plan, he would temporarily depart from the mortal realm, thus ensuring that no errors would occur. Hashirama, I have discovered true peace. In another room, Obito remained oblivious to this, having just completed his training. Lying on his bed and envisioning the scene when Kakashi and the others would reunite with him. As the coldly composed Kakashi displayed an expression of disbelief. The gentle Rin rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, the figure of White Zetsu emerged from the stone wall, interrupting Obito's foolish revelry. I just returned from outside, and the situation regarding Rin and that foolish Kakashi is dire. What has transpired? Upon hearing these words, Obito sprang to his feet, anxiety etched upon his face. They are surrounded by a multitude of mist shinobi. Chapter 88. Timely arrival. Madara once stated that the Sharingan must be paired to unleash its true potential. With Kakashi and I working in tandem, we shall undoubtedly safeguard Rin. Within the forest, Obito, merged with the body of Tobi, sped towards the indicated direction. Meanwhile, in another direction, Shin and the others were also hastening towards the location of Kakashi and his companion. Time seemed to be running short. Back in the village, during a communal meal, he had left a spiritual mark on Rin. In his senses, the marks representing Kakashi and Rin occupied the same position, indicating that Rin had likely been rescued by Kakashi. This suggested that Rin would not survive long in Kakashi's hands. It appeared he must act first. A thought flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, Shin's eyes instantly manifested 3 Tomo, activating the Manjiki Sharingan, as the pattern in his left eye began to whirl. Spirit Transformation Technique. A spiritual entity emerged from his body, soaring towards its destination at an astonishing speed, exponentially greater than before. Shin, your eyes? In the moment the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated, a palpable shift in atmosphere caused a chill to envelop the hearts of the 3 individuals nearby, as if a great terror had descended upon them. Upon realizing that the anomaly stemmed from Xinjiang, Dai and Kai immediately cast worried glances in his direction. Senior Dai, Kai. There is no need for concern. This represents a new evolution of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Xinjiang, with an open heart, revealed the information about the kaleidoscope to them without any intent to conceal the Uchiha clan's ultimate power. After a brief understanding, Dai gazed in astonishment into Xinjiang's eyes. He had never heard of such an ability within the Uchiha, yet it was undeniably an evolution of the Sharingan. With such formidable strength, he feared that he would need to unlock the 7th gate merely to contend with it. To secure victory, he would have to open all 8 gates. Immediately, Dai's expression turned grave. Rest assured, Xinjiang, my son, and I will not divulge this information. Clearly, this was a secret of the Uchiha clan. And Xinjiang's candidness reflected his profound trust in them. They must uphold this trust. No need to be anxious, Senior Dai. I have faith in you. The advantages of befriending individuals like Dai and Kai were manifest at this moment, allowing for a sense of assurance in their reliability. They exuded a fervent spirit, positivity, and an abundance of self-confidence, coupled with unwavering resolve. They were individuals who followed through on their words, held themselves to high standards, and exhibited remarkable self-discipline. With such numerous virtues, it was evident why one could rely solely on their physical prowess to reach the pinnacle of their potential, demonstrating that they were far from merely depending on the so-called 8 gates. As for Hong, there was no need to elaborate. She had already been aware of this news back in the village. The speed of the spirit movement was astonishingly swift, and it wasn't long before the figure of Mist Ninja, along with Kakashi and Rin, came into view. In any case, our priority was to escape back to Konoha. I shall ensure your safety. Kakashi positioned Rin behind him, a sphere of lightning crackling in his hand, the sound of electric currents resembling the chorus of 1,000 birds. Indeed, the Chidori, developed earlier by Xinjiang. As for why Kakashi possessed this technique as well, it harkens back to a prior encounter between the two. Observing Kakashi's silent demeanor, Xinjiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After the traumatic incident of his father's suicide, Kakashi transformed from aloofness to an icy detachment. It was only through the foolishly earnest Obito that he managed to slightly open the door to his reclusive heart, only to have Obito perish shortly thereafter. Subsequently, the kind-hearted Minato and Kushina also fell victim to the chaos wrought by the Ninetales. Nearly everyone he cherished had succumbed. It is no wonder that his innate talent waned, taking him years to ascend from Genin to elite Genin. With those he wished to protect gone, what purpose did strength serve? After Minato's death, Kakashi briefly became a trusted aide to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Overcoming the shortcomings of the Sharingan was not beyond his capabilities. It is worth noting that sealing techniques are akin to a bug in the world of Hokage. No matter the daunting problem or adversary faced, sealing techniques could provide a resolution. Konoha, having exhausted the resources of the land of whirlpools, still harbored a myriad of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, ensuring that sealing a mere Sharingan was not beyond reach. The only plausible explanation is that Kakashi was reluctant to seal away the gift left by Obito. Faced with the misfortunes of Kakashi, Xinjiang felt a pang of guilt for usurping the techniques of others. After completing a mission, a connection was forged. Had they not been acquainted, there would have been nothing to discuss. Thus, under the pretense of admiration for the esteemed White Fang, he proposed an exchange of White Fang's short blade for Chidori with Kakashi as a means of collection. The blade had shattered during the Battle of the Canopy Bridge, rendering it of no further assistance to Kakashi. Moreover, Xinjiang exhibited profound respect for his father, which led to his acquisition of Chidori. That won't do, Kakashi. Rin gazed at Kakashi ahead, her expression momentarily stunned. Having been sealed with the three tails by the Mist Ninja, she was acutely aware of the impending events upon their return to the village. Once they reached Konoha, the Mist Ninja would compel the three tails to rampage, aiming to assault Konoha and alleviate the pressure on the front lines. To this end, the Mist Ninja had adopted a relentless pursuit, driving them towards Konoha. However, a curse mark had been inscribed upon her heart, preventing her from taking her own life. This situation seemed insurmountable. A flicker of resolve crossed Rin's eyes as she thought. Farewell, Kakashi. Just as Kakashi charged towards a Mist Ninja with Chidori in hand, she unexpectedly emerged from the side, positioning herself in front of the enemy. The distance had closed to a point of no return. Kakashi could only watch in horror as Chidori pierced Rin's heart, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Kakashi. Rin's pained, fragmented words caused tears to stream uncontrollably down Kakashi's face. In a frantic dash, Obito burst from the forest, and upon lifting his gaze, he was confronted with an unimaginable sight. Kakashi had killed Rin. In his heart, it seemed as though something monumental had crumbled. As Lin's body fell to the ground, both Obito and Kakashi's Sharingan underwent a simultaneous transformation. The two tomo vanished, replaced by a pattern of a single outer circle connected by three blades, devoid of pupils. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan had awakened. I refused to acknowledge this world without Lin. Obito's body trembled incessantly, culminating in a furious roar. Is this truly Obito's voice? After activating his jutsu and colliding with Kakashi, Lin succumbed to darkness in her pain. However, just as her consciousness was on the brink of fading, an unexpected figure appeared before her, rescuing her from despair. Is that truly the voice of Obito? Chapter 89. Discovering the truth upon recognizing the voice of Obito, Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. Thankfully, I made it in time. Gazing at the slightly ethereal Lin before him, Xinjiang exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded affirmatively. He had hurriedly arrived just as Lin lunged toward Kakashi. Had he been any slower, once Lin showed no signs of life, the only recourse would have been to venture to the sand village to save her. You heard that, didn't you? This fellow has darkened for your sake. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin's face radiated with a brilliant smile, though a slight blush crept onto her cheeks at his subsequent words. It was the first time she had heard Obito speak so candidly. Could it be that Xinjiang also saved Obito? And may I gaze upon the world outside? No, at that time, I lacked such capabilities. Obito was saved as part of someone's ulterior motives. If one wishes to gaze upon the outside world, one must brace oneself mentally. With a simple explanation, Xinjiang extended his hand to rest upon Lin's shoulder, allowing her to witness the chaotic scenes of Obito's descent into darkness. Initially, Xinjiang harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Obito, particularly due to his act of killing his master. However, upon encountering the real person, he discovered that Obito was, in fact, a passionate and remarkably kind-hearted fool. Coupled with the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan, one could surmise the turmoil within his heart. The eye of the mind's reflection, a power awakened, is intrinsically linked to one's deepest thoughts. Obito's subsequent actions elucidate a singular truth. His mental state had shattered. It resembled a game where one is striving to endure and develop, only to turn around and find that allies have already nurtured three formidable champions. What is the point? It's futile. One might as well give up and wait for the next round. Yet life offers no next round. Thus, he resolved to create a world where Lin exists. In later conversations with Obito, Xinjiang became aware of his own biases. Indeed, the darkened Obito had committed unspeakable acts. Yet the situation had not escalated to that extreme. To approach Obito with a rigid perspective would be unjust. Moreover, as he was his kin, there remained a possibility for redemption. Consequently, Xinjiang prepared to extend a helping hand, not only to avert tragedy, but also to alleviate subsequent troubles. Outside, the enraged Obito had unleashed the wood release, penetrating through all the mist ninjas present. Is this truly Obito? Initially feeling bashful due to Xinjiang's words, Lin now gazed in astonishment at the carnage unleashed by Obito. The enigmatic white spiral mask, composed of an unidentifiable substance, along with the wooden spikes piercing through the right side of his robe and the fallen mist ninja surrounding them, left her bewildered. Even the once familiar Sharingan had transformed into a blade-like pattern, and she could not fathom the magnitude of the changes he had undergone. During the battle at the Bridge of the Gods, I had discerned certain clues through the mental imprint left on Obito. Your current predicament has been orchestrated by someone in the shadows, with the intent of awakening Obito's abilities through you. Me? Lin's confusion was palpable as she turned to Xinjiang. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a formidable power that surpasses the ordinary Sharingan, comes at a steep price. The loss of one's most cherished individual, awakened through profound anguish. And what about your eyes? In the realm of the spiritual world, Lin could distinctly perceive Xinjiang in his ethereal form, noticing patterns in his eyes reminiscent of Obito's, prompting her to ask instinctively, "As for me, I am merely an exception." Upon hearing Xinjiang's words, Lin, though unable to grasp their full meaning, refrained from probing deeper into the mysteries. What mattered most at present was Obito's condition. She was not naive. Through their prior conversations, combined with the recent events, she began to understand the underlying reasons. Obito was likely being manipulated by an unknown entity, and her forced role as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails was probably part of their scheme, compounded by the curse seal that prevented her from taking her own life. In order to prevent greater losses for Konoha, she could only choose to perish at Kakashi's hands. At that moment, witnessing this scene would awaken the so-called formidable power within Obito. The current circumstances undeniably reflect a terrifying force. True Son, can you assist Obito? I implore you to save him. With no other recourse, Rin was compelled to seek help from True Son, who had also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Reflecting on the myriad scenes that unfolded, it seemed that every move they made was anticipated by the other party, which was indeed a deeply unsettling revelation. This indicated that the entity behind this manipulation not only wielded immense power in the Land of Water, but also possessed profound understanding of the personalities of the three of them, leading to the present predicament. An adversary capable of such feats was clearly beyond the influence of an ordinary Seichnin like her. Do not fret. My purpose is to rescue the three of you. However, in order to save Obito, it requires your involvement. The extended dialogue with Rin was not born out of True Son's idleness, but rather because remaining a mere observer was the wisest course of action. Obito will be saved, but not at this moment. The fluctuations of the soul continued to spread, and he could distinctly sense Zetsu lurking in the shadows, undoubtedly dispatched by Madara to ensure that nothing went awry. After the awakening of the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu emerged, regarded by Madara as his own creation, earning his absolute trust. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily ambushed in the end. In truth, Black Zetsu is a manifestation of Kagaya Tsutsuki's will, incredibly difficult to eliminate, and endowed with formidable stealth capabilities. Should they inadvertently alarm the enemy, it would become exceedingly challenging to contend with. Furthermore, there was also Madara, whose life hung by a thread. Obstructing one's path is akin to slaying one's parents. Who can fathom whether a person who has lived for so long possesses any hidden tactics? Should Obito discover that his plans have faltered, he might reclaim the Rinnegan and engage in a desperate struggle. That would only add to the complications. Even with the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan, Xinjiang did not abandon his cautious nature. His strategy was to patiently wait for Obito to succumb before executing a well-timed ambush. Moreover, he could allow Obito to benefit from a legacy without cost. As for Obito, Xinjiang initially lacked the confidence to fully persuade him, hence he left a contingency with Kakashi. Should circumstances become dire, he would destroy another Manjiki Sharingan, preventing Obito from assembling the dual Kamui. However, this concern has since dissipated, with Rin as a decisive advantage. What worries could arise from Obito? He should be arriving soon. After vanquishing all the mist shinobi present, Obito lingered momentarily before Rin's lifeless body. Glancing at the unconscious Kakashi nearby, before turning away, he aspired to create a world with Rin. The concealed presence of Ketsu also departed. Once Obito activated the Manjiki Sharingan and underwent a shift in perspective, Kakashi no longer held any value for them. There was no need to regard his fate. Shortly after Obito's departure, Xinjiang finally arrived at the scene with his team members. What has transpired here? The ground was strewn with the corpses of the mist shinobi, each body marred by a gaping wound, staining the earth a dark crimson, a sight both shocking and sobering. Upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi and the pierced form of Rin, they hurriedly rushed over. Rin is dead? Gazing at the wound, Hong was momentarily taken aback. During the gathering with the Watergate group, Xinjiang had brought her along, intending to showcase her presence and provoke the single gentleman. Surely, no one remained without a girlfriend, right? Moreover, the bond among women is indeed peculiar. After sharing a meal, they went shopping together several times. Witnessing a friend with whom she had shared delightful conversations just days prior, lying lifeless before her was a profound shock. No, she can be saved. However, just as the sorrow began to swell within her, Xinjiang's words shattered the moment. Can she truly be saved? Surely, she is beyond help. Noticing Hong's skeptical expression, Xinjiang knelt and reached out. Yes, she is still warm. Do not misunderstand. He was merely grasping Lin's arm as his left eye began to whirl once more. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. With Xinjiang's movements, Lin's pierced heart began to gradually heal, and before long, it returned to its original state. The restored area appearing even more pale and smooth than the surrounding flesh. Do not look. Returning to her senses, Hong recognized the gravity of the situation and covered Xinjiang's eyes with her hand. To be honest, this was not intentional. He was still contemplating their next steps. And in a fleeting moment, he had caught sight of it. He was, after all, a good person, entirely oblivious to notions of ambition or the legacy of Wei Wu. Any decent person would not gaze upon such things. Would this truly allow Lin to survive? After executing this action, Hong curiously leaned in to observe. The prospect of saving someone from such injuries was indeed eye-opening. Perhaps even Lady Tsunade could not possess such remarkable medical prowess? There remained but one final step. At this moment in the realm of the spirit, the essence of Xinjiang rejoined Lin's soul with her body. Once this was accomplished, Lin finally began to stir. Her fingers twitched instinctively, and then she opened her eyes and propped herself up, while Hong hurriedly came forward to support her. How are you, Lin? Feeling better? Lin, still somewhat disoriented from her revival, took a while before finally standing up. Thank you, Xinjiang. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the man before her, having once believed she was doomed, only to be unexpectedly pulled back from the brink. It's nothing. We are all ninjas of Konoha. However, you must remain hidden for a time to avoid arousing suspicion from those lurking in the shadows. Therefore, I have altered your appearance. Lin is the key to Tobi's descent into darkness. If the news of Lin's survival reaches Tobi's ears, Obito's prior schemes would be rendered utterly futile. To ensure safety, it is best for Lin to stay out of sight for now, allowing Xinjiang to reassure this legendary ninja to peacefully close her eyes and rest. The plans for rescuing Tobi and confronting the masterminds had already been thoroughly discussed in the spiritual realm, and thus she nodded in understanding. Curiously, she sought out a nearby puddle to glimpse her current reflection. An utterly ordinary face, combined with her still developing physique, made her blend seamlessly into a crowd. How fascinating. After rescuing Lin, Xinjiang and the others wasted no time rousing the unconscious Kakashi, initiating their escape amidst his bewildered gaze. Soon, the numerous fallen mist ninjas would likely draw attention to the peculiarities of the situation. After half a day, Xinjiang and his companions discovered a concealed cave to rest. After a thorough explanation, Kakashi finally grasped the situation. You are Rin? Kakashi scrutinized the girl in the corner, his face filled with skepticism. Could this truly be the same person? Was the proper use of Chidori intended for cosmetic transformation? Kakashi, I was cursed by the mist ninja, who can manipulate my actions. If I return to Konoha, it will unleash a calamity. As soon as the girl spoke, Kakashi recognized her as Rin. Before he could continue his inquiries, Rin sensed his thoughts and willingly revealed the truth. The mist ninja harbored such intentions. Hearing Rin's words, Hong and the others were momentarily taken aback. If the Three Tails were to rampage in Konoha, which currently lacked substantial defenses, it would set back the village's progress by at least a decade. The mist ninja's scheme was indeed malicious. Xinjiang then candidly shared with those present the origins and developments of the matter. You say Obito is not dead? The usually composed Kakashi, upon hearing this news, momentarily lost his composure and rushed toward him, his voice trembling with urgency. Xinjiang could only sigh. Indeed. Kakashi and Obito shared a profound bond. After receiving the news, he even noticed a change in the Sharingan within Kakashi's eyes. Yes, Obito is alive, however. His current condition is dire. If we wish to rescue him, we must. Those gathered were either closely connected to him or deeply intertwined with Obito. Thus there was no need for concealment. Under his narration, everyone grasped the predicament that Obito had fallen into. With narrowed eyes fixed on the radiant Xinjiang, Kakashi found himself momentarily lost in thought. Initially, he held a rather superficial impression of Uchiha Shinyang, being aware only that he had been the top student at the Ninja Academy. However, the disparity with his peers was minimal, thus he did not pay him much heed. It was only after a series of victories on the battlefield that he began to recognize the formidable strength of his counterpart, regarding him as a genius akin to himself. Now, however, it seemed that he and Uchiha Shinyang were no longer on the same tier. They were mere pawns in the hands of a supposed puppet master. While the latter appeared remarkably self-assured, reminiscent of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As for whether to inform the village, both Shinyang and Kakashi tacitly opted to bypass that step. Since they were aware of the situation, they decided to rest well for the night and, in the coming days, investigate the whereabouts of the Mist Ninjas. The principal objective of Shinyang's journey was to rescue Rin, preparing for subsequent plans. As for gathering intelligence on the Mist Ninjas, a mere cursory effort would suffice. Following a failed plan, the Mist Ninja would likely seek the whereabouts of the Three Tails anew. And to exert better control over the tailed beasts, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, would seal Isabu within himself, becoming one of the rare perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Should Obito seek vengeance, he would subsequently implement the Blood Mist policy, gradually diminishing the strength of the hidden Mist Village. With a comprehensive understanding of this intelligence, a mere show of effort outside would suffice. He had far more pressing matters to attend to at present. Chapter 91. Kaleidoscope Eye technique to resurrect a heart that has been pierced is nothing short of miraculous. Even Tsunade, the most formidable medical ninja acknowledged throughout the ninja world, with her immense chakra reserves, could not achieve such a feat. Otherwise, Kato Dan would not have perished. Shinya, who had scarcely any prior experience with medical ninjutsu, was able to revive Rin primarily through his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Over the millennia, the Uchiha clan has developed numerous extraordinary techniques, awakening countless unique abilities within their kaleidoscope eyes. During the tumultuous civil war for power among the Uchihas, nearly every member possessed a kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, the Sharingan, often referred to as the Eye of the Soul, does not awaken its kaleidoscope abilities without cause. Rin's demise shattered Obito's convictions, plunging him into a state of evasion and despair towards the world, thus giving rise to the spatial anomaly known as Kamui. The discord between the village and the Uchiha clan intensified, and amidst this turmoil, Shursui sought to alter the wills of both sides to foster peaceful coexistence, awakening the ability to manipulate consciousness known as Kotoamatsukami. After Shursui's tragic demise, Itachi realized that reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village could no longer be achieved through conventional means. Thus, he awakened Amaterasu, heralded as the ultimate physical attack, alongside Tsukuyomi, the most potent psychological assault. Burdened by hatred from a young age and consumed by the desire for strength, Sasuke similarly awakened Amaterasu and additionally obtained the ability to control its form through Kagetsuchi, surpassing his elder brother Itachi in this regard. These instances illustrate that the most fervent thoughts at the moment of awakening will profoundly influence the nature of the techniques that manifest from the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Due to the unique manner in which Shinyang awakens his eyes, he was, to be candid, unaware of the abilities that would emerge prior to the awakening. After all, the process of opening his eyes was devoid of any pain, and with a multitude of thoughts occupying his mind, it was uncertain what his innermost desires truly were. Ultimately, the ability that manifested from the kaleidoscope was indeed exceptionally suited to his ocular techniques, the Heavenly Soul Hand and the Temporal Abode. These comprise Shinyang's kaleidoscopic ocular jutsu. The effect of the Heavenly Soul Hand is the absolute dominion over one's own soul and body, allowing him to seize control over others through a medium. This capability to manipulate souls can facilitate the separation of the soul, and with his formidable mental strength and the ability to multitask, he can effectively compensate for the shortcomings of the soul transformation technique. As an S-rank forbidden technique of the soul, the soul transformation technique possesses an array of powerful yet bizarre abilities. However, it harbors a critical flaw. When employed, the user's body remains entirely unguarded, rendering them vulnerable enough that even a novice ninja could easily slay them. The demise of Kato Dan was a direct consequence of being fatally wounded while executing this technique. Thus, each time Shinyang utilizes this ninjutsu, he refrains from venturing too far unless surrounded by trusted allies for protection. However, with the advent of the Heavenly Soul Hand, he can now execute the soul transformation technique while simultaneously retaining formidable combat prowess. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, even Uchiha Madara, when battling the five Kage, could not perceive Kato Dan's presence, only sensing the instantaneous surge of Tsunade's chakra. The ability to employ the soul transformation technique while maintaining combat effectiveness is undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. It bears resemblance to a soul version of the Requiem of the Grave, and in certain aspects, it may even surpass it, allowing for unencumbered long-range support. Certainly, this technique is not without its flaws. Compared to a mere ethereal state or a standard combat condition, the separation of the soul inevitably results in a diminishment of the spiritual power inherent in both the ethereal and corporeal forms. As long as the spiritual strength surpasses that of the state following the separation from the true sun, there exists a glimmer of hope in confronting such circumstances. Upon reflection, it appears that within the ninja realm, there has been no one capable of subduing him with spiritual power. With 2 lifetimes of experience, years of enhancements, and the growth acquired from the activation of the kaleidoscope, the current spiritual power of the true sun can only be described as formidable. The only individual who poses a significant challenge is Uchiha Madara. Having evolved to the Rinnegan, he too cannot ascertain the extent of the opponent's spiritual power. However, it is unlikely that they will cross paths, as time suggests that the latter is nearing his demise. The absolute control over the physical body, enabling remarkable transformations, is the crux of his ability to save Rin. Previously, the true sun swiftly seized control over Rin through the invasion of the ethereal form, utilizing the heavenly soul hand to hold her life in balance. As long as she has not fully succumbed, he can retrieve her, though this hinges upon the consumption of his ocular power. Moreover, this merely represents the current development of the true sun's ocular techniques. With additional time, further capabilities may emerge. The Time House is a temporal ocular technique of the true sun's right eye, capable of altering the flow of time for himself or the surrounding environment, as well as siphoning time. The concept of modifying the flow of time is easily comprehensible. It allows him to accelerate his own temporal pace. Coupled with his already exceptional body flicker technique, this enables him to achieve true teleportation. Alternatively, one may decelerate the flow of time for other objectives, such as the tailed beast balls, thereby granting one's ninjas the opportunity to evade. The essence of time plundering is fundamentally rooted in the concept of the time station house. True Yang possesses the ability to revert his condition to a prior temporal point, albeit at the cost of substantial ocular power and lifespan. Upon vanquishing adversaries, he can appropriate their time for his own use, effectively mitigating the expenditure associated with this technique. The extent of time that can be appropriated is contingent upon the disparity in energy levels between the opponent and himself. In scenarios where the energies are closely matched, one may seize a considerable amount of time. Conversely, in cases involving significant disparities, such as those between Nin and Genin, only a minuscule fraction of time remains available for appropriation. It must be acknowledged that this notion is indeed of paramount importance to true Yang. With an inexhaustible mental fortitude, the underlying dilemmas can be distilled into 2 principal concerns. The first pertains to the feasibility of enduring such an extensive lifespan. Should the Uchiha clan prove irretrievable, he may opt to retreat and conceal himself, returning only when his strength is sufficiently formidable for vengeance. The allocation of ample time for growth is a fundamental element influencing his overall development. From inception to the present, all endeavors undertaken by true Yang have been directed towards minimizing this growth period. The second query concerns whether his physical form can withstand the relentless amplification of his mental prowess. In truth, his physical constitution lags significantly behind the escalation of his mental strength. While the present circumstances appear manageable, uncertainties loom as mental fortitude reaches a certain threshold. If Obito can awaken spatial ocular techniques, it is not unreasonable for him, as a distinguished player, to awaken temporal ocular techniques as well. Such an incessant pace can be taxing. Last night, he felt dizzy and unable to articulate his thoughts, necessitating a brief respite to recuperate. Chapter 92. The Departure of Madara, the Graveyard of Mountains. In the later days, within the stronghold of the Akatsuki, a colossal outer path golem looms in the background, while Madara sits upon a stone chair before it. Before him stands a peculiar figure, cold in demeanor, who is none other than Obito, whom he has meticulously manipulated. Witnessing Rin's demise at the hands of his closest friend has left Obito utterly unable to accept reality, plunging him into despair regarding the world. There is no need for Madara to persuade him further. He will eagerly offer himself as a devoted executor of the Eye of the Moon plan, reducing himself to a mere pawn in Madara's grand scheme. As he scrutinizes the young man of his clan before him, Madara uncharacteristically smiles. Having navigated the ninja world for many years, he is not so obtuse as to be unable to see through the intentions of a mere teenager. Though Obito does not currently reveal his Mangekyou Sharingan, the shifts in his aura and expression signal that the plan is progressing seamlessly, much like the day Izuna fell before him. It hurts. It hurts so deeply. At this moment, standing beside Madara, Zetsu reports on the earlier developments. Obito activated his Mangekyou Sharingan and annihilated all the mist ninjas present. The only survivor, Kakashi, has long since succumbed to unconsciousness, unnoticed before our departure. It seems Obito has no desire to lay a hand on Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Madara gazes ahead with an inscrutable expression. Does he truly hesitate to strike down a former comrade? No, it is simply that he no longer cares. Whether that individual lives or dies holds no significance to him. In the world he is about to create, both Kakashi and Rin will exist. Tell me, Madara, how can I manifest the world of my dreams? Obito's expression was one of indifference, as if everything in the world held no significance for him. Yet, Madara sensed a thread of resentment and determination woven into his words, as if Obito were attempting to persuade himself. However, he chose not to expose the other's facade. The depth of emotion and the value placed on bonds were among the reasons Madara had selected Obito in the first place. The current display only solidified his conviction. Such a person was indeed an excellent candidate for a pawn. Come closer, and I shall teach you how to forge a truly peaceful world. Like in the anime, Madara gradually and patiently revealed to Obito the secrets of the Outer Path, the Rinnegan, and the Infinite Tsukuyomi, painting a picture of an ideal world for him. Within the hidden chamber lay scrolls of Uchiha forbidden techniques, would release secrets, and Yin-Yang release arts, which could enhance his power. Moreover, a significant portion of my will is embodied within, allowing it to assist you in numerous endeavors. The white Zetsu produced in the base can also serve as pawns. Once Madara confirmed Obito's successful descent into darkness, he entrusted all his amassed wealth and resources to him, provided the plan proceeded smoothly. It would not be long before he could be resurrected and utilize the infinite Tsukuyomi to create the envisioned world. The extensive preparations made previously filled him with confidence. As Obito absorbed this information, Madara eagerly unshackled himself from the tubes affixed to his back. Given his character, the frailty of his body and the inability to venture outside rendered his existence within this dim base akin to a slow death. Madara would rather perish in battle than linger in a decrepit form awaiting demise. At last, he could depart with peace of mind. When you return, you shall once again possess the physique of your prime. In the days following my departure, you shall embody Uchiha Madara. Devoid of the vital energy sustaining life, Madara reveals his withered state, seizing the remaining fleeting moments to impart his final wishes. After uttering his last words, he slumps into his chair, lifeless. Uchiha Madara has met his end. Obito, the next step is to elevate your strength. When the opportune moment arises, commence Madara's grand design and cultivate the Rinnegan he bequeathed. Zetsu turned to face Obito. With Madara's demise, the mantle of guidance now rests upon him. It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with the abilities of the Sharingan, and practice would release. Your previous ability to utilize the technique of grafting indicates commendable talent in this domain. However, have you truly dismissed the idea of reclaiming the other eye? Zetsu offered his counsel. While Obito awakened a space-time jutsu, he remained, after all, merely a nin. This may suffice against ordinary ninjas. Yet when confronted with the formidable warriors of the ninja world, it becomes increasingly challenging to prevail, as he risks inflicting no harm and must rely solely on Kamui for self-preservation. This inadequacy is glaring in the pursuit of capturing tailed beasts and resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Currently, there are two significant avenues to enhance Obito's prowess. First, reclaim the other Mangekyou Sharingan to harness the full potential of dual eyes, thereby amplifying the power of Kamui and enabling the use of forbidden techniques like Susanoo. Second, Master would release. Although its power may not match that of the original, it surpasses ordinary ninjutsu, particularly in conjunction with the cells of Hashirama Senju. No matter the circumstance, even with but a single eye, I am resolute in executing the plan. Without the slightest hesitation, Obito dismissed Zetsu's proposal and proceeded towards the hidden chamber. Recognizing this, Zetsu refrained from further persuasion. After all, his current identity was that of Madara's will. Given that Madara himself had said little on the matter, continuing to guide the conversation might arouse suspicion. This moment was the closest they had ever been to the success of their plan, necessitating utmost caution. A millennium had passed. Do you comprehend how he has endured this millennium? Soon, Obito discovered an array of scrolls and ninja tools treasured by Madara during his lifetime. Among them was the legendary Uchiha Flame Fan, remarkably resilient, capable of deflecting a majority of ninjutsu, a symbol emblazoned upon the garments of the Uchiha clan. Another item was the scythe that had initially startled him. Clutching the fan, Obito at this moment found his conviction solidified that the individual he had encountered was indeed Uchiha Madara. The Flame Fan, a relic passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan leaders, had ultimately been taken by Madara himself. It was unlikely that any Uchiha could have wrested it from his grasp. Previously, Madara's frail state had allowed others to perceive him merely as a member of the Uchiha clan, and due to efforts to obscure Madara's image within the family and village, there had been little detailed introduction. It was no wonder that he would find recognition difficult. Who can say if he was merely deceiving him? Obito refrained from retorting simply because, in his eyes, the other's identity bore no significance. Whether he was Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama mattered not. All he desired was Rin and Kakashi. This revelation fortified his resolve regarding the plan of the Moon's Eye. Though the world he aimed to create was an illusion, it would at least allow him to reunite with Rin, sparing her from the perils of war and the specter of death. In the past, Uchiha Jinnyang boasted that he could live indefinitely. After all, even legendary ninjas like Uchiha Madara have perished. What gave him such confidence? For a moment, a figure emerged in Obito's mind. It was this individual who obstructed his final mission, allowing him to steal a few glances at Rin. Little did he know how long it would be until the Moon Eye plan would succeed. His beloved Rin. If he were to truly face such a scenario, he would seek a secluded place to ponder earnestly, following the dictates of his heart. Out of nowhere, he recalled the words of the other. Chapter 93. Unveiling the truth after Rin's demise. Obito's mind became considerably clearer. He began to actively contemplate these matters. In the past, when he lived joyfully with close friends surrounding him, he could afford to be foolish and carefree, devoid of worries. However, after enduring pain, one inevitably matures. Coupled with the immense burden of his current goals, he could no longer afford the luxury of his previous naivety. He longed for a life of freedom, unencumbered by thought. Yet, returning to that state was no longer an option. When Uchiha Jinnyang made those remarks, Obito felt a sense of bewilderment, tinged with anger. How could one wish ill upon another, especially when that other was Rin? However, upon reflection, Obito sensed something amiss. Recalling the details of that mission, he remembered how Uchiha Jinnyang had specifically proposed to accompany him in clearing the Rock Ninja Squad. Due to his interference with Rin, Obito had been antagonistic towards him along the way. Why would Uchiha Jinnyang willingly suggest working together? Furthermore, the words he spoke when alone with Obito now seemed to carry an air of certainty. It is as if he knew something was amiss. Drawing such an absurd conclusion left Obito feeling incredulous. Foreseeing the future? What a preposterous notion. Yet, if Shinya Uchiha was unaware, how could he articulate such words in his presence? In a secluded place, speculating on the meaning behind Shinya's words, Obito cast his gaze outside. Given the current circumstances, the only refuge from prying eyes was his Kamui space. Having coexisted with White Zetsu for so long, he was acutely aware of their stealth capabilities, particularly that half-black, half-white entity. The only ability of the Kamui ocular technique he had thus far exhibited was phasing, even if others witnessed his battle with the Mist Ninjas. No one else knew of this power. He resolved to test it. Obito was determined to clarify this matter, lest his subsequent plans be thwarted. As his thoughts raced, his right eye transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan, and his figure vanished from sight. Was this another facet of Kamui? It felt as though an alternate dimension had been conjured. Zetsu, who had been observing Obito closely, noticed this peculiar occurrence. Over the millennia, he had witnessed a myriad of bizarre techniques, and with his previous attentiveness, he quickly deduced the general scope of Obito's abilities. This was indeed an unexpected boon. The stronger Obito's ocular technique, the greater the likelihood of success in rescuing his mother. At the border of the Land of Water, Shinya and his companions had already embarked on their journey home after a brief reconnaissance. Oh, has it already begun? Upon reaching the shore, Jinnyang halted abruptly, turning to gaze into the distance. The spiritual mark left on Obito's body momentarily lost its resonance, indicating that the latter had entered the Kamui space. In the shinobi world, such an anomaly in his mark was inconceivable. It could only be sensed faintly, suggesting that his mental power was insufficiently robust. Yuja, come quickly, we must set sail. Red, who was ahead, noticed Jinnyang's peculiarity and called out to him. Ueda Yuja was the alias Jinnyang had assumed. Their group was currently masquerading as ordinary citizens, returning via the vessels of the Land of Water. All right, I'm coming. After casting one last glance, Xinjiang fell in step with the others. Within the Kamui space, Obito, having just entered, discovered himself ensnared in an illusionary realm, where a familiar figure gazed at him with a smile. Uchiha Xinjiang. Obito's heart sank. Did you know I would end up like this? Though it was a question. His tone carried a sense of certainty. The unfolding events clearly indicated that the other had anticipated this scenario. The ability to cast illusions on him within the Kamui space signified that Uchiha Xinjiang had long since manipulated matters concerning him, and their last encounter had been prior to the battle at Shinmukabashi. I know, Xinjiang nodded, not denying it. Then why didn't you save Rin? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His emotions spiraled out of control in an instant. If he was aware, why did he remain indifferent? While it was understandable not to rescue a fellow Konoha ninja amidst the overwhelming forces of IWA, Rin's demise was something that could have been averted. Calculating to this very moment, Obito harbored doubts that the other party was unaware of the sinister plot against Rin devised by the Mist Shinobi. With a modicum of vigilance, it could have been entirely averted. Do you recall when I spoke to you about the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan? Xinjiang did not respond to this inquiry, but instead brought up the secret he had previously shared with him. Are you jesting? In comparison to Rin, what significance does the Meijiki Sharingan hold? As he felt the inexhaustible power emanating from the Meijiki Sharingan, Uchiha Obito gazed at Xinjiang in disbelief. You stood by and watched Rin perish at Kakashi's hands, all for the sake of prompting me to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan? I am not that frivolous. What purpose does your increased strength serve me? The one truly orchestrating your fate is Uchiha Madara. Without a shared objective, would you willingly become the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan? Upon hearing these words, Obito was momentarily stunned, then fell into contemplation. Observing his state, Xinjiang chose not to press further, patiently awaiting the moment he would grasp the crux of the matter. What use is it to speak of this now? I must create a world where Rin exists. You have quite a few friends and family in Konoha. If you wish to thwart me, it would be wise to consider their fate. Before long, Obito sensed something amiss, yet he found himself devoid of options. Not bad. You've even learned to issue threats. A slight smirk graced Xinjiang's lips as he teasingly remarked on Obito's demeanor, deliberately provoking him. For Rin, you are prepared to upheave the world. Have you ever pondered how she would feel upon discovering this? Instinctively, Obito envisioned Rin's reaction. She is such a kind-hearted girl. She might blame me, right? Shaking his head, he retorted, what do you understand? If Lin could come back to life, I would be willing to pay any price. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan? As long as I can see Lin for just a moment, you can take the Kaleidoscope Sharingan away. Kakashi's life? That is the one exception. The slightly mischievous inquiry from Xinjiang rendered Obito speechless. Well, my remaining strength is dwindling. Let us have someone else converse with you. With that, the illusionary space began to shift. Sensing the anomaly, Obito remained still, effortlessly breaking the illusion before him after activating his kaleidoscope. He was curious to see what Uchiha Xinjiang was scheming. The scenes transformed like a revolving lantern. The mental realm, the place where Lin and Kakashi were surrounded. A cave somewhere in the Land of Water, the border of the Land of Water. Finally, a white-haired boy with a mask appeared. And before him stood a girl adorned with 2 streaks of paint on her face, her expression familiar and warm. Obito. Chapter 94. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Is that how it is? In the Kamui space, Obito stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. Having witnessed Lin's death, he felt a profound loathing for this world. Coupled with certain inner factors, even knowing that the Rinnegan possesses the power to resurrect the dead, he still leaned towards creating a false, perfect world. Initially, he believed that even if Lin were revived, she would face many dangers in this war-torn era. Yet everything changed upon witnessing those scenes. Rin is alive. The arrival of this news undoubtedly illuminated his spirit. Listening to the girl's gentle and caring words, a thought leapt from his heart. The real Rin is far superior to the illusory one. The beings within the realm of illusion manifest solely according to his perceptions, whereas a genuine person possesses individuality and is undeniably alive. As for the authenticity of the visions within the illusion, Obito harbored no doubts. With his current perspective, he found it implausible that Uchiha Shin could wield Genjutsu to manipulate him. Moreover, Rin had shared numerous secrets with Kakashi, secrets known only to them. The only explanation is that this is indeed real. If that is the case, then the course of action must be altered. As for the specific plan, Rin had already conveyed the essentials to him moments ago. With this thought in mind, Obito exited the Kamui dimension. The instant he reappeared in the shinobi world, Shin immediately sensed the feedback emanating from the mark. Fortunately, the mental energy he had left within Obito was considerable. Upon realizing that Obito was now aware of the truth, Shin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Truly, Uchiha Madara had left a contingency plan before his demise. In his final moments, Madara had utilized Genjutsu to rapidly transmit various training experiences to Obito, all while secretly preparing to influence Obito's thoughts. Obito had been teetering on the brink of extremism, making it difficult to perceive the underlying strangeness. Had Madara succeeded, it would have been challenging to pull him back. It was only through Shin's intervention, alongside the exclusion of Rin and Kakashi, that Obito was so effortlessly swayed. However, this would deplete a significant portion of the spiritual energy that Xinjiang had transferred to his opponent. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Otherwise, persuading Obito would have posed a considerable challenge. With Rin and Kakashi present, Xinjiang had no intention of squandering such valuable resources. He was not like Naruto, renowned for his persuasive abilities. Rather than engaging in endless chatter, it would be more prudent to allow Rin and the others to speak, while he displayed this scene through illusionary means to Obito. This strategy proved to be exceptionally wise. Obito was no longer the antagonist, which added an intriguing twist. One could only wonder how Madara would react upon learning this news. Madara, I have entrusted everything to you. Execute the plan to resurrect me diligently, and you shall create the world of your dreams. Obito, having benefited from the situation, what did you say? I know nothing. Hiya. Imagining Madara's reaction, Xinjiang couldn't help but chuckle. In his devised plan, he did not allow Obito to leave immediately. Instead, he encouraged him to continue learning and growing, all the while ensuring that Black Zetsu remained unsuspecting. Once the Third Great Ninja War commenced and the opportunity arose, he would swiftly deal with the opposition. Giving Obito a few days to gather himself, Xinjiang intended to have a detailed discussion with him, also exploring various alternative strategies. With Kamui at his disposal, Obito could leverage this advantage without revealing his true intentions, making him well-suited for intelligence-gathering tasks. Encouraging Uchiha Obito to switch allegiances would mark the first step toward revitalizing the Uchiha clan. It must be said that the Kamui ocular technique is indeed formidable.